069. The entire venue was astounded. A thief crying, "Stop thief!" A pig teammate, muddling through. A dark shade graced the countenance of Officer Huishi. How many times has it been? Every time he responds to an alarm call involving Yang Jinrong. It always spells trouble. Yet this fellow is as persistent as a ghost, always appearing in his path. Huishi's expression grew increasingly grim, almost as if inscribed on his face were the words, "Yang Jinrong, can you not just settle down? You make our jurisdiction seem rife with disorder." Officer Hua, long time no see. Yang Jinrong, however, paid no heed to his demeanor, that he was merely curious as to why Huishi had been the one responding to calls of late. Where had the former officer, Zhang Xian, vanished to? He would have to inquire later. "Long time no see. It's only been a few days. I wish to avoid encountering you. We received reports of a brawl in your dormitory. What is the situation?" Huishi wasted no time, cutting straight to the chase, as he pushed open the dormitory door. What unfolded before everyone's eyes left them utterly speechless, that a pungent aroma wafted through the air as they beheld the scene. The floor, walls, and table were strewn with crayfish, and amidst the chaotic dormitory lay several individuals sprawled out. Some bore crayfish on their faces and bodies, while one even had a crayfish stuffed in his mouth. All curled up on the ground, moaning in agony, some clutching their stomachs, others covering their groins, and yet others rubbing their eyes. The student council of the sports academy. What had happened to them? Why were they all lying on the ground? Wailing? Were they engaged in some absurd new version of cosplay? Fool, can't you see? Clearly, they've been beaten up. Who could possibly be strong enough to take down a group of sports academy students like this? As the student spoke, he instinctively glanced up at the only standing figure in the room, Yang Jinrong, his mouth twitching involuntarily, his eyes widening, his voice trembling as he stammered. "Is it him, Yang Jinrong?" The onlooking boys outside gaped at the sight of Yang Jinrong by the door. That handsome visage, that suave demeanor, that don't tell me. He took down the entire Sports Academy Student Council? Unbelievable. But he was the only one standing. If not him, who else could it be? Truly impressive. No wonder he is the legendary figure of our law school. Akin to a war god. Almighty man, I bow to you. The air was thick with astonished murmurs reverberating through the corridor. Many students took out their phones to snap pictures and record videos, eager to share on social media, proclaiming that the students of the law school could indeed be both scholarly and martial, as evidenced here. Yang Jinrong shook his right hand, having delivered several punches with it, feeling a slight pain in his fist. Fortunately, this group had rushed in like the gored babies saving Grandpa, each one presenting themselves as easy targets. Had they all charged at once, Yang Jinrong would not have had the confidence of victory. Yet, he was grateful for the support of the other 3 brothers in the dorm who held their ground for a moment. Yang Jinrong blew on his knuckles to alleviate the pain. And with an impassive expression, he stated, "The individuals now lying on the ground in black clothing are members of the Sports Academy Student Council. They stormed into our dormitory, vandalized our belongings, and even stole my classmate's phone worth 12,000 yuan, initiating the assault that I was compelled to act in self-defense. Well, she looked skeptical. He scanned the fallen individuals on the floor, a peculiar expression emerging on his face, utterly disbelieving Yang Jinrong's words, that he pointed at those struggling to rise and asked, "You claim they initiated the attack and you defended yourself, leading to this outcome?" "Indeed." Yang Jinrong nodded, earnestly explaining, "Perhaps they were simply too weak, neglecting their physical training. Although that seems inconsistent, being from the sports academy. They should have no excuse for not exercising. Thus, there must be only one possibility." Yang Jinrong paused. Huishi's gaze shifted toward him. The 2 intern security officers, Xiao Lu and Xiao Chun, also turned their attention to Yang Jinrong. The students outside had similarly focused on him, awaiting his next words, which might be somewhat difficult to articulate. Yang Jinrong cleared his throat and added, "However, I must say, they might have indulged too much in certain activities, leading to their weakened state. The crowd's eyes widened. What he said was rather hurtful. Thud. Just as Zhao Ruiqiang, who had been preparing to get up and file a complaint, heard Yang Jinrong's words, he slipped, falling back down with a loud thud. Ah, he screamed in pain. Indeed, it appeared he had overindulged. Yang Jinrong raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, stating innocently, I wondered why they seemed so frail. Their essay saying, moderate indulgence brings pleasure. Excessive indulgence harms the body, and overindulgence leads to ruin. He kindly advised the multitude present, all of you must remember, do not harm your bodies like they have. Those who need to abstain should do so. It is beneficial for the healthy development of young people. You slander me. Yang, you can't speak carelessly. You may attack my physical being, but you cannot insult my character. Ah, exactly. Do not defame us. Ouch, it hurts. The student council members, who had initially been lying on the ground, began to help each other up upon seeing the arrival of the security officers. Hearing Yang Jinrong's public humiliation, they quickly attempted to counter his claims. However, their rebuttals had no effect. The onlooking students had already begun to whisper amongst themselves, leaving the council members crimson-faced, feeling more humiliated than if they had been physically assaulted. They could vaguely hear the murmurs outside. No wonder the students from the sports academy were so weak. It turns out they had overindulged. To say, a girl I once pursued told me I was a good person, but she only liked those from the sports academy. I must confront her about this. The members of the student council looked at each other, all tall and imposing, yet surprisingly lacking substance. Moments ago, a member from the sports academy had threatened me on the campus forum, insisting on a real-life confrontation. I should disclose the dormitory address and let him come and try. Be careful of running into a homosexual. Zhao Ruiqiang and his companions, having finally helped each other to their feet, overheard the murmurs outside and quickly let go of one another, fearing they might be mistakenly perceived as homosexuals. You all, explain what happened. For she remained unconvinced by Yang Jinrong's account, looking up at the individuals who were struggling to stand. As the security officer, I am the president of the student council. Accompanied by our council members, we conducted a routine inspection of this dormitory per the school's instructions. When we entered, we found Zhao Ruiqiang, gritting his teeth against the pain, began fabricating a story, pointing at Yang Jinrong. It was he. He launched a surprise attack while we were inspecting the dormitory, bringing along his dorm mates to assault us sports academy students without any sense of honor. We were caught completely off guard and were attacked by him. Yes, it was indeed he who led the charge. He even splashed us with crayfish. At that moment, 2 leaders from the academy arrived in the corridor. The student brawl had drawn the attention of the security office, and since it involved the student council, the school leaders naturally had to be present. Point 1 was the dean of the sports academy, and the other was the director overseeing the student council. Upon seeing the familiar leaders, Zhao Ruiqiang felt a surge of confidence, raising his voice several notches. Dean, we were conducting a routine inspection according to school regulations. And not only did they refuse to cooperate, but they were also eating crayfish and drinking beer in their dormitory. They even took the opportunity to ambush us during our inspection, attacking us fiercely. You all were drinking. The dean of the sports academy, Zhao Changhua, had a square visage, stern and unyielding, projecting an image of rigidity. His gaze swept across the disarrayed dormitory, ultimately landing on Yang Jinrong. The mention of drinking instantly captured everyone's attention. In most contexts, drinking is viewed negatively, often associated with misconduct. Typically, drinking is linked with fighting and violence. They were drinking. When we entered to inspect, they were still consuming alcohol, though we instructed them to cease drinking. But they completely ignored us. Zhao Ruiqiang seized the opportunity, amplifying the drinking incident, attempting to attribute all blame to Yang Jinrong and his group. That he continued, they had no idea how much they consumed. When we tried to persuade them, they even hurled bottles at us. Ah, yes, another student council member chimed in. They were drinking and assaulting us. Out of humanitarian concern, we were reluctant to retaliate, yet they pressed us, leaving us no choice but to fight back in self-defense. Precisely. Taking advantage of our reluctance to retaliate, those few individuals launched a brutal assault against us, even resorting to striking us with their helmets. Particularly he, while the others pointed accusingly at Yang Jinrong, expressing their indignation, was the most ruthless and insidious, employing sneak attacks. After being subjected to such a distortion of truth and a complete inversion of right and wrong by these individuals, it indeed began to seem plausible. The aggressors had transformed into the victims. At that moment, Yang Jinrong's mind finally registered the long-awaited system notification. Ding! Negative energy posing an extreme detrimental effect on students has been detected. Successfully triggering a task. Please make a choice. Option 1. We are all students, and there's no need to escalate our relationships to such a tense state. Proactively proposing reconciliation to resolve conflicts could be seen as a virtuous act. Reward. A choice of 1 permanent skin for any hero in the game Honor of Kings. Option 2. The opposing party holds the position of student council president on campus and possesses a complex background outside. It would be wise to admit fault and seek their understanding to prevent deeper conflicts, thereby maintaining campus stability. This is the duty of the host. Reward. A cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Option 3. Concerning the presence of malevolent forces within the campus, the host should fear nothing, never condoning their actions. Take up legal weapons to safeguard one's legitimate rights, eradicate campus bullies, and spread positive energy to restore a serene learning environment. Reward. A comprehensive guide to exceptional driving skills. Note: acquiring this skill will enable the host to operate all land vehicles, but please refrain from illegal driving before obtaining the corresponding licenses. Was there even a need to deliberate? Although Yang Jinrong was a player in the agricultural realm, his level of involvement was not substantial. Thus, the rewards held no allure for him. Additionally, the notion of voluntarily proposing reconciliation was utterly out of the question. Option 2 seemed even more ludicrous. Requesting forgiveness from them. Despite the allure of 100,000 yuan, equivalent to a typical year's salary, Yang Jinrong had yet to reach the point of bowing to such a sum. System. I choose option 3. Yang Jinrong decisively made his choice. Meanwhile, Yu Huai and the others had managed to struggle to their feet. Their injuries were far less severe than those of the student council members. Yet their defensive prowess was lacking, making their situation appear dire. Zhang Xiaohua, upon hearing the student council members' muddled claims and their hypocritical accusations, felt his teeth clench in anger. Clearly, it was you who initiated the violence. You sought to seize our crayfish and beer. You even insulted us, leveraging your status as student council members to oppress us ordinary students, especially Zhao Ruiqiang. How could you? What kind of person are you? Everyone knows who resides in this dormitory. He even attempted to snatch my phone. Woe is me. Yang Bin clutched his stomach, still in pain from a kick he received, but his greater concern lay with his phone being stolen. My phone is still in their possession. They intend to claim it as their own. I bought that phone for 12,000 yuan, and they wish to appropriate it. Is this true? Zhao Chang's expression hardened as he turned to Zhao Ruiqiang and the others, demanding an explanation. The individual holding Yang Bin's phone fished it out of his pocket, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Zhao Ruiqiang quickly interjected, attempting to spin a tale, asserting, "We had no intention of taking his phone, nor is there any notion of usurping it. We merely wanted to safeguard it for him." What utter nonsense! This declaration was so absurd that even he likely didn't believe it himself. The surrounding students, eager to witness the spectacle, could not contain their laughter. They truly believe us to be fools. Robber. We didn't rob the bank. We merely offered to safeguard its money. Ha ha ha. Such discussions inevitably reached the ears of the two deans, both of whom furrowed their brows. That I do not require your guardianship. Just return my phone. Yang Bin gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to speak. At a glance from Zhao Ruiqiang, the individual holding the phone understood and quickly tossed it back to Yang Bin, retorting, "I had no desire for your phone. Do not slander me, or else I shall sue you." Yang Bin received his phone and hurriedly inspected it, relieved to find it undamaged during the scuffle, silently thanking fate. Dean Zhao, these four individuals from the dormitory have severely disrupted school discipline, interfering with the student council's inspections. I implore Dean Zhao to impose punishment upon them. Zhao Ruiqiang attempted to continue his distortion of the truth, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body, instinctively grasping himself and clenching his legs tightly. His face contorted in agony. I need to go to the hospital. Please help me call for an ambulance. He dared not delay further. He needed to get to the hospital for an examination, lest something irreversible occur. Ouch! I am in pain as well. One of the student council members, witnessing the president's antics, joined in, clutching his groin and theatrically exclaiming, it hurts, my manhood is about to shatter. I must go to the hospital for a checkup. He pointed at Yang Jinrong, crying out, it was him who struck me. He must compensate us. The other student council members, observing this scene, quickly complied with their president's cue to feign their own suffering, launching into a performance. Yes, it was him who hit me. I am in excruciating pain. My arm feels as though it is about to break. Ack! My head aches terribly. I feel as though I might perish. Suffering from a concussion. Woe is me. My parents raised me to this age, and I have yet to repay their kindness. Without a sum of tens of thousands, my concussion shall not heal. My heart aches. It constricts. Quickly call an ambulance. I must be hospitalized. Their performances were thoroughly lacking, overly exaggerated, and a blatant attempt at extortion. The surrounding students could not suppress their laughter. Such acting, truly deserving of their status in the sports academy. Zhao Ruiqiang's eyes widened, a torrent of curses flooding his mind. How could they be so foolish, this exaggerated display making it seem as if we were all acting? He longed to kick each of these incompetent allies away. Enough! Stop the charade! Zhao Chongbo interjected, his disinterest in the farce evident. Let it be, as neither side appears gravely harmed. Handle it among yourselves. With that, he departed alongside the other leader. Departing, Zhao Ruiqiang was left dumbfounded at the sight of Dean Zhao turning away. What the hell, leader? I intended for you to punish those four from the dormitory. Not that I expected expulsion, but at least a serious reprimand. Yet you merely glanced and left. This is the nature of university life. Unless matters escalate significantly, the school seldom intervenes, unlike high school, where minor infractions would result in reprimands. Otherwise, there would be no student council at all, with both departmental and university-wide student councils in place to manage students. It is precisely this structure that fosters the existence of tyrannical student council groups like Zhao Ruiqiang's. Done enough. Cease the theatrics. Security officer who knocked on the door, his expression impassive, stating, student altercations can range from minor to serious. You are all adults. Make your own choices. That he did not spell it out, but the underlying message was clear to all. Either reconcile, and the matter would be dropped, or do not reconcile, and both parties would face legal consequences for public brawling. Since you are all adults, at the very least, administrative detention awaits. How will you choose? His gaze swept over the student council members led by Zhao Ruiqiang, each of whom lowered their heads, unwilling to act arrogantly before the security officer. Though they were brazen, they harbored an innate fear of the law enforcement agencies. Excellent. Seeing them bow their heads pleased Hua, who had years of experience handling such trivial matters, regardless of who fought whom, or who was right and who was wrong. The conclusion was always reconciliation. His gaze finally landed on Yu Huai and the others, resting on Yang Jinrong, whom he had already deemed a troublemaker. However, he could not be bothered to pursue the matter further. He regarded Yang Jinrong, stating coolly, if you choose reconciliation, no case will be filed. Simply sign here to resolve it. Should you opt not to reconcile, then gather your roommates and accompany me to the security station for further processing. 070. The most terrifying aspect is not the arrogance of the wicked, but the silence of the righteous. The massacre. Best wishes for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing these words, the student council members' lips twitched. They were well aware of their initial wrongdoing, yet remained defiant, casting their gazes toward President Zhao Ruiqiang. Now, in excruciating pain and with a pale complexion, Zhao Ruiqiang reflected on the earlier antics of his incompetent allies, wishing he could deliver a sound thrashing to each one of them. I am enduring excruciating pain, and you all are merely mimicking my agony, leading to unforeseen complications that even caused the dean to storm out in frustration. What do you expect from me? This involves Yang Jinrong. Yang Bin and Zhang Xiaohua approached Yang Jinrong proactively. How about we just let this go? Zhang Xiaohua whispered, bearing his own injuries, suppressing both physical pain and inner fury that if this escalates, it would be detrimental for students from ordinary families like ours, bringing nothing but harm. What would going to the security office accomplish? In the end, everyone would face administrative detention. Zhao Ruiqiang has a family background. With a mere word, he could be released, leaving no trace of administrative detention on his record. Conversely, for Zhang Xiaohua and the others, it would be a significant predicament. With a record, they would no longer qualify for public service examinations, which would be a catastrophic blow for their law studies. I certainly want to pursue this, Yang Bin stated more directly. Although he is tall and robust, he has always been timid and cautious. The fact that his phone remained intact was already a stroke of luck for him. Continuing to delve into this matter would bring no dissent from him. The choices of these two were anticipated by Yang Jinrong. Jinrong, I will heed your counsel. Yu Huai firmly established his position, instinctively distancing himself half a step from Zhang Xiaohua and Yang Bin, exuding an air of disdain for their company. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, have you never considered that by choosing to endure and reconcile today, we are merely enabling Zhao Ruiqiang and his ilk? They will only become more arrogant, escalating their harassment. Tomorrow, another of us will be victimized, the day after another, and the day after that, they will return to torment us once more. Evildoers must be met with severe punishment. Continual appeasement will only embolden their arrogance. The most terrifying aspect of this world is not the audacity of the wicked, but rather the silence of the good. When a society succumbs to the mundane, flattery and sycophancy become its prevailing customs. Integrity and honesty are marginalized. Those who are originally pure and kind, who speak the truth, are often regarded as outcasts by the majority. It is not their behavior that is peculiar, but rather the society that warrants reflection. Zhang Xiaohua found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After finally mustering the resolve to buy crayfish and beer to ease the tensions in the dormitory, he encountered this debacle. Not only did he suffer significant losses, but the relationships among the four also deteriorated further. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua sighed internally, realizing that he and Yang Jinrong were fundamentally different. Their paths were divergent, and it was futile to force a connection. That I will not pursue this any further. The student council members will bully whom they wish, and whether they continue their misdeeds is beyond my concern. Yang Bin clutched his phone tightly, murmuring, I cannot afford to provoke them, nor do I wish to engage further, that I lack the capacity to meddle in others' affairs. Each should tend to their own matters, ignoring the troubles of others. Yu Huai was on the verge of erupting when Yang Jinrong interceded, nodding and understanding. Each person possesses their own way of life and approach to issues. I respect your choices. Yang Jinrong turned to the security officer, stating, our three roommates have chosen reconciliation. Yu Huai was taken aback. What does it mean that the three roommates are reconciling? Is Jinrong attempting to exclude me from facing this alone? He quickly interjected, no, I have not chosen reconciliation. I stand with Jinrong. Are you prepared to pursue this to the end? Hoshi chuckled lightly, ultimately shaking his head and advising, Yang Jinrong, I suggest you reconsider. Today's incident is unlike any cases you have encountered before, that if you insist on pursuing this, you may end up paying a much higher price without gaining anything in return. Not every insistence is meaningful, nor does every insistence lead to victory. University is merely half of society. Once you truly enter the world, You will realize that your so-called insistence and clear-cut stance hold no significance, that Hoshi rarely offered such lengthy counsel because he regarded Yang Jinrong as an upstanding individual. He still disapproved of those who are unwaveringly stubborn. In a society governed by human relationships, such traits yield no benefits, neither for oneself nor others, only harm, akin to Zhang Exe. Those who are excessively rigid are prone to break, while the gentle remain unscathed. This is Ho Shi's motto. Thank you for your kind reminder. Yang Jinrong, however, did not heed his advice. That Hoshi frowned as he glanced at Yang Jinrong, then turned his attention to Zhao Ruiqiang and the others, asking, "What about you all? Do you wish to accompany me back to the security office for an investigation, or would you prefer to sign the reconciliation agreement now?" "We shall reconcile." "Yes, indeed, we shall overlook this matter. As members of the Student Council, we must maintain a broad perspective. We shall let today's incident pass. The security officer has spoken, and they dared not escalate matters further, fearing another round of punishment from the resolute Yang Jinrong. They all opted for reconciliation, though their words sought to salvage their dignity. "Xiao Lu, please prepare a reconciliation agreement for them to sign," that Hoshi stated impassively. This agreement signifies non-filing of the case. Subsequently, a notice of non-filing will be issued, and the matter will be concluded. This, Lu Zhanqing hesitated. During his high school years, he had often been bullied by a group of tyrants at school. He had sought help from teachers and leaders. But every time he was met with vague reassurances of, "We are all students of the same school," and dismissed that he had also informed his parents, but they merely brushed it off with excuses of being too busy or trivializing student conflicts. He endured until graduating high school, and only when he entered the police academy did the bullying cease. Thus, he harbored a deep resentment for two types of individuals: those who bully others and those who gloss over issues. "Is there a problem?" Hoshi frowned at Xiao Lu, stating, "Starting tomorrow, you need not accompany me on field duty. Instead, focus on your studies at the security office. Xiao Chun, you come." Xiao Lu trembled slightly, biting his lip. He neither retorted nor sulked, but in that fleeting moment, felt his faith waver. Xiao Chun sighed internally, patting Xiao Lu on the shoulder as he took the file, extracting the reconciliation agreement, and beginning to draft it. He recounted the events of the case succinctly and, after a brief period, looked up at Zhao Ruiqiang and the others, instructing them to come forward to register their information and sign. The group jostled to provide their personal details, and one by one, they signed. Xiao Chun then turned to Yang Jinrong and the others, asking, "Will you be signing?" In truth, whether they signed or not made little difference. "That I will sign, that I will also sign." Zhang Xiaohua and Yang Bin promptly agreed to sign. This matter would no longer concern them. Even if they were beaten, bullied, had their crayfish and beer smashed, or had their phones stolen, they chose to no longer pursue any responsibility. "You too, not signing is also acceptable," that Hoshi shook his head, stating, "Tomorrow I will issue a notice of non-filing to you both, that if you wish to pursue this further, you may file a complaint with the security office." After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Yang Jinrong before turning to leave with Xiao Lu and Xiao Chen. "Hoshi, security officer, are you certain you wish to depart in this manner?" Just as everyone assumed the matter was settled and prepared to leave, Yang Jinrong suddenly spoke up, halting Hoxi. In previous cases, he had attempted to comprehend this muddled approach to law enforcement. But today, his attempts to understand had transformed into revulsion. He harbored a profound disdain for this muddled approach. Hoshi and the others paused, turning to face Yang Jinrong, standing at the dormitory entrance. Flanked by Yu Huai, Zhang Xiaohua, and Yang Bin, with Zhao Ruiqiang's group behind him and the onlooking students gathered around, Yang Jinrong's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking on a Hoshi. His voice resonated like thunder, reaching the ears of every student present. "I once endeavored to understand your muddled handling of cases, Officer Hoshi, but I have come to realize my error. I should not seek to understand, for it is fundamentally wrong, utterly absurd. This muddled approach to law enforcement dilutes the spirit of justice and fosters an environment where cowardice thrives. allowing shameless and unscrupulous individuals to reign supreme. It merely serves to embolden the audacity of the wicked, rendering them even more brazen. Yang Jinrong's voice echoed through the corridor, drawing a multitude of students to witness. Even those on the upper and lower floors of the building rushed out. Drawn by his voice, all eyes on Yang Jinrong. Under the gaze of hundreds of students, Yang Jinrong stood tall, taking a step forward. The law enforcement's lack of principles harms not only the public but also the wrongdoers. Today, it may seem you have aided Zhao Ruiqiang, but without consequences, he will dare to bully the weak tomorrow and resort to violence the day after. In such a vast campus as Linghai University, the presence of someone like Zhao Ruiqiang ensures that peace will elude the school for the entirety of his years here. Do you not think this frustrates other students? How can one study with peace of mind? How can one strive diligently? If justice loses its support, evil shall roam freely. At this moment, all who listen are stirred. These resonant words inspire hundreds of students. Some timid and weak-hearted students silently vow to muster their courage. Others, having committed wrongdoings, are awakened as if struck by a blow, realizing that if they do not amend their ways, they may tread a far more perilous path, leading to an abyss. Of course, there will always be some inherently malicious individuals who scoff at Yang Jinrong's words, dismissing them with disdain. Ignoring the rules and seeking to quell disputes may seem to spare one trouble on the surface, but in reality, it breeds endless harm. Colluding with wrongdoing is tantamount to inaction. It condones the wicked, it harms the virtuous, it corrupts societal morals, and it devastates justice. The lawful suffer more, the wrongdoers fall harder, and society bears a greater cost. If each minor transgression were promptly addressed, virtue would rise and vice would diminish, leading to an increasingly harmonious society. As Yang Jinrong's words echo through the air, the entire dormitory resounds with thunderous applause. Countless students are left in awe, receiving a profound awakening. They embrace Yang Jinrong's words and wholeheartedly support his actions. Today, Yang Jinrong stands resolutely against evil, championing justice. If tomorrow comes, they too shall take up the baton from Yang Jinrong, spreading positive energy and encouraging more individuals to rise against malevolence. Bravo! What a splendid declaration! Undoubtedly, he is the paragon of our Linhai University, an epitome of integrity, a pinnacle of the law school, our esteemed senior Yang Jinrong. We shall forever stand by you. The most terrifying thing is not the arrogance of the wicked, but the silence of the good. Even more alarming is the inaction and complacency of law enforcers. Zhao Ruiqiang and his ilk must be severely punished. We demand tranquility for Linhai University. Our institution can do without Zhao Ruiqiang, but it cannot afford to lose senior Yang Jinrong. As ordinary students, we must unite and resolutely resist bullies. In this moment, countless students, moved by the fervor within, voice their thoughts. Xiao Lu and Xiao Chen lower their heads in shame, unable to face the multitude. Meanwhile, Huashi scoffs coldly, casting a glance at Yang Jinrong, their eyes meeting briefly before he icily remarks, "If you feel this handling is inappropriate, you are free to appeal at the Public Security Office or file a complaint against me. Remember my officer number and name. I am Huashi, 095107, a young fool, oblivious to the situation. In ancient times, one could command the world by holding the emperor hostage. Today, you, Yang Jinrong, still wish to incite student emotions to pressure law enforcement." With a disdainful snort, Huashi sweeps away. After exchanging apologetic glances with Xiao Lu and Xiao Chun, they hastily depart. Yang Jinrong, observing their retreating figures, grows increasingly resolute in his conviction. He had hoped that his words could alter Huashi's attitude and approach to the case. Yet he is met with such contempt and indifference. "I shall appeal, and I will indeed file a complaint." How could this case simply conclude like this? Zhao Ruiqiang limps out, supported by several student council members. As he passes Yang Jinrong, he chuckles derisively, Look at you. Do you truly believe you live in a time of war? Inciting a student uprising. The times have changed. We are now in a modern society. Ah, and you all. The moment you step out of this ivory tower and into society, you will feel ashamed of today's actions. The brutal reality will reveal just how immature and ridiculous your behavior is. Zhao Ruiqiang strides forward with his companions. The students present, filled with indignation, wish to confront this malevolent group but find no courage to step up. Yang Jinrong refrains from uttering another word, that he understands that he must demonstrate his resolve through action. He retrieves his mobile phone and dials Yin Yan's number. What's wrong? Have you encountered a new case so soon? Yin Yan's jest turns prophetic. However, Yang Jinrong does not seek her assistance for a legal battle, for he has other matters at hand. After receiving Yin Yan's response, he ends the call that he then contacts the Linhai District Public Security Office, not merely to complain about Huaxi, but to inform them of the critical details of the case that Huaxi had neglected to inquire about. I demand a criminal investigation. All right, what you just mentioned has been duly recorded. The IT is now after hours. You may come to the Linhai District Public Security Office tomorrow morning to cooperate with the proceedings. Of course, you can come now. We have on-duty officers. Good. Yang Jinrong hangs up, where she drives swiftly toward the Linhai District Public Security Office to AT this moment. His phone rings urgently. Annoyed, he continues driving without answering. As the call ends, Xiao Chen's phone rings again. It's a dispatch call from the Public Security Office. Xiao Chen hurriedly activates the speakerphone. The AT the railway market. A vendor and a customer are embroiled in a heated argument. And the customer has called the police, threatening to destroy the vendor's stall if we do not respond. Well, you are nearby. Please attend to this. Understood. Well, she replies with a blank expression, just as they approach a turning intersection, making a swift turn toward the railway market. Even as the workday concludes, he utters no complaint. This is his professional attitude. Moments later, the three arrive at the bustling railway market, without needing to inquire. They immediately hear the intense exchange. This chicken is unlucky. I don't want it anymore. Refund my money. You chose the chicken and instructed me to slaughter it. How was I to know it would lay an egg suddenly? Fine, let us count the egg as mine. I'll return you $1. How about that? Not acceptable. Well, she strides forward with his two companions, arriving at the vendor's stall, an establishment selling freshly slaughtered chickens. The pungent stench of chicken droppings wafting around, yet it does not deter the crowd eager to witness the commotion. Make way. Clear a path. The law enforcement officers are here. Someone calls out, finally parting the crowd. While she steps forward, surveying the scene. Who will explain what happened? The timing is perfect. The law enforcement is here. Come, let us hear your judgment on this matter. Did I run a fresh slaughter stall? He bought a live chicken after much deliberation, paying $1.50 per pound, and after I slaughtered it, he claims the chicken laid an egg during the process, which is unlucky, and demands a refund. The chicken vendor, tall and thin with an apron, looks aggrieved as he beseeches Huaxi for justice. It's obviously unlucky. I bought this chicken for my daughter-in-law to nurture. Can a chicken that lays an egg upon death be auspicious? Isn't that cursing my daughter-in-law to give birth prematurely? The purchaser, an elderly man nearing his 60s, is agitated, spitting as he speaks. Xiao Chun and Xiao Lu listen to the argument, frowning deeply, where she understands the situation. This is simply a case of someone wanting to return a chicken, grasping at straws for an excuse. Such trivial matters are a sheer waste of law enforcement resources, as bothersome as Yang Jinrong's case. How much is the chicken? Just refund him, what she states dismissively, adopting a commanding tone. After all, your chicken can still be sold. If not, take it home and eat it. Sigh, the chicken vendor, being an honest man, realizes he has no other option. With a long sigh, he concedes, all right, $58.50. Just as Huaxi prepares to conclude the case and leave, the elderly man protests vehemently. What $58.50? I clearly gave you $98.50. The vendor, hearing this, becomes furious. $98.50. You gave me 150 cents, and I returned you $50. Two 20s and a 10. What are you trying to do, old man? Extort me. It is $98.50. You must refund me that amount today. The elderly man grows even more agitated, gesticulating wildly. This chicken laid an egg at its last breath. And I haven't even asked for emotional damages from you. And you want to swindle my money? The situation grows increasingly chaotic. Bystanders, unaware of the circumstances, chime in at $98.50 for a chicken. And they say it's $1.50 per pound? This stall must be exploiting customers. Isn't that right? Are they taking advantage of the old man's senility? The law enforcement is here, and they still think they can get away with it. Everyone remember this stall. Never buy chicken from them again. They are too unscrupulous. Such vendors should be expelled from this market. No, they should be fined tens of thousands by the Business Bureau until they go bankrupt. They must not continue as unscrupulous merchants harming consumers. The murmurs continue unabated, each word reaching the vendor's ears, and he becomes utterly exasperated, trembling with anger. When have I ever charged him $98.50? I am not unscrupulous. I am but a fair scale. I am but a freshly slaughtered orchard chicken, and I possess all the necessary certificates. Why then am I unable to set up my stall? Was she interrupted the boss's words, silencing the elderly man as he turned to the proprietor, asking, "Do you have evidence to prove that you only received 58 yuan and 50 cents from him?" He gave me 100 yuan and 50 cents. I returned two 20 yuan notes and a 10 yuan note, did I not? The murmurs continued, causing the boss to tremble with anger. There was no use of Zafubo or WeChat. It was all cash, and there were no surveillance cameras here. Xiaolu let out a bitter laugh and helplessly remarked, "There is no way to prove it. Each side has its own reasoning. Let it go. You cannot prove your own case to its merely a few dozen yuan. Just settle it quickly." Which she reiterated in a commanding tone. The honest boss was truly anxious, trembling all over as he even considered grabbing the knife used for slaughtering chickens. But upon receiving a glare from Huashi, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Ultimately, in front of a crowd, the elderly man successfully received 98 yuan and 50 cents. Let us go. The case is closed. Huashi turned and departed, leading the bewildered Xiao Lu and Xiao Chen away, leaving behind a trembling chicken stall owner and numerous onlookers whispering among themselves. That be why the time the trio returned to the security office. It was already past 8 in the evening. After removing their gear, the three were nearly famished, and although there was food in the cafeteria, it was almost cold. Xiao Lu and Xiao Chen had little appetite. Huashi was also in a bad mood. After a long day of work, he returned only to be met with complaints that he took a couple of bites before abandoning his bowl and chopsticks. Heading home. That night, despite being utterly exhausted, Huashi found it hard to sleep soundly, drifting in and out of consciousness at around 7 in the morning. An urgent ringtone jolted Huashi awake, and he quickly scrambled out of bed and saw it was a call from Director Wang Shui. He hurriedly answered, "Director, why the urgent call? Is Yang Jinrong complaining about me again?" "No, a violent homicide occurred in our jurisdiction last night that a family of 4, including a pregnant woman about to give birth, was murdered in their home. 4 lives lost. No survivors. A massacre." Wang Shui's words instantly banished all traces of sleep from Huashi's mind, but what followed left him feeling as though ice coursed through his veins, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. After the massacre, the murderer chose to take his own life. It was the vendor you dealt with yesterday. 071. Resign in shame. Initiate prosecution. No one will assist you any longer. The murderer has a daughter in middle school who is about to take her entrance exams. His wife died in a car accident earlier this year, and his father has been paralyzed for years, requiring medication. The entire family relied on his stall for survival. Boom. Huashi felt as if struck by lightning, a cacophony ringing in his head. He had never imagined that his method of handling the situation could lead to such grave and terrifying consequences. In his youth, he had been as resolute as Yang Jinrong and Zhang Xin, viewing matters in black and white. Yet gradually, after countless trivial matters, his perspective had shifted. He had failed to remain true to his original intentions. Yet, over the years, his methods had maintained a semblance of harmony in the jurisdiction, preventing many unnecessary conflicts. Was everything he had done wrong? Well, she did not recall how he ended the call. Feeling as though his soul had been stripped away, utterly lost, his heart heavy with guilt and regret, that it's my fault, all my fault. If I had handled it properly, if I had been a bit more meticulous, if I had investigated thoroughly, if I had provided a fair resolution, the tragedies of two families would not have occurred. In a daze, well, she felt his mind clouded, moving like a soulless automaton, neglecting to wash up, still clad in his pajamas, as he made his way to the security office. He nearly encountered several accidents along the way, entirely oblivious that on the internet, after a night of escalating discussions. The incident at Linghai University had finally surged to the tail end of the trending topics, capturing the attention of numerous netizens that I can't believe such a violent organization exists in universities. I always thought it was only in middle schools. The student council is far too arrogant. Such people would be beaten to a pulp if they were here. Isn't the most infuriating aspect the handling of the situation by security personnel? The school leaders arrived and did nothing, just walked away. This is pure indulgence of a violent organization. I just want to know if the members of the student council will ultimately face the punishment they deserve. Sadly, it seems unlikely. The student council president is so arrogant. He probably has a powerful background. But they have crossed paths with Yang Jinrong, haven't they? Have you forgotten what happened to those who offended Yang Jinrong before? Videos interpreting the complete incident circulated online, alongside Yang Jinrong's soul-stirring questions. Each of Yang Jinrong's words was praised by countless netizens. The most frightening aspect isn't the arrogance of the wicked, but the silence of the good. This statement is profoundly insightful. After watching Yang Jinrong speak, I feel as though I have been elevated. In the face of campus thugs, we must strike hard that if we do not suppress them now, all they will do is cause greater harm to society once they step into the real world. I despise the violent elements in schools. The principal's son was a little tyrant at our school, leading a gang to intimidate others that I nearly had to draw blood to deal with him. Thankfully, my brother upstairs did not do anything foolish. There is no need to sacrifice oneself for such individuals. Even if you must resist, you should do so through legal means. That I look forward to the final resolution of this incident. I want to know how Yang Jinrong will handle it. 1. Yang Jinrong was in his dormitory, perusing comments online that he had made a video last night, detailing the entire situation, but it was still under review by the platform in the morning. That I'll head to the security office first. Yang Jinrong grabbed his Ducati keys, preparing to leave when Yu Huai suddenly asked, "Can I come along?" "No need." Yang Jinrong patted his shoulder. "Don't you have a part-time job today?" "Hurry along, Sai." Yu Huai replied glumly. "I just wanted to support you." But Yu1T let me .as for the part-time job. He did not wish to elaborate. He had been working for nearly half a month without receiving a single penny. "I'm off." Yang Jinrong smiled and made his way to the parking lot to ride his bike. After finishing his call with Huishi, Director Wang Shi sighed softly, feeling his own faith shaken by this case. He recalled his earlier advice to Zhang Exine. What truly defines a good security officer? This world is not merely black and white. Wang Shi leaned against the table, gazing through the window at the people bustling along the street. His heart a tumult of emotions. The other security officers had already been dispatched to handle the massacre case. After a long pause, Wang Shi picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Exine's number. "Director, you need to report back today." I haven't reflected enough yet. "Wait, someone just ran a red light. I need to handle this." Listening to the honking from Zhang Exine's end, Wang Shi felt even more conflicted. The last time, due to Yang Jinrong's motorcycle incident, Zhang Exine had responded without approval, bringing back the corpse for autopsy. That a few days later, the supervisory department discovered the issue, and Wang Shi had to intervene to protect Zhang Exine's position. But to compel him to reflect, he had temporarily transferred him to the traffic security brigade. "All right, Director, what were you saying?" Zhang Exine's voice seemed quite cheerful, He seemed to be enjoying his time in the traffic security brigade. Wang Shui snapped, "You brat, enough of this. Do I need to swallow my pride and apologize to you?" "That's not out of the question." Wang Shui retorted, "Are you itching for a fight? Hurry back and report. I want to see you at the office before 9. I've already given them a heads up at the Traffic Security Bureau that I'm still dealing with DUI checks. I can't return." Zhang Xian sounded rather carefree, almost as if he genuinely enjoyed being a traffic security officer. Wang Shui felt frustrated. He did not wish to endure this brat's antics any longer and issued a direct order. "Report back before 9. That's an order, and it must be obeyed." Standing by the sidewalk, Zhang Xian listened to the busy signal on his phone, his heart a mix of emotions, shielding his eyes from the sun. Sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, the sting prompting him to rub them. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse a world blurred between black and white. Just then, a red and white motorcycle halted before him. Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. That motorcycle was rather bold, stopping right next to him while he stood there as a traffic security officer. He raised the red baton in his hand, took off his helmet, and called out, "Come here." The helmet-clad rider lifted his head, removed his helmet, revealing a handsome visage. None other than Yang Jinrong. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Zhang Xian? Oh, it's Yang Jinrong." Zhang Xian also recognized Yang Jinrong, momentarily taken aback by the unlikely circumstance of encountering this individual while performing traffic enforcement duties. Indeed, the specter of their past encounters lingered, and he pondered whether yet another incident was about to unfold. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Xian instinctively brought the red, stick-like object closer to Yang Jinrong's mouth, muttering to himself, "Though we are acquainted, a breathalyzer test is still in order." Yang Jinrong replied, "There is absolutely no possibility of driving under the influence that I have never engaged in illegal activities." Yet curiosity piqued, he wondered about Zhang Xian's peculiar approach to conducting sobriety checks so early in the morning. Typically, such measures are reserved for the night. Who would indulge in alcohol at such an hour? "Where are you headed?" Zhang Xian inquired, retracting the breathalyzer to your public security office. Yang Jinrong chuckled, appraising Zhang Xian's appearance, adding, "I must say, that reflective vest suits you quite well." Zhang Xian was rendered speechless, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. "How come you always seem to have so many cases? Are you channeling Conan? Surely our jurisdiction is not that chaotic." "I'm the victim here," Yang Jinrong shrugged, donning his helmet once more and lifting the visor to address Zhang Xian. "Well then, I must go file a report. You can continue your sobriety checks at your leisure." "Wait, could you give me a ride?" Zhang Xian quickly grasped Yang Jinrong's arm, removing his reflective vest. "I'm heading to the station as well. It's on your way." "I have no spare helmet." Yang Jinrong declined Zhang Xian's request, his gaze betraying a hint of suspicion. "You aren't engaging in entrapment, are you?" Zhang Xian retorted. "Am I really that nefarious?" He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just then, another traffic officer approached on an electric bike, prompting Zhang Xian's eyes to light up. "Aoyang, could I borrow a helmet? I'll return it tonight." "Sure." Aoyang handed over his spare helmet, inquiring, "Why aren't you wearing a reflective vest?" "Thanks, I need to return to the station. I have a task to attend to." With that, Zhang Xian mounted the back of Yang Jinrong's declaring, "Let's go." Yang Jinrong had never encountered such an audacious individual. "This is my bike. A little courtesy in seeking my consent would be appreciated," he thought, but ultimately decided not to quibble, conceding to the familiarity. The Ducati roared to life, racing towards the public security office. As they navigated the winding roads, a spectacular drift nearly sent Zhang Xian tumbling off, eliciting a startled gasp. "The wind is too loud. I can't hear you," Yang Jinrong shouted, executing another sharp turn. "Ah," Zhang Xian exclaimed, as they navigated an array of bewildering routes. Upon their arrival at the public security office in the coastal district, Zhang Xian dismounted. Feeling a disorienting wave of dizziness wash over him, he hastily removed his helmet and stumbled to a corner. Bracing himself against the wall, fighting the urge to vomit, though nothing emerged. "Officer Zhang, you seem to be experiencing some fatigue," Yang Jinrong remarked with a serious tone. Zhang Exin, leaning against the wall, groaned. I am feeling unwell. Back already, Zhang Exin. Wang Shuyi emerged from the office, looking at Zhang Xin with concern. Did I hear you say something about not feeling well? I have an acquaintance who is an expert in traditional medicine. I can recommend him to you that a single prescription could rejuvenate you for a week. Zhang Exin gazed skyward, his pallor betraying his discomfort. This state certainly seemed more akin to exhaustion than anything else. Just then, the absent-minded Hua Shi ambled over from the street, looking utterly lost. Hua Shi. Wang Shi frowned, halting him. His demeanor was decidedly unsettling. I have come to resign, Hua Shi muttered, his voice hoarse and despondent. If the law deems me guilty, I shall not contest it. He extended his hands, clearly anticipating being handcuffed. Come to my office, Wang Shi commanded, his expression inscrutable, then turned to Yang Jinrong. Your case will be handled by Zhang Exin. Other officers will brief him shortly. As Wang Shi strode ahead, Hua Shi followed like a ghost. What transpired? Yang Jinrong inquired, perplexed. This doesn't add up. That wasn't Hua Shi quite spirited last night. Even if he faced a complaint, it shouldn't lead to resignation. Clearly, another case has gone awry. I have no idea. Zhang Exin shook his head, regaining his composure as he approached the office entrance. Follow me. Yang Jinrong parked his motorcycle and trailed Zhang Exin into the building. Moments later, another officer approached with the previous day's reports, informing Zhang Xin about Hua Shi's improper handling of the situation. Understood. That I in the reception area. Zhang Xin reviewed the materials carefully before looking at Yang Jinrong. So they took advantage of a dorm inspection to vandalize your living quarters, and in self-defense you fought them off. Indeed, Yang Jinrong nodded. Do you have any video footage or surveillance? Zhang Xin prepared to take notes. No, but my roommate Yang Bin recorded it. They deleted it, unfortunately, Yang Jinrong replied, shaking his head. Without any evidence, this case will be challenging to define, Zhang Xin reasoned. It leans more towards mutual combat. While Hua Shi's actions had some flaws, they are understandable. Moreover, the other occupants of your dorm have agreed to settle, making it difficult to pursue this matter further. Thus, I demand a reopening of the case, Yang Jinrong asserted. Reopen the case? Zhang Xin was taken aback. They deliberately damaged my personal property, valued at 22,000 yuan, and I am requesting criminal charges against them. Yang Jinrong produced a voice recorder and a broken jade pendant, explaining, this was a gift from Yin Yin after a charity event. I was initially unaware of its worth, that I only learned its price yesterday after contacting Yin. That he continued, deliberate destruction of public or private property, resulting in a loss exceeding 5,000 yuan, or occurring more than 3 times, or involving 3 or more individuals in the act, warrants criminal prosecution. Yesterday, Zhao Ruiqiang and his associates fell under those categories. The damages were significant enough to incur a potential sentence of up to 3 years in prison or fines. Yang Jinrong elaborated, I specifically mentioned this when I called the police yesterday. Zhang Xin glanced at the other officer, receiving confirmation before nodding that he played the recording. Student Council President Zhao Ruiqiang is attacking. That's it. Zhang Xin was taken aback by the brevity of the recording. Yes, he hit me, I took a punch, and then the jade pendant shattered. Yang Jinrong clarified that I feared they would discover the evidence and destroy it. So, I turned off the recorder and hid it. That makes sense, Zhang Xin acknowledged, then asked, you mentioned this jade pendant is valued at 22,000. Do you have a purchase receipt or similar documentation? I do, Yang Jinrong replied, glancing at his watch. The pendant was gifted by a lawyer friend, and she has the purchase receipt. Zhang Xin was taken aback, pondering who could bestow such an extravagant gift upon him. Just then, Yin Yin, dressed impeccably in formal attire and striding confidently in high heels, approached. Over here, Yang Jinrong waved. The tall, youthful Yin entered the reception area, holding a small package box. Zhang Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. A refined beauty, gifting a jade pendant worth over 20,000 yuan. Yang Jinrong must have struck gold. Here are the purchase receipts and warranty cards for the jade pendant. Yin extended her delicate hand. Presenting the elegant box to Yang Jinrong. This was purchased from the Yuan counter. It could be verified at any time. She glanced at the shattered jade pendant, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. Thank you. Yang Jinrong accepted the box, opened it, and removed the receipts, handing them to Zhang Exan. All the evidence is here. I believe this case can be formally registered. Absolutely. Zhang Exan began filling out the case registration form. Before long, the case was formally documented, and Yang Jinrong and Yin departed the public security office, heading towards the coastal university. Zhao Ruiqiang, accompanied by 2 student council officers, meandered along the narrow path beside the lotus pond within the school grounds. Despite the sweltering heat of the day, the trio donned jackets, their bodies adorned with colorful bandages, a testament to their stubbornness as they had ventured out to avoid the humiliation of hospitalization. President, isn't that the foldable phone from yesterday? What was it called? Yangbin. One of them suddenly pointed towards the pavilion situated in the center of the lotus pond, following the direction of the finger. Zhao Ruiqiang indeed spotted Yangbin. Let us go after him. The group swiftly set off towards Yangbin. However, their vigorous movements caused Zhao Ruiqiang to stumble, and he felt a sharp tearing sensation below. Wincing in pain, he grimaced, "You guys go ahead, I'll catch up shortly." Soon they cornered Yangbin at the pavilion. Upon seeing the student council members, Yangbin was instantly alarmed. He contemplated fleeing, but found himself trapped with no escape route. "What do you want?" he stammered, retreating to a corner of the pavilion. "Kid, the events of last night are far from over." Zhao Ruiqiang forced himself to approach, a fierce determination etched across his face. Without the so-called Yang Jinrong to assist him, Yangbin was left utterly vulnerable, emboldening Zhao Ruiqiang to act with brazen audacity. The others regarded Yangbin with malicious intent. 072. Missing persons, scapegoat, digging deep into the crimes. The retribution is upon you. Last time you had Yang Jinrong to aid you, but this time, who will come to your rescue? Zhao Ruiqiang scoffed at the timid and cowardly Yangbin, further fueling his reckless demeanor in a fit of humiliation. Yangbin screamed in despair and, with a splash, leaped into the lotus pond, sending mud and water flying. "President, should we retrieve him?" The student council members were taken aback by Yangbin's unexpected plunge. "No need." Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled, halting the others as he gazed at Yangbin struggling in the pond. "You can evade the initial threats, but you cannot escape the ultimate consequences. Next time we meet, where will you hide?" With that, Zhao Ruiqiang and his companions turned away. Yangbin, now drenched and covered in muck, clawed his way out of the pond, utterly embarrassed, but he never anticipated that Zhao Ruiqiang and his group would relentlessly pursue him. Filled with hatred yet gripped by fear, he believed that by submitting and not pursuing accountability, he would be spared. Little did he know his cowardice only emboldened them further, that he yearned to resist, but dreaded the prospect of provoking their unending vengeance. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Ruiqiang and his companions found themselves idly passing the time when Lu Ningliang suggested, "President, how about we go karaoke? Perhaps we could invite a few girls as well." Hee. Where are we supposed to find girls in broad daylight? The KTV is closed for business. Another retorted dismissively, "Isn't Xiangjin Group the owner of a few KTV establishments? They can operate whenever they please." "Right, President?" Lu Ningliang chimed in, attempting to curry favor. "You still want to chase after girls with your injuries?" Zhao Ruiqiang winced at the mention of injuries, feeling a sharp pain below, and couldn't help but curse. Yang Jinrong, I will make him experience tenfold the agony. At that moment, a few security personnel clad in blue uniforms knocked on the door. Led by Zhang Exan, he entered, brandishing a list and displaying his security badge. "Zhao Ruiqiang, you are suspected of willfully damaging another's property, with significant financial implications. Please accompany us to the security office for further investigation." "President, what is going on?" Lu Ningliang and the others sprang to their feet, seemingly ready to confront Zhang Exan and the security personnel. This group of athletes had grown accustomed to dominating their environment, often dismissing even the security officers. "Everyone, quiet down." Zhao Ruiqiang stood, preventing his friends from acting rashly. He patted Lu Ningliang on the shoulder and then approached Zhang Xin with a smile. Cooperating with the security department's investigation is a civic duty, and I, Zhao Ruiqiang, am no exception. Please lead the way. Let us go. Zhang Xin regarded Zhao Ruiqiang with a lingering gaze before escorting him to the police vehicle en route to the security office. The news of the student council president, Zhao Ruiqiang, being taken away by security naturally drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Zhao Ruiqiang was taken by the security department. I heard he angered Yang Jinrong from the law school by leading a dorm inspection yesterday. That guy is notorious for being a partner in law enforcement, having sent many to face consequences. This time, Zhao Ruiqiang is in deep trouble. I doubt anything serious will come of it. Zhao Ruiqiang's family background is formidable. Even if Yang Jinrong studies law, he is merely a stone against the tide of wealth and power. The murmurs continued as Lu Ningliang and the others panicked. With their president apprehended, how far could they be from trouble? Yang Jinrong returned to the dormitory from the security office, finding it empty. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that this incident alone wouldn't suffice to bring Zhao Ruiqiang and his companions to justice. Qiangjin Group. Sitting at his computer desk, Yang Jinrong prepared to employ advanced hacker techniques to delve into Qiangjin Group's information, seeking deeper insights. However, he was caught off guard by a furtive figure appearing at the dormitory door. Rising to confront the intruder, he was surprised to discover it was Yang Bin, caked in dried mud and looking disheveled. Jinrong, what are you doing here? He stammered. Just got back. Yang Jinrong scrutinized his roommate. Bemused. Did you fall into a ditch or something? Yes, accidentally fell into a ditch. Yang Bin quickly replied. Yang Jinrong could see through the lie but chose not to pry further. Everyone had their own way of living. And if Yang Bin was unwilling to change, why should he concern himself? It seemed prudent to consider renting an apartment outside, as the dormitory was increasingly inconvenient. Ignoring Yang Bin, Yang Jinrong began searching for information on Qiangjin Group online. He discovered that the owner of Qiangjin Group, Zhao Haiba, had once been a butcher, earning a significant fortune from selling meat. Later, several businessmen from Xinjiang visited the mainland and, impressed by Zhao Haiba, invested in his real estate venture. Zhao Haiba was indeed a shrewd individual, establishing Qiangjin property with a focus on attentive service and achieving a remarkable 40 landscaping rate, allowing Qiangjin Group to stand out among numerous real estate companies. Increased costs did not equate to diminished profits. Yang Jinrong's findings revealed that Zhao Haiba had also invested in several supervisory companies, turning third-party oversight into a collaborative venture, allowing for manipulation at will. This practice gradually became an industry norm. Zhao Haiba's conglomerate boasted 3 publicly listed companies: Qiangjin Real Estate, Qiangjin Property, and Guangzhou Supervision. However, Qiangjin Group now faced significant challenges, with the real estate market in decline. And Zhao Haiba's failure to adapt had left him with a limited vision compared to others in the industry. Internal instability also brewed, as investors from Xinjiang vied for shares and control. Zhao Ruiqiang had a half-brother, 2.5 years younger, studying abroad. Disliking life overseas, he chose to study domestically, and Zhao Haiba, seemingly guilt-ridden by the death of his first wife, had always indulged his eldest son. This information was readily available, but with the aid of advanced hacking techniques, Yang Jinrong uncovered even deeper layers of information. Numerous reports online accused Qiangjin Group and its subsidiaries of illegal activities. Yet none provided concrete evidence or garnered attention, with few clicks or comments. Most were from the original posters. Allegations included forced demolitions, physical assaults, coercive transactions, threats, bribery, tax evasion, and violence against homeowners seeking their rights, although lacking evidence. The likelihood of these accusations being true was high. Yang Jinrong continued to dig deeper. Ordinary search engines would not yield the results he sought, but with his advanced hacking skills, he deemed it justifiable to breach certain company websites. Personal portals, emails, cloud drives, and file storage services in pursuit of justice and truth. Zhao Haiba had ventured into the port industry a few years ago, primarily dealing with imports and exports, frozen fish. Yang Jinrong's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Logically, Zhao Haiba, who had previously succeeded in real estate, would not venture into the unrelated frozen fish business at his AG. As he continued to investigate, he stumbled upon a 2-year-old article reporting that Xiangjin Group was linked to a missing persons case. Following the publication of this piece, the newspaper in question went out of business. This piqued his interest. Yang Jinrong attempted to trace the investigative reporter from 2 years prior, but found nothing. It was as if they had vanished from existence. However, following this lead, Yang Jinrong began to delve deeply into cases of missing persons. Fortune favored the diligent, and he eventually uncovered numerous instances of disappearances along the coastal city in recent years, leaving him utterly shocked. How could so many individuals vanish within just one city? The more he investigated, the more his heart raced. There were middle school students, high school students, men, women, even the homeless, with children being the most frequently reported missing. Child trafficking. It had been 23 years, yet so many children continued to disappear. This inexplicably reminded him of Xiao Qian. He wondered how he had been lately. Strangely, he also recalled the fake monk he had encountered a couple of days prior, as well as the proprietor, Zhang Lingtian. It was highly probable that these two were acquainted, for why else would the fake monk flee upon seeing Zhang Lingtian? Wait a moment. Why did the sight of missing persons cases trigger thoughts of these individuals? Was it intuition? Yet, Yang Jinrong had never been one to trust his instincts that he casually searched for information on Zhang Lingtian and his Anping funeral home, discovering that the records were predominantly composed of case files related to the funeral home's engagements. Some involved extreme challenges resulting in fatal accidents. Others related to reckless filming leading to train accidents. And some even involved individuals crushed by their own RVs. Was it true that whoever he focused on would meet their demise? This man couldn't possibly be a living Yama. Could he? Yang Jinrong raised an eyebrow. He recalled. Zhang Lingtian seemed to have taken an interest in him. Undeterred by superstitions, he held a copy of Mao's selected works in one hand and criminal law in the other. Ready to conquer all phantoms and demons that he contemplated carefully, attempting to connect these cases, arriving at another possibility. Zhang Lingtian could be the mastermind orchestrating these seemingly accidental deaths, missing persons and accidental deaths. These two terms could indeed be intertwined. Yet this was merely Yang Jinrong's speculation. Perhaps it was simply a matter of unfortunate circumstances that he then searched for information on the fake monk, quickly encountering a torrent of data. Almost uniformly, individuals had fallen victim to the fake monk-esque scams. Some had spent 588 yuan on safety charms, while others had shelled out 2,800 yuan for prayer beads. One particularly absurd case involved a businessman who was conned out of 800 yuan for a Pichio statue. These incidents took place across different cities, many accompanied by photographs of the fake monk. Some had reported the crimes, but to no avail. The cases had vanished without a trace. This fake monk had scammed half of the nation. Yang Jinrong, observing the various cases in different cities, couldn't help but admire the audacity of the fake monk. Truly a formidable con artist, leaving his mark from east to west. The next time he encountered him, he would find a way to bring him to justice. As Yang Jinrong pondered this, he suddenly stumbled upon a report featuring a video detailing the disappearance of a kindergarten child right at their doorstep. The accompanying surveillance footage unexpectedly captured the figure of the fake monk, not once, but twice. The fake monk was indeed not to be underestimated. However, these disappearances bore no connection to the Xiangjin Group. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jinrong devised a plan and began typing vigorously. The computer screen shifted rapidly, displaying dark crimson web pages filled with English text and characters leaping across the screen. After a considerable time, Yang Jinrong closed his laptop and stretched lazily. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Zhang Xen. Upon answering, Zhang Xen's voice came through with alarming news that I have some bad news to share with you. Yes, Zhao Ruiqiang insists he did not break your jade pendant. The voice in your recording isn't his. You inadvertently called his name, whereas Luning Liang was the one who first attacked you and shattered your jade pendant. Luning Liang has also come to the public security office to admit his guilt. All right. Huh. You're not surprised at all. If he can't find a scapegoat, then I would be surprised. Yang Jinrong chuckled. Having anticipated Zhao Ruiqiang's attempt to pin the blame on his subordinates, after expressing his gratitude to Zhang Xian, he ended the call. Wait a moment. Scapegoat? Suddenly, realization struck Yang Jinrong. While researching earlier, he had sensed that Zhao Haiba and Zhao Ruiqiang bore little resemblance to one another. He opened his computer, pulled up the latest photographs of Zhao Haiba and Zhao Ruiqiang, and upon closer inspection, they indeed looked nothing alike. There should be some resemblance between a biological father and son. Yang Jinrong began to rapidly search for related information. Zhao Haiba's ex-wife, named Zhu Jinjin, turned out to be the only daughter of a wealthy tycoon from Xianjiang. Tragically, she had passed away unexpectedly when Zhao Ruiqiang was just over a year old. Zhao Haiba seamlessly married his current wife thereafter, fathering a younger son. As he continued to dig deeper, he failed to uncover any useful information, only stumbling upon an old piece about Zhu Jinjin, which described her as a vibrant and quirky beauty who, after becoming pregnant, fell into deep sorrow, ultimately passing away 2 years later, in order to bring Zhao Ruiqiang to justice. Yang Jinrong planned to learn more about him. He casually accessed Zhao Ruiqiang's personal cloud drive and, to his astonishment, discovered that he was quite a talented photographer, perhaps 1/3 the caliber of teacher Qianxi. After evaluating the photos and videos, Yang Jinrong granted a mediocre 3-star review. Although Zhao Ruiqiang was indeed a despicable character, the women featured in the photographs appeared to have consented, indicating a mutual agreement. They likely did not seek justice. Nonetheless, this information could prove useful, and no wonder this fellow had been making lewd gestures. Yang Jinrong shook his head and exited the drive. Given this individual's nature, he was likely unable to resist sharing the videos or photos on 91, and he would report him when the time came. Utilizing master-level hacking skills, Yang Jinrong navigated through the system without receiving any alerts, indicating that these actions fell within the system's definition of justice. Time to step out for a while. Yang Jinrong grabbed his keys and helmet, intending to go out. However, as he approached the parking lot, he was hit by a foul stench and quickly covered his mouth and nose from a distance. He squinted to see that someone had smeared excrement all over his duke. Scanning the parking lot, he noticed several other red and white motorcycles had suffered the same fate. Yang Jinrong immediately thought of Zhao Ruiqiang. This had to be his doing. Be honest. Get out of here. At that moment, several security personnel were escorting an individual while cursing, with Su Yang leading the charge. Upon seeing Yang Jinrong, he immediately greeted him. Yang Jinrong, did your Ducati get splattered as well? Yang Jinrong nodded. Yes, this little brat. What a disgusting act. As Su Yang approached with 2 security guards, the stench intensified, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose. Unable to contain himself, he kicked the man being escorted, grumbling, "You're really repulsive." Turning to the miscreant, he barked, "You'd better clean this entire area with your mouth today." The young man, with a sharp face and an extremely lewd appearance, attempted to defend himself, but the parking lot was under surveillance. He had no room for excuses and could only mumble, "I smeared it, not splattered it." How could you call it splattering? While it was indeed not splattering but rather smearing, since splattering usually involves liquid, this act was merely a half-dry, half-wet mess that was disgusting but wouldn't damage the vehicles. After identifying the scene, the group quickly moved away from the parking lot that Su Yang and the others had already reported the incident. But when the security officers questioned the smeared individual, his response was, "I don't know who instructed me. I took a job from a platform that doesn't require real name registration. All the registrations are overseas." The order had instructed him to smear excrement on a red motorcycle with white stripes parked in the southern area of Linhai University, and he had smeared all motorcycles matching that description in the parking lot. Smearing excrement constituted a disturbance of public order, resulting in a 15-day detention. This Panseki was a habitual offender. He had previously been detained for stealing women's panties and had served time for molesting his niece after his release. Call your family to come clean, wash, and compensate. You're going to remain in custody. The security officer cuffed Panseki with silver handcuffs that AS for the true mastermind behind this act. They were unable to identify anyone at all. Yang Jinrong's gaze darkened, and his desire to eliminate Zhao Ruiqiang intensified. He had to ensure he was imprisoned, or he would not be able to forgive himself for what had happened to his beloved Ducati. But this punk wouldn't escape unscathed. Soon, the motorcycle victims in the parking lot were summoned, with several individuals infuriated beyond measure. It was outrageous that their motorcycles, parked in the lot, had been smeared with excrement. Most demanded cleaning and compensation, hoping to resolve the matter. "Excuse me, officer." Yang Jinrong approached the security personnel, stating his demands. "My motorcycle's seat has been damaged due to the excrement, and the paint has been corroded. I request a replacement seat and a full repaint. Just a bit of excrement. And you want a seat replacement? A full repaint? Why don't you ask me to buy you a brand new one?" Panseki, with his silver handcuffs, protested loudly. Yang Jinrong glanced at Panseki with a half-smile. "Compensating me for a new motorcycle wouldn't be out of the question. I would gladly accept that condition. My motorcycle isn't very expensive. It only costs 500,000 Lao mo. I suspect you are attempting to extort me. You incessantly demand 500,000. I dare say you look like 500,000. Panseki exclaimed. What a farce! A mere motorcycle, even if it were somewhat handsome, would hardly surpass 30 or 50,000. Furthermore, he had deliberately covered it with half-dried manure to prevent any damage, and if caught, he could simply clean it without incurring any costs. His actions could at most be deemed as creating a disturbance, warranting administrative detention, which he rather enjoyed, for the detention center was filled with remarkable individuals who spoke pleasantly. The food, however, left much to be desired, consisting mostly of radish soup or stir-fried cabbage, with meat only available during inspections. Save such remarks for my lawyer, would you? Yang Jinrong had just sent a message to Yin Yin, succinctly outlining the events and authorizing her to pursue legal action. Haha. Panseki could not contain his laughter, shaking his silver bracelet mockingly, saying, "Student, have you watched too many dramas? Speak to your lawyer." "Who do you think you are?" Zhao Haibao from Qiangjin Group. Yang Jinrong paid no heed to the imbecile. He turned to the security officer to provide a statement and added, "I will have Ducati's after-sales service center conduct a damage assessment on the motorcycle, and a damage report will be submitted to the security office thereafter." Very well. The security officers appeared somewhat bewildered. Could this vehicle truly be that expensive? Indeed. Yang Jinrong nodded, adding, "The damage will certainly exceed 5,000. As for whether it amounts to 1 or 2 tens of thousands, I cannot say until the assessment is completed. However, his actions have already constituted intentional damage to personal property, reaching the threshold for criminal charges." Very well. The two young security officers, evidently novices, likely assigned to patrol due to a shortage of security personnel, felt that Yang Jinrong was more familiar with the filing process than they were. Adept at dealing with ruffians, the officers promptly proceeded with the criminal registration. Panseki's heart raced, anxiety creeping in. He could dismiss the detention center, but prison was another matter entirely. The thought of prison sent shivers down his spine. Recalling his previous incarceration for indecent assault, Panseki instinctively clenched in fear. No, I do not wish to go to jail. I've only taken 2,000. I'll give you the money, just don't let me go in." He panicked, truly panicked. Panseki hastily pleaded, "I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush." The young security officer felt a sense of satisfaction. Those new to law enforcement often possess a strong sense of justice, untainted by bureaucracy or corruption. Holding the completed registration form, he coldly addressed Panseki. "Come here and sign." Panseki, now frantic, exclaimed, If you can reveal the mastermind behind this, your sentence may be reduced," another officer reminded him. "But I genuinely do not know." Panseki was on the verge of tears. That software protects customer privacy remarkably well. Indeed, 99% of software on the market pales in comparison that he truly had no idea who placed the order. Then there is nothing more to be done. Ultimately, Panseki was taken away, facing at least 3 years of imprisonment. Yang Jinrong notified the Ducati service center to assess the damage, arranging for the vehicle to be towed back for necessary repairs and repainting. Poor Ducati. Yang Jinrong had only ridden it a handful of times before it faced misfortune twice. Dongfang Mingzhu City. This is a villa complex developed by Qianjin Group, inhabited by the affluent and elite. In the international metropolis of Linhai, Qianjin Group is not the wealthiest, but ranks prominently on the surface, especially in recent years when the real estate market has faltered, leaving the group heavily in debt. Yet, no amount of debt affects Zhao Haibo in his lavish villa. Zhao Ruiqiang locked the door with multiple bolts. Habitually, he rummaged in his pocket and sat at his computer to admire his creations. Suddenly, a 360 upgrade window popped up on his screen. He attempted to close it, only to find it unresponsive, causing the computer to freeze entirely. What a wretched machine. How could it possibly freeze? Zhao Ruiqiang was in a foul mood, irritably unplugging the power cord and rebooting. Only to face the same issue, which infuriated him further. He contemplated smashing the computer, but feared his father's reprimand. Everyone in Qianjin Group knew his father was grooming him as the heir, opposing extravagance and limiting his allowance, forbidding him from indulging with women. Though he still enjoyed a generous allowance and pursued women in secrecy, he presented a facade of modesty, claiming his phone was a year-old model bought for $9,000. Thus, he called for a technician to repair his computer. Before long, the technician arrived, a seemingly honest man donning shoe covers. Zhao Ruiqiang said, "You can fix the main unit yourself. I'll be downstairs for a moment." After instructing him, Zhao Ruiqiang descended, where the housekeeper had already prepared sliced fruits for him. As he snacked, he pondered how to deal with Yang Jinrong. Merely coating him in filth would not suffice. He contemplated more insidious methods. Yang Jinrong, raised in an orphanage. Zhao Ruiqiang perused his phone, his eyes lighting up as he scrolled through contacts, quickly identifying a manager from the company who had always sought his favor. The outskirts, yes, that orphanage on Fuli Road. Check if we have any projects there. Can we not demolish the orphanage? After issuing his instructions, Zhao Ruiqiang felt a surge of exhilaration, rummaging in his pocket. Before long, the technician returned downstairs. Looking quite earnest as he approached, he respectfully stated, "Your computer is fixed. 2 memory sticks were faulty, that I replaced them with 2 32GB Samsung sticks, totaling $3,800 plus a $200 service fee, making it $4,000 in total. Are you attempting to deceive me? 2 memory sticks for $3,008? Not even Samsung. Even the highest-ranking generals wouldn't cost that much." Zhao Ruiqiang exclaimed, tossing $2,000 at him. "Take this or leave. I have money, not insanity." The technician, recognizing his predicament, quickly picked up the cash and awkwardly departed. Once outside the community, he retrieved a homemade 2 terabytes external hard drive, grinning lewdly. Jackpot. Hundreds of videos, all in Blu-ray quality, featuring those leading ladies. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. He glanced back at the villa, suddenly struck by a wild and exhilarating idea that made his heart race at a life free from worries about food and drink. Why bother with computer repairs? Let us do it. He promptly started his Wuling Hongguang and drove towards a secluded area that in the villa. Zhao Ruiqiang opened his computer, admiring his work with a contented spirit. He responded to a few women who had actively sought him out, planning new filming schemes, all while playing a few rounds of Yasuo in League of Legends. His previously buoyant mood soured due to a series of unfortunate games. Just then, he received a call from the manager he had previously tasked with investigating the orphanage. "What do you mean? We can't even touch that decrepit orphanage. Didn't we forcibly demolish another one? They are merely lonely old men and dead children. What is the difference? Does that pitiful orphanage have any backing? Damn." Zhao Ruiqiang swore, ending the call in frustration as he prepared to head out to vent his anger, only to encounter his father returning home. "How many times must I tell you? Do not perform that gesture. Zhao Haiba sat on the sofa, beside him a cup of tea freshly brewed by the housekeeper. Dressed in simple attire, a gray short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants with brown sandals. His voice was deep and commanding. Come here. Zhao Ruiqiang dared not defy his father, obediently approaching and sitting up straight. Father, what brings you home? Pour yourself some tea. Zhao Haiba continued reading the newspaper, and once he finished, folding it neatly, a habit formed from years of raising pigs. He finally looked up at his eldest son. I heard you were taken to the Linhai District Security Office? Zhao Ruiqiang was not surprised that his father knew. He responded honestly, I was overseeing dorm checks at school when I had a minor altercation. He claimed I broke his belongings, but it was actually another student council member who did so. And he has since turned himself in and admitted his guilt. Such trivial matters. You can handle them yourself. Zhao Haiba nodded, pouring a cup of tea for his son before refilling his own. In the future, refrain from involving yourself in student council affairs. Prepare yourself. You can begin taking over some family businesses. Start with the smaller companies under the group. Which do you most wish to take over? Zhao Ruiqiang was taken aback that he contemplated the current state of real estate, which was in a deep freeze, often incurring liabilities in the hundreds of billions. He dared not touch such a hot potato. After much thought, he replied, the port's import-export business. The port business is not viable. Zhao Haiba frowned, casting a meaningful glance at his son before shifting the topic. Your brother will return to the country next month. You should help him acclimate to Linhai. Zhao Ruiqiang furrowed his brow in silence. What did his father mean by that? Was his half-brother planning to stay after returning to the country at that moment? Zhao Haiba received a text on his private phone, a number few knew. Upon reading it, his brow furrowed deeply, and his expression grew grave. Zhao Haiba glanced up instinctively at his son, who was still lost in thought, his expression darkening slightly. The content of the message was exceedingly simple, comprising just an image and a single line of text. Yang Jinrong, unaware of the implications, had sent a doctored paternity test photo through a virtual account. Accompanied by the words, Does Xiao Zhao still remember what happened 21 years ago? This nearly shattered the composed demeanor of the formidable Zhao Haiba at that moment. Yang Jinrong had just returned from the port. He had visited the harbor managed by Zhao Haiba but found no clues. Yang Jinrong was contemplating renting an apartment near the school, as living in the dormitory was becoming increasingly inconvenient. However, after surveying several apartments, none met his expectations. Regrettably, his financial situation was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have simply purchased a property that he reflected on the fact that he had barely over 370,000. The house belonging to Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter was entangled in a lease cannot break the sale situation, and he needed to devise a solution to reclaim his rightful 520,000. The property owned by the Wang brothers had yet to be demolished, and the court had not yet proceeded with the auction. He still had not received the 20,000 in compensation. Once he acquired these funds, he could make a down payment in Linhai. Upon returning to school, he spotted Su Yang from a distance at the school gate, coincidentally accompanied by someone he recognized, Shang Pume, who was excitedly offering a watermelon to Su Yang. Yang Jinrong observed the scene with a bemused expression as Su Yang accepted the watermelon, while Shang Pume beamed with enthusiasm. What bizarre twist of fate was this? Shaking his head, he turned and returned to the dormitory. Yu Huai and the others had just returned as well. Following the incident of the dormitory inspection, their relationships had become decidedly frosty. How did the part-time job go today? Yang Jinrong inquired casually. Same as always. They haven't paid us. I really want to give them a piece of my mind, Yu Huai replied glumly. Why is it so hard to earn money? The adage rang true. Earning money is difficult. And eating dung is even harder. While the campus environment did not yet reveal the harshness of reality, upon graduating and entering the workforce, one would truly grasp the challenges that Yu Huai lamented. He lay on his bed scrolling through his phone, stumbling upon a humorous anecdote that made him laugh heartily. The individual claimed to be 25, a college graduate with 3 million in savings. 2 fully paid Mercedes and 3 houses that I thought he was boasting. But guess what? He mentioned that his wife was 65 and his son was 9 years older than him, living harmoniously, emphasizing that a strong person never complains about the environment. Yang Jinrong was left speechless. How could this fellow forget his troubles in an instant and burst into laughter? Shaking his head, Yang Jinrong settled at his desk and powered on his computer. He had received a reply from Zhao Haiba on his virtual account. "How much do you want?" A slight smile crept across Yang Jinrong's lips as he deleted the message and canceled his virtual account. This single statement was enough to indicate that there were issues between the father and son. With his roommates present, Yang Jinrong refrained from further actions, shutting down his computer, freshening up, and retiring for the night. Meanwhile, by the lotus pond on campus, under the dim glow of colorful lights, Shang Pume declared with resolute determination, "Stop clinging to me. We've broken up." She shook off Fei Yangyang's hand, her expression resolute. "It's impossible for us now. Blame your lack of ability, that I've been ridiculed on forums, and you haven't been able to help me at all. You lack skills and aren't even handsome. What do you think I gain from being with you? But I treat you well. I have a heart that loves you." Fei Yangyang, heartbroken, attempted to retain her, wanting to embrace Shang Pume and persuade her to reconsider. Slap! Shang Pume delivered a stinging blow, leaving Fei Yangyang stunned. Staring blankly at the girl he had devoted himself to, incredulously covering his cheek, believing this to be a dream, yet the fiery pain was all too real. "Look at you, dressed in cheap clothes. Still wearing overalls at this age. Who else in the school dresses like you?" Shang Pume admonished derisively. Fei Yangyang glanced down at his denim overalls. "You were the one who told me to buy them, saying they were fashionable last time. Why has it changed in just a few days?" He couldn't comprehend. Were women truly this fickle? "Umph," Shang Pume scoffed, turning away. Fei Yangyang reached out to grab her. Only to clutch at air, bewildered and yearning, he shouted at her retreating figure. "What do I need to do to get back together? Can you give me one more chance?" Not handsome enough and lacking ability. Shang Pume turned back to sneer. "Go earn some money. Don't let me look down on you." With that, she tossed her hair and departed, leaving Fei Yangyang murmuring by the lotus pond. "Earn money. I need to earn a lot of money." At that moment, Fei Yangyang seemed entranced, his mind consumed solely with the idea of making money, obsessively fixated on it. But earning money was not so simple. He recalled a senior from a neighboring school who had once invited him to join him abroad for work, an offer he had declined. Now, in a frenzy, he grabbed his phone, searching for the senior's contact information. The next day at the headquarters of Tianjin Group, in the conference hall, numerous general managers, project managers, and directors, who had previously been boastful and authoritative, now bowed their heads, their attitudes humble as they faced reprimand. The one delivering the reprimand was none other than Zhao Haiba. At that moment, Zhao Haiba's most trusted subordinate, Lao Mo, approached him with a blackmail letter. Leaning close, he whispered the contents of the letter into Zhao Haiba's ear. Inside the letter was a USB drive containing highly objectionable material. Photographs of intimate nature featuring various women, with the male protagonist being none other than his son, Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Haiba was utterly shocked. His heart brimming with anger. He could not fathom that his eldest son was secretly involved in such activities. Connecting this to the message from yesterday, Zhao Haiba concluded that both matters pointed to the same individual. Enraged, he returned to his office, instructing Lao Mo, "Help me with 2 things." He retrieved an envelope from his drawer containing hair samples from both himself and his son. "Assist me in conducting a paternity test." The second task, investigate who sent this blackmail letter, and bring him to the port. Just tell him, I want to treat him to some fish. Understood. Lao Mo accepted the envelope, responding in a hushed tone. Time swiftly passed, arriving at the evening hours. The school had just let out, and every road near the campus was congested that a traffic officer clad in fluorescent attire was diligently managing the flow of vehicles, ensuring that buses, cars, electric bikes, and tricycles passed in an orderly manner near the school. After more than an hour, the traffic congestion was finally alleviated. Lao Hua, you should clock out. Your shift is over, another traffic officer remarked. Handing Lao Hua a bottle of water, having failed to procure ice water, you've been working really hard these days, stationed at the school entrance. Should we ask the captain to rotate shifts? No need. It is not tiring. Lao Hua replied, taking the water but not opening the cap. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, that I'll take responsibility for this area from now on. There are many vehicles and students here. It tests one's patience, and you young folks can't handle it. All right, I'll head off now. The young traffic officer gave Lao Hua a thumbs up as he departed. Lao Hua was none other than Hua Shi, who had voluntarily resigned from the security office after Wang Shi's unsuccessful persuasion, subsequently being introduced to the traffic enforcement team. Initially, Hua Shi had declined, but upon learning that he could oversee operations near Huiran Middle School, he unexpectedly agreed and even requested to be stationed in that area. As June arrived, despite the darkness, the temperature remained sweltering, compelling pedestrians to hasten their steps. Students and their parents hurried home to enjoy air conditioning and ice cream. At the entrance of Huiran Middle School, a 15 or 16-year-old girl in school uniform leaned against the wall, her eyes closed as she fluently recited an English essay. Hua Shi, riding his electric bike, spotted the girl from a distance and approached her, listening as she practiced her vocabulary without interrupting, patiently waiting until she had recited 2 essays. When she finally opened her eyes and saw him, Hua Shi smiled, impressive. Thank you, Uncle Hua. The girl politely bowed slightly, her face tinged with disappointment as she confessed, I only scored 118 in English on today's mock exam, and my essay was not well written. The girl's name was Lu Yuqing, named not after the famous Tang Dynasty poet, but simply because it had rained and then the sun had shone on the day she was born. That is already quite good. Well, she opened the bottle of water and offered it to Lu Yuqing. Here, drink some water that I'll take you home. Your grandfather must be worried. Thank you, Uncle Lu Yuqing. Indeed thirsty, quickly took a few sips before sitting on the back of the bike and putting on her helmet as Hua Shi drove towards her home. Have you finished your homework? I completed it at the guard station just now. The exam is approaching, and the teachers don't assign much homework at Uncle Hua. When will my dad be back? I wish to visit his stall. Hua Shi hesitated momentarily, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Yuqing's father, who is also the owner of the chicken stall, is the perpetrator of the heinous massacre. After the incident, Hua Shi, consumed by guilt, felt as though his heart had turned to ash, like a living corpse, until he learned that the vendor had a daughter preparing for her high school entrance examination and a paralyzed father bedridden at home. Thus, under the pretext of government poverty alleviation efforts, Hua Shi took it upon himself to care for the family. The truth about Lu Yuqing's father was kept hidden from her. She was falsely told that her father needed to cooperate with the police in an investigation and had traveled to another city. Fortunately, Lu Yuqing, focused on her studies, had never developed a habit of playing on her phone or browsing the internet, or else the truth would have surfaced long ago. But she remained oblivious to what the future held, taking each day as it came. Perhaps after the entrance exams, Lu Yuqing would learn the truth about her father's case and discover Hua Shi's earlier involvement. Hua Shi dared not contemplate what that moment would entail. He could only hope that the young girl would successfully navigate her exams, that Lu Yuqing was intelligent and diligent, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her grade, and was both obedient and perceptive. She might soon catch on to the discrepancies. Each day, Hua Shi sought atonement, simply wishing for a few more days of redemption. This world seems to be divided into 2 extremes. Some toil for generations just to establish a home, earning meager salaries while struggling to support their families, while others, heirs to tobacco legacies, receive monthly allowances of 200,000. The vibrant nightlife is the prevailing theme of Linhai. Within the towering structures of the Qiangjin Group, Lao Mo handed a portable hard drive to Zhao Haiba, stating that the individual had been dealt with thoroughly and the hard drive was now in his possession. That I checked his home. There were no backups, and I have destroyed his computer and phone. Understood. Zhao Haiba accepted the hard drive and, while placing it in a drawer, revealed a stack of money. Tossing it to Lao Mo, I trust your work, but the situation seems precarious lately. Keep a close watch on port activities. The paternity test results. Lao Mo produced another envelope, stating, I haven't seen it. You can open it yourself. All right, you may leave now. Zhao Haibo took the paternity test envelope and set it aside. Suddenly, he said, by the way, make arrangements for that person from the tax bureau tonight. Understood. Lao Mo, clutching the money, silently withdrew. The typically decisive Zhao Haibo sat in his office chair, smoking an entire cigarette, still pondering whether to view the paternity test. Just as Zhao Haibo and his associates believed their plans were foolproof, a flood of videos suddenly emerged online, with the male lead directly naming Zhao Ruiqiang, the heir of the Qiangjin group. The scandal quickly gained traction. The privileged second generation, with hundreds of girls involved, scandalous videos, and university students. As these elements compounded, the videos surged in popularity at an astonishing rate. Major news outlets worked overnight, crafting articles to capitalize on the escalating fervor, thrusting the scandal into even greater prominence. Shock. The heir of Linhai's Qiangjin group is embroiled in a scandal involving hundreds of girls. A moral outrage. The extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy, intertwined with the heir of the Qiangjin group, involves over 100 girls. Darkness lurks everywhere. In a society governed by law, how can such scoundrels exist? The heir of the Qiangjin group, also a student at Linhai University, has committed such despicable acts that I cannot help but ask, does your esteemed group or institution bear no responsibility? Once a story gains traction, an increasing number of self-media outlets will inevitably come sniffing around. Condemnations, insults, investigations, inquiries, curiosity, and spectators, netizens with various motivations have engaged in this scandal. The scoundrel among scoundrels, the heir of the Qiangjin group, not only coerced hundreds of girls into relations, but also recorded videos to threaten them. Fellow male netizens, quickly compare the videos and see if your wives are among them. Young ladies, remember not to trust the sweet nothings of the wealthy second generation. Maintain your integrity, or risk falling into an abyss. Hundreds of explicit videos, available for just 19.9, allow you to enjoy the company of the Qiangjin group's heir's numerous concubines. Of course, this is a deception. Those who can truly access the videos are far above such vulgarities and have commenced in-depth investigations and comparisons. Soon, an internet expert compared the results. 91 Huang Yaoshi's videos bore striking similarities to these, confirming that the heir of the Qiangjin group is indeed 91 Huang Yaoshi. When this shocking revelation surfaced, the online community erupted. My goodness, I was fortunate to witness 91 Huang Yaoshi's work. The most memorable was a soon-to-be married professional who was lured out the day before her wedding at her bachelorette party. She was ensnared by Huang Yaoshi. It turns out Huang Yaoshi is truly a wealthy second generation. I had always thought he was a fabricated persona. My word, his fishing skills are exceptional, though his looks leave much to be desired. I wonder how the women featured in these videos would feel upon discovering their footage had been uploaded online. While I cannot speak for the women's feelings, I can guarantee that their families, husbands and boyfriends would harbor murderous intentions. Initially, the scandal did not attract the attention of law enforcement. However, once it was uncovered that Zhao Ruiqiang was indeed the renowned figure 91, the network security authorities sprang into action. If filming the videos is unethical, sharing them online constitutes a genuine criminal offense. Distributing obscene materials. According to Article 364 of the criminal law, distributing obscene publications, films, audiovisual works, images, or other obscene items, if the circumstances are severe, shall be punished with imprisonment of less than 2 years, criminal detention, or control. Organizing the screening of obscene films, videos, and other audiovisual products shall be punished with imprisonment of less than 3 years, criminal detention, or control, and may also incur fines. If the circumstances are severe, the punishment shall be imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but less than 10 years, and fines. Producing or reproducing obscene films, videos, and other audiovisual products and organizing screening shall be subject to the heavier penalties prescribed in the second paragraph. Clearly, Zhao Ruiqiang falls under the last category. The network security department responded swiftly, forming an investigative team to gather online evidence, tracing the matter back to its source, and simultaneously issuing arrest warrants, requesting cooperation from Linhai's Public Security Bureau to apprehend Zhao Ruiqiang. This was not the doing of Yang Jinrong, but rather that of the technician. Aware of the dangers of extortion, he had set a timed release for the videos that if he received the money and returned safely, he would cancel the release. But he perished. This night is destined to leave many sleepless. For instance, the numerous netizens eager to indulge in gossip, and also Zhao Ruiqiang. Originally intending to stay overnight at school, he received news of the scandal immediately, prompting him to rush home, planning to delete all the videos from 91 in a desperate attempt to destroy the evidence. However, upon arriving at the South District Gate, he encountered a problem. A motorcycle was blocking the way. Whose wretched motorcycle is this? Move it aside. Zhao Ruiqiang shouted out of the car window, threatening, "Do you believe I will smash this piece of junk?" Yet the individual wearing a helmet on the motorcycle showed no inclination to budge. Infuriated, Zhao Ruiqiang yelled at the security office, "Security, move this blasted motorcycle." "What did you say?" Su Yang lazily strolled out from the guardhouse, rubbing his ear. "What the hell? Damn it." Zhao Ruiqiang cursed, retracting his head into the car. "Virum! Virum!" He floored the accelerator, the engine roaring like a beast yearning to break free from its confines. "Are you moving or not?" Zhao Ruiqiang's gaze turned icy as he issued his final ultimatum. Unexpectedly, the helmeted figure dismounted from the motorcycle, showing no intention of moving it. Instead, he stood in the middle of the road, removed his helmet, revealing a face that filled Zhao Ruiqiang with utter rage. Yang Jinrong. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of several passing students. Since time immemorial, the human instinct has been to gather and observe the spectacle. Did I in no time? A crowd of students gathered near the school gate. "That person seems to be Yang Jinrong from the law department, a prominent figure at our school in the car. Is that Zhao Ruiqiang, the heir of the Tianjin group? The one who filmed over 100 videos? Wow! How has he not been apprehended yet? Filming, producing, and distributing obscene videos. Doesn't that guarantee a lengthy prison sentence?" Virum. Upon seeing Yang Jinrong, Zhao Ruiqiang's anger surged, and upon hearing the surrounding discussions, he could no longer contain himself. He slammed the accelerator, his car barreling toward the motorcycle and the security gate, directly sending the motorcycle flying. Bang! The newly repaired Ducati, just returned, was sent crashing several meters away, shattered to pieces. The security gate was completely demolished. Terrified students quickly scattered, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. This guy has lost his mind. He's actually going to crash. What is there to fear? He is the esteemed heir of the Tianjin group. If he can find over 100 women, what could he possibly fear? Wealth affords one the privilege to act with impunity. I have a profound aversion to the offspring of the affluent, particularly this individual whom I am acquainted with. He serves as the president of the Sports Academy Student Union, parading about with his entourage in a most ostentatious manner. Just the other day, was he not reprimanded by Yang Jinrong? The whispers surrounding this incident have once again pushed Zhao Ruiqiang to the brink, his teeth clenched in resentment towards Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong, just you wait. When I return, I shall settle our scores. This matter between us is far from over. Zhao Ruiqiang spat as he turned, accelerating his vehicle towards his villa. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong retrieved his phone, sending a message to Yu Huai at the East Gate, followed by a call to report the incident. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xian arrived with his team to investigate. Is your duke cursed? Zhang Xian mused, accompanied by Xiao Lu, who was tasked with documenting evidence that he approached Yang Jinrong, observing him as one might a peculiar creature. Why is it that your motorcycle seems to attract deliberate vandalism time and again? You may find it hard to believe, but I too suspect my Ducati has been cursed. Yang Jinrong sighed. Zhang Xian interjected, "So, you were saying that your Ducati suddenly stalled in the middle of the road, and then the other vehicle came along, berating you before colliding with your bike and the security barrier." Correct. Xiao Lu, now following Zhang Xian's lead, hastened to process the case, capturing photographs and compiling a report. Yang Jinrong nodded. Yes, I know the individual. It's Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Ruiqiang? Zhang Xian paused, sensing a twist in the narrative. It was evident that there was some underhandedness afoot. Yet the entirety of the situation aligned with Yang Jinrong's account, leaving no room for doubt. The onlookers, fellow students, could also corroborate Yang Jinrong's version of events. That Zhao Ruiqiang, he seems to be trending for filming explicit content, Xiao Lu remarked indignantly. This fellow truly has no regard for any rules. Law enforcement should remain impartial, Zhang Xian admonished. His affairs will be handled by the appropriate authorities. As for our case, he cannot evade responsibility. The scandal surrounding the videos spread like wildfire online, and discussions regarding Zhao Ruiqiang echoed throughout the campus. Yang Jinrong then contacted the Ducati Service Center for an assessment. The manager, now familiar with him, noted that the newly replaced seat and repainted body were now completely wrecked, rendering any repairs unnecessary. Total loss was declared, valued at 500,000, with the assessment completed. All that remained was to notify the fugitive Zhao Ruiqiang to report to the police station for cooperation with the investigation. By the way, may I see him before the interrogation? Yang Jinrong inquired. Everything was unfolding according to his plan, with only the final act left to execute. When the two met at the police station, it would serve as the decisive blow in the case. The ultimate trump card. Certainly, you may accompany us back to the police station and meet with Zhao Ruiqiang before the interrogation. Zhang Xian consented. With all evidence collected and procedural steps completed, Yang Jinrong boarded the police vehicle. Heading towards the Linen District Police Station, meanwhile, Zhao Ruiqiang raced back to his villa, only to find his father, Zhao Haiba, seated on the sofa, his expression dark and foreboding. Father, are you still awake at this late hour? Zhao Ruiqiang asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. You dare return? Zhao Haiba's gaze turned ominous, instilling fear in Zhao Ruiqiang's heart. He had never witnessed such a terrifying look from his father before. Explain to me the meaning of this video scandal. Zhao Haiba's voice thundered, causing his son to tremble, his voice quivering. Your mother passed away early, and I have invested my heart and soul into raising you as my heir. That I did not force you to go abroad. I arranged for you to attend Linhai University and advised you to maintain a low profile and avoid trouble. Yet you repay me this way. Zhao Haiba was genuinely enraged, not merely due to his son filming videos or his entanglements with over 100 women, but because the situation had become public knowledge. He, Zhao Haiba, had taken matters into his own hands, yet the truth had still emerged. Where could he save face? The Zhao family could be forgiven for their misdeeds, but such matters must remain confidential. This was Zhao Haiba's principle. I didn't mean to, Zhao Ruiqiang mumbled, averting his gaze from his father, preparing to apologize when the sound of sirens pierced the night. Followed by a ring of the doorbell. Several officers from the municipal police entered Zhao Haiba's villa. Mr. Zhao, I apologize for the disturbance at this late hour. The leading officer greeted Zhao Haiba, and just as Zhao Ruiqiang believed them to be allies, they produced an arrest warrant. Zhao Ruiqiang, you are suspected of multiple criminal offenses. This is an order for your arrest issued by higher authorities. Please accompany us to the municipal office for further investigation. Zhao Ruiqiang's countenance shifted dramatically, instinctively glancing at his father. In the dead of night, Zhao Ruiqiang was taken into custody. The news spread rapidly, igniting fervent discussions online. Netizens expressed disbelief at the police's audacity to storm the Zhao villa for an arrest. Did the powerful Changjian group truly lack the means to protect its heir? Perhaps it was merely a facade to placate public opinion, and he would be discreetly released by morning. After all, this world is governed by capital. Could it be that public sentiment forced the police's hand? Might he face imprisonment? The duration of any potential sentence remained uncertain. The Dio not indulge in fantasies. This world has long been shrouded in darkness. Those with power and influence, even if incarcerated, ultimately enjoy privileges outside of prison walls. Mark my words. Have you forgotten about the violent dorm inspection incident? I recall Yang Jinrong posting a video vowing to combat the underworld. At last, someone brought up the violent inspection incident, leading many to suspect a connection, particularly among Yang Jinrong's supporters. They inundated the comments on Yang Jinrong's video, urging him to clarify whether Zhao Ruiqiang's arrest was directly related to the violent inspection and whether he might face a sentence. However, they awaited in vain for Yang Jinrong's response. Was there truly a connection between Zhao Ruiqiang's arrest and Yang Jinrong? I am utterly convinced there is a link. Whoever Yang Jinrong seeks to incarcerate has yet to escape justice. I have faith in him. Rumor has it that Yang Jinrong's background is quite extraordinary. Does this imply that Zhao Ruiqiang's conviction is a foregone conclusion? Yet, the Tianjin Group is no ordinary entity. Despite the current downturn in real estate, it remains thriving, with stocks barely faltering. It seems there are substantial financial backers behind the scenes. Let us merely await the unraveling of Yang Jinrong's invincible shield. Yang Jinrong, however, remained oblivious to these comments that moment. He was not at the Linhai District Police Station, but rather at the Municipal Police Bureau, as they had merged Zhao Ruiqiang's case with others. The Bureau conducted a late-night interrogation of Zhao Ruiqiang. Yet this individual staunchly maintained that while he had filmed the videos, he had not disseminated them. Instead, he accused the computer repair technician of exploiting the situation to spread them. Just before his arrest, Zhao Ruiqiang received a message from his father, Zhao Haibo, informing him that the repair technician had perished, leaving no witnesses. Zhao Ruiqiang further denied being the person in the videos, suggesting that his computer had been infected with a virus. Absurdly, he insisted that his interactions with the over 100 women were consensual and that he merely recorded them for personal enjoyment. Was that truly a crime? If his claims held any weight, he would only face minor infractions under the Public Security Administration punishment law, possibly resulting in a few days of detention. The interrogation yielded little of substance. As for the damage to Yang Jinrong's Ducati, Zhao Ruiqiang accepted responsibility, but insisted it was merely an accident, that he admitted to losing control of his emotions while driving in a fit of rage. Colliding with Yang Jinrong's motorcycle and fleeing the scene, that he accepted full liability, but maintained that there was no intent to damage another's property, that a traffic incident, after all, merely required compensation. Detention was unnecessary. Upon learning of this interrogation outcome, Yang Jinrong could not help but silently commend Zhao Ruiqiang. Indeed, he was the heir of the Tianjin Group, navigating dealings with law enforcement with remarkable ease. Yang Jinrong had a strategy to elicit a confession from him. Yet, he hesitated in no rush. Yang Jinrong composed himself. He still had one card left to play. Tonight was not the night for action. He would return to his dormitory. Upon arrival, he received a message from Yin Yin. The 2 tasks you entrusted to us are progressing. The first one is going smoothly. We have located several victimized women and obtained their letters of authorization. However, the second task is proving quite challenging. The individuals on the list you provided are all in distant cities or rural areas. None are based in Linhai. Yang Jinrong had commissioned Yin Yin to assist with 2 matters. The first was relatively straightforward. The task is to persuade several female protagonists involved in the video scandal to report their cases against Zhao Ruiqiang for coercion. Junho will assist them in the legal proceedings, offering a no-win, no-fee arrangement. Should they triumph in court, Zhao Ruiqiang will be compelled to pay, potentially awarding them a substantial compensation. This prospect alone has already captivated many of the women. Moreover, following the scandal's exposure, if they choose not to report the coercion, it would imply their consent, complicating their future matrimonial prospects. As for their identities, Yang Jinrong skillfully utilized advanced hacking techniques to extract relevant contacts from Zhao Ruiqiang's information. The second task proved to be more arduous, locating Zhao Ruiqiang's biological father. Despite Yang Jinrong's exceptional hacking skills allowing him to access dark web databases for facial recognition comparisons, identifying individuals resembling Zhao Ruiqiang who had previously visited Linghai and matched his father's age yielded over 100 candidates. Ultimately, narrowing it down to those who might have had contact with Zhao Ruiqiang's mother resulted in a list of several dozen individuals, all of whom currently reside in distant locations, making them difficult to locate. Exhausted, Yang Jinrong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache from this endeavor, and could merely respond to Yin Yin with an acknowledgement of his hard work. Yin Yin replied, "Your gratitude feels rather perfunctory. You might as well treat me to coffee another day." Yang Jinrong responded, "I do not favor coffee." After a brief exchange with Yin Yin, Yang Jinrong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind replayed the entire case like a slideshow, yet he still could not find a breakthrough. Unable to rest, he decided to browse his phone. Instead of checking his private messages, he scrolled through news videos, suddenly encountering a surveillance clip that raised his blood pressure late at night. A video showing a 7- or 8-year-old girl torturing a kitten, breaking its limbs and throwing it into an abandoned well, peering down to watch the helpless creature struggle. The horror did not end there. The footage revealed that days later, this same girl pushed a 3- or 4-year-old boy into the well, attempting thrice before succeeding. Afterward, she feigned innocence, skipping away cheerfully. Fortunately, the boy was eventually discovered and rescued, but he would likely bear the trauma for life, with the corpse of the cat lying at the bottom of the well. Suddenly, a spark of insight dawned upon Yang Jinrong. Some individuals are inherently malevolent, their genetic predisposition tainted. Evil incarnate. If Zhao Ruiqiang is indeed not the biological child of Zhao Haiba, then his biological father must surely be a villain as well. Yang Jinrong considered another possibility. In his earlier deductions, he had ruled out those individuals unlikely to have interacted with Zhao Ruiqiang's mother, yet among them were many who fit the inherently bad C profile. Although they could not have had contact with Zhao Ruiqiang's mother, they might have still engaged in unsavory relations. A thought struck him. Could it be that Zhao Ruiqiang's mother, Zhu Jinjin, had been assaulted without Zhao Haiba's knowledge, subsequently giving birth to Zhao Ruiqiang in silence? Though this notion seemed absurd, reality often surpasses fiction in its bizarre twists. Yang Jinrong recalled his initial investigation into Qianjin Group, where he had encountered an old article stating, Zhu Jinjin, once a lively and cheerful pixie princess, became melancholic after marrying Zhao Haiba. This could very well explain her drastic change in demeanor. He even began to suspect that Zhu Jinjin's demise was not an accident. Nevertheless, these remained mere speculations. The truth was inconsequential. What mattered was inciting a reaction from Zhao Ruiqiang. Yang Jinrong relayed new criteria to Yin Yin, instructing her to search the new list for individuals with criminal records for theft, brawling, assault, robbery, or harm to others. Those with the most egregious backgrounds would be most suitable for their purposes. Yin Yin responded, "These criteria seem quite extreme. What are you thinking?" Yang Jinrong provided a brief explanation of his rationale before concluding the conversation. With the matter in his mind somewhat resolved, he soon drifted into slumber. However, many others found themselves restless that night that I in the Zhao family villa. It was already midnight. Zhao Haiba sat alone on the sofa. Perusing the newspapers, he had neglected to finish reading that he had grown accustomed to this method of staying informed, a lesson learned from his earlier years. To amass wealth, one must stay abreast of current events. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and he lifted it to answer, hearing Lao Mo's deep voice on the other end. "Haiba, the computer repairman's actions have come to light. The authorities are onto him." Surprised by Lao Mo's change in addressing him, Zhao Haiba paused before responding slowly, "Do not harbor ill intentions towards the officials." His voice remained robust. He did not inquire how the information had leaked, nor chastise Lao Mo for any shortcomings. Instead, he suggested finding someone to take the fall, assuring that the group would care for the family of the scapegoat, ensuring their comfort. "Understood," Lao Mo replied before ending the call. Zhao Haiba's gaze lingered on the phone screen, which displayed a photo of his beloved Zhu Jinjin, unchanged for 20 years. Even after seamlessly marrying his current wife following his first wife's passing, His heart remained solely with Zhu Jinjin. He had never unsealed the paternity test results, for he had long harbored doubts about Zhao Ruiqiang's true parentage. They were simply too dissimilar, physically, behaviorally, and in temperament. Yet, what did it matter? As long as Zhao Ruiqiang was the child of Zhu Jinjin, Zhao Haibao would embrace and nurture him. Regarding the fallout from the computer technician's exposure, Zhao Haibao did not dwell on it. The Tianjin Group, a vast enterprise, had been scrutinized by many eyes and pursued for years. He was unconcerned about this incident. The technician's demise had merely triggered Zhao Ruiqiang's scandal to resurface. Perhaps he too had utilized similar tactics to report the incident. Such details were trivial. What truly mattered was... Ding! A text notification chimed on Zhao Haibao's phone. The sender identified as Zhao Mingrui, his youngest son. "Dad, I've boarded the plane." Meanwhile, at the port of Tianjin Group, Lao Mo observed from the shadows as several police cars apprehended some of his subordinates before driving away. His phone buzzed with a mobile game notification. "Mo, go. The coast is pressing urgently. The person is on the brink. Are we setting sail tonight?" Lao Mo opened the game, an outdated classic, and messaged a friend named Fenglu Qutian, instructing them to increase the price for their cargo. Fenglu Qutian replied, "Understood." Lao Mo logged off from the game, contemplating another task Zhao Haibao had previously assigned him, which he had already taken care of. However, unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, the Bihui Manor, under the Tianjin Group, was surrounded by authorities, with communication signals jammed, net closed. With the command from the head of the inspection team, law enforcement surged into Bihui Manor, initiating a sweeping operation. Rooms were forcibly entered, and numerous prominent figures were apprehended on the spot. Bang! As the door to the penthouse suite burst open, a bright flashlight illuminated a compromising scene involving a middle-aged man and a woman with striking blonde hair and blue eyes. "What are you doing? Who permitted you to enter?" The man, appearing over 50 with a prominent belly, hastily covered himself with a blanket, turning his back to the officers in a futile attempt to assert authority. "Leave! Get out! Zhang Aigua, Director Zhang, I never expected you to fall so low." An officer recognized him immediately, unflinchingly exposing his shame. "That you've mistaken me. I am not Zhang Aigua, nor a director. I am merely a tourist." A tourist at this hour, seeking a foreign woman? What could be the purpose? Zhang Aigua stubbornly denied his identity, attempting to continue his defense that I am studying a foreign language. Studying a foreign language in such a state. "Zhang Director, have you ever encountered someone learning a language in bed, unclothed? I am not Zhang Director, nor do I know anyone by that name. Handcuff him and take him away." The officers ceased their banter. Swiftly restraining him and placing a hood over his head, the last vestige of dignity stripped away. If Yang Jinrong were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. He not only recognized Zhang Aigua, but had also met the blonde, blue-eyed woman. The operation at Bihui Manor proved successful, capturing not only those in the suite, but also uncovering secret pathways leading to a gambling den, where numerous local officials were apprehended as well. In the prosecutor's dormitory, a disheveled prosecutor in his 30s, sporting a 5 o'clock shadow, sighed deeply upon learning of the operation's flawless conclusion. After 5 long years, he had finally uncovered the opportunity to close in. 5 years ago, he had been left with a lead on organ trafficking before diving into the investigation of the Tianjin Group, disappearing without a trace. Approaching the mirror, the middle-aged prosecutor gazed at his unkempt reflection. The oppressive gloom of 5 years lifting at last, he applied shaving foam, picked up a manual razor, and shaved off his stubble, rejuvenating his appearance. The sole concern that now plagues him is the possibility that the existing evidence may be insufficient to utterly dismantle the Tianjin Group. The only regret that weighs heavily upon him is the continued inability to trace the human organ trafficking network. Soon, as night gives way to dawn, the horizon brightens with the first light of day, gradually dispelling the haze that shrouds the city, rendering the world clear and bright. That on this day of trading, the 3 publicly listed companies affiliated with the Tianjin Group collectively plummet to their limits. Major investors swiftly liquidate their holdings, while retail investors find themselves ruthlessly harvested like chives. Those who hesitated to sever ties today, failing to cut their losses in time, will soon experience the chilling winds from the rooftop. Today, retail investors are destined to face desolation and despair that I in the morning. Zhao Ruqiang, who initially believed that a single night of detention would see his father come to his rescue, finds himself instead confronted by a staggering 38 complaints and lawsuits. 38 women have entrusted the Juina law firm to report and sue Zhao Ruqiang for allegations of sexual assault or coercion. Among them are several who accuse Zhao Ruqiang of causing their pregnancies and subsequently forcing them to abort. Zhao Ruqiang is left utterly dumbfounded that he cannot fathom how, overnight, he has become a universally reviled perpetrator of such crimes. I want to see my father. I demand to speak with my father. Zhao Ruqiang struggles in the detention room, shouting, "You cannot treat me this way. They are framing me. They all consented. I did not commit any assault. I, Zhao Ruqiang, have wealth and looks. How could I possibly assault them? I paid them. If anything, that amounts to consensual relations." Uncle Kong. Zhao Ruqiang suddenly recognizes a familiar figure in the crowd, a leader he refers to as Uncle Kong. "Hurry and release me." Click. Before Zhao Ruqiang can finish his plea, the leader he addresses as Uncle Kong is swiftly apprehended by several uniformed officers from the inspection team. Aunt Chun. Zhao Ruqiang's gaze shifts to another aging female leader on the verge of retirement. But before he can utter a word, the sound of handcuffs resounds once more as another officer detains her. The personnel from the Public Security Bureau tremble in fear. Fortunately, the inspection team only apprehends 2 individuals before escorting them away. Zhao Ruqiang is left utterly stunned. This defies logic. At that moment, a tall couple approaches. The man exudes refinement and charm, while the woman is statuesque and youthful. Yang Jinrong. Upon seeing them, Zhao Ruqiang's eyes widen in fury. "It's all you're doing. You're the one who has brought this upon me." Yang Jinrong, however, pays him no heed, instead submitting the requisite evidence before turning to Zhao Ruqiang with a cultured smile. "Don't misunderstand. I am here to assist you." "Assist me?" Huh. A weasel bringing New Year-esque greetings to a chicken. There's nothing but ill intent. Zhao Ruqiang forces a laugh, feigning calmness to avoid losing face before Yang Jinrong. "Rest assured, I will emerge unscathed. The company's legal team will be here shortly to secure my release. None of the charges you level against me will stand. I truly am here to help you." Yang Jinrong produces her phone and opens a paternity test result. "This is the paternity test between you and Zhao Haiba. As you can see, the result states, no biological relationship exists. It is common knowledge that I am a positive-minded university student, adhering to the principle of delivering a Buddha to the West. I have helped you locate your biological father." 076. The collapse of Qiangjian. Sentencing results. A heated discussion online. Desperate cries for help. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Yang Jinrong's words, Zhao Ruqiang's face contorts in disbelief. Since childhood, he has been the subject of whispered gossip, often remarked upon for his lack of resemblance to Zhao Haiba, with many speculating that Zhao Haiba's seamless remarriage was due to Zhao Ruqiang not being his biological son. Yet, no one had ever dared to voice such accusations openly. Yang Jinrong is the first to strike at this sore spot in front of so many people. "Nothing is impossible." Yang Jinrong advises kindly that I understand your urgency, but do not panic. Before long, you shall meet your biological father. Just last night, based on a new plan provided by Yang Jinrong, the team at Juinha identified a suitable candidate, someone who bears a striking resemblance to Zhao Ruqiang. Named Ma Wen, he has a criminal record for theft, robbery, and gambling, and when found, was lounging in an internet CAF in a coastal village, reeking and out of money, having gone days without food. According to the CAF owner, Ma Wen had once boasted that over 20 years ago, he had assaulted the wife of the Qiangjian Group's owner. At the time, everyone had dismissed it as mere bravado, considering the Qiangjian Group's power. If he had truly committed such an act, he would have likely been left with nothing but bones. The CAF owner remembers this incident because after Ma Wen finished boasting, he was beaten up by a group of local delinquents. Sustaining a head injury while the security forces took the delinquents away, Ma Wen, still grinning, claimed he had hit the jackpot in life. As for how it was accomplished, only Ma Wen knows the details. Once the procedures at the Public Security Bureau are finalized, Zhao Ruqiang will be able to recognize his father, Ma Wen. Before long, under Yin Yan's management, the procedures are completed, and the paternity test results reveal a match of 99. 99, confirming a biological relationship. Congratulations! Yang Jinrong bows in homage to Zhao Ruqiang, adorned with a silver bracelet. My efforts have not been in vain. By the way, can I get reimbursed for this expense? Zhao Ruqiang shudders. Never before has he endured such humiliation. Anger surges within him, his expression grotesque. I will kill you. Just then, personnel from the Public Security Bureau escort a foul-smelling man into the room. None other than Ma Wen, who is now also wearing a matching silver bracelet. Ma Wen, who had previously appeared lethargic, instantly brightens upon seeing Zhao Ruqiang, exclaiming in astonishment and delight, "My son, truly my son. You look just like I did as a child, as if carved from the same mold. Who the hell are you? Who is your son?" Zhao Ruqiang panics, completely unraveling, his demeanor wild as he screams, "I want to see my father. My father is Zhao Haiba. I demand to see my father, Zhao Haiba of the Qiangjin Group. Son, I am your father, your biological father. My dear son, let me take a good look at you." Ma Wen rushes forward, eager to grasp Zhao Ruqiang, wishing to observe him closely. Having lived for decades in a life of crime without ever marrying, he finally has flesh and blood to call his own. How could he not rejoice? But Zhao Ruqiang is terrified, screaming in fury. Fortunately, the Public Security Bureau is relatively humane, first escorting Ma Wen to an interrogation room for a new round of questioning. Before long, the results of Ma Wen's interrogation are revealed. He confessed that 22 years ago, one fateful night, he had stealthily entered Zhao Haiba's home with the intention of stealing. However, the homeowner, Zhu Jinjin, awoke to discover him. Having lived a sheltered life, Zhu Jinjin was unaware of the malice in the world. In a display of kindness, she assured him she would not report him and even gave him several hundred yuan to leave. Yet, in a sudden fit of depravity, Ma Wen developed sinister intentions toward the beautiful Zhu Jinjin, assaulting her and threatening that should she ever speak of it, not only would Zhao Haiba loathe her for life, but he, Ma Wen, would return to harass her upon his release. It is no wonder that the once lively and cheerful Zhu Jinjin became withdrawn and melancholic, ultimately leading to her pregnancy with Zhao Ruqiang. Upon learning the truth, Zhao Ruqiang is left utterly shattered. Zhu Jinjin's case was never reported at the time, and the statute of limitations has long since expired. The Public Security Bureau again subjects Zhao Ruqiang to intense interrogation, hoping to exploit this revelation to break through his psychological defenses and compel him to confess to all crimes. However, Zhao Ruqiang proves to be exceedingly cunning, refusing to admit to anything and maintaining consistency with his previous statements that he remains unconvicted. He still clings to hope for Zhao Haiba's intervention, making it impossible to breach his psychological barriers. Zhao Haiba has already been apprehended. Incapable of saving himself, how could he rescue Zhao Ruqiang? Should this information be disclosed to Zhao Ruqiang, in hopes of shattering his psychological defenses, the interrogators again decide to reveal to Zhao Ruqiang that Zhao Haiba has been captured, urging him to relinquish hope, yet he stubbornly continues to deny all charges. Frustrated, the interrogators contemplate employing a prohibited method of memory restoration on Zhao Ruqiang. Upon hearing this news, Yang Jinrong again requests a meeting with Zhao Ruqiang. With Yin Yan's assistance, her request is swiftly approved. The two meet once more. Zhao Ruqiang, still adorned with the silver bracelet, wears a contorted expression, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yang Jinrong, wishing to flay his skin and pull out his tendons. Observing Zhao Ruqiang's demeanor, Yang Jinrong resolves to utilize the truth card she has hesitated to employ. The enemy has placed him in dire straits. Naturally, he cannot be spared. Yang Jinrong begins to circle around, posing a barrage of questions that send Zhao Ruqiang into a frenzy. She repeatedly mentions that Ma Wen is his biological father. Eventually, she brings up Zhao Haibao's youngest son, declaring that the future of the Qiangjin group will belong to Zhao Haibao's youngest son. This drives Zhao Ruqiang into a complete frenzy, wishing to eliminate Yang Jinrong. However, whenever Yang Jinrong approaches a critical question, Zhao Ruqiang instinctively composes himself. This rapid reaction leaves Yang Jinrong in awe. System: deploy the truth card on Zhao Ruqiang. Currently employing a truth card on Zhao Ruqiang. Consuming one truth card. Effect: for the duration, the subject will only speak the truth. Countdown: 23:59. 59 seconds that I in a bid to take down Zhao Ruqiang and his associates. Yang Jinrong has truly spared no expense. With little time to waste, Yang Jinrong decided to test its efficacy. That he looked towards Zhao Ruqiang and inquired, "Was it you who placed the order for my Ducati on the online platform and instructed others to defile it?" Zhao Ruqiang regarded Yang Jinrong with an expression of incredulity. "Do you think I would answer that honestly? Dream on." With a cold smirk, Zhao Ruqiang retorted, "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it from behind the scenes. I even have the app for hired defamation saved on my backup phone." Realizing a slip of the tongue, Zhao Ruqiang hastily covered his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Impossible! This can't be true. How could I have uttered such words?" Yang Jinrong continued to probe. "Did you not enlist Lu Ningliang to provide false testimony, asking him to take the fall for you?" Zhao Ruqiang replied, "So what if I did? I promised to resolve everything for Lu Ningliang and offered him 30,000. Without a second thought, he agreed." Zhao Ruqiang was utterly stunned. His intended words had been quite different. How had he involuntarily revealed the truth? "Are you the 91 Huang Yaoshi?" "Indeed, I am 91 Huang Yaoshi, that I relish being revered as a deity, and I enjoy capturing moments of intimacy with them." "Excellent." Without requiring further inquiries from Yang Jinrong, several interrogators swiftly took Zhao Ruqiang in for a re-examination. This time, Zhao Ruqiang divulged everything, not only confessing to all charges, but also revealing substantial evidence regarding the Qiangjin group and Zhao Haibao's criminal activities. Within the Public Security Bureau, as Zhao Ruqiang was being interrogated, once critical evidence was obtained, the Bureau promptly dispatched field personnel to gather corroborating evidence. Before long, multiple confirmations emerged, solidifying the Bureau's conviction that everything Zhao Ruqiang stated was indeed factual. They began intensifying their efforts to interrogate Zhao Ruqiang and increase the deployment of field personnel for evidence collection and arrests. Under the intense interrogation, Zhao Ruqiang confessed to the following crimes, in a bid to exonerate himself from charges of willfully damaging another's property. He colluded with Lu Ningliang, committing conspiracy, willfully damaging another's property, the Jade Tablet, involving 22,000. Through the hired defamation platform, he orchestrated the defilement, with the hired individual being Pan Siki, constituting instigation and abetting another to commit a crime, punishable according to his role in the joint crime. Deliberately damaging Yang Jinrong's motorcycle, with the case amounting to 500,000, acknowledging that he is indeed 91 Huang Yaoshi, filming, producing, and disseminating obscene videos, constituting the crime of distributing pornographic materials, which is classified as severe, punishable by 3 to 10 years of imprisonment and fines. He also admitted to enticing over 100 female protagonists, committing the crime of enticing QJ. He disclosed other criminal activities he had committed over the years, mostly involving assault and coercion. He confessed that his father, adoptive father, Zhao Haibao, instructed Lao Mo to kill the computer repair technician. And the information Zhao Ruqiang revealed included tax evasion and bribery by the Qiangjin group, involvement in casino operations, forced demolitions, and coercing rights-protecting homeowners into reconciliation. He was aware that some evidence lay within a safe belonging to his father. Zhao Haibao, along with knowledge of certain witnesses and numerous other criminal acts related to the Qiangjin group, However, the one thing he was unaware of was the matters concerning the port. This aspect was not questioned during the interrogation, as Zhao Haiba had never allowed Zhao Ruiqiang to engage with the port's import and export operations. After several rounds of questioning, Zhao Ruiqiang finally divulged his deepest secret. He knew the reason behind his mother Zhu Jinjin's death all those years ago. By chance, he had overheard Zhao Haiba speaking to a photograph of Zhu Jinjin, revealing a shocking truth. Zhao Ruiqiang's mother, Zhu Jinjin, did not die a natural death. Zhao Ruiqiang suspected that Zhao Haiba had murdered his mother. This was also why, despite knowing he bore no resemblance to her, Zhao Haiba had never pursued a paternity test, as he had killed Zhu Jinjin and felt guilt within. Of course, these were merely Zhao Ruiqiang's conjectures. He unleashed a torrent of explosive information that left the interrogators astounded. Each accusation against the Tianjin group and Zhao Haiba was harrowing, sending shivers down their spines that moment. The interrogators were even more astonished by Yang Jinrong's ability to breach Zhao Ruiqiang's psychological defenses. They had toiled for so long, yet their efforts were eclipsed by a few words from Yang Jinrong. What was the name of that student just now? What was it again? Yang Jinrong. Yes. How did he manage to penetrate Zhao Ruiqiang's mental barriers? I don't know. Weren't you present? He merely asked a few straightforward questions. The only notable difference was that he mentioned Zhao Ruiqiang's brother. Could that be the crux of his vulnerability? No one knew precisely how Yang Jinrong had managed to dismantle Zhao Ruiqiang's defenses. They could only marvel at Yang Jinrong's prowess. The Public Security Bureau's internal team meticulously analyzed the footage of Yang Jinrong conversing with Zhao Ruiqiang. They concluded it was likely Yang Jinrong himself who had caused Zhao Ruiqiang to falter. Soon, Lao Mo and many high-ranking officials from the Tianjin group were apprehended. Lao Mo was implicated in multiple counts of premeditated murder, and he was likely facing the death penalty. Other senior members of the Tianjin group, to varying degrees, had committed different offenses and would all be sentenced accordingly. As for Zhao Haiba, there was no doubt he would be charged with instigating murder, and without a doubt he too would face the death penalty. Following this, Yang Jinrong would need no further involvement. His compensation would be entirely managed by Yin Yin, without concern that Zhao Ruiqiang, not being Zhao Haiba's biological son, would jeopardize his claim, as Zhao Ruiqiang possessed cars and property in his name. Moreover, his adoptive father was the legally recognized guardian, ensuring that all rightful compensation would be dispensed, and no one had anticipated that the colossal Tianjin group would collapse in such a short span. This was not solely due to the evidence Zhao Ruiqiang provided. The prosecution had already been monitoring the Tianjin group for some time. Furthermore, a crucial factor was that the Tianjin group had made numerous enemies over the years. When the walls come tumbling down, the crowd pushes. Many of the Tianjin group's competitors seized the opportunity to strike, reporting them, providing evidence, and merging or dividing the spoils of the Tianjin group. The tactics of business warfare depicted in dramas are abundant, while in reality, business maneuvers often hinge on waiting for competitors to falter and then striking. Naturally, the capital from Xianjiang had already claimed the largest share of the Tianjin group's assets. The only ones to fall were Zhao Haiba and his subordinates, along with some scapegoats from the Tianjin group and certain complicit officials. On this day, Yang Jinrong was attending a class when he received a call from Zhang Xianda. I have news regarding Zhao Ruiqiang. This fellow has contracted syphilis and has developed cardiovascular syphilis. Zhang Xian's words made Yang Jinrong's lips twitch involuntarily, and no wonder that upon first meeting Zhao Ruiqiang, he was constantly making gestures of discomfort. In subsequent encounters, he continued to do so, only ceasing once he was adorned with a silver bracelet. It turns out he was afflicted. One wonders how the female protagonist would react upon learning this revelation. Cancerous warts, syphilis. Thankfully, I have always maintained my integrity, never frequenting nightclubs, nor engaging in gambling, and certainly never resorting to picking up corpses. There's another piece of news that will surely pique your interest, since becoming a traffic safety officer. Zhang Xian rarely smiled, but now a smile flickered across her face, only to be quickly concealed. Zhao Haiba's ex-wife, Zhu Jinjin, 20 years ago, did not die a natural death. Yang Jinrong inquired curiously. So it was murder? Let me guess, it certainly wasn't Zhao Haiba who did it. You are correct. It was not Zhao Haiba who committed the act. He cherished his former wife deeply. Zhang Xian revealed the final outcome. At the tender age of 1.5. Zhao Ruiqiang pushed a small stool over, climbed up, and toppled the kettle, creating a noise that attracted Zhu Jinjin and another nanny. The scalding water caused an electrical leak, leading to both of their deaths. Yang Jinrong was utterly astounded. No way. At 1.5, he could push a stool over and climb up to topple a kettle? Are you serious? This is absurd. 1.5. Well, it is true that in orphanages, there are children who can walk at 8 months. A 1.5-year-old being able to push a stool isn't entirely implausible. Zhang Exin continued, do not doubt it. Zhao Haiba still retains the surveillance footage from that time, and it indeed corroborates his claim. Zhu Jinjin's death was indeed caused by Zhao Ruiqiang toppling the kettle. Yang Jinrong felt a chill run down his spine. Such a person. Is he truly the proverbial bad seed? A born demon? Zhang Xian added. As for why Zhao Haiba was able to conceal this heart-wrenching truth and raise Zhao Ruiqiang for 20 years, according to him, Zhu Jinjin was his one true love, and he has missed her ever since. Zhao Ruiqiang is the only bloodline he has left in this world. Now that he has been apprehended, he has nothing left to hide and has confessed to all his crimes. In his words, he can finally reunite with his beloved Zhu Jinjin. That is this what love looks like. Yang Jinrong could not help but admire Zhao Haiba, knowing full well that Zhao Ruiqiang is the murderer of his wife, even if it was unintentional. He managed to raise Zhao Ruiqiang for 20 years. Despite being aware that Zhao Ruiqiang bore no resemblance to him, he never pursued a paternity test during those 2 decades. That it was only when Yang Jinrong discreetly sent him a message that he resolved to uncover the truth. This led Yang Jinrong to once again believe in love. In the following days, a barrage of negative reports regarding Qiangjin Group flooded the media, causing a stir online, igniting the fervor of countless onlookers. My goodness, such a colossal entity as Qiangjin Group has crumbled like this. The group is linked to 3 publicly listed companies, and it seems destined for delisting. Poor retail investors are likely to be trapped here for life. Alas, it reminds me of my own misfortune with LeTV stocks. Damn you, Jia Yuding, you promised to return next week. This saga unfolds one after another. It is said that many of the female protagonists in the Zhao Ruiqiang scandal have reported him for assault. Hey, this fellow might end up serving a lengthy prison sentence. At such a time, there is no need for fisticuffs. I stand with the female protagonists. Without them, I wouldn't have witnessed such captivating videos. To those above, lend me a voice. Who is the ultimate victor? Yang Jinrong, indeed. The collapse of Qiangjin Group was entirely triggered by Zhao Ruiqiang's violent dorm inspections. Reflecting back, one can only marvel at Yang Jinrong's formidable power, capable of taking down even the mighty Qiangjin Group. The online community is now inundated with gossip. Beyond the crimes, there is the scandal of Qiangjin Group's founder, Zhao Haiba, being cuckolded. The son he raised for 21 years turns out to be the offspring of a criminal. Furthermore, the case involving Zhang Igua learning foreign languages has also been made public, complete with arrest footage, sending the internet into a frenzy. I must learn a foreign language too. Netizens are quick to jest about it. Several trending topics revolve around Qiangjin Group. People are eagerly following Yang Jinrong's accounts on various platforms, leaving comments beneath his video declaring war. Before the resounding collapse of Qiangjin Group, no one could have imagined that Yang Jinrong would triumph over all odds, imprisoning Zhao Ruiqiang and instantly dismantling the conglomerate. Yang Jinrong's fanbase surged rapidly, reaching 2.88 million followers. Brother, you are simply incredible. You shall be my idol from now on. Indeed, anyone who crosses a streamer faces the unyielding hand of justice. The invincible persona remains intact, while the violent inspector fades from sight. In prison, Zhao Ruiqiang will undoubtedly lament his past transgressions against Yang Jinrong, regretting his grievous mistake. He must be questioning, who truly holds the title of Young Master. I heard someone in the comments question this title and was swiftly incarcerated. Everyone, please speak with decorum. As for jesting, I must add, the streamer is remarkable, a paragon of legal knowledge, an ambassador of criminal law. Truly outstanding. Yang Jinrong takes note of these comments but refrains from responding. Subsequent judgments concerning Zhao Haiba, Zhao Ruiqiang, and senior officials of Qiangjin Group, as well as Ma Wen, among others, will be initiated by the Public Security Bureau and relevant authorities. Zhao Haiba and Lao Mo, along with those who instigated or participated in the killings, are likely to face the death penalty. Zhao Ruiqiang is similarly fated. Under the weight of multiple charges, he will probably be sentenced to nearly 20 years in prison, compounded by a life sentence for syphilis, potentially leading to death. Moreover, Pan Siki and Lu Ningliang will not escape the clutches of justice either. This is not the end, with the sensational case of Zhao Ruiqiang reverberating across the internet. The university naturally has to take action, for failure to do so would mean neglecting public opinion and their students. The school has formed an inspection team to conduct a thorough investigation into those students or organizations that have bullied their peers. All those involved in the violent dorm inspections from the student council will be identified and punished accordingly. Those with serious infractions will face expulsion from school and the party. Those with lesser offenses will receive warnings. And current party members will be expelled from the party, while non-members will have their applications revoked. Additionally, not only will these delinquent students be scrutinized, but several negligent teachers will also face warnings and deductions from their performance pay. Alongside a few leaders who accepted favors from students, with the head of the sports department, Zhao Chonghua, bearing the brunt, expelled from school and charged with bribery. Yang Jinrong once again becomes a figure of admiration at the university. An idol for many students, especially for the boys in Yang Jinrong's dormitory, who were fortunate enough to have heard his resounding speeches. They see him as a near-mythical figure after witnessing him single-handedly topple the once mighty Qiangjin Group. Yang Jinrong's compensation was swiftly secured with the assistance of Yin Yin. Ducati compensated 500,000, while Yupai offered 22,000, that although the esteemed Jew in a law firm took a considerable sum from Yang Jinrong. Through Yin Yin's adept maneuvers, it ultimately fell back on a Zhao Ruiqiang's tab. Yang Jinrong merely acted as a temporary conduit. Both Juanhe and Yin Yin profited immensely from this case. Yang Jinrong's balance has now swelled to 900,000, with further compensation from the Wenwu brothers and Zheng Xiaoping still pending. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward, a comprehensive guide to divine driving skills. The long-awaited system notification resonated, and Yang Jinrong felt an enigmatic power blossoming within him, his body experiencing wondrous changes, as if he could master any vehicle effortlessly. Something feels amiss. Yang Jinrong recalled peculiar postures flashing in his mind, wondering if this divine driving skill was legitimate. Unfortunately, the system offered no response. Yang Jinrong was unable to test drive that AS matters reached their conclusion. He stretched lazily, contemplating the search for rental accommodation near the university, when an old dean, whom he hadn't contacted in ages, called. "Old Dean, is something the matter?" "No, I just wanted to check in on you. About that blind date with my old friend's granddaughter. Are you still in touch?" The old dean inquired with concern. Yang Jinrong replied, "Yes, we've chatted a few times on WeChat." Ahem. The old dean cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, that is all. I'm just checking in on you. Be cautious at school. Try not to stir up trouble and do good deeds." "Rest assured, old dean, I'm a model student here," Yang Jinrong assured him. Yet there was an underlying meaning in the old dean's words. It felt as though he was aware of Yang Jinrong's entanglements with Qiangjin Group. Or perhaps not. "Right, I just remembered I have an old house lying vacant. I plan to return and stay for a few days, but there are some leaks in the balcony and bathroom. When you have a break, could you help me fix them?" Having been adept at handiwork during his time in the orphanage, Yang Jinrong could repair televisions, fix plumbing, and even lay tiles. The old dean, considering him an exceptional child, thought of Yang Jinrong first when his old house had leaks. Okay, I'll come by this weekend, Yang Jinrong agreed, inquiring about the old dean's health that in truth, whether he asked or not made little difference. The elderly often feared worrying the young ones, which might affect their studies, and thus rarely spoke the truth unless faced with insurmountable ailments. After a leisurely chat, he ended the call, just as Yang Jinrong was in high spirits. Preparing to visit the library to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Yu Huai. It's been several days since I last saw Yu Huai. What has he been up to lately? Busy battling against Xiangjin Group. Yang Jinrong had indeed overlooked Yu Huai that he answered the call, initially planning to tease his friend about possibly having a girlfriend and forgetting his buddies. But instead, he was met with a panicked voice from Gung Gung, tinged with tears. Jinrong, it's bad. Yu Huai's gotten into a fight. There are so many people from the Public Security Bureau here. They've all been arrested. They're going to be sentenced to prison. What do we do? What do we do? 077, spreading light, the perils of imprisonment, black and black. I am Yang Jinrong. It turns out that last month, Yu Huai and Gung Gung approached a labor intermediary company, paying various fees, and successfully secured a part-time job. Initially promised weekly wages, they were later informed that their contract stipulated monthly payments. After finally completing a month of work, they discovered their earnings totaled over 5,000. But when they inquired about their pay at the tutoring center, they were told that their wages were to be disbursed by the labor intermediary company, with no direct connection to the tutoring organization. Most people might think that 5,000 is not a significant sum, but recently, Gung Gung's family faced a crisis. Her father, the main breadwinner, lost his ability to earn and required medication for recovery. The money from this part-time job was not just for her living expenses, but also part of her tuition for the upcoming semester. With some summer work, she could just manage to gather enough for her fees. Every day, despite the arduous challenges, they diligently took the subway to undertake part-time work, regardless of the scorching sun, torrential rain, or visiting relatives, without taking a single day off for an entire month. After both had paid a 200 yuan agency fee, a 500 yuan deposit, and a 180 yuan medical examination fee, they found themselves with little left, living frugally throughout the month, eagerly anticipating their wages. Yet, when the time came, their salaries were withheld without explanation. Who would not be infuriated? Not only the two of them, but also numerous other students in part-time jobs faced the same unjustified wage delays. The tutoring agency claimed it was not their concern and advised them to seek out the labor agency's representative. Thus, the group once again boarded the subway to confront the labor agency for their unpaid wages. To their dismay, the agency's head, Xiao Chulian, nonchalantly declared that it was customary to withhold 1 month's wages, stating that the previous month's salary would only be disbursed the following month. Who could endure such treatment? They had been assured that upon completing a month of work, their deposits would be returned. Yet now they were told that the refund could only occur after they received their wages. Enraged, Yu Huai took the initiative to demand immediate payment, inciting the other affected employees to join in the uproar. However, the labor agency was no novice. They were seasoned tricksters. How could a mere handful of university students stand a chance against them? Xiao Chulian deftly shifted the blame onto the tutoring agency, claiming it was their demand to withhold wages, fearing that the students would abandon their posts after a month, thereby jeopardizing the quality of education and tarnishing the agency's reputation. The deflection proved effective, redirecting the conflict towards the employees and the tutoring agency. Fueled by indignation, the group stormed back to the tutoring agency, demanding fair compensation. However, instead of a resolution, they were met with hostility. The agency reprimanded Yu Huai and others for causing a ruckus that threatened their reputation, alarming students and parents alike, and even demanded compensation from them. The students, unaccustomed to such humiliation, were incensed. Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, "If we don't get paid, let's tear down the tutoring agency." This incited the already agitated part-timers to release their pent-up frustrations, leading to cries of violence. The staff of the tutoring agency, equally unyielding, prepared to retaliate, and the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic and tense. Gung Gung was taken aback, only wanting to reclaim her meager wages. Never anticipating the situation would escalate to such extremes that Yu Huai stood at the forefront, urging everyone to remain calm, to avoid allowing their victimhood to transform them into aggressors, thus placing themselves on the wrong side of the law. Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. Someone from the throng suddenly broke ranks, shouting and leading the charge in the chaos. The staff of the tutoring agency began to fight back. In the midst of the turmoil, Yu Huai panicked and rushed to protect Gung Gung, but unexpectedly, someone from the crowd struck him with a stool. Yu Huai, restraining his anger, merely retaliated by tossing the stool aside, still focused on safeguarding Gung Gung. However, this only provoked the assailants further, and several individuals surged forward, attacking both Yu Huai and Gung Gung. While Yu Huai bore the brunt of the assault, he managed to create an opportunity for Gung Gung to escape. Remaining trapped in the chaos himself, moments later, security personnel from the Xingqing District Public Security Office arrived, finally restoring order. When they inquired about the incident, Yu Huai attempted to explain, but someone pointed at him, accusing him of instigating the violence and rallying the crowd to dismantle the tutoring agency. Both Yu Huai and Gung Gung were left in shock, especially Yu Huai, who had earnestly tried to dissuade everyone from acting impulsively. Now found himself labeled as the ringleader of the riot, in utter disbelief. He sought allies to vouch for his innocence. Yet each person, fearing to be implicated, pointed fingers at him instead. Some, terrified of repercussions, detention, or compensation, even claimed that it was Yu Huai who had incited them to confront the agency, asserting that without his encouragement, they would never have taken such action. Yu Huai stood frozen. Bewildered, he had sought to help everyone reclaim their wages. It was the individuals at the back of the crowd who had instigated the violence, while he had merely acted in self-defense to protect himself and Gung Gung. How had he become the scapegoat? In that fleeting moment, clarity washed over him. These individuals were cowardly, fearful of being seen as the instigators, knowing that while the situation could be minimized, if the tutoring agency pursued it, the leader would bear the brunt of the consequences, potentially facing the most severe penalties. The only evidence of his innocence lay within the tutoring agency's surveillance footage. However, when Yu Huai requested to view the recordings, the agency's head, Ding Minhui, informed the officers that their cameras were malfunctioning. Such a claim was implausible. Yu Huai distinctly recalled seeing the cameras operational when he had first visited to demand wages. Yet when the officers checked, the footage conveniently cut off just before the part-timers arrived to confront the agency. It was as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not wash away his guilt. Yu Huai felt a deep sense of injustice, unable to prove his innocence. Meanwhile, Ding Minhui demanded criminal charges be filed. The damages incurred by the tutoring agency were extensive. Over 20 chairs, 3 decorative paintings, and several tiles were destroyed, exceeding a total value of 5,000 yuan, with the most costly item being a carved wooden tea table, for which Ding Minhui produced a receipt. 98,000 yuan. Without anyone to specifically blame for the destruction, all eyes once again fell on Yu Huai, as if to say, "You led the charge. You must be responsible." Unable to provide proof of his innocence, and with no one willing to testify on his behalf, the blame fell squarely on him. The officers from the Xingqing district labeled Yu Huai as a troublemaker, deliberately provoking chaos and undermining social order, showing contempt for the law, and engaging in violent behavior that resulted in significant property damage. They charged him with serious offenses, potentially leading to a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years. Despite Yu Huai and Gung Gung's desperate attempts to explain, the officers dismissed their pleas, as every witness pointed to Yu Huai. Both he and the other claimants were taken away by the authorities. While others might face only a few days of detention or fines, Yu Huai risked a substantial prison term. After emerging from the security office, Gung Gung sat on the steps, weeping uncontrollably in her heart. She felt responsible for Yu Huai's plight. Had she known such an outcome would occur, she would have gladly relinquished her wages, forsaken the part-time job, and avoided their relationship altogether. If only none of this had happened, Yu Huai would not be in this predicament. She felt lost, reaching out to every contact she could think of, unsure of whom to turn to for help. The detention center forbade cell phones, and Yu Huai had entrusted his to Gung Gung for safekeeping. In her panic, she scoured his contacts and found Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong exited the campus. He sought to calm Gung Gung while inquiring about the entire situation. Upon learning the details, he gained a clear understanding. The unscrupulous labor agency sought to embezzle funds, colluding with the tutoring agency to orchestrate a scheme, deliberately sabotaging the surveillance, and then stealthily inserting agents into Yu Huai's group. When tensions ran high, they would incite chaos, subsequently shifting the blame onto Yu Huai. While ordinary labor agencies typically resorted to deceit, delay, and intimidation, this particular one, Zhiyue Human Resources Company, Limited, operated at a different level. They not only engaged in wage theft but also sowed discord, encouraging victims to demand their rights, only to infiltrate the group and create chaos at the opportune moment, ultimately framing Yu Huai and diverting attention. The tutoring agency would then exaggerate damages, inflating the value of mundane items to exorbitant sums, demanding exorbitant reparations under the guise of lost clientele, threatening criminal charges if their demands were not met. The perpetrators transformed into victims. Their tactics were cunning, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. Not only the inexperienced, but even seasoned individuals could find themselves ensnared. Yang Jinrong conveyed his analysis to Gung Gung, assuring her that the situation was not without resolution, urging her not to worry and promising to investigate further upon reaching the Xingqing District Public Security Office. Yang Jinrong's Ducati was irrevocably damaged, forcing him to hail a taxi. The distance from the Lehigh District to Xingqing was considerable, compounded by heavy traffic during peak hours, suggesting a lengthy journey ahead. Meanwhile, online discussions regarding Zhao Ruiqiang's sentencing continued to resonate, as incidents of violent dorm inspections sparked widespread outrage. The campus was rife not only with such acts but also with numerous bullying incidents. Many individuals shared their own experiences of victimization during their student years, lamenting their previous decisions not to report the incidents or confront their aggressors directly. The victory of Yang Jinrong resonated with many, awakening numerous parents to the importance of imparting legal knowledge to their children in order to address bullying incidents and safeguard their rights. It also led many law enforcement personnel to realize the profound, lifelong impact that bullying can have on children, prompting a steadfast commitment to addressing such issues without compromise. Moreover, it illuminated a glimmer of hope for those currently suffering from bullying. In a certain vocational school, the petite Tang Xiuxiu clutched her phone, marred by several cracks, as she subscribed to Yang Jinrong's channel, leaving a comment that read, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for being my guiding light. I will bravely fight until the end." She gently covered her arms, where scars from burns lingered, the sharp pain now transforming her fear into resolute determination. Subsequently, Tang Xiuxiu dialed her parents, informing them of the repeated assaults inflicted upon her by her classmates, urging them to come to the school promptly. After hanging up, she made the courageous decision to report the bullying, asserting her right to defend herself. Tang Xiuxiu chose not to inform her homeroom teacher, having previously done so with little effect. The teacher had merely spoken with the four aggressors, who failed to apologize. Instead of repentance, she faced even harsher bullying, including being cornered in the restroom, where she was humiliated and assaulted. Her clothes tossed into the toilet, her head pressed against the urine-stained floor, and cigarette butts extinguished on her arms. Before long, police cars arrived at the school, bringing with them a female and a male officer. After gathering the details from Tang Xiuxiu, both officers felt their blood pressure rise dramatically. The female officer, upon witnessing the extensive bruises and scars covering Tang Xiuxiu's body, was overwhelmed with compassion and anger. The officers apprehended the four perpetrators, who were found smoking against a wall, handcuffing them in front of numerous students. By the time the homeroom teacher arrived, the four had already been restrained and were taken to the police station for further investigation. Tang Xiuxiu's parents rushed to the police station, where the teacher attempted to mediate, suggesting they let the matter go for the sake of peace, claiming that escalating it would be detrimental to everyone involved. The parents of the aggressors also arrived, seeking forgiveness, yet they remained oblivious to the gravity of their children's legal transgressions. They insisted, they're just classmates. It could be a misunderstanding, and children are still young. Who hasn't made mistakes in their youth? They proposed a settlement, suggesting, if it's just about money, we have it. We'll compensate you generously. This infuriated Tang Xiuxiu's parents, nearly provoking them to retaliate against the aggressors, arguing that as adults, they must face the legal consequences of their actions. Tang Xiuxiu and her parents remained resolute in their refusal to forgive. The police acted swiftly, with the entire process concluding in under half an hour. The 4 aggressors were criminally detained for 15 days. Their records permanently staining their futures, hindering their prospects for public service even after marriage and children. Furthermore, their families were required to compensate Tang Xiuxiu for medical expenses, psychological treatment, emotional distress, nutritional needs, and the repairs for her broken phone screen and damaged clothing. On her way to the hospital, Tang Xiuxiu opened her cracked phone once more, changed her ID to Brave Bamboo, and sent a private message to Yang Jinrong, expressing her gratitude for inspiring her to stand up against bullying, declaring him her eternal belief. Similar incidents unfolded across various schools nationwide in the following days, with victims emboldened to speak out and fight for their rights, aided by their parents. Those who dared to resist became unwavering supporters of Yang Jinrong. He himself never anticipated that his advocacy would influence so many lives. Meanwhile, he finally reached the police station in Xingqing after enduring 2 hours of excruciating traffic, a trip that should have taken only 50 minutes. If his Ducati hadn't been damaged, he could have arrived a good 70 minutes earlier. After settling the fees, he spotted the desolate figure of Gung Gung, who sat alone on the steps outside the station. Knees hugged to her chest, her head buried in her arms, trembling. Just as Yang Jinrong approached to offer her comfort, a group emerged from the police station, laughing and chatting. One man, a middle-aged figure clad in a suit and polished shoes, slick back hair glistening with wax, suddenly turned his gaze toward Gung Gung, tauntingly asserting, "Are you that girl, you Huai's girlfriend? What is the point of sitting here crying? You'd be better off figuring out a plan. Either raise some money or plead with me. If you manage to brighten my mood, I might consider letting your boyfriend off the hook or reducing the compensation." His condescending demeanor radiated greed as he looked down at her. Startled, Gung Gung turned her head in terror to face Ding Minghui. Perhaps due to the shock causing a dip in her blood sugar, her vision darkened, and she stumbled backward down the steps. "Gung Gung." Yang Jinrong rushed to her side, steadying her before turning to face the condescending man on the steps. With a sly smile, he remarked, "Spare me your pleas. Neither my brother nor I are accustomed to begging. Perhaps you should be the one to plead with me. If I feel generous, I might lessen your suffering before you find yourself in jail." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yang Jinrong, a junior at the law school of Linhai University that I hope my name brings you some joy. 078. The chances of overturning the case are slim. Yu Huai is doomed. You're Yang Jinrong. What an audacious request." Ding Minghui scoffed, his condescension palpable. "So, you're here to pay for your friend, a law student from Linhai University. What is your plan? Are you truly considering suing me on behalf of your friend?" "There's no need for a lawsuit," Yang Jinrong replied with a serene smile, "but I would advise you, Mr. Ding, to be cautious about profiting from the exploitation of workers. You never know when you might encounter someone more ruthless who could inflict harm on you." Ding Minghui laughed derisively, treating Yang Jinrong as if he were a child. "What do you mean by exploitation? Your friend damaged my property. I'm merely seeking fair compensation. How dare you accuse me of exploitation? Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly, or else I might just sue you for defamation." Ding Minghui's jovial demeanor abruptly shifted as he glared at Yang Jinrong. "And as for your so-called ruthless individuals, I suggest you stop watching too many dramas. Just because you've picked up a few lines from gangsters doesn't mean you can threaten me. When I roamed these streets, you were still playing in the mud. I'm merely offering a friendly reminder, Mr. Ding. Whether you heed it or not is entirely up to you. Yang Jinrong ceased the banter, leading Gung Gung past Ding Minghui and his associates into the police station. Soon, they met with Officer He Ji, who informed them, "We've contacted Yu Huai's parents. Once they arrive, we can negotiate compensation with Mr. Ding." He Ji's expression was stoic as he added, "You students, despite being in university, seem remarkably ignorant of the LAW Yu Huai's parents, having worked in factories to support his education, had faced hardships as they aged, ultimately being forced back to their rural hometown, where their economic situation had worsened. Even if they came to the city, their presence would only add to the worry. Naturally, they had the right to be informed." However, Officer He's comment about the university students' ignorance of the law was misplaced. Yu Huai had never initiated the violence, having even attempted to de-escalate the situation before being coerced into the fight. Though unfortunately, there was no surveillance evidence to support this. Yang Jinrong chose not to dwell excessively on this matter. Instead, he inquired, "May I see the list of damages from the tutoring agency?" "Certainly," He Ji replied. Producing the report form, "I understand that you students are sentimental, but this is serious. It's not a trivial matter. Here, take a look at this compensation list. The damaged items and their respective amounts are clearly delineated, complete with procurement orders and receipts as evidence." Yang Jinrong reviewed the document thoroughly before asking, "Could I also see the receipts?" "You'll need to sign first." After a moment's hesitation, He Ji retrieved the evidence bag containing the purchase receipts. "Just sign here." Once Yang Jinrong signed, he began examining the receipts, but to his surprise, there wasn't a single invoice present in the claim list. The wooden coffee table, with a procurement price of 100,000, was not accompanied by an invoice. No company would procure items worth 100,000 without issuing an invoice. Whether it was the previous business tax or the current value-added tax, enterprises could offset taxes on procured assets. An asset valued at 100,000 could potentially offset over 10,000 in taxes. How could Ding Minhui possibly forego that? He wouldn't. He shook his head. "Yet if you truly require it, you may request the other party to issue an invoice during the compensation process. That would be beneficial." Yang Jinrong noted the contents of the receipt and, with a smile, inquired, "Could we meet with Yu Huai?" He Ji collected the evidence and the report form, nodding, "He is still in our detention room. You may visit him now, but once he is sent to the detention center, you will need to submit a request. That will trouble the security personnel." Under He Ji's guidance, Yang Jinrong and Gung Gung quickly met with the detained Yu Huai. The usual playful expression on his face was replaced with tension and unwillingness. Gung Gung, Jinrong, upon seeing the two, Yu Huai did not display joy, but rather a deeper frown. He Ji opened the door to the security office, reminding them, "Please speak in the meeting room over there. Make it quick, don't dawdle." The three were soon ushered into the meeting room. He Ji stepped back and closed the door. "Has the security office notified my parents?" Yu Huai asked with a bitter smile. "Yes, your uncle and aunt should be on their way." Gung Gung began to tear up again, tightly grasping Yu Huai's hand and touching the silver bracelet on his wrist. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have." "Shoo!" Yu Huai interrupted her. "Only a coward would stand idly by while his girlfriend suffers." Yu Huai would never allow that. Moreover, he had never intended to resort to illegal means to defend his rights. He merely wished to reclaim the wages that rightfully belonged to them. He had not anticipated that the opposing party would be so cunning, leading him in circles, resulting in neither recovering his wages nor avoiding the label of a criminal facing massive compensation and imprisonment. Society is complex, and human nature is treacherous. "Jinrong, I feel guilty for troubling you." Yu Huai expressed his remorse, well aware that Yang Jinrong had been busy with Zhao Ruiqiang's case and was now inconvenienced by his predicament. "Your situation is neither trivial nor substantial," Yang Jinrong stated plainly. Knowing his brother's character, he offered no consolation but spoke directly. "If you cannot think of a way to overturn the verdict, there is only one path left. To pay that Yu Huai sighed, I know they are after money. I have seen Ding Minhui and Xiao Qiulian, and all they see is cash. But he revealed his unwillingness. This isn't my fault. Why should I admit guilt and plead for compensation? I refuse to accept it. The last words were almost spat out through clenched teeth. Yet he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in influence between the two sides. He stood no chance against them. An ungraduated student, powerless and lacking the means to fight back in cases where the power dynamics are so skewed, Yu Huai could only expect to be beaten down. With no room to struggle, the TO put it bluntly, when opposing them, they could toy with him, and in the end he would still have to pay. He could only swallow his pride and accept the bitter reality. Yu Huai felt anger but could do nothing. The ultimate outcome would be his parents sacrificing everything to pay compensation while he languished in prison. And as for his academic status, that would be a lost cause. After years of hard study, all would be in vain. In the face of any situation, always take a moment to calm down, Yang Jinrong advised. Reflect carefully on any suspicious details from that day. Which individuals or events might have been overlooked. Think thoroughly and try to identify any possible avenues for overturning the case. Having handled numerous cases, Yang Jinrong had cultivated an exceptionally calm demeanor that no matter the situation. He always maintained his composure. That Yu Huai steadied himself and began to meticulously recall the events of the day, including any suspicious details. That I remember that when we first left the tutoring agency for the labor intermediary, there were supposed to be 7 or 8 of us, but when we returned from the labor intermediary, there were over 10. Yu Huai recounted, piecing the events together, just as Yang Jinrong had analyzed. The labor intermediary had infiltrated their group, inciting emotions before being the first to resort to violence. How can we find them? Yu Huai felt a wave of despair wash over him. The tutoring center's surveillance had been tampered with by Ding Minhui beforehand. Surveillance? Yes, Gung exclaimed excitedly. The tutoring center's surveillance may be broken, but we could check the surveillance along the way that we traveled back and forth between the labor intermediary and the tutoring agency. The personnel discrepancies will reveal the infiltrators. Clever, Yang Jinrong commended. But even if we find them, what can we do? They certainly won't come forward to speak on our behalf. The brief flicker of hope on Yu Huai's face extinguished as he considered this issue. And furthermore, searching for 2 individuals in the vast city of Linhai was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, an arduous task indeed. You need not worry about that, Yang Jinrong smiled. Consider other details as well. Look for any possible discrepancies, and prepare multiple strategies to increase our chances of overturning the case. But Yu Huai and Gung both began to think calmly. They meticulously recalled every detail, the people, the events, the conversations, and every element they could remember. After thorough analysis, they finally made some progress. Knock, knock, time's up, you must return. He came to remind them. Amid Gung's reluctant gaze, Yu Huai was once again led back into the detention room. Yang Jinrong and Gung were subsequently escorted out by He, who casually asked, "Have you 3 reached any conclusions after all that discussion?" "Officer, we've discovered." Gung began eagerly, wanting to share their findings. But Yang Jinrong interrupted. "Officer, I have a question." He replied, "Go ahead. If we can accept compensation, compensation beyond what they damaged, would Ding Minhui and the others agree? If so, how much more compensation might we need to provide?" "That I cannot say for certain. If you were sincere about offering additional compensation in exchange for them retracting the criminal charges, I can inquire on your behalf that we are sincere." Yang Jinrong smiled, deliberately stating, "Officer, you might not know, but I am actually quite wealthy that I can cover my brother's compensation." "Really?" He shook his head, not paying it much mind, and turned to leave. Gung quickly reminded, "We should look for the surveillance along the way." "All right." Yang Jinrong nodded. In the elegant tea room on the top floor of Zhuyue Human Resources Company Limited, Ding Min, the general manager, remarked, "This time we should net over 100,000, right?" Xiao Qiulian, a middle-aged woman, had donned a pink French floral dress that subtly accentuated her thighs, alluringly captivating attention. With a pair of expressive eyes It was no wonder that not only Ding Minhui, but even younger men found themselves captivated by her charm. As she cheerfully conversed, she ceremoniously prepared tea for Ding Minhui. That depends on whether the other party has the ability to compensate. Ding Minhui's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chulian, though he knew she was no ordinary woman. He dared not openly take advantage of her. Nonetheless, he was grateful for her assistance and assured her that, as per their previous agreement, the finance department would transfer the compensation to her account once it was received. In these times, who lacked the ability to repay at least 100,000? Even the poorest could sell their house, and even rural properties had to be sold if the court mandated it. Ultimately, money could be procured. Always speaking of money, how vulgar, Xiao Chulian reproached playfully, her eyes narrowing at Ding Minhui. There is a dinner gathering tonight. Will you accompany me, Mr. Ding? I must consult with my fierce wife first. Ding Minhui skillfully deflected her invitation. Well then, that's likely a no-go. After pouring Ding Minhui another cup of tea, she suddenly expressed sympathy. That couple in today's case is rather pitiable, that I heard the girl's father was in a car accident. Fully responsible, but fled the scene, and they have yet to find him. The boy's family is also from the countryside and lacks money ditto, so now you've taken pity on the lower class? Ding Minhui chuckled dismissively. That doesn't sound like you. Xiao, do you think any of those we exploited aren't pitiable? Which wealthy family would resort to part-time work? Who among those with capability would still seek the assistance of a labor intermediary for job placements? Those with wealth have no need for such menial labor offered by these companies. And those in positions of power can secure employment with just a word. They can hold a title without ever stepping foot in the office, receiving their salaries for decades without issue, and even enjoying automatic raises. That Mr. Ding truly fails to comprehend the sentimental nature of women. Might the two of you refrain from your flirtations in our presence? I propose we arrange a gathering specifically for Mr. Ding and Mr. Xiao, where you two can have your playful quarrels, that a group of us can sip tea while exchanging jests, poking fun at those lower-tier individuals who have fallen prey to their schemes. An amusing incident comes to mind. The owner of another factory suddenly chuckled, recalling a foolish subordinate who, after a month of work, claimed a family emergency and quit, even coming to my home to demand his 3,000 yuan in wages. At that moment, he was kneeling before me, laughingly remarking that they say a man's knees are worth gold. Yet look at these lower-tier workers. 3,000 yuan is hardly enough for our meal. For him to kneel before me, where is the gold beneath a man's knees? Mr. Yao chuckled, stating that we earn tens of thousands in one go, while those at the bottom likely can't even fathom such sums in their lifetimes. I have another instance. Someone insisted I coerced him into a loan for training and demanded I repay it, making a scene outside my office, until I had security escort him away. Ha! The group couldn't contain their laughter. How much can one earn from running a legitimate factory? Quick cash surely requires cunning. The weak always bear the brunt of misfortune, just like that unnamed club, which profits solely from leveraging contracts and lawsuits. Owing you wages is merely labeled as non-malicious debt. When you come to collect, that becomes malicious pursuit of payment. Spring flowers, autumn moons. Suddenly, Ding Minhui's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he answered with a smile, asking if the parents of that child had arrived to discuss compensation. Probably by tomorrow morning, that a serious voice on the line warned him that a student named Yang Jinrong might seek to trouble him, advising him to be cautious. Understood. Ding Minhui hung up, and the group began to tease him. Mr. Ding, what is the matter? Encountering trouble? Ding Minhui dismissively replied with a smile. A student named Yang Jinrong wishes to stand up for that child who was taken in. He seems to want to join him in confinement. That aren't students like that. Loyal yet self-righteous, believing themselves to be the best, only to end up kneeling and apologizing to us in the end. Ha! As they continued to mock, someone suddenly furrowed their brow and asked, Yang Jinrong, a student, which school? Ding Minhui chuckled. I believe it's from Linghai University, that I encountered him outside the Public Security Bureau, claiming to be studying law. Does he really think his legal knowledge can outmatch us? The ultimate interpretation of the law is not as he imagines. Wait, someone exclaimed, Yang Jinrong. Doesn't that name ring a bell? Wasn't he involved in that incident with Xiangjin Group? Online rumors suggest that Yang Jinrong single-handedly brought down the entire Xiangjin Group. Xiao Chulian dismissed it. Linghai is so large. There are countless people with the same name that don't even mention Yang Jinrong. IVE had several named Tong Jinsheng come here looking for jobs. The group continued to chat and laugh, united in their shared interests. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the next day. Yu Huai's parents hastily arrived from their hometown to Linghai City, weary and dusty, reaching the Xingqing Public Security Bureau, where He Ji received them. Gung Gung had just bought a meal for Yu Huai when she encountered his parents. The elderly couple had red, swollen eyes, their faces covered in dust, and their lips cracked. Uncle, Annie. Gung Gung bit her lip, uncertain how to face Yu Huai's parents, that a young woman approached them, greeting them, leaving Yu Huai's parents momentarily stunned. Oh, you're all here. At that moment, Ding Minhui, along with a few others, arrived after receiving a notification, cheerfully seating himself before Yu Huai's parents, adjusting his suit and tie. You must be Yu Huai's parents. Correct? The elderly couple had never faced such an ordeal, especially Yu Huai's mother, Qiu Ling, who shrank back nervously, tears streaming silently down her face. Why Yu Huai's father, Yu Xiaozhong, helplessly pleaded, Boss. Our Yu Huai was at fault first. You hold a high position. Please don't stoop to the level of a student, that we will do our utmost to compensate you for any damages, even if it means selling everything we have. Can you show some leniency and spare him from prison? After working tirelessly for over a decade to send their son to university, they had envisioned a future of ease and prosperity. Yet now they felt as if struck by lightning. They feared not the compensation, knowing they could endure hardship, but dreaded the thought of their son imprisoned. Losing his student status and facing incarceration, the pain felt akin to sending a black-haired child to the grave. The elderly couple had already shed all their tears on the way, their faces marked by the dust of their sorrow. Let us discuss the compensation then. Ding Minhui revealed a facade of benevolence. I don't ask for much. You need only compensate for the damage to my company's property, which amounts to around 120 to 130,000, as he glanced at Yu Huai's parents. Noting their apparent relief, Ding Minhui suddenly added, and also for the losses incurred due to students withdrawing from my educational institution because of the disturbances caused by your son, that if you can cover that, we can put this matter to rest. Yu Xiaozhong nervously inquired, Boss, how much might that be? Yu Huai's mother anxiously clutched her husband's clothing, awaiting the boss's response, hoping it would be an amount they could manage. Gung Gung also felt a surge of anxiety as she looked at Ding Minhui, sensing an ominous premonition. It's not much. Ding Minhui straightened his posture to appear more virtuous, smiling as he continued. We have already calculated the losses from the students who withdrew. In total, 79. Greed knows no bounds. Dark Enforcers, Raging Fury, 135,673 yuan. Ding Minhui produced a document, reading the figure aloud, clearly having prepared for this moment with ample evidence. Not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This? Yu Xiaozhong felt his heart plummet. Initially, when he heard about the 12,000 compensation, he thought he could manage to borrow from relatives back home or perhaps take out an agricultural loan to cover it. Yet he never anticipated that there would be an additional 135,000. Together, that totaled over 260,000. How could they ever gather such a sum? Even selling blood, they could not muster 260,000. Qiu Ling turned pale with fear. As a humble farmer's wife, she had never seen such a sum in her life. 260,000. To some, it might be pocket change for a month. But for a rural family just sending their child to university, it was an astronomical figure. She could hardly fathom how they would manage to scrape together that amount. Gung Gung was equally taken aback. 260,000. She and Yu Huai had worked part-time for an entire month and only earned a little over 5,000, even if they forewent food and avoided the subway. They would need to work for 52 months straight. That wasn't this outright extortion. Yet she dared not voice her concerns. Yesterday, Yang Jinrong had specifically instructed her not to speak carelessly upon encountering Ding Minhui. To listen attentively, take notes, but above all, to remain silent. Yang Jinrong would handle the rest. You can't possibly afford this, can you? Ding Minhui's demeanor shifted, darkening as he spoke with an ominous tone, a hint of threat lacing his words. If you cannot gather such a sum, that's fine. We can simply place you in detention, and you can take your time to settle the debt. Such venomous words. Payment is demanded. Yet the person must still serve time. Mr. Ding, Haven to you often told us to be kind to others. Might we not, in this instance, perform a charitable act? One of Ding Minhui's associates feigned concern, deliberately advising him that Yu Xiaozhong, naive to the underlying motives, earnestly hoped that Ding Minhui's companion's persuasion would lead to a reduction in the compensation. Instead, Ding Minhui exploded in anger, exclaiming, "That's real money lost for me." He clutched his heart in anguish. Scolding, "It's not your money. Of course, it doesn't hurt you. Over 260,000, every single cent is a real loss to me. Why should they not repay it? I assure you, I did not intend for Ding to suffer financial loss. My actions stem from a place of goodwill and compassion. Please, calm your temper." Accompanying Ding Minhui is Tan Xingzhong, one of the heads of his educational institution, that he sighed and feigned sincerity, stating that they could not afford to compensate. And you would similarly receive no restitution, that IT would be more prudent to devise a compromise, allowing you to obtain your funds swiftly while enabling them to retrieve their son. Would that not bring joy to all parties involved? Indeed, Yu Xiaozhong quickly concurred he had never been one for deceit, nor was he aware of Ding Minhui's unscrupulous tactics, that he merely felt that if such a solution existed, it could rescue their son. As long as he avoided incarceration and could continue his studies, they could repay the debts gradually. Even if it took until he was 60 or 70 or even 80 years old, they would certainly repay it in full. Ding Minhui feigned a sigh, claiming, "Who can resist the plight of the impoverished? How about this? I shall introduce you to a reputable loan company," that he paused, stipulating that if you chose to secure a loan from a bank to repay me, that would suffice, that if the bank refuses, then you may seek my assistance in connecting you with this legitimate lending company. Simply mention my name, and they should grant you a loan of approximately 100,000 without issue. Of course, where you acquire the funds is of no consequence to me. Ding Minhui and Tan Xingzhong worked in tandem, having previously orchestrated a scheme of one playing the villain while the other feigned benevolence, leading numerous individuals to high-interest loan agencies. Whether those victims could manage the repayments or fell deeper into despair was of no concern to them. They profited not only from the loans, but also from hefty commissions. Yu Xiaozhong and Xiu Ling exchanged apprehensive glances, still fearful of borrowing externally. Having lived their lives modestly, they had never sought loans, let alone from predatory lenders, and they were understandably wary of being deceived. We will first approach the bank for a loan, and if that proves insufficient, we shall then consider the lending company you recommended," Yu Xiaozhong cautiously replied. Gung Gung, having learned from past deceptions, remained vigilant. How could she allow Yu Huai's parents to be ensnared by Ding Minhui's machinations? Deep down, she believed every fiber of Ding Minhui's being was tainted, every drop of his blood corrupt. It became evident that despite the obvious implications of high-interest loans and illegality in Ding Minhui's words, the nearby officer, He Jiji, remained silent, a troubling sign indeed. "Very well, if you wish to gather funds. I have no further comments," Ding Minhui declared, rising to his feet. But he tossed a business card for the loan company to Yu Xiaozhong before handing over a folder to Officer He, stating, "This contains evidence of my company's losses due to this incident, along with detailed financial records of the damages incurred. You may share this with them, that I, Ding, am known for my fairness and equity. I seek only to recover my rightful losses." However, he then turned to Yu Huai's parents, stating coldly, "I am quite busy. I have no time to wait for your slow reparations, that if you wish to pursue a settlement, you must gather the full amount within 2 days. Otherwise, I shall not waste time considering the withdrawal of your son's criminal charges." Ding Minhui scoffed, adjusting his suit, exuding an air of a powerful businessman accustomed to handling large sums of money. 2 days. The bitter taste of urgency filled Yu Huai's parents' hearts that a bank loan could not possibly be processed in such a short time frame. Even borrowing from relatives would require personal visits, persuading each individual, and waiting for funds to be transferred, rendering 2 days wholly insufficient. "Boss, might I inquire?" Yu Xiaozhong began to plead with Ding Minhui, but upon meeting his icy gaze, he feared that any hesitation would result in a refusal to withdraw the charges, prompting him to swallow his words. That he turned to Tan Qingzhong, pleading, "Could you assist us? We beg for a few extra days. I'm afraid I've already advocated on your behalf. The rest is up to you." Tan Qingzhong replied, no longer masking his intentions, "That I offered my goodwill, but since you insist on pursuing a bank loan, proceed with that." Why Yu Xiaozhong was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had perceived Tan Qingzhong as amiable. How could he have changed so abruptly? "Remember, I must receive the funds within 2 days, or I will not reconsider the withdrawal of the criminal charges against your son. He will have no choice but to await his penance in prison," Ding Minhui concluded, preparing to depart. Just then, Yang Jinrong arrived at the security office, casting a glance at Ding Minhui while cheerfully inquiring, "How much do you require for compensation?" "The total for property damage is 130,000. The losses from the destruction leading to the withdrawal of classes and expulsion amount to a total of 135,673. As Ding Minhui readied a mocking retort for Yang Jinrong, he suddenly noticed Jiji signaling him, and he swiftly grasped the situation. They had encountered a wealthy fool. He quickly silenced himself. "The total sum is 265,673, correct?" Yang Jinrong brandished his phone, indicating he could transfer the funds immediately. However, Ding Minhui unexpectedly revised the total, saying, "I neglected to include the cost incurred when 3 of my employees resigned out of fear of further violent incidents. They are not mere part-time tutors, but rather premium educators that we invested heavily in training. Essentially, they are our golden credentials." Enough with the superfluous talk. Yang Jinrong waved his hand, declaring with grandiosity, "Just tell me how much you intend to extort from us, and I shall pay it all in one go. Consider this a warning. Settle today, or it will no longer be on the table." This display left Yu Huai's parents utterly astounded. They were aware of Yang Jinrong from their son's previous mentions, but never had they anticipated that his classmate would be so affluent. Ding Minhui and his associates were amused by Yang Jinrong's audacity. Indeed, they delighted in dealing with such naive individuals. Ding Minhui chuckled, "Each premium educator's training cost is 98,000. I shall be lenient regarding the training duration. With 3 premium educators resigning, the company's total loss amounts to 294,000. 294,000. The sudden spike in the figure, nearing 300,000, pushed the total to over 560,000. In their hometown, that amount could construct a 4-story building. Yu Huai's parents were horrified, their bodies trembling in shock. Why Yu Xiaozhong stuttered, "We cannot afford that." Qiu Ling, equally overcome, felt a chill wash over her, nearly losing consciousness. Thankfully, Gung Gung swiftly caught her, soothing her while biting her lip, whispering, "Annie, we will find a way. I won't let Yu Huai bear this alone." Yet, Qiu Ling was deaf to these reassurances, her ears ringing as her mind echoed the phrase, 294,000. The total had escalated to over 560,000. Even if they resorted to selling blood or organs, they could not possibly amass such an amount. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong received a notification from the system. Detected a pervasive negative energy surrounding the host, severely impacting social order. Triggered mission. Option 1. This is blatant extortion, a flagrant disregard for the law. This organization must be eradicated to quell public outrage. The host should assume the role of a dark enforcer, delivering justice to this organization with a severe reckoning to deter other criminals. Reward. 8 Extremes Fist, Beginner. Note: with the acquisition of this ability, uphold unwavering justice and confront injustice with fervor. The moment Option 1 appeared, Yang Jinrong felt a surge of righteous fury boiling within him. Yet he forced himself to remain composed. This was the real world, not a fantasy realm. The rewards, however, were undeniably tempting. Once again, the emergence of Bajiquan stirred a fleeting moment of turmoil in Yang Jinrong's heart. However, he was acutely aware that violence was not the solution to any dilemma. Should he choose to descend into darkness, he would inevitably take a step toward the abyss, surrendering his mind to ferocity and brutality. Faced with injustices, he would be tempted to resort to the crude and violent act of indiscriminate slaughter. This, he thought, would no longer be the Yang Jinrong he recognized. He pursued the study of law, delving into criminal law, not to kill, nor to transform into a machine of slaughter. Rather, his aim was to bring the wicked he encountered to justice. He would employ his own means to ensure that wrongdoers face punishment, grounding his actions in the law, guiding them to the places they rightfully deserved. This was the true essence of Yang Jinrong, that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, unless absolutely necessary. Yang Jinrong would not act recklessly. As for the second option, it was decidedly unwise that IT was somewhat astute, given the current evidence, that if the criminal case was not dismissed, Yu Huai would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Moreover, the authority to decide on the second option did not rest with him. It required the consent of Yu Huai and his family. Thus, Yang Jinrong resolutely opted for the third option, that a reward of a bronze treasure chest. This marked the system's first appearance of such a reward. It sounded exceptionally precious. Yang Jinrong sensed that the adversary he was about to confront would be anything but simple, whether it was the labor intermediary company or the tutoring agency. The forces behind these two entities were undoubtedly complex. Otherwise, it would be implausible for the system to bestow such a substantial reward. This entire scenario unfolded in a remarkably brief span of time. After Yang Jinrong made his choice, he turned to Ding Minghui, coldly inquiring, "Have you finished calculating?" He had anticipated that even if this person were to demand exorbitantly, such a high compensation would be unimaginable. Truly, his greed knew no bounds. Ding Minghui presented the so-called evidence, asserting that his gold medal teacher had resigned, and detailing the expenses incurred by his company in cultivating a gold medal teacher. Yang Jinrong became even more convinced that Ding Minghui had meticulously prepared all the materials, merely adjusting the compensation amount based on the situation. Greed without limits, without a shred of decency. Furthermore, Ding Minghui, having grasped Tiji's intentions, grew increasingly avaricious, once again making an outrageous demand. Additionally, this incident of vandalism has severely tarnished our company's reputation, significantly impacting our recruitment efforts. This loss must be compensated by you. In accordance with relevant laws and regulations, a sum of 100,000 must be paid. Another 100,000, that amounted to 660,000. Even in a small city, that was enough to purchase a modest 3-bedroom apartment. Calculating based on an average monthly salary of 3,000 to 4,000, it would take over 200 months, nearly 20 years, to earn such an amount without expenditure. Boom! The moment Ding Minghui's words fell, Yu Huai's parents felt as if struck by 1,000 thunderclaps, their minds resonating with shock to why Yu Huai's frail mother, overwhelmed, fainted on the spot. "Annie!" Gung Gung screamed in alarm, nearly bursting into tears the child's mother. Yu Xiaozhong found it hard to maintain his footing, his legs trembling that he was still concerned about Yu Huai's mother, rushing over to attempt to revive her. Xiao Bei, He, who had been observing coldly, finally panicked and hurriedly called for a doctor from the Public Security Bureau. The doctor arrived promptly to attend to the elderly couple. Fortunately, they were unharmed, merely suffering from excessive fright and tension, taking a mild sedative with no serious consequences. Enough already. Stop feigning illness. Ding Minghui dropped all pretense, discarding even the facade of benevolence. Casting a cold glance at Yu Huai's parents, He sneered, "Do not waste my precious time any longer. If you have money, pay up. If not, await the court summons and prepare for your son's imprisonment." You, how heartless and unfeeling. Uncle and Annie are unconscious, not pretending to be ill. Ding Minghui, do not push us too far. Gung Gung, having endured and tolerated, finally reached her breaking point. Upon hearing Ding Minghui's dismissive remark, "Stop pretending to be sick," the emotions she had suppressed erupted in fury. Though she was but a fragile girl, utterly alone, with her boyfriend facing imprisonment, her family in dire straits with her father hospitalized, she would stand tall and denounce Ding Minghui and his ilk. "Those demons who devour without leaving a bone. You are nothing but a pack of demons, cruel and merciless, scheming against us." The so-called vandalism was merely a deceitful setup, a deliberate frame-up to tarnish our name. Gung Gung unleashed her wrath, her petite frame akin to a frenzied leopard, her eyes burning with righteous fury as she fixed her gaze upon Ding Minghui. "We have retreated time and again, yet you only intensify your attacks, leaving us no path to survival." This was not a breakdown of emotions. It was rage pushed to its limits, akin to a soul shattered by extreme trauma, resulting in a terrifying transformation that, if looks could kill, Ding Minghui would have been obliterated 1,000 times over. Gung Gung gritted her teeth, her eyes reddened, muttering, "One day, I will make you 080. Manipulate, deliberately humiliate, go viral." I was wrong. I was wrong." Silence. At that moment, Heiji stepped forward, his gaze sharp, his expression solemn, sternly admonishing Gung Gung. "This is a public security bureau, not a marketplace. Everyone quiet down. Can you reach a settlement agreement?" Heiji's gaze swept across those present, speaking firmly, "If not, we will proceed according to legal procedures. Those who should be apprehended have already been taken into custody, that if both parties cannot reach a settlement, we will pursue criminal charges, and the victim can submit relevant evidence to the court for prosecution and compensation, enforcing compliance." Heiji's words forced Gung Gung to regain her composure. Ding Minghui seized the opportunity to say, "Since you cannot afford to pay, let us proceed according to legal procedures that I will not withdraw the criminal charges. Cannot afford." Yang Jinrong shook his head. "It is not that I cannot afford it. I lack nothing but money that I want to disclose the amount, but I can certainly cover those hundreds of thousands. However, your attitude has greatly displeased me. Since you prefer to follow legal procedures, then so be it. Once again, I reiterate, Yu Huai is my brother, I can pay for him. But if you continue to irk me, then I'm afraid my brother will have to bear the consequences of imprisonment, even if you apply for enforcement through the court. Yu Huai's family has very little money to compensate you. If you want money, do not treat yourself like a lord." Yang Jinrong's precision was impeccable. Ding Minghui and his associates, operating as black intermediaries and running shadowy businesses, engaging in various gray practices, were solely motivated by greed. Under normal circumstances, they would only earn a few tens of thousands at most. But today, with Yu Huai's case, they stood to gain an explosive profit. A staggering 660,000. Even splitting it among them would leave them all significantly enriched. One deal could surpass what they would typically earn in 10. If you claim to have money, and thus you have money, Ding Minghui scoffed. Their position was one of assured victory. How could they bow their heads? "You owe me money, yet you expect me to accommodate you. Are you joking?" He genuinely had money. It was discovered that this fellow was a prominent streamer online. Tan Xingzhong leaned close to Ding Minghui, whispering, "He has a motorcycle worth over 500,000. His background is likely quite substantial. The collapse of Tianjin Group is also related to him." Outsiders observe the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. Among the business owners in Linghai, it is widely accepted that the true cause of Tianjin Group's downfall was not merely a violent investigation by the heirs, but rather a failure in political struggles leading to abandonment. Ding Minghui and his kind were no exception. Whether Yang Jinrong was responsible for the downfall of Tianjin Group was irrelevant. What mattered was that it confirmed Yang Jinrong's wealth, possessing a motorcycle worth 500,000. He could indeed produce 660,000, which seemed reasonable. Just moments ago, Ding Minghui had been defiant, but now his demeanor softened, lowering his voice to inquire, "If I concede now, can he provide the payment?" Tan Qingzhong replied he should be able to. Before Tan Qingzhong could finish, Ding Minghui, shedding his previous demeanor, quickly adopted a conciliatory tone, smiling at Yang Jinrong. "Little brother, I was rash earlier. How about this? I'll waive the extra amount. You just need to pay the 660,000 as an apology for what just happened. Big brother is reasonable, right?" Yang Jinrong had expected Ding Minghui to be as obstinate as a character from a drama, never yielding. Yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, this man was admitting fault. The ability to bend and yield, such individuals should never be crossed. Once offended, one must go to great lengths to ensure their downfall, leaving no opportunity for them to rise again. That petty sum was merely chump change. Yang Jinrong chuckled. "Besides, I am not short on that little amount. Once again, I reiterate, you have made me quite displeased today. Until I am satisfied, do not expect to take money from me. That I am sorry. I am sorry." Ding Minghui, familiar with some wealthy second-generation heirs, knew they often held themselves in high esteem, overly concerned with their so-called face. Sometimes, for the sake of face, they would even exploit their own parents mercilessly. He assumed Yang Jinrong was of a similar mindset, thus hurriedly adorned a false facade of appeasement. "I sincerely apologize to you. My earlier rashness can indeed be forgiven. That I was quite upset after your brother wrecked my tutoring agency and incurred significant losses, so my tone was a bit harsh. That I apologize to them." Yang Jinrong raised his head to signal Gung Gung and Yu Huai's parents that I sincerely apologize. Esteemed guest, that I spoke without restraint, and if I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Ding Minghui repeatedly uttered apologies, yet internally he was filled with scorn, finding Yang Jinrong's juvenile antics utterly contemptible. However, he maintained a facade of humility, stating, "I always believed we were destined for reconciliation, that as soon as the funds arrive. I will immediately withdraw the criminal charges. No, I will outright dismiss the case and will not pursue any further liabilities." This dramatic reversal in Ding Minghui's attitude left Yu Huai's parents in stunned silence. Particularly, Yu Huai's mother, who had just regained consciousness after a fainting spell, was astounded by the sudden and monumental shift in the boss's demeanor. "Can you believe it?" Gung Gung, however, felt a profound disdain for Ding Minghui. This grudge, even if there was no opportunity now, one day he would repay Ding Minghui in kind. "All right, since both parties have reached a settlement, let's proceed with the compensation and sign a letter of understanding. Following this, I will issue a notification of non-prosecution, and the matter will be resolved." That He Ji once again assumed the role of mediator, and upon finishing his statement, turned his gaze toward Yang Jinrong. Ding Minghui and Tan Qingzhong also fixed their eyes on Yang Jinrong, as it was he who would be paying. Naturally, he became the focal point of the gathering. "Very well, I do not have the time to haggle with you." Yang Jinrong replied nonchalantly. "Prepare a comprehensive list of all items requiring compensation, along with the relevant evidence and materials, and present everything to me. Ensure that every penny is accounted for. I do not lack your trifles." All right. Ding Minghui and Tan Qingzhong exchanged glances, both finding disdain in each other's eyes. How could they possibly shortchange such a frivolous, rich second generation? Not a single cent would be spared. They promptly organized the compensation list and supporting documents. The total came to 668,393 yuan. Ding Minghui finally announced the total compensation amount, looking toward Yang Jinrong with anticipation, and smiled. "Mr. Yang, will you be paying via card, Zafubo, or WeChat? What's the rush?" Yang Jinrong glanced over the documents and replied indifferently. "First, you must transport all the damaged items to my warehouse, and they must not be further damaged en route." Ding Minghui frowned. He sensed that Yang Jinrong was deliberately making things difficult for him. The damaged items were already of little value, and now they were to be moved to a warehouse. Wasn't he that essentially making them his errand boys? You haven't even compensated yet. Those damaged items are evidence. Ding Minghui protested, but before he could finish, Yang Jinrong waved his phone. I'll transfer it to you now. Ding Minghui's expression brightened, and he quickly opened the payment code. With over 60,000 in hand, he planned to find a few foreign tutors to learn a language and enjoy VIP treatment. Ding. Zifubo transferred 129,855 yuan. Ding Minghui was perplexed. What did this mean? Where was the 66,000? Why had it turned into just over 12,000? Is there a problem? Yang Jinrong said, raising an eyebrow with displeasure. You must fulfill my first condition before I consider transferring the second payment. Fine. Ding Minghui gritted his teeth and spat out a single word that he felt humiliated, yet endured it for the sake of the money. Next, accompanied by several security personnel from the Xingqing District Security Office, everyone proceeded to the Golden Sun Tutoring Agency, where Ding Minghui called for the items listed in his compensation claim to be transported to the warehouse Yang Jinrong had pre-rented. Yang Jinrong was not patient enough to wait for the transportation process. After snapping a few photos, he declared, "These items now belong to me. I'll be careful not to damage them further. If they are damaged again, I reserve the right to seek compensation. Move at your own pace. And contact me when you're done." That he then strutted away, taking Gung Gung and Yu Huai's parents with him. What does this mean? Tan Xingzhong was baffled by Yang Jinrong's intentions, that he is doing this to intentionally annoy us. Ding Minghui spat towards the direction Yang Jinrong had departed, cursing, "This country bumpkin rich second generation. If it weren't for the money, I would have given you 2 slaps already. How dare you act so arrogantly?" It was no wonder Ding Minghui felt this way. Yang Jinrong's warehouse was nothing more than a dilapidated building, clearly a temporary and shabby rental. Once the lease expired, it was likely all of those items would be discarded. What nonsense about seeking compensation for secondary damage. Ridiculous. If he truly valued those worthless items, he wouldn't have rented such a decrepit warehouse. This was nothing less than a blatant humiliation of Ding Minghui. Yet, Ding Minghui dared not act recklessly, that he had to keep reminding the workers to handle the items carefully to avoid any damage. By the time all the items were moved, it was already evening. Ding Minghui was so furious he could hardly contain himself, that he patiently called Yang Jinrong to inform him that the transportation was complete, demanding the remaining compensation. To his dismay, he was met with Yang Jinrong's curt reply. "I am busy playing games, no time. Just you fool, calling me, causing me to miss my chance to secure a kill. Get lost." After a scolding, the call was abruptly ended. Ding Minghui's eyes burned with rage. "Just you wait." Unable to contain his anger, Ding Minghui arranged to meet with Xiao Qiulian and others to devise a strategy. His demands were simple. Leave room for maneuver while also venting his frustrations. "President Ding, calm down. Don't stoop to the level of a student. Once we receive the money, we can find another opportunity to retaliate," Xiao Qiulian consoled. "Indeed, look at me. So carefree. Family and warmth. Every day is comfortable and pleasant." Yao Zong chimed in. "However, returning to the matter at hand, we must curb this Yang Jinrong's arrogance and show him that people in society are not to be trifled with. Damn it." Ding Minghui exclaimed, "I can't let this go. I must retaliate tonight. Isn't this Yang Jinrong just an online streamer? We can use the internet to annoy him, and this method will leave him speechless. Forcing him to pay us," Tan Xingzhong proposed. Both men turned to him, intrigued. "What is your plan?" Tan Xingzhong smirked. "Simple. We create a video and post it online, subtly implying Yang Jinrong's involvement without naming him directly. For instance, we could include photos of Yang Jinrong's silhouette or the campus of Linhai University, which we can surely find online, or we can Photoshop one if necessary. Nowadays, netizens love to play detective and will automatically analyze and speculate about Yang Jinrong's connection to this incident. I've even thought of a catchy title. Notable Linhai University student vandalizes tutoring center and refuses compensation. Tan Xingzhong spoke passionately, outlining his plan. Isn't that risky? Ding Minghui couldn't help but voice his concerns. I am not afraid of provoking Yang Jinrong. He already transferred over 12,000 without blinking, and he will surely pay the remaining amount, albeit with some hassle. That my only worry is that if we release this video, what if they respond with a video exposing us? Wouldn't we be shooting ourselves in the foot? No need to worry about that. Tan Qingzhong chuckled, taking a sip of tea before continuing. First, we can showcase the police report. Second, if they accuse us of collusion, we can simply deny it. Everything will be based on the security office's findings. We can clearly state this in the video. And no matter how they expose us, we will firmly assert that the law and authorities have deemed them guilty, that if they try to expose us, that will just be slander. The online community will undoubtedly side with us. I think that's a solid plan. Ding Minghui agreed enthusiastically that I'll get someone to make the video right away. They all concurred, with Ding Minghui feeling particularly pleased with the idea that he quickly picked up his phone to call an employee, instructing them to work overtime to produce the video. Tan Qingzhong hurriedly reminded him, "Wait, President Ding, make sure to have a female employee do the video and the voiceover. The content can be simple. Just a few images of the damaged items, followed by a recording of the female employee angrily denouncing the university student for not compensating." Exactly. If a woman is the one making the accusations, it will surely garner sympathy from the online audience. Yao Zong praised that as expected of Tan Zong. "Your idea is thorough." Ding Minghui thought this suggestion was brilliant. He immediately called a female employee, instructing her to create a video expressing grievances from home, simply pairing a few photos of the vandalized items with her accusations. Not long after, Ding Minghui received the video, which was passionately performed with fervent emotion and articulately conveyed outrage. "Perfect. Haha. Let us post it immediately." This video, meticulously crafted in accordance with Tan Qingzhong's proposal, demanding compensation from the students of Linhai University, was dispatched to Douyin. A few individuals were sipping tea while eagerly awaiting the delightful surprises that would ensue once the video went viral. However, to their dismay, the video appeared to have sunk into the abyss, failing to stir even a ripple, with view counts lingering in the single digits. Ding Minghui persistently refreshed the app, anticipating the video's explosive success as a means to counter Yang Jinrong, only to be met with disappointment after countless refreshes. Do not fret. Tan Qingzhong quickly reassured. These days, videos need financial backing to gain traction on platforms. You should invest 5,000 yuan in Douyin for promotion. Once it gains momentum, further spending may not be necessary. Upon hearing this, Ding Minghui felt exasperated. Was he to invest 5,000 yuan before even achieving his revenge? Nevertheless, he resolved that one must spend money to make money. And with a resolute determination, he charged 5,000 yuan to promote the video. Upon refreshing, he indeed noticed a significant increase in viewership. He decided to invest another 5,000. Witnessing the impact, Ding Minghui hastily escalated his investment, pouring a total of 10,000 yuan into the endeavor, which yielded remarkable results. The video's views, likes, shares, and comments skyrocketed, attracting the attention of various self-media outlets. Ding Minghui's private messages were soon inundated with inquiries from several verified self-media accounts, eager to share his video. Of course, you may. Ding Minghui eagerly consented. In no time, numerous self-media videos emerged across major platforms, rallying support for the beleaguered educational institution. Shockingly, Linhai University, previously embroiled in controversy, was once again in the spotlight as its students vandalized a tutoring center, with the vulnerable female manager publicly denouncing the assault. What has become of our society? University students resorting to destruction simply because the tutoring center's manager is a woman deemed easy to intimidate, subsequently refusing to offer compensation. The female manager, typically perceived as fragile, took to social media in the dead of night to voice her grievances, claiming that a Linhai University student had vandalized the center and shirked responsibility. Who are these lawless perpetrators? What are their backgrounds? Despite the manager having filed a police report, compensation remains elusive. Does their connection grant them immunity? The underlying truth merits our contemplation. Self-media outlets are well versed in the art of garnering views. Each headline brims with controversy, inciting conflict and exaggerating opposition. Every video insinuates that the vandal is none other than Yang Jinro, as his figure is present in the footage, complete with accompanying police records. The video's topicality and credibility reached unprecedented heights, causing viewership to soar. Ding Minghui was overjoyed before long. The renowned influencer, News Sister, caught wind of this development. Recognizing a viral sensation, she wasted no time in turning on her camera to record a fiery, incisive commentary. I must ask, are Linhai University students ignorant of the law? Vandalizing a tutoring center and refusing to fulfill compensation obligations. What sort of education are these students receiving? If they engage in such behavior while still in school, what dangers might they pose to society upon graduation? I must inquire, does no one at Linhai University have the authority to manage these students? The news was almost simultaneously disseminated by major outlets. The story indeed exploded. That very night, it swiftly ascended the trending charts. Almost every comment beneath the videos condemned Linhai University while supporting the female manager of the tutoring center. Why is it always Linhai University? Aren't university students considered adults? Adults possess criminal responsibility. Law enforcement should promptly detain them. I can't shake the feeling that the individual in the video is the recently infamous Yang Jinro, the so-called law god. Indeed, it is he. Isn't he the one who prides himself on being a champion of justice? How can he break the law? Are you unaware that he's a rich second generation? While he publicly advocates for justice, who knows what misdeeds he engages in behind closed doors? Which rich second generation can be a good person? I've long been irked by Yang Jinrong's hypocrisy. Let us rally for justice, support the female manager in her fight for rights. Such comments proliferated, and soon, Yang Jinrong's personal account was inundated with backlash. Countless netizens flocked to his account, only to find that due to his earlier restriction of comments to followers only, those condemning him were compelled to follow him first, inadvertently elevating his follower count to over 3 million without his knowledge. The virality of the video far exceeded Ding Minghui and his accomplices' expectations. Elation surged through Ding Minghui as he reveled in the online ridicule directed towards Yang Jinro. This strategy was simply exhilarating. Indeed, it was satisfying. Henceforth, Yang Jinro would likely think twice before acting arrogantly, eagerly awaiting the next day's confrontation regarding payment. Chuckling at the thought, both Xiao Yao and Tan Xingzhong shared in the delight. As they were all part of the same scheme, anticipating a handsome sum from Yang Jinro, that I must return home. My wife and child are waiting for me. So Yao remarked, glancing at his Cartier watch as he rose to take his leave. Tan, Ding, and Xiao, do enjoy your conversation, that if I delay any longer, my son will start to miss me. All right, my task here is complete. I shall take my leave as well, Tan Xingzhong said, rising and loosening his Hermes belt. I've had my fill of tea, haha, time to go. With that, Yao and Tan departed, leaving only Ding Minghui and Xiao Qiuyan in the spacious office. ASO Yao drove through the neon-lit streets, relishing Linhai's vibrant nightlife. He suddenly received a text from a worker who had previously demanded 3,000 yuan in wages. With a flick of his wrist, he deleted the message and blocked the number. Those at the lower rungs of society must understand their place. The benefits are meant for those of us in power, while the lower class should diligently toil. Otherwise, how would I afford my new luxury vehicle come year-end? Before long, CEO Yao parked his Mercedes-Benz in front of his villa, where his wife and son eagerly opened the door upon hearing his arrival. Just then, from the shadows, a figure approached him swiftly. Wang Aibing, who permitted you to come here? So, Yao scolded disdainfully as he exited the vehicle. But the figure, silent and determined, rushed towards him. Suddenly, Yao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and a chilling realization washed over him that I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. A husband, Daddy. 081. Dizziness is quite normal. Missing 3,000. Arrest on site. The police vehicle from the Xingqing District Public Security Bureau arrived promptly after receiving the report. Led by He Ji, the officers stepped out of the car, recoiling at the horrific scene before them. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, and the sight was nothing short of ghastly. The officers quickly identified the perpetrator. The assailant appeared to be in his 30s, unassuming, with vacant eyes and dark circles. After committing the act, he did not flee or attempt to steal valuables. Instead, he sat blankly in the Yao household, lost in thought that it was only when Yi adorned him with silver handcuffs that the assailant finally acknowledged his surroundings, turning to see the Yao family sprawled lifelessly on the floor. His once dull gaze fixated on the Cartier watch on Yao's wrist, and he could not help but mutter through gritted teeth, "Truly despicable." Wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands, yet scheming to withhold 3,000 in wages. "Take him away," Yi commanded, swiftly escorting the man to the police vehicle, where he would face charges of premeditated murder, potentially leading to a death sentence. The sound of an approaching ambulance echoed as a white Iveco halted before the villa, and several doctors rushed out in haste. "Who called for an ambulance? It's too late for this now," Yi exclaimed. "Director Lin, he's still moving." One of the assistant doctors noticed Yao's body twitching slightly and exclaimed excitedly. Director Lin shot a disapproving glance at the overly enthusiastic assistant. "Are you not aware of the intricacies of language?" "What do you mean? He's still moving. How did I end up with you as my unfortunate assistant?" Without further delay, Director Lin and his team of assistants and nurses bypassed Yi and entered the Yao residence, swiftly beginning their examination. Gurgling sounds escaped Yao's throat as he struggled to move, desperately trying to vocalize, but no sound emerged. "Are you asking me to save your wife and child first?" The assistant, poised to initiate resuscitation, interpreted Yao's struggle as a plea to check on his family. Gurgling again, Yao exerted more effort, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. "That he wants you to save him first. Don't worry about his wife and child." The director, astute as ever, quickly grasped Yao's intentions. This must be his son. And this is his wife. Both have no pulse. The assistant finished examining Yao's wife and child and returned to attempt to stop Yao's bleeding, questioning the director. "Only he has a faint pulse." "Can he be saved?" After a meticulous examination, Director Lin shook his head and sighed. 8 stab wounds, 7 blades deftly avoided the vital points, yet the 8th plunged into the heart's domain. Astonishingly, the soul still clung to a breath, verging on a miracle of existence that no hope left. The assistant lamented softly, his kind-hearted nature prompting him to console Mr. Yao. "Take a deep breath. Dizziness is quite normal. You will feel better soon. Do not fear." Gurgling sounds escaped Mr. Yao as he seemed to struggle, blood oozing from his mouth, his eyes wide with a desperate plea for salvation. Yet, no sound could escape him. From the signs of vitality, he was an extraordinary medical specimen. Director Lin sighed heavily. "Director, this is no miracle of life. It resembles a supernatural phenomenon. The entire family is intact," the assistant murmured, noting how Mr. Yao's wife and child succumbed to a single wound, while he endured 8, yet lingered on. "Lin?" At that moment, Mr. Yao emitted a gurgling sound, seemingly uttering a name, before expelling his final breath, his eyes rolling back, completely succumbing to death. "What did he just say about the supernatural?" A nurse questioned, puzzled that he mentioned Lin Yi. "Perhaps it is the name of a protagonist from some novel." Ji interjected that, "Oh, I see." The nurse nodded instinctively that as for why the CEO, in his final moments, would call out the name of a fictional character. It might be that he misheard the staff's conversation about the supernatural, mistakenly believing they were discussing a novel, neglecting his own rescue. "Let us pack away the resuscitation equipment. We have done our utmost," Director Lin commanded. The assistant complied, tidying up while curiously inquiring of Ji. "Officer, which novel features this Lin Yi as its protagonist?" "I enjoy reading novels. Do share your recommendation." Director Lin felt a tinge of embarrassment for his loquacious assistant, vowing never to bring him along again, that I cannot recall the exact title. "Something about a school beauty and a virgin. Look it up yourself," Ji deflected. Fortunately, this was a villa area, and in the dead of night, there were few onlookers. leaving He unconcerned about maintaining order. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the vibrant nightlife of the coastal metropolis, a small village lay quiet, within a few low prefab houses, under the dim yellow glow of a lamp. Twin girls had finished the homework assigned by their teacher, awaiting their father's return for dinner. That it's getting late. He probably won't be home tonight. Their mother was affixing a brand new certificate to the wall with grains of rice. And as she surveyed the collection of accolades, a blissful smile graced her face. She gazed tenderly at her children, soothingly stating, "Let us eat first. After dinner, we will bathe and sleep that in the morning you will see your father." "Oh yay, my favorite potato stew," the younger sister exclaimed. "Sister, let us save the meat for father. He works the hardest," she replied. "All right, I'll have one piece, and you can have one too, while mother enjoys two pieces, leaving the rest for father." "Such good children," their mother said, turning away, her eyes glistening with tears under the dim light. Her hand rested on her injured calf, a wound from an accidental cut by a plow while working in the fields a few days prior. Upon hearing the news, her husband, who had just started working at a factory a month ago, immediately quit to take her to the town hospital for treatment. The town hospital advised that he might have injured a nerve and recommended a comprehensive examination at a tertiary hospital in the city, warning of potential long-term complications, such as a limp. The remaining savings at home barely covered the estimated medical expenses, falling short by several thousand, that her husband mentioned that the factory owner had yet to pay him $3,000 in wages. And he intended to demand his payment, in truth. Several other factories and construction sites also owed him wages, that if all his overdue payments were settled, they could afford to build a new house. He had been gone for 3 days and had yet to return. She couldn't help but worry, her heart filled with an inexplicable dread. At Linghai University, in the boys' dormitory, Yang Jinrong, exhausted after a long day, was still awake, scrolling through Douyin when he stumbled upon a video posted by a news anchor. "I must ask." Linghai University. Yang Jinrong glared at the anchor's exceedingly irritating face, wishing he could deliver a couple of sharp blows. In the background of the video, his own silhouette was visible. Opening the comment section, he found a barrage of attacks against him, claiming he was the one responsible for the vandalism. Are they truly intent on targeting me? Yang Jinrong flipped through other news videos, each featuring him, clearly suggesting he was implicated in the incident. His private messages were flooded with inquiries about whether he was indeed the one who vandalized. Some directly accused him, questioning, "Are you the scoundrel who vandalized and refused to pay for the damages?" Others expressed concern, while some fans voiced their belief that he would never engage in such behavior. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of messages, Yang Jinrong could not respond. He continued to scroll through the comments on his latest video, where many were quick to label him as the culprit, insisting, if he wasn't involved, why are all the news photos of him? With thousands of students at the school, why did they choose his silhouette? You can't convince me otherwise. He must be the one. Among the comments, one caught his eye. 1. I am Qin Shi Huang. 2. Yang Jinrong vandalized. 3. The national football team won the championship. It became clear to him that this individual, cloaking himself in the guise of justice, was merely fishing for attention and harvesting followers while engaging in nefarious acts behind the scenes. Amused by these self-proclaimed awakened commenters, Yang Jinrong saved their remarks, planning to share them with Yin Yin and entrust their firm to take legal action against them all. As for the news anchor and major media outlets, he would not let them off lightly. He retained all evidence, as these insinuations directed at him reminded him of an article from years ago on Jiyin, which falsely implicated an actor on the rise for abandoning his girlfriend, leading to her demise. Although the article did not name names, internet sleuths pointed fingers at the actor, plunging him into a protracted public relations nightmare that cost him acting opportunities and forced him to fade from the industry. Even though he eventually won the lawsuit, it was too late. The malicious authors merely issued apologies, while those internet detectives faced no consequences. This time, he was determined to see the news anchor and major media outlets punished. Yang Jinrong closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, realizing that indulging them would only embolden their audacity. Furthermore, the individuals behind the videos, Ding Minghui and his associates should not expect to enjoy their good fortune for much longer. At this moment, Yang Jinrong remained unaware of the events unfolding at the CEO's villa. After quickly gathering his evidence, he sent it to Yin Yin and then closed his notebook. The night passed in silence. The following morning, oh no, a murder has occurred in Linghai. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, springing from his bed. What on earth? A whole family is gone. Let me see. Yongbin leaned in for a closer look. Wow, it says the big boss owes his employees 3,000 in wages. Really? Over 3,000? He would kill an entire family. He queried, isn't that a bit excessive? One cannot advise others to be kind without having endured their suffering. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head, swiping past the news. Forget it. Let us hope we aren't owed wages in the future. With no classes scheduled for the day, Yang Jinrong completed his morning routine and received a call from Ding Minghui, instructing him to visit the security office to settle the remaining compensation. Surprisingly, the process went smoothly. Upon arriving at the security office, Ding Minghui found Yang Jinrong and his companions already waiting, that he had planned to feign friendliness before collecting the money. But to his astonishment, Yang Jinrong voluntarily transferred the entire amount. 668, 393, not a cent less, settling the debt in full. Ding Minghui was overjoyed. This felt sweeter than consuming 1,000 Alpen chocolates, prompting him to promptly cancel the criminal case. Yu Huai was released, and his parents embraced him, tears streaming down their faces. Gung Gung also wiped her eyes nearby. Upon learning that Yang Jinrong had spent 660,000 on his behalf, Yu Huai froze, his face paling. Jinrong, before he could finish, he caught sight of the jubilant Ding Minghui. Ding Ming Hui. Yu Huai spat the name through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with fury. The days spent in detention had opened his eyes to the world, fundamentally altering his perspective. Congratulations, you are free. Ding Minhui was so elated that he nearly danced with joy, his face alight with excitement. With this deal, he would acquire an Audi Q7, and from that moment on, they would no longer owe each other anything, that he hoped that in the future, they might have the opportunity to collaborate and make money together. Haha. Ding Minhui was exceedingly pleased, even a bit carried away with pride. To be honest, having deceived so many over the years, this was the first time he had made such a substantial profit in one go. As for Yu Huai's murderous glare, Ding Minhui completely ignored it. I understand that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. At this moment, you may feel a tinge of sadness, but that matters not. After all, freedom is invaluable, is it not? Ding Minhui declared with pride, to why Yu Huai's eyes glinted with lethal intent. Gung Gung tugged at Yu Huai's sleeve, but Ding Minhui remained unfazed, pondering how to distribute the profits he had just acquired. Considering sharing them with Chairman Yao and a few others, though he would ultimately keep the lion's share for himself. Relishing the thought, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, well, since I've received the money, it is time for me to leave. Where do you think you are going? Yang Jinrong, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled at Ding Minhui. Hey, Ding Minhui was no longer afraid of Yang Jinrong. He lifted his chin defiantly as if to challenge him. So, Yang Jinrong, do you intend to discuss me further? Now that I have the money, do you think I would tolerate you any longer? At that moment, He finally concluded the investigation into the villa murder case. He approached Ding Minhui and whispered something in his ear. What? Ding Minhui's expression shifted dramatically from surprise to terror. Impossible. We drank tea together until dark last night. How could he? Beep, beep, beep. Almost simultaneously, Ding Minhui's phone rang. It was a call from Tan Xingzhong that he answered, and the latter's panicked voice came through. General Ding, something terrible has happened. Chairman Yao was stabbed last night, his wife and son. All perished. No, Ding Minhui panicked. Just a moment ago, he had been ecstatic about receiving the money, but now, hearing of Chairman Yao's family's tragedy, his emotions plummeted like a roller coaster. When he looked at Yu Huai again, he felt a chill in his heart. Ding Minhui was in a frenzy. He had exploited countless individuals at the bottom rung of society and had become increasingly arrogant, forgetting the saying, "Barefoot people fear no shoes." The only fairness between classes is that everyone has but one life. No matter how wealthy you are, there are no resurrection coins. That it's true. I've confirmed this with He that if you don't believe me, ask him. Tan Qingzhong said urgently over the phone, "I need to hide elsewhere. You know, several people who can't repay their loans have been causing me trouble, that I need to take my wife and hide for a while." "What about me?" Ding Minhui was speaking when a group of uniformed security personnel entered the public security office's hall. He stepped forward, extending his hand. "Who are you?" "City Security Bureau, Zhang Hui." The leading officer adjusted his hat, not shaking hands with He, but instead pulling out a report acceptance form and an arrest warrant. "We received a report that someone is suspected of extortion and slander. Please cooperate with our investigation." This, He glanced at the name on the acceptance form. "Ding Minhui, me?" Ding Minhui was taken aback. "Take him away." Zhang Hui waved his hand, and two officers moved to restrain Ding Minhui. The sound of handcuffs snapping echoed that, "No, how could I be guilty of extortion?" Ding Minhui protested loudly. "That money was compensation from Yang Jinrong for the damage caused by Yu Huai to my educational institution. Officers, please do not wrongfully accuse me." Seeing that the officers from the city bureau were ignoring him, Ding Minhui quickly turned to He. "Officer He, please explain the situation. I truly did not extort anyone." He had thrived on the fringes of legality. How could he not understand the law? This absolutely does not constitute extortion. His colleagues at the bureau, Ding Minhui. He attempted to plead on Ding Minhui's behalf. But Zhang Hui interrupted, pulling out another document that He, "You should be more concerned about yourself. Someone has filed a formal complaint against you for corruption and bribery. This is an investigation order from the city bureau. Please return with us to cooperate." He's eyes widened. "That no, I didn't." "What the hell?" Before He could argue, Zhang Hui personally placed handcuffs on him, the sharp click resonating painfully in Ding Minhui's ears. "Impossible." Ding Minhui was utterly panicked. This was a path he had never anticipated. Just moments ago, he was jubilantly reveling in his newfound wealth, but within mere minutes, he had received 3 devastating blows that sent his elation plummeting to the depths. Chairman Yao's entire family was murdered, he was handcuffed, and even He was arrested. "Listen to my explanation. I truly did not extort anyone," he attempted to argue. Yet, the city bureau officers paid him no heed. The director of the Star District Public Security Office also stepped in, but faced with the arrest warrant, he could only solemnly advise He, "Please cooperate with the city bureau's investigation. If there is anything, you must confess for leniency, strive for lenient treatment." He. At that moment, Ding Minhui was completely overwhelmed. "You can have your family contact a lawyer to defend you." Zhang Hui waved his hand, signaling the end of the operation. Ding Minhui and He were both taken away. Yu Huai, Gung, and Yu Huai's parents stood frozen, staring blankly at He and Ding Minhui as they were led away. Yu Huai, astonished, turned to Yang Jinrong. "Jinrong, what is this?" "Public arrest, a major cleanup. No one shall escape." Yang Jinrong clapped Yu Huai on the shoulder, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, he noticed that this kid, despite having a slight odor, had not lost any weight. In fact, he seemed to have gained some. It felt like seeing him after 24 hours apart. "How on earth did you gain weight in the detention center?" "Is that true?" Yu Huai, slightly incredulous, pinched his own face, feeling no difference that he turned to Gung, asking earnestly, "Gung, do I look fatter?" "Just a bit." Gung replied honestly, "Unscientific. How could one gain weight just from drinking water?" Yu Huai mumbled, "All right, let's head back, wash up, change clothes, and then take Uncle and Aunt to find a place to rest, and no need to worry about money or legal issues." Yang Jinrong consoled that while Yu Huai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After holding back for a long time, he couldn't utter a word, the unspoken gratitude heavy in the air. He would remember Yang Jinrong's kindness for a lifetime, and he was determined to repay the debts he owed. ensuring that Yang Jinrong would not suffer losses because of him. That Yu Huai's parents also clutched Yang Jinrong's hands, nearly bowing in gratitude. Yang Jinrong informed them that he had matters to attend to and urged them to return home. Before departing, at the Excellence Human Resources Company, a long line of job seekers had already formed outside early in the morning. Xiao Qiulian, who had intentionally risen early, looked at the impoverished job seekers before her, not displaying any disdain, but rather warmly welcoming them. These individuals were her unsuspecting little lambs destined for slaughter. Each person paid a service fee of 200, a deposit of 500, and a medical examination fee of 180. And that was just the beginning. She would introduce workers to Ding Minhui, Tan Qingzhong, Chairman Yao, and other employers, profiting handsomely by delaying salary payments or even withholding wages altogether. When conflict arose, it was even better. Individuals like Yu Huai could be conned out of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, all of which he would pocket as commission. That it was simply delightful. Yet these earnings were not even her main source of income. She had another substantial hidden revenue stream that even Ding Minhui and the others were unaware of. Only she knew that the upper management had not allocated funds to her in a long while. Please hand over your ID cards. I will arrange for someone to make copies for you. Do not cut in line. Our Excellence Labor Cooperation Unit has many positions available, and everyone will be placed. So rest assured. Xiao Qiulian called out, starting to collect ID cards. Her enthusiasm prompted many job seekers to feel grateful, believing they had come to the right place today. No labor intermediary had ever treated them so kindly. Xiao Qiulian collected over 30 ID cards in one go, earning 30,000 yuan just from fees that morning. And among them were quite a few unsuspecting fools who would allow her to earn even more in the future. She busily worked alongside several employees, barely taking a sip of water, let alone checking the news. The thrill of making money was exhilarating. As Xiao Qiulian gazed contentedly at the throng of unsuspecting little lambs. Her well-maintained visage, enhanced by a few cosmetic procedures, beamed with joy. Choose our Excellence Labor. You will absolutely not regret it. Just then, several uniformed security personnel parted the crowd and appeared before Xiao Qiulian. Led by Captain Zhang Hui from the Municipal Bureau, a few security officers. What is this? Upon seeing the unfamiliar security officers, Xiao Qiulian's heart skipped a beat. This was unsettling, as she had recently made arrangements with the Xinqing District Security Office and had no reason to be in trouble. Could it be? I am Zhang Hui from the Municipal Security Bureau. You are suspected of illegal activities and are under arrest. What? Xiao Qiulian was taken aback. Comrades of the security force, have you made a mistake? I am a law-abiding citizen and have never engaged in any unlawful activities. How could this be? You can argue your case in the detention room. Zhang Hui signaled for his men to handcuff her. Click! The crisp sound echoed, and Xiao Qiulian gazed in shock at the silver bracelet reflecting the lights on her wrist. For the first time, she found the lighting unbearably harsh. Not only her, but other employees from the labor agency were also being adorned with silver bracelets. This action bewildered the job seekers who had just paid their agency fees and were waiting for work, causing an uproar. Comrades of the security force, she is quite nice. How could she be a criminal? Yes, she just promised to arrange jobs for us within 3 days. I've never encountered such a courteous labor agency manager. You can't arrest her. Many pleaded on Xiao Qiulian's behalf. Hearing this, she joined in. I truly haven't broken the law. I pay taxes every month. How could I engage in criminal activities? Silence. Zhang Hui reprimanded her sharply, raising his gaze to sweep over the crowd. His piercing look silenced many present. You've arrested her. What about the agency fees, deposits, and medical examination fees we just paid? Can we get them back? Suddenly, someone raised this question, prompting others to echo the sentiment. Yes, hurry and refund us. We'll switch to another labor agency. Exactly, refund us. 980 yuan. I have to work for 10 days to earn that. Please refund us for this. Zhang Hui was prepared that he scanned the crowd again. You all stay here without moving. Line up quietly, I will have the security officers register each of you. Once we thoroughly investigate the case, We will contact you to retrieve your refunded money from the Security Bureau. We have to go to the Security Bureau for the refunds, and we'll have to wait a long time. At the pace you work, we want to see our money for 3 to 5 months, will we? Right? Can't you refund us now? I need that money to eat. Without it, and no jobs arranged. How will I survive? The crowd erupted with grievances. However, everything must adhere to legal procedures. Every single payment received by Joyeux Labor was evidence of a crime. Thus, no refunds could be issued until the case was resolved. Zhang Hui was not a rigid individual. He empathized with the struggles of the working class. While the legal process is fixed, people are not. After some thought, he promised, "Rest assured, I am Zhang Hui from the Municipal Security Bureau. I guarantee that we will resolve this case within 7 working days and return all your money. Furthermore, you won't need to go to the Municipal Security Bureau for the refund. When you register your information shortly, fill in your bank account number accurately. I will arrange for security personnel to refund you according to your account number. Is that all right? Good, we'll listen to the leader. All right, 7 working days. We can endure that." In such circumstances, workers dared not make excessive demands. Encountering a security officer like Zhang Hui was already fortunate. The crowd began to register their information. After completing the registration, they were escorted away one by one. Zhang Hui, along with a few security officers, sealed off all internal documents of Joyeux Labor, confiscating computers and other equipment, as these were all evidence. Joyeux Human Resources Company Limited was also affixed with a seal. Xiao Qiulian, being taken away in a police vehicle, still struggled. "You cannot take me away. I want to contact a lawyer. I will sue you. You certainly have the right to seek legal counsel." Zhang Hui waved his hand, and the police vehicle proceeded towards the Municipal Security Bureau. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the bureau. Zhang Hui escorted the numerous employees of Joyeux Labor inside. Xiao Qiulian, still resisting, called out, "Let me make a phone call." "I need to make a call, fine." Surprisingly, Zhang Hui humanely agreed, returning her confiscated phone. "You can call in my presence that I—" Xiao Qiulian initially intended to call her superior, but upon being required to do so in front of him, she hesitated. After much deliberation, she could only call Ding Minghui. Then, the familiar ringtone echoed from the bag Zhang Hui was holding. "What?" Xiao Qiulian froze. She never expected Ding Minghui's phone to also be in the evidence bag. "What is happening?" "Oh, you are calling that Ding Minghui, right? See over there? That row is all detention rooms. Ding Minghui is inside. Forget it. I will take you to him next door. You can discuss whatever you need to face." Xiao Qiulian's slightly plump figure trembled, her body quaking exaggeratedly. She had no idea when Ding Minghui had been arrested at "I'll make another call." Xiao Qiulian, unwilling to give up, dialed Tan Qingzhou. The call connected. "Xiao, can you help me find a lawyer? I am currently detained by the Municipal Security Bureau, and they say I am suspected of illegal activities. Soon, you won't be able to reach me. You'll have to come to the Municipal Security Bureau to find me." This call was allowed by the humane enforcement of the security officer. Xiao Qiulian was truly dumbfounded this time. "What is happening?" She called just in time to catch Tan Qingzhou at the scene of the arrest. No need for her to look for him. He was also at the Municipal Security Bureau. Zhang Hui interjected for Xiao Qiulian. "Tan Qingzhou is also here." The stunned Tan Qingzhou was left speechless on the other end. "It's over. This time, we are truly in deep trouble," the whole group caught. Wearing silver bracelets, Tan Qingzhou was equally stunned. He had just planned to take his wife and child away to avoid being found. But due to his wife's delay in packing, they were confronted by the Municipal Security Bureau and arrested on the spot. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel relieved or mournful. Now, there was no need to hide. The detention room within the Security Bureau was undoubtedly the safest place, and no matter how many enemies he had made, no one would dare confront him inside the Security Bureau. However, being arrested, would he face sentencing? That was still a question. Xiao Qiulian, in despair, hung up the phone today as she scrolled through her contacts. The name of General Yao appeared. She instinctively wanted to call him, hoping for a stroke of luck. But Zhang Hui stopped her. "Just a friendly reminder, the person named Yao in your contacts was murdered last night. Xiao Qiulian's scalp tingled instantly. Dead? General Yao is dead. Xiao Qiulian's face was filled with terror. What on earth is happening? Details of the case cannot be disclosed, but I can tell you that his entire family has been killed and the perpetrator has been apprehended, Zhang Hui informed her. If you do not wish to contact anyone else, hand me your phone. Xiao Qiulian parted her slightly dry lips. Instinctively, she returned the phone to him, her mind swirling with turbulent waves. The 4 executives had just gathered for tea the previous night. How could it be that overnight, 1 was dead and 3 were arrested? This situation felt like a horror film. Subsequently, Zhang Hui honorably placed Xiao Qiulian in the detention room next to Ding Minghui. And even the other security officers couldn't help but admire this humane service. Xiao, General Ding. Through the iron bars, the two gazed at each other, filled with words they couldn't find a starting point for. A short while later, several more individuals were brought in, and Tan Qingzhong was among them. This time, we've truly been wiped out. Tan Qingzhong sighed helplessly. Do you know what charges the Security Bureau has leveled against us? Ding Minghui replied, I was informed of charges of extortion, perjury, framing, and incomplete documentation from the educational institution that I was told it involved illegal profits and the unlawful disclosure of personal information. Xiao Qiulian sighed. Tan, have you found a lawyer? Ding Minghui inquired again. Usually, Tan Qingzhong had the best connections in this area, so both of them were counting on him to find a more formidable lawyer. Tan Qingzhong nodded. I found one, a lawyer I know who studied under a top lawyer from Xiangyang. Lawyerly wagey that I believe he can help us with a not guilty defense. That's good. The tension in their hearts finally eased. Xiao Qiulian's labor intermediary company has been sealed off, and naturally, Ding Minhui's tutoring institution has also faced the same fate. Tan Qingzhong's unscrupulous factory is no exception. The verdict awaiting them may far exceed their expectations. Meanwhile, on Yu Huai's side, he had just returned after settling his parents and was walking back to school with Gung Gung when they encountered several individuals who had previously joined him in demanding wages from the tutoring center. These individuals had turned against him, casting aspersions on Yu Huai. Upon seeing them, a glint of menace flickered in Yu Huai's eyes, but he quickly reined it in. This experience had matured him. He was no longer the reckless and impulsive Yu Huai of the past. Gung Gung, Yu Huai, what brings you out here? One of them recognized the duo and exclaimed with surprise that if we don't come out, should we spend the new year at the police station? Yu Huai chuckled lightly. That's not what I meant. Did the tutoring institution give you any trouble? I saw a video last night where they accused you of refusing to compensate. The individual spoke indiscreetly, mentioning the matter directly. His companions hastily pulled him back. Haha. Yu Huai replied this morning, the tutoring institution withdrew their case. Not only did they not demand compensation from me, but they also paid me my wages. The group was taken aback. You received your wages? Is that true? Did you find someone to help you? Can you ask about our wages? When will we be paid? Yes, we've been working even longer. I have 2 months' salary, and since I'm full-time, it's over 10,000. I also have 2 months' salary, plus a full attendance bonus. Please ask about mine too. Once the wages are paid, I'll treat you all to milk tea. The group looked at Yu Huai with eager anticipation, hoping he would agree to help them recover their wages. All right. Yu Huai, suppressing any signs of hostility, unexpectedly chose not to hold their past treatment against him and readily agreed to assist them in recovering their wages. Even Gung Gung was taken aback. She couldn't help but tug at Yu Huai, indicating that this group was not to be trusted. Had they not testified falsely, Yu Huai would not have been imprisoned. Nor would Yang Jinrong have spent over 600,000, that although Yang Jinrong assured them not to worry, Yu Huai and Gung Gung had already agreed to gradually repay her after graduation. One of the main culprits behind all this was the very group before him. Yet, Yu Huai had still agreed to help them recover their wages. Yu Huai did not respond to Gung Gung, but instead smiled and asked, Can any of you get in touch with the others? It would be best to contact everyone else who joined us in demanding wages and bring them here to collectively urge the tutoring institution to disburse salaries. Otherwise, if the institution uses the excuse of not having everyone present, they might refuse to pay. Absolutely. We have each other's contact information. We're in a group together. The person quickly affirmed. They actually had a group. A surge of determination filled Yu Huai. This group was likely the same one they had used to conspire and testify falsely against him. Before long, everyone had been summoned. On the other side, after finishing his call, Yu Huai walked over with a smile, saying, "Everyone, please hold on a moment. The wages will be paid out soon. Thank you. Thank you. We owe you and Gung Gung so much. You are truly kind-hearted individuals. Putting aside past grievances to help us reclaim our wages. This is 2 cups of Yang Zhigan Lu from Wushang Ani. Please enjoy." Several of them expressed their gratitude, and one even handed Yu Huai 2 cups of milk tea. Gung Gung refused to take it. "Why not drink it? They're treating us. Don't be so polite." Yu Huai accepted the drinks with a smile. Just then, several law enforcement officers suddenly appeared around them. Forming a perimeter, "You all are suspected of illegal activities. Immediately, place both hands on your head and squat down." The group was stunned. What was happening? They all turned to Yu Huai, seeking clarification. Pop, but Yu Huai paid them no mind. He inserted a straw into Gung Gung's drink, gazing at her with affectionate eyes. "Here, try this Yang Zhigan Lu from Wushang Ani. It's quite delicious." After a moment of confusion, Gung Gung realized that all of Yu Huai's actions had been leading to this moment. The officers moved swiftly, leaving no room for escape. Snap, snap. Accompanied by the sound of silver handcuffs, the summoned individuals were all restrained. In the bright sunlight, the silver handcuffs on their wrists reflected warm, heartwarming shadows. Yet to them, this light felt painfully glaring. Why Yu Huai? One of them struggled, loudly questioning, "What does this mean?" The group of captured individuals glared at Yu Huai, demanding an explanation. Arresting wage claimants. Escape? Disappearance? Court proceedings? What does it mean? What you did is what you should be asking about. Yu Huai, sipping his Yang Zhigan Lu, maintained a smile, his gaze sweeping over the group as he spoke with mirth, according to Article 305 of the criminal law. In criminal proceedings, witnesses, appraisers, recorders, and translators who deliberately provide false testimony, appraisal, records, or translations regarding significant aspects of a case, with the intent to frame others or conceal evidence of a crime, shall be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 3 years or criminal detention. For serious circumstances, the sentence shall be 3 to 7 years. What? How do we provide false testimony? We merely refrain from speaking on your behalf. How does that constitute perjury? Do you think the criminal law is something you can just write at home? You say we violated the law, and suddenly we have. Some were terrified, others bewildered, but many were indignant, struggling to free themselves from their cuffs while shouting at Yu Huai on account of the Yang Zhigan Lu. "I'll give you a free legal lesson," Yu Huai said with a smile. "You all know full well that from start to finish, I did not participate in any destruction. I continuously urged you not to act impulsively. Yet, you all turned against me, throwing mud on my name, and when the case was filed, each of you, eager to distance yourselves, laid all the blame on me. This is already suspected perjury. It's impossible, law enforcement officers. Please let me explain. We did not lie. All of us can testify that everything they said is true. Yu Huai led us to demand wages. Yes, we can all vouch for each other. The only one without witnesses is Yu Huai. Yu Huai, you are the one committing perjury. You are the one slandering us. We can sue you for defamation, and you'll get sentenced to 10 or 8 years. Just wait for the lawyer's letter." Despite their lies being exposed, they felt no remorse and instead began to shout defiantly. Only when faced with dire consequences do they realize the gravity of their actions. Yu Huai remained unfazed, merely smiling. When you find yourselves in the police station, confronting irrefutable evidence, you can argue with the officers to be, "By the way, if you need to send me a lawyer's letter, you'll first need to hire a lawyer. If you'd like, I can introduce a few to you." Yu Huai, don't get too carried away. Don't think that just because you're out, you're in the clear. That will contact Ding Minwei to continue suing you and see you imprisoned. This group truly was incorrigible. They appeared minorly malicious but were deeply sinister at heart. Even when apprehended, they continued to threaten Yu Huai with Ding Minhui's lawsuit. This confirmed the saying, "The brave lash out at the stronger," while the cowardly lash out at the weaker. Despite being oppressed themselves, they chose to turn their blades against Yu Huai, who was also among the oppressed. "You want to contact Ding Minhui to continue suing me?" Yu Huai licked his lips. "When you arrive at the detention room of the City Security Bureau, shout Grandpa Ding 3 times, and you can see him directly. That if you have anything to say, you can speak with him face to face." "What do you mean?" The captured individuals were left in a daze. Yu Huai paid them no further attention, completing the report under the guidance of the officers. The evidence prepared by Yang Jinrong was already in place, just waiting for their conviction. Gung Gung gazed at Yu Huai. He had changed, truly changed. She was filled with astonishment. "Let's go." Yu Huai ruffled Gung Gung's hair. The two made their way back to school, while the captured group was left in utter panic. Regardless of their struggles or pleas, the officers ignored them, loading them onto a police vehicle and taking them away. In the following time, law enforcement personnel from the City Security Bureau arrested more individuals involved in the case. Wantang Road. Yang Jinrong gazed at the lemon-colored exterior of the old Western-style house, a brick and wooden structure, and uncertainly glanced at the location sent by Yin Yin. After confirming once more, she approached and pressed the doorbell on the antique door. Yang Jinrong had originally intended to visit Juinhe Law Firm to discuss the details of Yu Huai's case with Yin Yin, as well as to inquire about the progress of the various media lawsuits with news reporters and Shaoli. She also wished to consult regarding the property issues concerning Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter, which needed to be resolved. However, this beautiful lawyer was unexpectedly not at work today. It was only Friday. Did she not have to work? Ultimately, she received a message from Yin indicating the location at this old house. Accompanied by a creaking sound, Yin, adorned in a water blue yoga ensemble and with her hair neatly tied back, pushed open the heavy, antiquated door. Outside stood an old, charming villa, while the interior was exquisitely decorated, boasting opulent furnishings reminiscent of a noble palace from a television drama. "Please take a seat." Yin gestured casually towards the sofa. "I still have 2 yoga poses to complete. There is coffee, tea, and plain water. Feel free to help yourself." Yang Jinrong regarded her with a peculiar expression. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a ponytail at the back of her head, with beads of glistening sweat adorning her forehead. Her naturally radiant complexion bore a hint of blush, and a few damp strands clung to her fair neck, while beads of perspiration trickled down her collarbone. The water blue yoga top accentuated her figure beautifully, highlighting her ample bosom and flat, smooth abdomen, alongside a slender waist devoid of excess flesh. The similarly hued yoga pants outlined her curvaceous form, leading down to her long, straight legs, which were bare and adorned with transparent crystal slippers. Each of her 10 toes, resembling crystal, was unpainted yet gleamed enchanting. Yin paid no heed to Yang Jinrong, having turned away to focus on her practice, leaving him with a view of her perfect silhouette accentuated by her light blue attire. Her calm voice broke the silence. "Please close the door and do not disturb me until I finish my full set of yoga poses." "Thank you." Yang Jinrong's attention was clearly not on Yin Yan's figure, but rather on the peculiarity of her practicing yoga at midday. "Why are you doing yoga at home in the middle of the day?" he inquired, bemused that it's Friday. "I only work 4.5 days a week," Yin replied, returning to her yoga mat, closing her eyes as she tuned into the instructional voice emanating from the television. Accompanied by soft, soothing music, she commenced the Pilates waist-slimming pose, stepping her right foot backward, bending her left knee downward, and extending her arms overhead. "Do you need to change your shoes?" she asked. "No man has ever entered this house before. You are the first, so there are no men's slippers, no shoe covers." "No, I live alone in this old villa, and I usually stay in an apartment. Why would I need shoe covers?" Yang Jinrong ceased to disturb Yin further. He removed his shoes and approached the coffee table, selecting a random tea without knowledge of its quality, brewing a pot that released a gentle, refreshing aroma. "Breathe in. placing your chest between your elbows. Chin to the ground, leaning forward, extending your hips toward the ceiling. The yoga instructions echoed in Yang Jinrong's ears. Chin to the ground. What kind of pose is that? His curiosity piqued. He turned to observe Yin Yin on her mat. How to describe this pose? Enter. No. In. Even further from the mark? I wish I had studied more. Yang Jinrong realized he had much to learn. For instance, at this moment, he struggled to find the appropriate term to describe Yin Yan's position. Her yoga movements were remarkably graceful, her flexibility evident as she executed each pose fluidly, as if bone-free, each arc perfectly poised, her curves captivating. Yang Jinrong, however, did not continue to admire her yoga form. Instead, he surveyed the three-story high villa, noting that although it had been recently renovated, it still retained the decor style of its previous owner, reminiscent of the aesthetics of the Baichi kingdom. Lawyer Yin, when did you purchase this old villa? Yang Jinrong casually inquired. Yin Yin inhaled deeply, maintaining her challenging pose, balancing on one leg while extending the other vertically upward, her arms stretched out to the sides, forming a cross-like figure. That it was not purchased. It was passed down from my ancestors. Yang Jinrong was taken aback, turning to look at Yin Yin, who held her cross position with a hint of surprise. What connection does your ancestry have with the Baichi kingdom? Yin Yin kept her eyes closed, seemingly unfazed by his gaze, and simply replied, We killed dozens of people from the Baichi kingdom. Are you jesting? It would be more believable to say this villa was purchased by your ancestors. Yang Jinrong shook his head, skeptical of Yin Yan's words. Even without a history lesson, he was aware of that tumultuous past. It was hard to believe that killing dozens would not have stirred public outcry. Yin Yin maintained her pose for the duration of an entire song before concluding her yoga practice. She exhaled gently, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow to her collarbone. Drinking hot tea. Are you feeling weak? She asked, grasping a light blue cotton towel to dab at her perspiration. She moved to pour him a cup of cappuccino. Moments later, Yin Yin approached Yang Jinrong, bending slightly to hand him a simple cup of cappuccino. Would you like to join me for yoga? Drinking tea is a sign of weakness. Who taught you that? I'm a man. Why would I practice yoga? I'd truly embarrass myself. Yang Jinrong accepted the cappuccino, recalling you were also practicing yoga at home last time, and now again. Why not enroll in a yoga class? I do not enjoy practicing yoga in front of others. Yin Yin turned, leaving Yang Jinrong with another view of her figure as she ascended the staircase. Wait a moment, let me wash up and change. Hold on, you don't like practicing yoga in front of others, so what am I? Upon reflection, Yang Jinrong realized this reasoning was not entirely unfounded. In his impression, Yin Yin typically dressed modestly, her professional skirts always falling below the knee. Before long, Yin Yin returned downstairs, a subtle yet refreshing fragrance enveloping the room. Her glossy black hair cascaded to her shoulders, still damp from washing, and she wore a loose, white, pleated sleeve blouse over a fitted white undergarment, complemented by snug casual trousers that exuded youthful vibrancy. Clutching a tablet, she informed him, I have a few unfavorable updates to share. No good news? None. Yin Yin settled onto the sofa opposite Yang Jinrong, her legs crossed, resting the tablet on her lap. Her delicate fingers glided across the screen. The Qianjin Group has changed ownership and is now called Tianxin Group. Is that really bad news? It shouldn't be, Yang Jinrong mused, intrigued by the pleasant sense surrounding Yin Yin as he awaited her next revelation. Yet when Yin Yin spoke, it was like a thunderclap. Zhao Haiba's most loyal subordinate. Old M.O. escaped while being transported to prison. Impossible! Yang Jinrong's heart raced. If old M.O. could be apprehended by the Public Security Bureau, how could he possibly escape during transport after being sentenced to death? Moreover, such a significant incident would surely have made headlines. Yin Yin noticed Yang Jinrong's confusion. Old M.O. indeed escaped, but he was shot multiple times before jumping into the river, with a 90% probability that his body was swept away by the current or caught in an undertow. They are still in the process of recovery. The Public Security Bureau is withholding this information to prevent unnecessary panic among the public. So, how did you find out? Even if your Juinha is formidable. There is no way the Public Security Bureau would give you a heads up. Yang Jinrong pondered. Did I know what you're thinking? Yin Yin replied, pouring herself a cappuccino before returning to her seat on the sofa. She took a sip, her tongue delicately licking the milk residue from her lips. That I received this information through personal channels because I was involved in the Tianjin group case, and someone alerted me to this potential danger. Even though old Mo has less than 1% chance of survival. I see. Yang Jinrong nodded, realizing Yin Yin's background was likely quite remarkable. Do you need another cup? No, thank you. Please share the other bad news. The security officer He Ji from Xingqing district was released without charges. What? They just arrested him this morning. How could he be released by this afternoon? Yang Jinrong was genuinely perplexed, given He Ji's behavior. How could he be deemed innocent? This is akin to me claiming to be Emperor Qin Shi Huang, asserting that I am not dead and need 2,000 in travel expenses to summon the Terracotta Army to excavate the gold I buried. Would you believe He Ji is innocent, or that I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang? The results from the Security Inspection Bureau are beyond reproach. Forget it. After all, He Ji is not a dangerous individual. What other bad news do you have? Yang Jinrong continued to inquire, hoping to avoid hearing another shocking announcement about Zhao Haiba's release. The female host of Shaoli comes to help. Yang Shaoli has mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace behind, neither alive nor deceased. Her family has reported her disappearance, prompting law enforcement to investigate, yet they have found no sign of her travel movements, as if she has simply evaporated into thin air. What on earth is happening? Just as I am poised to file a lawsuit against you, you decide to play the part of the mysteriously missing, do you? Yet it is quite peculiar, in this age of information and big data. For a living person to completely disappear is no small feat. One can only conclude that this will not significantly impact our case, as we are suing the production team of Shaoli Comes to Help and the television station itself. Yin Yin added, her fingers delicately pinching a spoon as if stirring the waters of a cappuccino. She leisurely remarked, there is one last piece of bad news. Speak, Yang Jinrong replied, already mentally prepared. After finishing her coffee, Yin Yin rose and walked to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator, only to express her regret. Lunchtime has arrived, and I must eat on schedule, but there are no other ingredients available, just 2 eggs. She approached, holding 1 egg in hand, offering, I can share one with you. Which would you prefer? One is a chicken egg, and the other is also a chicken egg. Yang Jinrong shot her a glance. Bemused by her rare attempt at humor, albeit a rather cold one, that if anyone were to marry her and live together, it would undoubtedly be a rather dull existence. Thank you, but I shall decline. I am not feeling weak and can endure hunger, ditto, but I can only eat one myself. Yin Yin replied, placing 1 egg back in the refrigerator while putting the other in a pot to boil. Additionally, the latest case will be heard in court on Monday, which is merely 3 days away. Quite swift indeed. However, Yang Jinrong had grown accustomed to it. Several prior cases had also taken the fast track to trial, and the court speed was astonishing. Yang Jinrong continued to discuss various aspects of the case with Yin Yin. She even inquired specifically about the progress of the lawsuit against the news anchor and the Xiang News, which was also approaching trial, with all preparations complete, awaiting only the court date. Excellent. Yang Jinrong stood up, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the cappuccino, Lawyer Yin. I shall take my leave now. Take care. I shan't see you off, as I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Yin Yin smiled as she expertly peeled the soft-boiled egg, its tender white glistening between her slender fingers, before swallowing it whole, leaving Yang Jinrong astonished. Is she really that skilled? Yang Jinrong shook her head, bidding farewell to Yin Yin. The next 2 days passed without incident. Although the fervor on the internet had waned, many continued to pay attention. Media outlets such as News Sister and the Xiang News had not deleted their previous denunciations of Yang Jinrong. Not one to relent, Yang Jinrong took to all platforms to post an update. Firstly, The vandalism has nothing to do with me or those around me. Secondly, in 2 days, on Monday, the court will convene. Let us see if your so-called Lehigh University vandalism against the tutoring agency refusing to compensate holds any water. Lastly, I reserve the right to pursue legal accountability for all individuals involved in this incident. The moment this post was published, it reignited the fervor surrounding the event. The online discussion surged. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Why are you mentioning the court hearing again? What is the trial about? And why do you reserve the right to pursue legal accountability? XSWL, I am eager to see how you will pursue it. I've already screenshotted and sent it to Yang Jinrong. I advise you to turn yourself in. You are merely a sycophant. Legal warnings abound. Some expressed their disdain for Yang Jinrong with thoughtless insults, while others supported her, defending her position. Those who criticized her would certainly not escape her notice. Yang Jinrong posted another update. To those who have just insulted me, I have taken screenshots of all your comments to preserve evidence, and I will entrust you in a law firm to pursue the legal accountability of the respective commenters. Following the release of this update, the comment section saw a swift deletion of a significant portion of the derogatory remarks, most of which were removed by the authors themselves, quick to retreat. However, deletion was futile. Screenshots had already been preserved, and even if Yang Jinrong had not captured them, other netizens had kindly taken the initiative to do so and privately shared them with her. These individuals also left comments to inform those who deleted their remarks. Brothers, do not delete. We have all taken screenshots and privately sent them to the streamer. Our motto is to help without seeking recognition. Monday arrived as scheduled. The black market agency case was set to be heard today. Numerous individuals were involved, including the primary figures Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiuyan, and Tan Xingzhou, along with their employees who were implicated, as well as 2 individuals sent by Xiao Qiuyan to infiltrate the protest for wages and commit acts of vandalism, and those who participated in providing false testimony. The financial stakes were particularly high. Yu Huai, Gung Gung, and Yu Huai's parents would also be present in court. Yet, Yang Jinrong hesitated. Her schedule was unusually packed today, with not only her major courses but also a public elective she had specifically chosen. This presented a dilemma. She could either skip class or take a leave of absence to attend court, or obediently attend class and forego the hearing. Jinrong, why not attend your class once the trial concludes? I will call you immediately, she suggested. 084. CPU me. The troubles of being too handsome. Confronting head-on. I'll slap the new sister down. Ultimately, Yang Jinrong chose not to attend the court hearing. With all preparations in place and Yen present, there should be no unforeseen complications. After Yu Huai and the others departed, Yang Jinrong made her way to the cafeteria for breakfast, ordering a bowl of noodles. Just as she was about to dig in, she overheard a couple at the adjacent table arguing that I said I didn't want noodles. Why did you order me noodles? The woman shouted indignantly. Noodles are so delicious. The man, seemingly chastised in public, wished to shrink beneath the table, muttering, please don't be angry. Do you really like noodles that much? Just don't eat them anymore. The woman continued to raise her voice, berating her boyfriend. Teacher Fan said that eating noodles will make you stupid. Why can't you listen? Are you trying to make me foolish so you can enjoy CPU me? All right, I was wrong. Let's throw out the noodles and get something else for breakfast. Now that it's more like it. The pair promptly discarded their untouched bowls of noodles into the trash and rushed to rejoin the line for breakfast. This absurdity left Yang Jinrong utterly dumbfounded. Wait, eating noodles will make you stupid? Which master carpenter said that? Although Yang Jinrong hailed from the south, she occasionally indulged in noodles herself. The notion that eating noodles could lead to foolishness was utterly nonsensical. After finishing her breakfast, Yang Jinrong headed towards the lecture hall while checking her phone, curious to see if anyone had posted any remarkable comments in the discussion section. Upon opening the comments, she was met with a barrage of inquiries. Why is there no live stream today? Young master, where's South the court hearing that was promised? Don't you usually stream during court hearings? Xiao Yang, please turn on the stream. I want to see. cc.jpg, why is there no live stream today? Is it because the fans' love isn't enough? What do you mean by not enough love? Perhaps their ISNTA court hearing at all? Last Friday was purely bluster, boasting about suing the critics. Why are they too timid to even stream today? The only two possibilities are, first, that the court hearing does not exist. Second, the streamer is one of the defendants, feeling guilty and afraid to stream. It was evident they leaned towards the second possibility. Look, in all those media videos about the refusal to compensate by Linhai University, he is prominently featured, doesn't he, that clearly indicate he is the one being sued. Yang Jinrong could hardly believe her situation. Because of her full schedule, she had neither streamed nor applied for a court hearing broadcast, yet she found herself facing a wave of skepticism. Each analysis was delivered with such conviction it almost seemed credible. Absurd! Nevertheless, Yang Jinrong could not be bothered to respond to this crowd. She rather hoped they would continue to hurl insults, slander, and falsehoods, as this would make her legal action all the more straightforward. After all, she had entrusted everything to Juina law firm, needing only to pay an initial attorney fee, confident in winning the case, with all legal fees and costs to be covered by the defendants. Ultimately yielding her a small compensation. Shutting her phone, Yang Jinrong reached the 5th teaching building in the Southern District and located her designated classroom. Following the crowd inside, several classmates greeted her, and she reciprocated. As Yang Jinrong, strikingly handsome, entered the classroom, he captured the attention of a significant number of female peers. Being exceptionally attractive can indeed be a burden. The morning's first 2 classes were on international private law, and Yang Jinrong chose a seat near the front. Opening his textbook, before the class bell rang, a female student approached him with a box of cream puffs, slipping a small note into his hand. Yang Jinrong, I specially ordered these from Gansu Yuanzu. You can eat them without worry. They're made with animal cream. Remember to have breakfast every day. Otherwise, it is detrimental to your stomach, and you may end up reduced to eating soft rice in the future. Yang Jinrong was about to retreat, but the girl had already covered her face and dashed away, taking a seat at the back of the classroom. This was not yet the end, while Yang Jinrong was still in a daze. Another girl from a different class approached him with a box of cashews, adorned with a rather outrageous note wishing him to grow whatever he eats. Recently, Yang Jinrong has been quite troubled. Almost daily, he is inundated with various snacks and fruits from girls. Luscious cherries, dark grapes, juicy pink peaches, as well as assorted platters and an array of watermelons, mangoes, apricots, 3-hua plums, and bayberries. There is an abundance of dried fruits and snacks too. He simply cannot finish them all. The other boys in the class are enviously distraught. Jinrong, you have it too good, being showered with attention from so many girls every day. Sigh. Envy and jealousy abound. Unlike me, who has no such troubles. You seem to be quite self-aware. With that rather unappealing appearance of yours, how could you have any troubles? You're not much better off than a group of boys at the adjacent seats bantered among themselves. Yang Jinrong, unable to eat anymore, shared the snacks with others. The professor of international private law hastily entered the classroom. The bell rang, officially commencing the lesson. Yang Jinrong diligently studied through both periods and after class. He closed his book. For the next class, he needed to head to the 17th building in the Northern District for International Economic Law, which required more than 20 minutes of walking between the 2 buildings. Just then, a school bus passed by, and Yang Jinrong hopped on, attracting a number of flamboyantly dressed girls who squeezed onto the bus, leaving the driver in a state of astonishment. After so many years of driving at Linhai University, he had never witnessed such a frenzy of girls gathering for a single boy, feeling both surprised and envious that I in his youth. He too had been a striking figure, but alas, that was a dream long gone. Yang Jinrong paid no mind to this spectacle. Feeling idle, he opened his phone to peruse the comments. The comment section was devoid of any insults directed at him, aside from fans urging him to start streaming. The rest were filled with skepticism. Just as Yang Jinrong was about to check out a video about cars, as he was contemplating purchasing one, having lost his Ducati, made outings rather inconvenient. He found that today's video was about Cadillac. an unsuitable choice due to navigation issues that he swiped past it, only to be suddenly inundated with mentions. Following the source of the tags, he discovered it was from News Sister, the prominent host who, face to the camera, began with pointed questions aimed at Yang Jinrong. I must ask, if the vandalism truly has no connection to you, why did the victim's educational institution include your photo in their video? I must ask, last Friday you stated that court would convene this Monday. Can our doubts hold any weight? You have previously live-streamed your legal battles, yet today you have chosen to remain silent? Are you feeling guilty, or merely putting on a facade? I must ask, you reserve the right to pursue legal accountability from all involved. As media personnel, we are entitled to comment and question news events. A right bestowed upon us by law. If what we say is false, please sue us. The trio of pointed inquiries directly confronted Yang Jinrong. The video had just been released a moment ago. Clicking to watch, it even lagged a bit, reminiscent of News Sister's face being caked in makeup. Quite bold of them to confront me directly, did I in response. Yang Jinrong could only express 4 words. Delightful to behold. Beneath News Sister's video, apart from the comments tagging Yang Jinrong, the remainder was filled with skepticism that did not inquire why no one came to Yang Jinrong's defense, for they had all been blacklisted and deleted by News Sister's team. Recently, she had been overwhelmed by criticism and had since adopted the principle of I will delete any negative comments. This video, featuring a direct confrontation, sparked considerable buzz. The event itself still had lingering heat. Following Yang Jinrong's recent post, the event's intensity was reignited. Now, with News Sister choosing to confront him head-on, the event's heat had reached new heights. Views, likes, comments, and shares surged at a visible rate. Seeing the video's explosive popularity, News Sister and her team capitalized on it, releasing I Must Ask 2.0, yet another round of questioning. She knew the second video would undoubtedly generate even higher interest. So she cleverly included an advertisement at the end, aiming to profit handsomely from the momentum. Indeed, version 2.0 of I Must Ask, armed with sharper rhetoric, quickly matched the previous video's popularity. News Sister's team flourished in this wave of traffic, reaping substantial gains from advertising based on viewership. With her second video directly confronting Yang Jinrong, he had yet to respond. Numerous self-media outlets swiftly followed suit, eager to ride the wave, releasing similar videos. News Sister's second video of questioning rapidly climbed the trending charts on the Douyin platform. Her fans were ecstatic, as if witnessing the dawn of victory, each one buzzing with excitement, angrily confronting Yang Jinrong in the comments. Law student Xiaoyang, please respond directly. Stop being a turtle hiding in its shell. Are you afraid to show your face? Ha, I'll just chuckle and remain silent. One must not be too much like Yang Jinrong. How could such a person still have over 3 million fans? I am not sisterly, ladies, stop tagging him. I suspect he has seen it but dares not reply. Look, even his fans are too scared to comment. Yang Jinrong's fans, upon seeing this comment, could not help but widen their eyes. Are we scared? It's your master's LQ spirit of victory, directly deleting and blacklisting us. Who is truly scared here? As Yang Jinrong's fans attempted to engage these individuals in private messages, they discovered that all were private accounts. No private messaging allowed. It was indeed a classic case of LQ spirit of victory. They wouldn't even dare to confront directly. Yang Jinrong's fans flocked to his comment section to vent their frustrations. Just as Yang Jinrong was about to post an update, he received a call from Yu Huai. Has the verdict come down so soon? Yang Jinrong casually inquired that it's not even noon, and the hearing is already over. The presiding judge is remarkably efficient. Yu Huai chuckled on the other end, his voice tinged with excitement. That I'll send you a photo of the criminal judgment. The outcome is very satisfactory. All right, I still have classes to attend. Let us discuss the details when you return. Sure thing. After hanging up, Yang Jinrong received the criminal judgment for the case. He glanced at it and found it quite satisfactory. Yin Yin indeed possessed remarkable prowess, just as he was pondering this. Yin Yin called that you've received the results. Haven to you. Her voice always carried a hint of coolness, something familiar to those who knew her well enough to not be bothered that I just saw the criminal judgment. Then I want to reiterate the outcome. Yin Yin continued, I just wanted to mention a small coincidence. The lawyer hired by Xiao Chulian and her group is someone we encountered in court last time. What a coincidence, Yang Jinrong chuckled. Don't tell me it's Lin Yu's defense attorney from the second trial? Yin Yin was taken aback. How did he guess it? This is unbelievable, just moments ago. Yu Huai had called her, and hadn't he mentioned this at all? And besides, Yu Huai hadn't he even attended Lin Yu's second trial, nor had he met her defense attorney. How did Yang Jinrong know? Was it a lucky guess? Yin Yin curiously pressed. Did I hit the nail on the head? Yang Jinrong laughed freely. When I was investigating Xiao Chulian last time, I learned that her gang was trafficking in citizens' personal information. My first thought was of Lin Yu. What a coincidence that the lawyer defending Xiao Chulian's South Group in court is the same one. Doesn't that indirectly confirm another point? Yin Yin's expression shifted slightly. Realizing that the forces manipulating the Lin Yu case for publicity were in league with Xiao Chulian's group, that I can't fully confirm they're in league, but there's definitely a connection. Yang Jinrong stated earnestly. Point one can only say that these capital forces are omnipresent. It's a mere coincidence that we stumbled upon them, yet it illustrates how far-reaching their influence is. That Hung Yin Yin pondered briefly. Yang Jinrong suddenly said, by the way, was it mentioned that the lawsuit against New Sister was already in process, and that court summons would be issued today? If it has been sent, please send me a photo that it has been sent. I'll send it to you shortly. Yin Yin replied, by the way, I wanted to inform you that I've taken on a pro bono legal aid case. Yang Jinrong was slightly taken aback. He was not surprised that Yin Yin would engage in pro bono work, but he was curious as to why she specifically mentioned this case to him. Does it have something to do with today as black market intermediary case? It has a slight connection. With brevity, Yin Yin succinctly explained that among the group led by Xiao Chulian, there was an individual surnamed Yao involved in a recent heinous murder case. The perpetrator, driven to commit the crime, was owed 3,000 yuan in wages by this Yao. Don't tell me you're planning to mount a defense of innocence for the death row inmate. Yang Jinrong exclaimed in surprise. As a secondary-level lawyer, Yin Yin should have been more acutely aware of the implications at stake. This defense was doomed to fail. To put it plainly, it would undoubtedly tarnish Yin Yan's legal career. Don't think too highly of me. I am not surnamed Luo. Yin Yin replied nonchalantly that I never engage in battles without assurance of victory, that I am not defending the murderer, but rather assisting his family in suing those employers who owe him wages. Oh, Yang Jinrong had initially assumed that Yin Yin was simply being unreasonable by defending the death row inmate, only to discover he was pursuing a different avenue. The entire Yao family had perished. Even if they won the lawsuit, could they retrieve the money? Certainly they can. Their wealth is substantial. Yin Yin chuckled. All right then, I must hang up, but if you're interested, we can discuss this in detail at a later time. After they ended the call, Yin Yin sent Yang Jinrong the lawsuit documents from New Sister and the photo of the court summons. Although it felt like an extended conversation, it all transpired within mere minutes. As the school bus arrived at the 17th teaching building in the North District, Yang Jinrong disembarked. The driver had anticipated that the girls, who had crowded onto the bus due to Yang Jinrong, would also exit, but to his surprise, they all remained tense and kept their distance from him. Yang Jinrong noticed this phenomenon and couldn't help but smile. This group of young girls, frightened by the content of his 2 phone calls, dared not approach him. After this minor episode, Yang Jinrong opened his phone and composed a post, clicking send before heading off to class. He treated this as a trivial matter, as if swatting a fly. Quickly done. He entered the classroom to begin his lesson. Yet, the post he made with a mere flick of his hand sent ripples across the internet. Initially, those who had fervently tagged Yang Jinrong, urging him to step out for a moment, fell silent upon seeing his post. Particularly, the fans of New Sister were taken aback and quickly shut their mouths after reading the content. Yang Jinrong's post consisted of 2 images. One was the criminal judgment from the black intermediary case, lengthy, shocking, and damning. Upon reading it, netizens were left utterly speechless. The other image was a photograph of the court summons for Nu's sister, since the defendant and her team were from out of town. The summons had yet to reach them, which accounted for her previous arrogance in posting "I can't help but ask" twice in a row. Yang Jinrong's response, devoid of any textual explanation, had decisively bruised Nu's sister's reputation and sent him straight to the trending list. The online community erupted. Yang Jinrong's fans were ecstatic, reveling in the satisfaction of his succinct yet powerful retort. This reply, consisting solely of 2 photographs, was immensely gratifying to witness. Come forth, those who had previously clamored for Yang Jinrong to step out. He challenged that I will ask but one question: is there a penalty or not? Fantastic. Now, we invite Nu's sister and her family to speak. Please release "I can't help but ask" 3.0 in response to this. Isn't she the one who loves to question? Come on, let me ask. How significant is the weight of a court summons? This moment entirely obstructed any path for Nu's sister to counter-argue. Yang Jinrong's effortless rebuttal had swiftly turned the tables. Akin to swatting a fly, catching Nu's sister and her team off guard. They had not anticipated such a rapid and blunt counterattack, as Nu's sister pondered how to respond without further embarrassment. Her assistant interjected, "Yang Jinrong's reply has topped the trending list. We have become the target of public criticism across the internet." Having previously bullied so many online, Nu's sister and her team were now experiencing the bitter taste of being targeted themselves. Staring blankly at her phone screen displaying the 2 images, Nu's sister realized that these simple photographs had not only ascended to the top of the trending list on Douyin, but had also surged across various online platforms. Garnering millions of views, countless netizens were left astounded. Nevertheless, Nu's sister remained obstinate, even refusing to delete her video. In just a matter of minutes, it had earned her a windfall of tens of thousands. How could she bear to remove it? Because she did not delete the video, some of her die-hard fans unwaveringly believed in her innocence, continuing to defend her online that we believe Nu's sister would never wrong an innocent person. Exactly. Someone like Yang Jinrong with a notorious past might have even doctored the court summons and judgment. Yes. I could easily Photoshop it too. With beauty apps, anyone can manipulate images these days. We firmly believe in Nu's sister. Simultaneously, the higher-ups of the Human Resources and Social Security Department were convening a meeting, addressing the straightforward yet pressing issue of unemployment. The proposed solutions from the leaders echoed the same tired rhetoric, steadfast yet outdated. Director Xiao Ruiqing, enduringly patient, listened before mentally labeling these individuals as out of touch with modern times, that he turned to the youngest member of the leadership team, Xiao Lu. Why don't you enlighten us on why? Despite many job seekers being unable to find work, numerous companies are still struggling to recruit employees. Director Xiao's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Xiao Lu to not regurgitate the same old cliches. I've heard them for over a decade. You are the youngest in this team, so your insights must be contemporary. Understood. Xiao Lu responded, already prepared with his materials, that he opened the documents, scanning the faces of the older leaders before addressing them directly. Recently, I have been following a case that has gained significant traction online and has even reached the trending list that I trust you're all familiar with it. The other leaders exchanged subtle glances, their expressions betraying their lack of awareness regarding online trends. Having reached the age where they were more inclined to brew goji berry tea than engage in digital discourse, they were nearing retirement and preferred to err on the side of caution. Some discreetly pulled out their phones to check the trending topics, while others feigned understanding with nods. Unfazed by their indifference, Xiao Lu candidly stated, "The case involves a compensation claim against the Jintai Sun Tutoring Agency and Zhiyue Human Resources Company." On the internet, netizens collectively referred to this case as the Black Intermediary case, as the entire ordeal was instigated by the Black Intermediary, Zhiyue Company. For the sake of clarity, I will continue to refer to it as the Black Intermediary case. In this case, Zhiyue Company not only charged exorbitant intermediary fees and deposits, but also siphoned off a significant portion of the wages, ultimately colluding with the Jintai Sun Tutoring Agency to fabricate a scheme. They employed various excuses to withhold salaries, and through their combined efforts, they framed job seekers, leading them to bear debts amounting to hundreds of thousands. My explanation may lack clarity, so I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the case for you all. Xiao Lu activated the projector, displaying the comprehensive PPT he had created over the past few days. The content was thorough, featuring analyses and numerous photographs, including Zhuye Company's historical misconduct, exorbitant fees, and collusion in schemes. The details of the case were meticulously outlined, withholding wages, instigating conflicts, committing theft, framing innocent individuals, and fabricating evidence, ultimately transforming the victims seeking their wages into perpetrators facing bankruptcy and potential imprisonment. The entire case formed a perfect criminal loop, leaving job seekers utterly defenseless. Gasping in disbelief, several leaders could not help but inhale sharply. This shocking portrayal of the struggles faced by the underprivileged was something they had never encountered or even contemplated. "This is lawlessness," one leader erupted, slamming his palm on the table. "Such companies must be shut down immediately, and their executives should face criminal charges. Indeed, they must be severely punished," another leader echoed vehemently. "Xiao Lu, does the case you presented have broader implications?" An astute observation, Xiao Lu affirmed. "Companies like Zhuye exist widely in society. Leaders, I ask you, if such intermediary firms operate with impunity, how can job seekers feel safe in pursuing employment? They pay exorbitant fees before even securing a job, only to be told after a month that their wages will not be paid. When they seek to claim their dues, they are framed and face the threat of bankruptcy and imprisonment. In such an environment, would any job seeker dare to apply for jobs? As a job seeker, I would prefer to remain idle at home, subsisting on instant noodles, rather than take any risks." Xiao Lu has once again shared screenshots from trending topics. The Jinyang Tutor Agency has audaciously voiced its demands for video compensation. Xiao Lu, what is the current status of this case? Sha Ruijing inquired with concern. "The case just concluded its hearing this morning," Xiao Lu replied, opening the judgment document for the black intermediary case. "This is the ruling from the Linhai City Court. I am exceedingly pleased to report that justice has not been absent. However, it is disheartening to consider that other victims may not even have the opportunity to pursue legal action." "Why do you say that?" a leader frowned. "Surely, ordinary individuals cannot lack the opportunity to litigate. The two plaintiffs in this case are both students from the law department of Linhai University. One of them, named Yang Jinrong, is a well-known legal blogger online who has won all the major cases he has been involved in. Furthermore, it is he who has brought the issue of black intermediaries to public attention," Xiao Lu explained. "This student, Yang Jinrong, seems to be quite impressive." Sha Ruijing noted this distinctive name. Additionally, during the course of this case, another employer colluded with the black intermediary and tragically met his end due to maliciously withholding 3,000 yuan in wages. The tensions and conflicts among labor intermediaries, job seekers, and capitalists are escalating that if timely intervention is not undertaken, it could lead to further tragedies. Xiao Lu expressed his thoughts in one breath, before adding, "Of course, this is merely one of the numerous reasons job seekers are reluctant to find work. Today, I am simply addressing this particular aspect." Indeed, Sha Ruijing nodded affirmatively that if we cannot resolve even a single issue, we will be unable to tackle the overarching problem. Today, let us begin with this one issue and establish a dedicated task force. Everyone, please share your proposals. To eradicate such black intermediaries, legislation is essential. A leader stepped forward to voice their opinion that it would be best for us to take the lead in formalizing labor intermediaries. Standardizing intermediary contract templates, such as stipulating reasonable intermediary fees and prohibiting commissions once fees have been collected. Moreover, we must also confront the legality of labor dispatch contracts. I concur that I too agree. Numerous leaders voiced their agreement. Who could have anticipated that Yang Jinrong's single lawsuit would garner such significant attention from higher authorities, prompting amendments to relevant laws and facilitating the formalization of the industry? Should these proposals be genuinely implemented, it is likely that Yang Jinrong would become a public enemy within the entire intermediary sector. Yet what of it? Tap tap. Xiao Ruijing rapped on the table. Since this case has already garnered trending status, why not seize this opportunity to intensify our efforts? Effective immediately, we shall commence the rectification of the intermediary industry. With Xiao Ruijing's decision made, who would dare to disagree? Before long, the Linhai Court received a written notification from the Human Resources and Social Security Department, requesting assistance, the content of which was singular, to release the court hearing video of the black intermediary case. The Linhai Court did not refuse assistance. Upon learning of the online buzz, they had contemplated releasing the court monitoring footage. Now, with the higher authorities formally requesting cooperation to use this case as a warning to the intermediary sector, they could not possibly decline. Within minutes, the Linhai Court, using its official account, published the monitoring footage of today's hearing across major platforms. The title was straightforward and striking. Today, our court hears a black intermediary case. We now release the full monitoring footage of the hearing. The 2-hour-long hearing footage was uploaded online. It was accompanied by a brief segment of the Linhai Public Security Bureau's prosecution against Xiao Chulian and others. This once again added fuel to the fire, propelling an already trending topic to the very top of the charts. Moreover, 5 of the top 10 trending topics were directly related to this case. Yang Jinrong's name ascended to the forefront of the trending list once more. Online, countless netizens immersed themselves in the viewing of the 2-hour court monitoring footage. At 9 in the morning, the hearing commenced punctually. Plaintiffs: Yang Jinrong absent, Yu Huai, Gung Gung. Plaintiff's lawyer: Yin Yin. Defendants: Xiao Chulian, head of Excellent Human Resources Company, Limited, Ding Minhui, head of Jinyang Tutor Agency, Tan Qingzhong, among others. Defendant's lawyer: Li Weiji. After the presiding judge announced the court's procedural discipline, the defense commenced. The plaintiffs accused Ding Minhui, Xiao Chulian, and others of malicious wage withholding, fraudulent loss reporting, framing, falsifying evidence, and extortion, among a series of charges. Ding Minhui vehemently denied the allegations, and his lawyer, Li Weiji, immediately presented evidence, arguing that although there were instances of wage withholding, it was not malicious. This is the labor contract signed between our client and the excellent labor intermediary. Thus, our client has no direct employment relationship with plaintiffs Yu Huai and Gung Gung, and bears no obligation or responsibility to pay wages directly. Yin Yin did not even glance at the defense lawyer, asserting that as long as a labor relationship exists, both the laborer and the employer must adhere to the labor law. And in the event of a labor dispute, regardless of the existence of a labor contract, mediation must be conducted in accordance with the labor contract law. The presiding judge announced the established charge. Defendant Ding Minhui was found guilty of malicious wage withholding and ordered to repay plaintiffs Yu Huai and Gung Gung a sum of 5,214 yuan, according to Article 10 of the Notice on the Economic Compensation for Violating and Terminating Labor Contracts. Ding Minhui must pay the plaintiffs 90 of their rightful wages as an additional economic compensation, totaling 9,906.6 yuan. At this moment, Ding Minhui was entirely unconcerned with this matter. All he cared about was avoiding prison. He hastily agreed to the compensation and instructed his lawyer to proceed with the next defense. The Li Weiji once more submitted evidence to the presiding judge regarding the plaintiff's claims against our client Ding Minhui for inflated property damage losses. This is our evidence. Each item of damaged property has a purchase receipt. Our previous claim for 120,000 yuan in property damage is consistent with actual value and does not constitute inflated losses. Presiding Judge, we request to present physical evidence. Yin Yin made the request and, upon receiving the presiding judge's permission, began to bring in the damaged items one by one. Not only did they bring the damaged items, but they also produced identical replacements. Here are the items damaged by the defendant, and here are all the purchased identical items. After our investigation, we found that they are of the same brand, from the same manufacturer, the same product, and purchased at the same sales outlet, totaling 28,500 yuan, indicating that the defendant's fraudulent purchase order inflated the losses by 91,500 yuan. This, Li Weiji was momentarily speechless, his gaze towards Ding Minhui shifting slightly. For the first time, he felt that his client had led him astray. Having come from Zhejiang to develop domestically, he had restudied domestic law, but was not well versed in the local context. Could a purchase order be inflated to such an extent? The presiding judge announced the defendant's guilt once more. The next accusation of framing involved Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiuyin, and Tan Qingzhong. Yin Yin directly requested to bring in witnesses. Namely, two individuals who had mingled among the wage claimants that day, leading the vandalism and subsequently framing Yu Huai. These two had long been detained by the Public Security Bureau for perjury and other charges, and were escorted into the courtroom in silver bracelets, where they confessed their crimes and implicated Xiao Qiuyin and others as the ones who had sent them, revealing prior similar activities. Xiao Qiuyin was left in shock. These two had regularly been financially supported by her. She had not anticipated they would turn on her in court, not only admitting to their crimes against Yu Huai, but also revealing previous offenses. Next came the most serious charge, the one Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiuyin, and Tan Qingzhong feared most. The accusation of extortion against my client was deemed unfounded. Li Weiji once again presented evidence to the presiding judge, stating that my client sought 668,393 yuan in compensation, and aside from the discrepancies in the value of the damaged items, all other claims were in line with market value. We asked the presiding judge to verify this. Presiding judge. Yin Yin requested to speak again, and upon receiving permission, continued the so-called compensation claim of 294,000 yuan due to the resignation of your so-called star teachers. In reality, involves several departing teachers who are by no means star instructors. Li Weiji chuckled, finally able to regain some ground. They all possess advanced professional titles. Yin Yin maintained a deadpan expression, stating that their advanced professional certificates are counterfeit, albeit convincingly fabricated. How could that be? Li Weiji could hardly believe it, looking to the presiding judge, demanding that witnesses be present. This was also Ding Minhui's strongest card. Those so-called star teachers would never betray him, as he held leverage over them. 3 former gold medal teachers from the Golden Sun Tutoring Institution had prepared early and stood up to testify for Ding Minhui. Their credentials were authentic, and the institution had invested substantial resources in their training, thus making their claims for compensation reasonable. Li Weiji had finally won a round, feeling a twinge of satisfaction as he slightly raised his chin and gazed at the cool and aloof lawyer, Yin Yin, seated at the plaintiff's table, his mind wandering to mischievous thoughts of conquest, that if only he could win her over. Would that not be? Ding Minhui and the others sighed in relief. This was their most stable card, or so they thought. Until Yin Yin also called forth a witness, that an older gentleman stood up, his wrists concealed beneath his clothing, which also hid handcuffs. Yin Yin then slowly revealed that this man was the owner who had produced forged documents for the 3 gold medal teachers. The counterfeit certificates he created were remarkably convincing, sufficient to deceive even the most discerning eyes, and he still retained the files documenting his collaboration with these so-called gold medal teachers. This man was one of those implicated in the forgery, uncovered through the efforts of Yang Jinrong, who utilized hacking technology to trace the personnel involved in the forgery in Linhai. After investigation, the authorities apprehended the owner, who confessed to his crimes in exchange for leniency. Hoping to reduce his prison time, Yin Yin submitted yet another piece of evidence, which the court bailiff received and presented to the presiding judge. Ding Minhui was instantly enraged. How could he have forgotten this matter? Bang! The presiding judge rapped the gavel sharply, admonishing defendant Ding Minhui, "Please mind your language." Ding Minhui immediately wilted. Meanwhile, Li Weiji was utterly flabbergasted that it was one thing for the damaged items to be falsely invoiced. But how could their gold medal teachers' advanced certifications also be fabricated? He was unaware of the astonishing level of forgery technology available domestically, far beyond his comprehension. Furthermore, the losses from course withdrawals were equally exaggerated. Yin Yin pressed on, submitting another piece of evidence. These were the so-called students who had withdrawn from courses, but in reality, their identities had been fabricated using others' personal information. Some of these students had withdrawn months prior, while others had done so years ago. The defendants had misused their information to forge fictitious withdrawals and concocted non-existent losses. Thus, all claims for compensation from Ding Minghui and his associates were rendered invalid and illegal. The charges against them were sufficient to land them all in prison for an extended time. However, it was not over yet. Yin Yin spoke again. Addressing the presiding judge, the defendants have committed defamation against our plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, that we request the removal of the defamatory videos, a public apology to mitigate the negative impact, and compensation for emotional distress amounting to 50,000. Given that the defendants had already been criminally detained and were unable to issue a public apology or mitigate the negative impact, we are adding an additional claim for 100,000 in reputational damages. Viewers immersed in the courtroom experience were left utterly astounded. 086, a complete reversal online. The final verdict, News Sister trembled with anticipation. The comments flooding in during the video replay surged like a tidal wave. Can one truly claim compensation for this? No way. Can one really demand 150,000? Why not, if considering online influence? Demanding 150,000 seems modest. Do you understand what it means to top the trending searches? An advertisement that reaches the #1 spot on the internet can easily be worth tens of millions. Are you not missing the point? Shouldn't the focus now be on the media outlets that previously supported individuals who are now criminal offenders? The audience, expressing their astonishment through comments, could not affect the video's playback speed. Ding Minghui and the others clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, momentarily stunned as they glanced at Li Weiji, hoping for a defense. Yet, Li Weiji ignored their desperate looks and turned to the presiding judge, stating, "Your Honor, my client has only entrusted me with a defense against criminal charges." Implicitly, he indicated that this compensation claim fell outside his area of defense. An additional fee would be required. Ding Minghui and his companions were momentarily taken aback. "Surely, as our appointed attorney, you wouldn't refuse to defend us over such a trivial amount. What kind of lawyer is this? Are all lawyers from Xinjiang so outrageous?" Ding Minghui and Xiao Qiuyan exchanged questioning glances with Tan Qingzhong, who had engaged the lawyer, promising a top-tier attorney from Xinjiang at a discounted rate. Tan Qingzhong wore a look of despair. This was not his fault, as Li Weiji was indeed a top lawyer from Xinjiang, albeit a disciple. Ding Minghui had no choice but to muster the courage to defend himself. Addressing the judge, "We did not defame or slander Yang Jinrong. Our video never explicitly mentioned his name. It was all Tan Qingzhong's misguided idea to release a video and set the narrative. Had they not released that video, perhaps Yang Jinrong would not have pursued further payments, and they would not now be facing extortion charges." Damn. Ding Minghui cursed Tan Qingzhong internally. "Your Honor, please examine the photos from Linhai University in the video." Yin Yin stated bluntly, "In these accompanying images of Linhai University, my client, Mr. Yang Jinrong, can be clearly identified from his back and profile. Any discerning observer would immediately associate these images with Mr. Yang Jinrong. This was evident from the heated discussions among netizens and commentary from self-media outlets. They were misled by the meticulously crafted video produced by Ding Minghui and his associates. The evidence was submitted, and the panel of judges swiftly reviewed it. Ultimately, the presiding judge decisively ruled that this claim for damages was valid. Following this, the courtroom entered the final phase of deliberation regarding the defendant's ultimate sentencing. A moment fraught with tension, especially for Ding Minghui, Xiao Qiuyan, and Tan Qingzhong. While they could accept financial penalties, the prospect of imprisonment was truly daunting. They dared not contemplate it. Fearful, terrified, "We were wrong. We will refund your money, compensate you for your losses, and return the over 600,000 you demanded, plus an additional amount as compensation. Please, we implore you, withdraw your lawsuit against us. Yes. If you are still dissatisfied, we can offer even more compensation. How about double, triple? We can each compensate you an additional amount, nearly 2 million in total. That is enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime, that we beg you. please withdraw the lawsuit." The three were genuinely scared. When they were apprehended, they were unafraid, believing they could still turn the situation around. Entering the courtroom, they were still unperturbed, thinking they would merely pay some fines. But now they were frightened, for they faced the prospect of prison time. Each was a business owner, living not in mere villas but in expansive 300-square-meter flats, driving luxury cars. While not billionaires, their lives were lavish and comfortable. How could they dare to imagine life in prison? When the three made their plea, Yin Yin remained unfazed. She understood Yang Jinrong's character well enough not to expect him to drop the case for a sum of money. However, today's case involved not just Yang Jinrong, but also two other plaintiffs, Yu Huai and Gung Gung. Yin Yin turned her gaze to them, while Yu Huai's expression shifted slightly. Gung Gung looked at Yu Huai, clearly awaiting his lead, while Yu Huai's parents quickly shook their heads. They had never encountered such a sum of money in their lives, but they understood that some things should not be accepted. They only wished for their son to return to school and study diligently, hoping for no further mishaps. Similarly, viewers watching the courtroom proceedings online were taken aback by the mention of $2 million in compensation, their comments flooding in. WLGQ. $2 million. That's incredible. Any hesitation was a disservice to the $2 million. We must demand money. Those who have entered society can clearly affirm. In school, your high grades mean nothing. In society, they are worthless, that if you do not choose the $2 million, you will inevitably regret it in the future. Even if you graduate from a top-tier university, give it 10 years and you still won't reach $2 million, let alone saving $2 million. I graduated from a prestigious university and might not even earn $2 million in 10 years. There are disparities even among top-tier graduates. I say, we must send the opposition to prison. Withdraw the lawsuit. Settle. Will they not seek revenge upon their release? If you have the means to take money, you must also have the means to spend it. Spoiler alert, everyone need not be anxious. This is a recording, and in the end, there was no settlement. The comments continued to pour in the courtroom video. The trial persisted, with Yu Huai ultimately deciding not to withdraw the lawsuit. Nor would he settle. Finally, after careful analysis and deliberation, the court rendered its final judgment. Defendants Ding Minghui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Qingzhong were found guilty of extortion, with particularly significant amounts involved, sentenced to 15, 12, and 10 years of imprisonment respectively. They were ordered to return the extorted sum of 668,393 yuan and compensate plaintiffs Yang Jinrong, Yu Huai, and Gung Gung for emotional distress and travel expenses totaling 150,000, along with a fine of 50,000. Defendants Ding Minghui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Qingzhong were also found guilty of producing false evidence, receiving sentences of 3 years, 2.5 years, and 2.5 years respectively. In order to compensate plaintiffs Yu Huai and Gung Gung for emotional distress totaling 20,000, along with a fine of 10,000. Furthermore, defendants Ding Minghui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Qingzhong were found guilty of false accusations, framing, sentenced to 2 years in prison, in order to compensate plaintiff Yu Huai for emotional distress amounting to 50,000, along with a fine of 20,000. The defendants Ding Minghui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Qingzhong have been found guilty of disseminating false online information, constituting the crime of defamation. The fabricated criminal facts were deemed severe, and the methods employed for slander were particularly malicious, resulting in significant societal repercussions. Consequently, they have been sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, with Ding Minghui required to compensate the plaintiff Yang Jinrong for mental distress in the amount of 50,000 and for reputational damages amounting to 100,000, alongside a fine of 10,000. In light of multiple offenses, Ding Minghui has been sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment, the maximum penalty. Xiao Qiulian has received an 18-year sentence, and Tan Qingzhong has been given a 16-year sentence. Additionally, all legal fees, litigation costs, and expenses incurred in gathering evidence are to be borne by Ding Minghui and his accomplices. Upon hearing the final verdict, Ding Minghui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Qingzhong were collectively struck with a deafening realization. As though they had been struck by lightning, their faces drained of color, bodies rigid, and every hair on their bodies standing on end. Xiao Chulian, a woman of advancing years, was so overwhelmed that she lost control of her bladder. However, this was not the end. The Municipal Public Security Bureau initiated a public prosecution against them. Those being prosecuted included, but were not limited to, Ding Minhui, Xiao Chulian, Tan Qingzhong, and various individuals associated with their company, including core employees who were complicit in acts of vandalism and framing, a gold medal teacher who provided false testimony, female staff members who produced videos, and the owner who fabricated evidence, among all other criminal elements related to this case, leaving no one unaccounted for. The trio ultimately faced additional charges including the crime of fabricating evidence, obstructing judicial order, collusion, producing false evidence, illegally seizing identification cards, illegally trafficking personal information, and suspected financial dealings with foreign entities. Ding Minhui and his accomplices were utterly despondent. The accumulation of these charges was sufficient to ensure they would be reborn only within the confines of a prison cell for the rest of their lives. Particularly with the last charge being upheld, Xiao Chulian was thoroughly panicked. She had initially built her career upon this very foundation, but found herself ensnared deeper than ever, unable to extricate herself until her eventual arrest. The audience watching the courtroom proceedings was left in stunned silence upon learning of these charges. What was happening? Surely, this couldn't be true. The gravity of these accusations was enough to warrant several rebirths for them. The illegal disclosure of personal information. Was the recruitment agency selling our data? No wonder I've been inundated with harassment calls after visiting a couple of agencies, demanding refunds. These individuals had colluded with foreign powers. Could they be the modern-day traitors? The media figures who had previously lavished support upon them, such as News Sister and Big Image News, might also be in cahoots with them, having received funding from foreign entities. Analyzing the situation, it began to make sense. Otherwise, why would these media figures have rushed to support the tutoring institution? The Public Security Department must act swiftly to investigate. None of these individuals should escape justice. Following the establishment of charges involving foreign entities, public sentiment on the internet swiftly turned against figures like News Sister and others in the media realm. Terrified, they hastily deleted all videos related to the case and issued nearly instantaneous so-called apology announcements, which were merely attempts at damage control. We acknowledge our error, which stemmed from failing to verify the authenticity of the information with the Public Security Department. We apologize to our supporters. The apologies echoed a singular sentiment, an admission of guilt, yet an insistence that the fault did not lie with them. Merely an apology directed at their supporters. Such apologies were insincere, masquerading as contrition but resembling a strategy to absolve themselves of blame. These media figures displayed a complete lack of integrity, willing to amplify the incident for clicks and views, only to issue a tepid statement once the narrative shifted against them. Netizens were unreserved in their responses, inundating the comment sections of News Sister and other media figures with their most heartfelt rebukes. News Sister felt the pressure mounting, as did her team. One of Yang Jinrong, as previous posts featured an image of the trial, now corroborated by the court's release of the trial footage. Another photo was a court summons sent to News Sister. This confirmed the gravity of the situation. Perhaps we should issue a personal apology to Yang Jinrong. One member of News Sister's team timidly suggested that I believe an apology might be prudent. Came a few hesitant agreements. However, others opposed, arguing that if they apologized now, their prior supporters would surely abandon them. They recognized that their continued operation relied heavily on the backing of their fanbase. Indeed, if they were to lose their supporters, they would face dire straits. They rationalized that even if they were sued, it would merely result in financial penalties. They possessed media credentials, granting them the right to report and question news events. Even if they reported false news, an apology coupled with a settlement would suffice to resolve any fallout. The majority of the team maintained this viewpoint, refusing to apologize at this juncture. Ultimately, News Sister echoed their sentiment, steadfast in her refusal to issue an apology. This left her devoted supporters, who had fervently defended her in the comments. In a state of dismay, even after the court had released the summons and judgment documents, many continued to stubbornly support their idol. Yet, once the trial footage was unveiled, they were left without a leg to stand on. Facing relentless inquiries from netizens, their comments became a source of ridicule. They were unsure how to respond or how to maintain their previous bravado. Some hastily deleted their comments. Others shut down their private messages. And some even chose to deactivate their accounts altogether. The online atmosphere was fraught with tension. Public opinion had decisively shifted in favor of Yang Jinrong. His accounts across various platforms surged in followers, with Douyin surpassing 5 million, Bilibili exceeding 2 million, and other platforms reaching 4 million, culminating in a total exceeding 10 million followers. 6 out of the top 10 trending topics were directly linked to Yang Jinrong. Simultaneously, an increasing number of individuals stepped forward to expose the misdeeds of unscrupulous recruitment agencies. While they had previously shared their experiences to little fanfare, the current climate provided an opportunity to garner attention. Many recounted their own harrowing encounters, some involving personal or familial exploitation by these agencies. That I encountered a recruitment agency just like this one, and when we sought justice, we were met with violence and intimidation. We would rather live under a bridge than resort to such behavior, yet we had no evidence. They would commit their crimes and vanish. We, the innocent, were left to face the public security forces, ultimately opting for a settlement despite being the victims. We, a group of students, sought summer jobs, only to be swindled by a fraudulent agency that charged us each $998 in fees, sending us to a sweatshop where we toiled 12-hour shifts for a mere 9 yuan an hour, with no provisions for food or lodging. After a month, we each incurred losses of 2,000. A friend of mine took out loans to work, only to be deceived by his company, ending up with over 30,000 in debt after 2 months without receiving a single payment. The situation was utterly devastating. Netizens could relate to these experiences, rallying together to denounce the corrupt agencies. Yang Jinrong emerged as a leader in the movement to reform the recruitment industry, becoming a target for those unscrupulous entities. As if a digital bounty had been placed on his head. Amidst the uproar, the official Human Resources and Social Security Department issued a statement, establishing a dedicated investigative team to address numerous issues within recruitment agencies, discussing revisions to relevant laws and creating standardized contract templates. They call for a nationwide survey requiring real name verification, emphasizing the importance of each individual's vote, as the outcome directly impacted job seekers' interests. Meanwhile, an inspection team was formed to conduct a thorough overhaul of the recruitment industry across the nation. With the official announcement, a fresh wave of fervent discussion has erupted online. Is this the allure of Yang Jinrong? His singular case has compelled the authorities to amend policies for countless job seekers. With his individual strength, he has reformed the intermediary industry, exposing the veil of unscrupulous agents and allowing the light of justice to penetrate the hearts of every job seeker. The title of Sir is truly warranted. To establish a heart for the world, to secure a destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to usher in peace for all generations. How I long for grand mansions to shelter the downtrodden, bringing joy to all. Mr. Yang, with immense talent and boundless love, I vow that no matter what transpires in the future, I shall never speak ill of you. Should I break this oath, may I face the direst of fates. 999. The online realm is rife with tumult that I end the classroom. Yang Jinrong has just completed 2 lessons, and once more he is inundated with snacks and fruits gifted by a multitude of female students. One particularly audacious junior caused him to momentarily darken before regaining his composure 3 seconds later. After finally extricating himself, Yang Jinrong received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned a reward, a bronze treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? 087. Embrace 2 gold bricks. Firefighter? Yang Jinrong, please answer me directly. Just as Yang Jinrong contemplated opening the bronze treasure chest, his phone rang urgently. It was Yu Huai calling. Jinrong, come to Rongji across from the school for lunch. I have something important to discuss with you in the private room on the second floor. All right. Clutching an array of fruits and snacks, Yang Jinrong reached Rongji, a familiar locale where he frequently attended student activities during his days as the amiable type. Upon entering the private room on the second floor, he found only 3 people inside: Yu Huai, Gung Gung, and Yin Yan. Yu Huai immediately stood to greet him. "Boss, why are you carrying so many fruits and snacks?" Yang Jinrong looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment at Yu Huai. This fellow seems a bit off. They had known each other for 2.5 years, yet he had never referred to him as boss. It was always by a nickname or simply their names. Yang Jinrong placed the pile of snacks on the table. "What grand endeavor do you plan to undertake?" "Boss, you overestimate me." Yu Huai chuckled, moving Yang Jinrong's chair aside. "Today is a banquet in honor of Lawyer Yin, to thank her for her righteous assistance. My legal fees are not trivial." Yin wore a smile, seemingly nostalgic for such student gatherings, completely shedding her usual aloof demeanor. "From this case, I've profited quite well. Order whatever you wish. This meal is on me." Find out why Yu Huai did not decline, cheerfully handing the menu to Yin. "I'll treat you next time. I hope I can still afford to invite you then." The 4 of them could hardly consume many dishes. And soon the table was filled. Gung Gung and Yin engaged in light conversation. Yang Jinrong, not particularly hungry, took a few bites before turning to Yu Huai. "So, what exactly are you plotting?" "Dividing the compensation." Yu Huai replied earnestly. "This lawsuit comprises 4 parts of compensation. The portion related to Ding Minhui's slander has nothing to do with us. Then, there is a shared part totaling 150,000, which I discussed with Gung Gung. All of that will go to you, Jinrong. The third part involves 20,000 from me and 50,000 from Gung Gung, totaling 70,000. That we intend to allocate some of that as a token of gratitude to Lawyer Yin, while the remainder is for you, Jinrong, as without you two, I would likely be in prison. Lastly, there are our wages, with a delayed compensation of 9,906.6 and a salary of 5,214. We will keep that for ourselves." Yan's gaze towards Yu Huai grew peculiar. This couple had previously scoured for part-time jobs, evidently struggling financially. Yet now, they were contemplating a division of money. Their perspective had broadened. "You need not divide that with me," Yin said with a smile. "From this case, both I and Ju in a law firm have earned quite a bit." She extended her delicate hands, her slender fingers gesturing, indicating that the case involved over $1 million. Even after deducting the firm's percentage, she would still net over 100,000. Yang Jinrong remained silent, recognizing that Yu Huai's intent in seeking him out was not merely about dividing money, that he simply observed Yu Huai with a half-smile. "I've laid my cards on the table. In truth, I am here to borrow money from you," Yu Huai stated, his previous jovial demeanor replaced with earnestness. "That I need to borrow from both of you." Yu Huai produced several printed A4 sheets, densely filled with names of snacks and beverages, their manufacturers, prices, and regions. "You two wish to open a snack shop?" Yin shook her head. "That a snack shop ideally operates 24 hours. As students, when would you have time to manage it? If you hire someone, you will likely earn little, merely squandering your franchise fees." "Lawyer Yin is only partially correct," Yu Huai replied seriously. "Through this incident, I've realized something. Working for others does not yield wealth. It will never yield wealth. Even if we graduate from top-tier universities and remain in this international metropolis of Linghai, our salaries will barely exceed 10,000. In a few years, it might rise to over 20,000, even if we reach a 500,000 annual salary. But what is the housing price in Linghai? The cheapest school district house is over 90,000 per square meter. To buy a 60-square-meter apartment, after deducting shared space, you're left with merely 40-some square meters for a family of 3, spending a lifetime cramped together. Even so, the down payment is around $1.5 million, with a 30-year mortgage costing over 20,000 monthly. Yu Huai's assertions were irrefutable. However, what if the venture fails? Wouldn't that plunge them from a state of modest means into debt? Have you not considered the possibility of loss? Yang Jinrong interjected that I have. Yu Huai responded decisively that if I incur losses, I will return to honest work to repay the debts. And once the debts are cleared, I shall continue to strive. Yang Jinrong discerned Yu Huai's resolve. He had genuinely changed that I in that case. Please calculate all initial expenses and determine the total needed that I shall lend you the money. There is no need for lawyer yen to contribute that I have already calculated. Yu Huai replied, presenting another document. The initial costs, including warehouse rent and inventory, amount to 300,000. That it would be better if you lend me the money, and I will write you an IOU that if I incur losses, I will repay through working. If I profit, I will share the dividends with you. Goodness, you're asking for 300,000 outright. If anyone else approached Yang Jinrong for such a sum, he would have resolutely declined. Very well, I agree to lend you the money. Yang Jinrong hesitated little before acquiescing. Boss, aren't you curious about what I intend to do? Yu Huai licked his lips that I can roughly guess your intentions. Yang Jinrong cast a glance at the documents, his expression serious as he looked at Yu Huai. I have but one requirement. You must not engage in illegal activities, should you commit any crimes. I will promptly sue you to reclaim my loan and ensure you are handed over to Zhang Xian. I am certain he would relish adding your performance to his portfolio. Boss, do not forget. I am also studying law, Yu Huai replied without hesitation. Rest assured, if I break the law at your command, I will immediately reflect on my mistakes in prison that I in any case. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Gung Gung joined in. Raising a cup of tea as a substitute for wine, that I hope both of you can succeed. Yang Jinrong held no particular aspirations for business. He merely wished for his friends to thrive. After their meal and tea were finished, the four descended together. What major is Gung Gung studying? Yin Yin casually inquired before departing. Finance. Gung Gung's cheerful demeanor revealed two dimples, making her particularly endearing. Sister Yin. If you need a financial consultant once I obtain my certification, I can offer my services free of charge. Then you must study hard for your certification, Yin Yin remarked as she entered her vehicle. A Volvo XC90, she waved goodbye. I must take my leave. That be by the way, Yang Jinrong. The case involving News Sister and Daxiang News will be heard this Friday. Will you be attending? This Friday? That's in 4 days. I have no classes that day. Yang Jinrong nodded, affirming his attendance that in truth, his presence was of little consequence. Yin Yin beamed. This court session will be a virtual hearing due to the case's uniqueness. Employing a special procedure, the court will open an official live stream, and you can connect as the plaintiff. Understood, Yang Jinrong nodded. The court system is indeed becoming increasingly humane. It is said that many remote divorce cases are adjudicated through online hearings. Goodbye. Farewell. Yin Yin drove away in her Volvo as Yang Jinrong and the others made their way back to school. Suddenly, Yu Huai sidled up to Yang Jinrong, linking arms with him and teasing softly. Boss, you and the stunning lawyer Yin seem quite well suited. You two aren't having a secret romance, are you? Go away. Yang Jinrong released Yu Huai's hand, and you know how old she is? She appears to be. At most, Yu Huai paused, stealing a glance at Gung Gung, and whispered, is she around 2 years older? I didn't dare to look. After all, she is to be my future sister-in-law. It is inappropriate to gaze. Roll on, boss. Are you referring to her age? Yes, she is 26, only 26. As they say, a woman 3 years older than you is like holding onto a golden brick. You are holding 2 bricks. Quite the catch to in any case. I still believe you two are a match made in heaven. That's so. 2 law students together during a quarrel, they would effortlessly send each other behind bars. What a picture. So poetic. Well then, boss, you should head back to the dormitory. Gung Gung, and I have some other matters to attend to. All right, you two take care. Yu Huai took Gung Gung to their tasks, while Yang Jinrong returned to her dormitory for a brief rest. The afternoon still held classes. Yang Jinrong attended as usual. Nothing noteworthy occurred. In the Coastal Youth Entrepreneurship Industrial Park, atop the Entrepreneurship Building, in the Executive Lounge, a young man adorned with a vivid heart tattoo on his arm was listening to a call, where furious reprimands echoed, Why Why? Didn't you assure me of a 100 success rate in the transaction? Why did it fail? The young man quietly replied, I'm sorry, boss. I never anticipated that the Tianjin group would suddenly collapse. Without a stronghold, old M.O., who was negotiating with us, is now unaccounted for. What about the goods? Where are they? The goods are still alive, but they are proving to be quite uncooperative. The authorities have been relentless in their investigation. It might be quite difficult. Without that butcher, can we not proceed with the transaction? The crux is that we cannot transport it out. Wait, doesn't that butcher have a son? Notify his son and have him figure something out. The client is relying on hormones to sustain them, and if our issues lead to the client's demise, our business will be severely impacted for a long time. Let us not forget, we have enemies who are also trying to please this client. Rest assured, I will contact the butcher's son immediately, that we can offer some leniency. As long as he can establish and stabilize the channels, that Tianjin Group will soon revert back to Tianjin Group. Understood. The young man with the heart tattoo ended the call and hurriedly opened a mobile game. A fresh version that no one had played before, he sent a unified message to his in-game friends. Phone Lu Qiantian. See you at Sand City at 8 tonight. As evening fell, Yang Jinrong received a call from Zhang Xian, who had good news and bad news to share. Yang Jinrong. Is this the new trend in how everyone speaks nowadays? Never mind. I won't beat around the bush. The good news is quite simple. Wang Qingwu and Wang Qingwen's old house has finally been confirmed for demolition, and the compensation amount of 204,500 yuan has been allocated. Expected to arrive in 3 working days. Before Zhang Xian could finish, Yang Jinrong interjected, I've received it. Just as Zhang Xian spoke, Yang Jinrong received a notification on her bank card. 204,500 yuan deposited. Zhang Xian. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered notifying you. What about the bad news? The bad news is that I ran into Zhuang Lu today. Xiaoqin Xiaoyan's mother? Yes, the one who helped you with the character witness. I learned from her that Xiaoqin Xiaoyan's health has been deteriorating rapidly. He is now hospitalized, and the situation is dire. Do you know which hospital he is in? Are you planning to visit him? Let's go together. I happen to be passing by. The two agreed to meet at the south gate of Coastal University. Shortly after, Zhang Xian arrived, carrying fruits, and upon spotting Yang Jinrong, trotted over, scanning the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Where's your Ducati? My car was totaled by Zhao Ruiqiang in the case you were handling. Why are you asking me? Didn't you buy another one? Why would I buy another one? This question left Zhang Xian momentarily speechless, realizing the logic in it. With a sigh, Zhang Xian said, Then I guess we have to take the subway. I was hoping to hitch a ride on your duty. Let's go. The subway is just fine. Yang Jinrong led the way to the subway station, picking up some fruit along the way. As they neared the entrance, she suddenly reminded, Remember, once we're on the subway, don't use your phone. Why? Haven't you been online? Haven't you seen the buzz? There's been too much going on lately, and I've been busy. I just happened to have some time today. Fortunately, the two did not encounter any bizarre incidents. Upon reaching the hospital and visiting Xiaoqin Xiaoyan, they found the little one extremely weak, lying in bed, covered in tubes, in a deep slumber. After conversing with his mother, they learned that he was suffering from a malignant brain tumor, and surgery had yet to be performed. Not due to financial constraints, but rather because his condition had worsened too severely to qualify for the procedure. Xiaoqin Xiaoyan had major illness insurance. And with the support of crowdfunding, Zhuang Lu had been frugal, accumulating enough for the surgery. Xiaoqin Xiaoyan remained unconscious. Yang Jinrong and Zhang Xian did not linger for long. After leaving a token of their regard, they took their leave. Exiting the oppressive hospital, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, hoping the young lad would pull through. Despite the malignancy, there had been numerous successful cases. By the way, I just recalled, whatever happened to Huishi? The security officer from the coastal district, after resigning in disgrace, he went to the traffic security department as a minor officer. We haven't been in contact lately. The two exchanged simple pleasantries before returning home. The following 2 days passed without incident. Yu Huai remained elusive, presumably caught up in his own affairs. Yang Jinrong quietly enjoyed campus life, studying, reading, attending lectures, occasionally receiving attention from girls who would approach him with food or requests for autographs. Time flew by, leading to Thursday evening. Yang Jinrong received a special gift, a wedding invitation from Zhuge Lily, who personally delivered it in her Volkswagen Tiguan. That don't tell me you're too busy to attend. I've seen all the trending topics about you online lately. Aside from tomorrow, I'm free at other times. Yang Jinrong smiled. First of all, congratulations to you and your girlfriend on your wedding. By the way, why didn't you bring her along, so I could see what kind of beauty has captivated you? She is reluctant to appear in front of my relatives and friends. Zhuge Lily smiled, exuding a certain charm. At our wedding, you will meet her. Make sure to drink a few glasses, then no problem that I have to go deliver to the next place, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Bay. Meanwhile, online, on the eve of the trial, a video was released by the news anchor that sparked widespread discussion. Mr. Yang Jinrong, I must ask, regarding the Lin Yuyu case, you have repeatedly claimed to be a hero of firefighting. Yet I have scoured the internet and found no records of your so-called heroic deeds. Please provide a direct answer to this question, on behalf of all the netizens who are curious about this case, and about you. Please respond directly. Truly, the host lived up to her reputation. This video ignited a massive wave of discussions online. You didn't mention it, and I had almost forgotten. What qualifications does Yang Jinrong have to fabricate a false identity as a firefighting hero? I recall that he garnered considerable attention by leveraging this title and garnered much sympathy by portraying himself as a hero, only for the matter to fade into obscurity afterward. Yang Jinrong, though I am your fan, I still wish to ask, did you ever save a fire? Are you truly a firefighting hero? Whether or not he is a firefighting hero seems less significant. The crux of the case is Lin Yuyu's slander. Isn't it? Moreover, Yang Jinrong had already testified at the security department that he was temporarily blind at that time. How could the court convict Lin Yuyu? One thing at a time. Lin Yuyu is guilty, and she has been sentenced. However, whether Yang Jinrong actually saved a fire and whether he is indeed a firefighting hero remains unaddressed. Netizens found this reasoning quite compelling, and even many of Yang Jinrong's fans couldn't help but tag him, eager to uncover the truth. Sister News, upon observing the prevailing public sentiment online, found herself once again ensnared in her own narrative, deftly manipulating the rhythm of discourse. Seizing the moment, she hastily released another video. Yang Jinrong, if you are not a heroic firefighter, you must step forward and apologize to all the firefighters online. Your actions have already infringed upon the honor and reputation of our heroic martyrs, constituting a crime against honor. Please respond directly to me. 088. The authorities have intervened. A staggering reward for the firefighters. A holy war across the internet. Court proceedings. Sister News suddenly retaliated with fervor, disseminating 2 incisive videos targeting Yang Jinrong, which instantly ignited fervent discussions online. Those who had been previously humiliated by Yang Jinrong found a fresh outlet for their vitriol, brimming with excitement. Family, I told you Yang Jinrong was no good. I saw through him, ladies. Let's temper our criticism. Just what if Yang Jinrong decides to pursue legal action against us? Fear not. What can a lawsuit do? Who can't send a lawyer's letter? But he issues court summonses. Has he ever sent a lawyer's letter? The eager critics suddenly fell silent. Among these critics were women, genuinely fomenting animosity, as well as numerous men masquerading as women, adopting female avatars and names to stir the pot. Some were driven purely by envy and resentment, while others were mercenaries paid to incite discord. Ultimately, the critics remained apprehensive of overstepping and finding themselves on the receiving end of a court summons from Yang Jinrong. Linhai University, does your institution not care that students are maliciously exploiting the guise of heroic firefighters? Suddenly, a comment of inquiry emerged, redirecting the critics' ire towards Linhai University. If they dared not attack Yang Jinrong, surely they could target the university. Thus, one after another, they shifted their focus to criticize Linhai University. I must ask, does a double first-class university like Linhai University think that impersonating a heroic firefighter will grant admission? Linhai University, please do not feign ignorance. Step forward and address this. May I inquire, if I scored 250 on the college entrance exam but am a heroic firefighter, can I enroll in your law program? Thank goodness I discovered this early. Such a university, and they call themselves double first class. I will never consider applying to Linhai University. Even if I were to attend a vocational school, I wouldn't apply to your kind of institution. Once an admirer of Linhai University, sentiments have now soured. In an instant, Linhai University became the target of the critics' vitriol, inundated with scathing comments in their comment section, inciting a flurry of condemnation. Naturally, this caught the attention of the university's administration. With public opinion boiling over online, how could the institution afford to remain indifferent? Promptly, the university's senior leadership convened a video conference to devise a response strategy. The president reached out to the former dean, elucidating the situation. The president was genuinely curious as to why the former dean had not previously mentioned the heroic firefighter incident. However, the former dean refrained from elaborating, merely instructing, "Do not concern yourself with this. Your university should issue a statement, and I will handle the rest." The former dean was not the current head of Linhai University, but rather the retired head of the Linhai Procuratorate. Having graduated from Linhai University, the former dean's silence left the president no choice but to comply. After their communication, the president swiftly issued directives. Linhai University would promptly file a formal complaint with the authorities and initiate legal proceedings against Sister News and her team for utilizing public opinion to damage the university's reputation. Subsequently, Linhai University released an official announcement. In response to allegations circulating about our junior student Yang Jinrong impersonating a heroic firefighter, we hereby clarify, Yang Jinrong is not an impersonator. The heroic act indeed took place. Concerning Sister News and her team's malicious slander, damaging our reputation, we have formally reported this to the public security authorities and initiated legal action. We reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility against those who malign our institution online. This announcement was succinct, devoid of excessive elaboration, focusing instead on the lawsuit against Sister News and reserving the right to seek legal accountability from the critics, rather than alleviating the pressure of public opinion. This statement only further inflamed the critics' emotions. Sister News, sensing the scent of vulnerability, was convinced that Linhai University was apprehensive, unwilling to present evidence, and instead avoiding the crux of the matter. She promptly released a counter-announcement, facing the camera. She vociferously questioned, "Linhai University, since your institution confirms Yang Jinrong is not an impersonator, why do you not provide evidence to satisfy the public? As a member of the media, I have both the right and the obligation to seek the truth for the public. I must inquire, why has it been over 2 months since the Lin Yuyu incident occurred, yet your institution has never mentioned or verified Yang Jinrong's heroism? Is it out of guilt, or have you discovered his deception and, for some reason, chosen to conceal the truth? Since your university has initiated legal action against me and my team, we are unafraid of your lawsuit at AS Media Professionals. We possess the authority to question and unearth the truth. I believe the law will stand with us, in favor of the truth." Upon reviewing Linhai University's evasive announcement, Sister News felt increasingly confident in her suspicions, thus unperturbed by the prospect of a lawsuit. The critics online rallied in support of Sister News, and even the critic community began to expand. Linhai University could not produce evidence, and surely they had something to hide. Indeed, I have seen such announcements before. It is 99.99% likely that the firefighting incident is fabricated, entirely a scheme by Yang Jinrong to frame Lin Yuyu. Indeed, the truth is as such. Linhai University and Yang Jinrong believed they could deceive the public, not realizing that Sister News' eyes are as keen as ever. Linhai University, I never anticipated you to be such an institution. I am fortunate that after my college entrance examination, I did not end up being accepted. Otherwise, it would have been the greatest mistake of my life. A critic with the ID Linhai City Vocational College's first Liu Benway commented, Sister News, witnessing a surge in followers, readings, likes, comments, and shares, felt a surge of excitement. Even if court proceedings were to commence tomorrow, she stood firm at the pinnacle of public discourse. Even in the event of a legal defeat, she might merely face a financial penalty, while simultaneously basking in the adulation of millions of followers. With no fear of personal disgrace, however, Sister News could not have anticipated that just as she reveled in her perceived triumph, the Linhai Public Security Bureau would issue an official announcement. In recognition of citizen Yang Jinrong's courageous act of selflessness in rushing into a fire to save lives, we hereby award him the Heroic Firefighter Banner and title. Additionally, we present Yang Jinrong with the Bravery Medal, a cash prize of 100,000 yuan, and a residential property, 60 square meters, in Linhai City's urban area. This announcement from the Linhai Public Security Bureau sent shockwaves throughout the internet. Not only did it silence the critics, but it also astounded onlookers. My goodness, this reward is staggering. Wow, Yang Jinrong is indeed a heroic firefighter. Not only a banner and certificate, but also a cash prize of 100,000 yuan and a house in Linhai City. The lowest price for housing in Linhai City is over 40,000. If it's a school district property, it starts at over 90,000. That the awarded house is worth at least 2,500,000. This reward is exorbitantly generous. The backlash came swiftly. Sister News' second round of questioning was met with a rebuttal from the school, and then another from the Public Security Bureau. Public opinion had decisively shifted in favor of Yang Jinrong. His supporters fervently tagged Sister News, passionately confronting the critics. The critics, one by one, fell silent. Critics, come forth. Sister News, is the Public Security Bureau's announcement authoritative enough for you? Will you continue to question the validity of the Public Security Bureau? This announcement from the Public Security Bureau was like a gale, silencing both Sister News and her critics' silence. In the office, Sister News, who had been brimming with excitement, was rendered speechless upon seeing the Public Security Bureau's announcement. This not only publicly humiliated her, but also equated to her facilitating a lavish reward for Yang Jinrong. For Yang Jinrong, it was a windfall from nowhere. This has enraged me. Sister News and her team were collectively in disarray, furious beyond measure. Sister, should we delete the videos? Someone in the team suggested. Now deleting the videos would imply we were spreading malicious rumors. We cannot delete the videos. Even if Yang Jinrong is a heroic firefighter, without official confirmation beforehand, we have the right to question. Sister News resolutely maintained her stance that we absolutely cannot delete the videos. Otherwise, my persona will collapse, and my standing among my followers will come crashing down. What truly unsettled the news sister was the fact that Yang Jinrong, from beginning to end, made no response or movement at all, effectively dismantling her meticulously crafted plan and leaving her utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong was in the school library when he received a call from the Public Security Bureau, notifying him that he had been awarded a banner, a medal, a cash prize, and a house. He was instructed to collect these within 3 working days. Yang Jinrong, absorbed in his reading, was completely oblivious to the unfolding events. What was happening? Why was the title of firefighting hero suddenly being bestowed upon him? Along with such generous rewards, a windfall from the heavens? Such fortune seemed almost surreal. Without hesitation, he hung up the phone and returned to his quiet reading. The adage books contain hidden treasures proved true. Look, while immersed in a book, he unexpectedly gained a house that I wonder if books contain beauties holds true as well. Across the internet, the trolls were left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yet, just as the entire online community rallied in support of Yang Jinrong, and the trolls found themselves devoid of reasons to attack, the media outlet Daxiang News suddenly launched a counteroffensive. They released a lengthy video accusing Yang Jinrong of various transgressions, dubbing them the 7 deadly sins. The first sin, after being slandered, he failed to report it immediately, instead hiding in his dormitory, allowing the incident to ferment and mislead the public. maliciously exploiting public sentiment while standing on a moral high ground to condemn the entire internet. The second sin. Fully aware of Lin Yuyu's slander, he intentionally set a trap, feigning to give her a chance, while actually leading her into a snare, exploiting legal loopholes that resulted in her receiving the maximum sentence. If, and I emphasize if, one day a woman truly suffers harassment or invasion of privacy, would women still dare to stand up for their rights? The third sin. Knowing that the netizens were eager to root out evil and uphold justice. Yang Jinrong deliberately refrained from issuing a prompt clarification, instead manipulating the righteous indignation of the online community, leading dozens of netizens to break the law and ultimately face arrest in the future. When genuine incidents of voyeurism occur, will netizens still dare to speak out? The fourth sin. While the seafood market's dishonesty is wrong, Yang Jinrong provoked the owner, luring him into criminality that in an era where physical businesses struggle. He chose this moment to undermine the industry, revealing his malevolent intentions. The fifth sin. When an elder toppled his motorcycle, he could have pursued compensation through insurance without further involvement, yet he intentionally incited the elderly man's two sons to commit crimes, resulting in the elder's demise and the imprisonment of his sons. Truly a case of a family shattered. The sixth sin. Queue jumping at a scenic area, while merely a moral issue, under his deliberate design, led a mother and daughter, although not deserving of imprisonment, to be lured into a path of crime, ultimately resulting in their incarceration. The seventh sin. During a student council inspection, while violence is inappropriate, it merely constitutes an improper use of force. Yet Yang Jinrong ensnared the council president in a series of traps, leading to a catastrophic downfall of the student council and the loss of countless jobs. Shouldn't the student council conduct inspections? The school bestows this power upon them. And even if their actions are flawed, they ought to report to the school immediately for internal resolution rather than resorting to police involvement. After Yang Jinrong's case, which student council would dare to maintain order or serve their peers? Is Yang Jinrong intent on dismantling student councils across the nation? Daxiang News' ability to distort facts is indeed remarkable. They can unearth loopholes in every case, twist interpretations, and maliciously incite their followers into misreading the situation. The release of the video detailing these 7 sins reignited public outrage. The previously silent trolls, now seemingly receiving a divine mandate, rallied in unison, supporting the news sister and Daxiang News, vehemently denouncing Yang Jinrong. This time, they refrained from using vulgarities, instead emulating the news sister and Daxiang News with questions like "I must ask, and is it not worth questioning?" Standing on a moral high ground to interrogate Yang Jinrong. They too feared retribution, having learned to tread carefully. Even if you are a heroic figure, how will you explain these 7 sins? Yang Jinrong. Are you not a man? Will you dare to step forward and acknowledge your transgressions? With so many incidents revolving around you, is it not your fault? Is it society's fault? Why do you seem perpetually embroiled in controversy? Why have I lived 18 years without incident, surrounded by good people, while you are surrounded by malefactors? Should you not reflect upon yourself? Birds of a feather flock together. How is it that you continually encounter oddities while I do not? Unless you too are peculiar, how could you attract such a myriad of troubles? I cannot help but ask, Yang Jinrong, why do you remain silent, evading the inquiries of billions of netizens? What are you concealing? Yang Jinrong, you must respond to the questions of our 250 million sisters. Naturally, Yang Jinrong offered no reply. Yet within moments, someone emerged to defend him. The bullied Tang Xiuxiu was the first to step forward in support of Yang Jinrong. I am a student named Tang Xiuxiu. I have long endured bullying from several classmates that my repeated forbearance only emboldened them further. I had no idea how to address this, I reported to my teacher, who merely summoned them for a discussion, but afterward, they continued to bully me that I wrote to the principal. But my letter vanished without a trace. Daxiang News, is this the result of your so-called internal school handling? Until I came across Yang Jinrong's video, which gave me the courage to wield the law and protect myself. I chose to report, and now those who bullied me have been taken into custody. Daxiang News. Why do you cast Yanggu as the mastermind behind the bullying? If the punishment is insufficient, those bullies will never recognize their wrongs. They will only grow more arrogant and become societal scourges. Tang Xiuxiu's heartfelt words quickly garnered widespread support from netizens. Following her, a popular figure named Sun Jingyu stepped forward, directly addressing Daxiang News in a video. I don't know what your so-called 7 sins are, but I know that after watching Yang Jinrong's experience in seeking justice, my resolve to fight for my rights has been strengthened. I may not have many followers, only a few 100,000, but those familiar with my story know that I once ran an influencer incubation company, successfully nurturing several well-known influencers from scratch. Recently, for influencers under my company, seeking to breach their contracts at zero cost, concocted a meticulously planned sexual harassment scheme. They worked in unison to falsely accuse me of harassment to terminate their contracts. They successfully stirred public outrage, tarnishing my company's reputation and leading to its bankruptcy, all while I bore the brunt of the slander, losing my company and damaging my reputation. However, Yang Jinrong's emergence illuminated the path to justice for me. The first instance has ruled in my favor, but the court merely mandated an apology, with no criminal penalties for them. They still have not apologized, and their so-called apology statement was filled with evasions, lacking any sincerity. This mirrors Lin Yuyu's situation precisely. Daxiang News. Your claims of Yang Jinrong amplifying the slander and deliberately ensnaring Lin Yuyu to receive maximum punishment. Let me ask you, should my company, valued at 20 million, be ruined by a mere accusation of sexual harassment? My life's work has been obliterated, my future destroyed. Should these individuals not be held to the fullest extent of the law, I will pursue a second trial. They must face criminal charges. With Yang Jinrong paving the way, I will build bridges in the middle, hoping that future victims of slander and defamation can walk the clear path to justice, eradicating falsehoods and restoring societal peace. This impassioned plea directly targeted Daxiang News, sending ripples through the community and effectively dismantling their accusations. Netizens rallied in support of Sun Jingyu and Yang Jinrong. The Daxiang News team, faces darkened, had not anticipated that while Yang Jinrong remained silent, others would rise to champion his cause. And it did not end there. Another local business owner from Linhai voiced his concerns. A fishmonger with over 1 million followers on Douyin, known as a Lu, declared Daxiang News. Does your media outlet possess no conscience? For the sake of money and views, has your integrity been devoured by greed? I may lack formal education, but I can certainly discern good from evil. I have been a fishmonger at the Shiqiao seafood market for 10 years, and I have always upheld fairness in weighing my products. But do you know how despicable those dishonest vendors are? They deliberately attract customers with exceedingly low prices, engaging in unscrupulous competition, and then utilize deceptive scales to gain illicit profits. That a scale that is 7 tails off is considered a conscience, while a scale that is 5 tails off marks their lower limit. This has led all consumers to assume that the entire market is rife with fraudulent scales, and even my establishment has been lumped into this category before the Yang Jinrong scale scandal. My business was nearly obliterated by that group of dishonest merchants. Following Yang Jinrong's departure, the relevant regulatory authorities undertook significant measures to rectify the situation, ensuring fairness and justice, and eliminating fraudulent practices. Consequently, my business has seen a remarkable resurgence, and now I, along with other vendors who steadfastly uphold fair practices, have become benchmarks in the market, boasting the highest sales, the best service, and the most customers. The entire market is thriving. You, Daxiang News, what right do you have to criticize Yang Jinrong for allegedly leading Xiangxia seafood restaurant into the abyss? Is it not they themselves, in pursuit of profit, who have resorted to any means necessary, harming consumers and tarnishing the market's reputation? What right do you, Daxiang News, have to label Yang Jinrong as the cause of the struggles faced by brick-and-mortar businesses? He has restored conscientious competition and development in the market. He is the greatest benefactor. This series of incisive rhetorical questions has once again stirred up a sensation, especially among the fans of Allah, who have always quietly observed without engaging in online interactions. This time, Allah has taken the initiative to speak out, prompting his fans to collectively rally against Daxiang News. The trending lists on various online platforms have been entirely engulfed. Daxiang News has been left in tatters. Upon viewing this rhetorical video, the Daxiang News team was visibly shaken. They had not anticipated such a swift backlash. Yang Jinrong, to this day, has not moved an inch, effectively dismantling their meticulously orchestrated plans on the spot. And it does not end there. The internet has seen numerous blind parents and relatives stepping forward to voice their support for Yang Jinrong. The Yang Jinrong incident has drawn the attention of urban planning departments to the importance of accessible pathways, and our coastal city has begun to renovate these pathways. Indeed, previously, the accessible paths were cluttered with bicycles, e-bikes, tricycles, and cars. Now, law enforcement personnel are managing the area, diligently clearing obstacles to provide convenience for us blind individuals, with family members speaking on our behalf. I am not from Coastal City, but our municipality has also begun to prioritize the issue of accessible pathways. Previously, they were haphazardly constructed, but now they are uniformly organized and replanned. Thank you, Yang Jinrong, for bringing attention to accessible pathways, allowing the blind to benefit. I am not blind. I am a volunteer with Xiao AI Bang Bang and Be My Eyes. Many may not be familiar with these two apps, but I take this opportunity to inform everyone that they are specifically designed to assist the blind. Many blind individuals I have helped do not venture online. They cannot navigate the internet like others, but they are grateful. They appreciate Yang Jinrong for bringing the term accessible pathways back into public discourse, allowing the blind to receive more support. What have you, Daxiang News, done for us? What right do you have to condemn Yang Jinrong? Relatives of the blind have stepped forward to advocate for Yang Jinrong, vehemently denouncing Daxiang News and their supporters. Not only them, but many others have also begun to rise in defense of Yang Jinrong, criticizing Daxiang News. Consumers with vested interests no longer have to worry about spending £1 only to receive 5 taels of goods. There are also those who have faced bullying, who, upon witnessing Yang Jinrong's courageous stand against violence, have bravely come forward to expose such behavior, wielding legal instruments to protect themselves. Numerous scenic area managers have also voiced their support for Yang Jinrong. Prior to the Yang Jinrong queue jumping incident, we faced daily conflicts arising from line cutting. This not only increased the burden on our staff, but also severely impacted our business. However, after the Yang Jinrong queue jumping incident went viral, instances of line cutting have dwindled significantly. It has become increasingly rare to witness such behavior. Tell me, Daxiang News, do you have the capability to achieve this? What right do you have to criticize Yang Jinrong? Daxiang News, how dare you call yourselves news? You should promptly withdraw. You are unworthy of the term news, which belittles the profession of journalism. Who could have anticipated that Yang Jinrong, without even lifting a finger, would garner such widespread support? The entire internet has been shaken. The detractors have been thoroughly defeated. Silence reigns among them. Only one voice remains online. Daxiang News, please shut down. News Sister, please cancel your operation. Both the Daxiang News and News Sister teams have been utterly shattered this evening. Rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond or confront the situation, that IT is unfathomable. Yang Jinrong has yet to make an appearance or speak, so why is there such a swell of support for him? Are they truly adoring him? News Sister stands frozen in her office, as if struck by lightning. She cannot believe this is real. She cannot comprehend how the seemingly insignificant Yang Jinrong could possibly command such a multitude of supporters. Behind her, members of her team are already packing their belongings, preparing to flee. Yet, they likely do not realize that the local security authorities have long since set their sights on them. There is no escape. No possibility of escape. Just as News Sister remains dazed, her phone suddenly vibrates, and she numbly glances at the caller ID. jolting her into alertness. She swiftly rises and rushes into her private office, locking the door before answering the call. "Director, hello, I." Do not say another word. The voice on the other end belongs to a middle-aged man, who speaks with evident disdain. "Your team is utterly incompetent. You cannot even handle someone as trivial as Yang Jinrong. And yet you have provoked the ire of the entire internet. You have become a pariah, the enemy of all online users, Director. Please let me explain." News Sister pleads frantically, sensing an underlying message in the director's words. "I understand your urgency, but do not panic just yet." The director continues, "From this moment forward, you and your team will have no further association with our association. Effective immediately, we will not provide you with a single penny of funding. Furthermore, the legal team we provided will also be withdrawn. You best take care of yourselves. Please don't do this. Tomorrow is the court hearing. You cannot abandon us." News Sister cries in desperation. She wishes to plead for forgiveness, to request funding, especially for the legal team, imploring them not to leave. But the director on the other end hangs up the phone without a moment's hesitation, cold and unfeeling. News Sister and her team have been cast aside. A similar fate has befallen Daxiang News. The head of Daxiang News, Sima Tinglin, received an identical call to that of News Sister. They too have been abandoned. However, they are unafraid. Their team is stronger than News Sisters. Equipped with their own legal team, to date they have never faced defeat. Their legal team boasts a 100 success rate, known as the Daxiang Victory Squad, and thus, Sima Tinglin remains unfazed, although they face defeat in tonight's online battle. They are confident they will not falter in tomorrow's courtroom showdown. They possess absolute certainty of victory, standing on solid ground. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness across the internet. Countless netizens will stay up all night, eager to lend their support to Yang Jinrong. After today, this night of online struggle will be etched into the annals of internet history, marking the first holy war of the self-media era, a nationwide participatory online holy war. Tonight, countless netizens clutching their phones will stay awake, glued to their computers, eager to witness the courtroom live stream at the earliest opportunity. Yang Jinrong versus News Sister, Daxiang News and Xiao Li to the rescue, among several self-media outlets. This court case from the outset is destined to capture the attention of the entire internet, becoming the focal point of online discourse, with countless netizens eagerly anticipating this battle. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong has just exited the library. His world is so tranquil that he has not moved a muscle, yet the holy war has already emerged victorious. Yang Jinrong retires early, with not a word spoken throughout the night. The next morning, Yin Yin calls, "Would you like to come to my house? It would facilitate our preparations for the court hearing later." "Okay." Yang Jinrong rises, dons formal attire and puts on his gold-rimmed glasses, arriving at Yin Yan's residence. After numerous delays, the long-awaited court case is finally set to commence. 089. Live trial. Exorbitant compensation claims. How can you still be smiling? The internet is ablaze with excitement. Following last night's holy war, the detractors have become too timid to emerge. Netizens are eagerly anticipating today's courtroom live stream. Yang Jinrong cannot lose today, can he? He cannot possibly lose. The entire internet stands behind him. How could he lose the case? Moreover, both Daxiang News and News Sister have already committed acts of infringement against Yang Jinrong. The likelihood of winning this case is at least 90%. However, the most probable outcome is merely a public apology, that if all that results is an apology, the cost is exceedingly low. Just the videos of News Sister disparaging Yang Jinrong that I have come across number more than 9. Each boasting millions of views, with a couple surpassing 10 million within 2 days. The negative impact is evident. Perhaps they will be required to pay a sum of 30 to 50,000. Did this not happen previously? Why do so many internet celebrities resort to unscrupulous means for clout? Do they truly believe they are above the law? They comprehend the situation. They merely wish to capitalize on that traffic, to garner attention. Ultimately, Even if they lose the lawsuit, the compensation will merely be a pittance to AS for an apology. A half-hearted statement will suffice. This matter is truly infuriating. It would be fortunate to win. However, should they lose, the consequences would be dire. Once defeated, Yang Jinrong would face public disgrace, driven to retreat from the internet by hordes of detractors. The discussions continue unabated in the office of News Sister. Since last night, her video's comment section has been inundated with vitriol directed at her. To mitigate the barrage of insults, she deliberately restricted commenting to followers. Yet those very individuals followed her solely to berate her. In a single night, her follower count surged by nearly 1 million, all of whom expressed disdain, pushing her to the brink of emotional collapse. Sister, the court session is about to commence. We must prepare ourselves. Her assistant reminded her. Understood. Initially disinterested in makeup, News Sister grew apprehensive about appearing barefaced during the live court proceedings and thus began her preparations as the moments ticked by in eager anticipation. The court's official website published the live streaming link. Following its release, a vast number of netizens flocked to the stream. The online viewer count skyrocketed, surpassing 1 million in no time and soon reaching 5 million. Due to the high profile of today's case at the Linhai District Court, adequate preparations were made in advance to prevent network interruptions during the trial. Even before the live stream commenced, the chat room was abuzz with activity. Fortunately, the court imposed a limit of 1 message per minute per user, alleviating the bandwidth strain. Has the hearing started? Has it begun yet? I can't wait. Let's get this show on the road before the supervisor arrives to check in. It's starting. I'm still on the subway. Where's Yang Jinrong? Why hasn't he appeared yet? From the photos, he looks like a handsome fellow. Hurry up and let me see. Is this the largest internet courtroom drama in history? Am I witnessing history in the making? The intensity is rising. I can't believe a man is suing a woman. I'll catch some more sleep. I admit you are formidable. If I were to secretly study the penal code for 2.5 years, how would you respond when the trial commences? It's begun. With a flood of messages proclaiming the start, the trial finally commenced. The online proceedings were straightforward and unembellished, akin to a live stream battle with a host. In the center was the court's camera, flanked by the plaintiff and the defendant. Once the presiding judge established the live connection, plaintiff Yang Jinrong and his attorney Yin appeared on one side of the screen, while the defendants were divided into 3 sections. News Sister, the head of Daxiang News, and the person in charge of Xiaoli's assistants, along with their respective defense attorneys, all visible on screen. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong was present. The defendants, News Sister, Daxiang News, Xiaoli's assistants. I will refrain from using names and will refer to them as teams. And the defendant Shanchuan Culture had no representative present. After verifying the information from both parties, the presiding judge read the attendance status of the plaintiff and defendants. This time, Yang Jinrong not only sued News Sister, Daxiang News, and Xiaoli's assistants, but also included their MCN company, Shanchuan Culture, in the lawsuit. Shanchuan Culture is a domestic registered entity with capital originating from Sakura Island, renowned for its influencers, with News Sister boasting the highest follower count, exceeding 20 million as of now. However, Shanchuan Culture had no representative present and made no response whatsoever. Typically, Shanchuan Culture maintains a low profile, refraining from engaging in any public discourse. Domestic netizens remain largely unaware of the company's operations or its financial backers. Only a handful are cognizant that influencers like News Sister are affiliated with Shanchuan Culture. When the presiding judge announced the inclusion of Shanchuan Culture among the defendants, many netizens were left puzzled. What company is Shanchuan Culture? How did it end up on the defendant list? It seems to be the MCN behind News Sister. However, details are scarce and no information can be found online. That name? It sounds like the Yamaguchi Gumi. Is it tied to that island's capital? Indeed, the netizens are astute. Soon, some deduce the underlying truth. The presiding judge chose to ignore the barrage of comments, proceeding with the trial as per standard court protocol. Once all procedural matters were addressed, the judge declared, "Plaintiff, please present the statement of claim." Under the camera's gaze, Yin stood, dressed in formal attorney attire. Her voice icy. We, the plaintiffs, are suing the defendant New's sister for defamation, distortion of facts, deliberate slander, and violation of portrait rights, that we demand a public apology from Mr. Yang Jinrong across the internet, the removal of the offending videos, and compensation of 4.525 million. What? A claim of 4.525 million. Many netizens were taken aback. Such a sum is substantial in the realm of the internet. 4.525 million. Are they insane? This lawyer is quite formidable. While I find it hard not to support them, the court is unlikely to uphold such a claim. Yang Jinrong's lawyer is quite striking. Isn't your focus a bit misplaced? Could you please discuss matters pertinent to the trial? 4.525 million. She truly dares. Upon hearing this claim, New's sister was equally astonished. Her team members exchanged glances of disbelief. However, they were convinced that the court would not endorse such a compensation amount, recalling similar cases that resulted in paltry settlements of only 50,000 plus an apology. No matter how absurd the court's decisions may be, it was implausible that they would support Yang Jinrong's figure. The audacity of requesting 4.525 million was laughable. New's sister smirked, harboring disdain in her heart, but refraining from verbalizing it. Yet, the claim of over 400 million was merely the beginning. As Yin Yin continued, we also seek compensation for emotional distress in the amount of 100,000, for reputational damage 100,000, and for our legal fees. Additionally, according to Article 243 of the Penal Code regarding false accusation and framing, fabricating facts to falsely accuse others, with the intent to subject them to criminal prosecution. And in severe cases, a prison sentence of less than 3 years, detention, or supervision may be imposed. If serious consequences ensue, the sentence may range from 3 to 10 years. New's sister and her team have repeatedly fabricated facts and falsely accused our client, with particularly severe circumstances. The total views of related videos across the internet have exceeded 120 million, frequently trending on major platforms, resulting in our client enduring over 100,000 abusive comments and 10,086 derogatory private messages, constituting severe consequences. We request that the court impose the maximum criminal penalties on the defendant New's sister and her team. We implore the court to render a fair and just ruling based on facts and relevant evidence. Upon hearing Yin Yan's statement, viewers of the live trial were left in stunned silence that, oh my, is the plaintiff serious? They are demanding a 10-year sentence, on top of over 4 million in compensation. That's quite ruthless. Indeed, beautiful women can be terrifying. Where did Yang Jinrong find such a powerful lawyer? I can feel the formidable aura radiating through the screen. Surely the court won't support this, while New's sister is undoubtedly detestable. One would expect the court to reject such an exaggerated claim based on precedent. Initially silent, New's sister's team could no longer contain their laughter upon hearing this demand. They were certain the court would dismiss Yang Jinrong's claims. If it weren't for the live trial, their laughter would have erupted uncontrollably. Instead, they stifled their mirth, filled with disdain for Yang Jinrong's so-called demands. Ugly in appearance, delusional in thought, New's sister scoffed, remaining entirely unfazed. Although her superiors had abandoned her and withdrawn the company's legal team, she had secured her own attorney, a seasoned veteran in similar lawsuits with an impressive win rate. Before she could elaborate further, Yin Yin continued, New's sister and her team frequently exploit their status as news anchors to deliberately distort facts, exaggerate claims, and incite various conflicts, exacerbating netizen emotions. Their intentions are malicious, and their professional competency is alarmingly low. We request the court to revoke New's sister's professional certification and to permanently deny her the issuance of any such credentials. The netizens were utterly flabbergasted. Wow, this move is truly ruthless. Should the court support it, New's sister's career would be over. Revoking her professional certification? I wholeheartedly support that. As the viewers gasped in astonishment, New's sister herself was taken aback, exclaiming, "This mad dog is relentless, pursuing me without respite. It's utterly nauseating." The corresponding evidence has been submitted to the court for your review. Your Honor, Yin Yin concluded her statement. The presiding judge turned to the camera, addressing News Sister. Please respond to the allegations. Under the guidance of her lawyer, News Sister spoke regarding the plaintiff's claim of $4.525 million. Is it reasonable? Is it lawful? What is the basis for this claim? Please elucidate. Our side has claimed $4.525 million in compensation from the defendant. News Sister, based on the illegal profits accrued by the opposing party during the infringement of our rights. Yin Yin presented a piece of evidence that she had previously submitted to the court, showcasing to the audience how the defendant exploited defamatory videos of our party to gain a cumulative following of 2.35 million, calculating the actual value of Douyin followers at 0.7 yuan each. The defendant is liable to compensate us with 1.645 million. During this period, the defendant News Sister team also secured 3-star map advertisements, each worth 600,000, totaling 1.8 million. Furthermore, the defendant profited unlawfully a total of 1.08 million by utilizing videos related to our party's heroic deeds in firefighting for sales promotion. This brings the grand total to 4.525 million. As Yin Yan's words echoed, the audience was invigorated. I can't believe this is how it was calculated. I thought it was just a random claim. With a solid basis, the likelihood of obtaining the corresponding compensation has significantly increased. While it may not amount to over 4 million, it will surely be a substantial sum. Am I the clown in this scenario? Just moments ago, I had observed a cold smirk on News Sister's face. And guess what? In the blink of an eye, her smile vanished. The smile did not disappear. It merely shifted to our faces. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not intertwined. Ha ha ha. After hearing this response, News Sister's demeanor took a downturn. If these profits are deemed illegal by the court, while the exact amount to be compensated to Yang Jinrong remains uncertain, one thing is clear. The money will no longer belong to her. News Sister, at this juncture, News Sister began to feel a sense of panic. Not only was she facing a hefty compensation, but also the prospect of imprisonment. She turned to her lawyer, her eyes filled with a plea for help. Although this lawyer has a commendable success rate, he had only received the brief the night prior, leaving him inadequately prepared. This lack of preparation made the battle exceedingly arduous. As he sifted through documents and pondered carefully, a spark of inspiration struck him that he hastily typed a series of words on his tablet, advising News Sister on what to say. Upon seeing the prompt, News Sister urgently requested permission from the presiding judge to speak. Once granted, she composed herself and stated, "Our side acknowledges that we did receive corresponding advertisements, and there may be some illicit gains. However, whether it be accepting advertisements, gaining followers, or profiting from sales, all actions were authorized by Shan Sun Culture. The company owning News Sister's account, .my team, and I were merely executing our contractual obligations. Your Honor, I am not lying. The processes related to the advertisements and sales can be verified through Douyin's official records, all of which were mandated by Shan Sun Culture. Should the court require it, I can dispatch someone to obtain the necessary documentation immediately." This line of defense was exceedingly advantageous for News Sister. While she had indeed produced the videos and engaged in defamation, she did not possess the subjective intent to gain illicit profits. Shan Sun Culture's operational model dictates that all materials must undergo their scrutiny, including videos, scripts, data, advertisements, endorsements, and sales, with revenues first entering their accounts before eventually flowing to News Sisters. This deftly executed maneuver of shifting blame was nothing short of masterful. Even News Sister's lawyer could not suppress a smile. Nice. Following her statement, News Sister transformed from her earlier panic to a state of calm assurance. This strategy was brilliant. She couldn't help but smile at the camera, directing a provocative grin towards Yang Jinrong on the courtroom livestream. The viewers witnessing this could hardly contain their indignation. Is this permissible? My goodness, it seems News Sister's team possesses some skill. What now for Yang Jinrong? It felt as though a conviction was unlikely, and even obtaining compensation would be exceedingly difficult. TSK. News Sister's move was nothing short of a trump card. This sentiment was shared not only by the audience. The head of Dasheng News, Sima Tinglin, also displayed a smile on the livestream, as did Nye Yongyi, who had come to assist Xiao Li. They could readily adapt and employ this tactic to absolve themselves of primary responsibility and potential charges to a reduced sentence, or even complete immunity from criminal liability. Could be on the table, with compensation potentially reduced to a mere apology, a punishment that would sting little. Yang Jinrong did not see this coming, did he? Just as everyone anticipated a collapse from Yang Jinrong's side. Amid the smiles of News Sister and her associates, Yang Jinrong maintained a demeanor of effortless composure. His sunlit, charming face was utterly captivating to women, as if he had everything under control. This smile, perceived by News Sister and the other defendants, became a profound mockery. What are you smiling about? How can you still smile? Not only did Yang Jinrong smile, but even Yin Yin, who had been serious and composed, revealed a smile upon hearing News Sister's convoluted defense. It was as if they had both anticipated that News Sister would resort to such tactics. Your Honor, Yin Yin stood once more, her smile fading as she uttered a statement that caught everyone off guard. We request the involvement of the Municipal Public Security Bureau of News Sister City in this case. What does this mean? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. It sounded as though News Sister's brilliant counterattack had inadvertently played into Yang Jinrong's hands. It felt as if Yang Jinrong had deliberately dug a pit, waiting for News Sister's team to leap into it. This sensation was unsettlingly real. Yet, it seemed implausible. Could Yang Jinrong and his appointed lawyer truly be this formidable? Had they foreseen everything, setting a trap for News Sister's party to fall into? The viewers in the live stream were once again left in shock. What is happening? This stunning lawyer resembles a venomous viper. Just looking into her eyes instills fear, cold and merciless, evoking the sensation of a lethal strike. Is there anyone who comprehends this? Speak up, speak in utter joke. Hurry, report this, or let us engage in a live stream PK. Whoever garners more gifts loses the case. The audience's disdain was palpable. Even the jurors displayed expressions of astonishment. They were not new to Yang Jinrong's cases, and it felt as though every instance of the defendant's robust defense fell right into his trap. They had witnessed countless cases, yet none had ever seen a plaintiff execute their strategy with such finesse as Yang Jinrong. Meanwhile, the teams from Dasheng News and Xiao Li's assistants felt a growing unease. Yang Jinrong was exceedingly enigmatic, not adhering to any predictable playbook, full of cunning schemes. Particularly the head of Xiao Li's team, who had become the primary defendant following Xiao Li's mysterious disappearance, felt the weight of this being the first time he faced court. Although it was an internet trial, the magnitude of facing millions of online viewers heightened the discomfort. It was utterly humiliating. However, this was not merely a matter of embarrassment, but rather a question of potential criminal liability. Upon hearing Yin Yan's statement, News Sister reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, angrily retorting, "Plaintiff's lawyer, I can accuse you of defamation. On what grounds do you deliberately make such statements in a live stream? Are you slandering me? Intentionally leading the audience's sentiment?" Bang! The gavel echoed through the live stream as the presiding judge interjected. Officials from the Yuqing Public Security Bureau are present in the live stream. If the plaintiff confirms the need for the Public Security Bureau's intervention, they may apply on-site, but must ensure that their reasons for application are lawful, compliant, sufficiently justified, and backed by concrete evidence. How could there not be law enforcement present in the live stream? This trial had attracted millions of viewers. The internet law enforcement had been monitoring the proceedings the entire time, and personnel from the local Public Security Bureau, where the involved parties resided, had been arranged to observe the trial. After all, with such significant matters at hand, no Public Security Bureau would simply turn a blind eye. The audience was immediately taken aback. Wait, are you telling me that the comments I just sent are being monitored by law enforcement? This was profoundly unsettling. Many viewers quickly restrained their fingers from sending more comments. Some even deleted previously typed remarks. After all, with law enforcement present, it was wise to keep things low-key. Yin Yin promptly transmitted the application and evidence to the court. The moment the presiding judge received the application and evidence, his previously serene demeanor transformed into one of unprecedented severity. Even his gaze shifted. He looked up at the camera, though it was unclear whom he was addressing. Soon, he signaled to the jury that in no time, the Yuching Public Security Bureau received an electronic cooperation request from the Lin High Court. The Bureau swiftly mobilized, dispatching numerous police vehicles, including specialized units, towards the office building where Nu's sister and her team were located, racing at remarkable speed. Moreover, the electronic cooperation request was not only sent to the Yuching Public Security Bureau, but also to the Zhengzhou Public Security Bureau, where Daxiang News was based. They too were attentively monitoring every development of the trial from the live broadcast room. Upon receiving the assistance letter, they promptly mirrored the response of the Yuching Public Security Bureau, that a convoy of over a dozen police vehicles, followed by several specialized units, sped towards the Zhengzhou City News building. Meanwhile, the Public Security Bureau of Linhai City had already taken early action. This operation was led by Zhang Hui, a thunderous initiative. The fluctuations in the presiding judge's emotions were perceptible to all. The audience in the live stream was utterly bewildered, speculating the reasons behind it, yet none guessed correctly. The judge quickly reined in all emotions. With a resounding thud, he struck the gavel, his tone solemn and authoritative. Plaintiff, please continue to elaborate on your relevant claims. Contrary to the expected recess, the judge insisted that Yang Jinrong's side continue their additions. Yin Yin and Yang Jinrong exchanged a glance, both comprehending the judge's intent. Yin Yin spoke again, questioning the news anchor, defendant Nu's sister. My client, Mr. Yang Jinrong, wishes to pose a question to you, and we hope you can sincerely respond in front of millions of viewers in this live stream. Nu's sister let out a cold snort, concealing the turmoil brewing within her. The onset of the slander and voyeurism case involving Mr. Yang Jinrong. Why did you dare to follow the renowned celebrity Zhang Yuqi and release a video slandering and defaming him without any factual basis? Yin Yan's voice was soft yet piercing, akin to a sharp hook. Were you acting under some directive, or is there a clandestine interest exchange with the celebrity Zhang Yuqi? Zhang Yuqi. This name may have faded from the memories of many netizens. She was the initial catalyst in the Lin Yu case. Had it not been for her reposts and vehement critiques, the situation would not have spiraled to such an extreme. Audiences were stirred by curiosity. The slander and voyeurism case was the first incident through which netizens recognized Yang Jinrong. Back then, Yang Jinrong was merely the amiable individual from Linhai University, often helping others. After extinguishing a fire, he temporarily lost his sight due to improperly laid tactile paths, which led him past the female dormitory, where the male and female dormitories at Linhai University were separated by considerable distance and secured by iron gates, resulting in Lin Yu's malicious accusation of him being a peeping Tom. That I too find it perplexing why Nu's sister would actively involve herself at the very onset of the case. It feels as though her instincts are exceedingly sharp, that I wager a pack of spicy strips that Nu's sister dares not speak the truth, that I bet a pack of Zoan that she will not utter the truth. Under the gaze of millions of netizens, with great anticipation, Nu's sister finally spoke. I have the right to refuse to answer your question. The netizens were left dumbfounded. They had expected her to concoct some excuse. But to their astonishment, she couldn't even be bothered to fabricate a reason and simply refused to respond. After all, crafting a lie necessitates a plethora of additional lies to cover it up. The more one speaks, the more one risks exposure. Silence is the best answer. It mattered little that she chose not to speak. Yin Yin seemed unfazed by Nu's sister's retort, continuing, your answer is irrelevant. We have already obtained substantial evidence, and you cannot evade accountability. Nu's sister remained obstinate, yet her body betrayed her, trembling involuntarily. She turned to glance at her accompanying lawyer, who wore a furrowed brow. with keen professional insight. He sensed an impending crisis. Quickly, he scribbled on a tablet, "I am going to the restroom," then feigned a trip to the toilet, gathering his belongings and making a discreet exit. However, as he descended the elevator to the lobby on the first floor and exhaled in relief, several officers apprehended him, declaring, "You are under arrest. You thought you could escape early? Come back with us." The lawyer was left in shock. Although he had seen countless criminals handcuffed in court, this was the first time he personally donned the silver handcuffs. The sensation was quite surreal. The esteemed lawyer retraced his steps to News Sister's office, where she was facing away from the door. Upon hearing the commotion, she quickly turned, only to be horrified by the sight of dozens of officers wielding batons. "Hands on your head, all of you, get down." The command resonated throughout the spacious office, echoing in a live stream. Under the gaze of millions, News Sister was handcuffed with silver bracelets in front of millions of live viewers. The arrest of News Sister and her accomplices transpired. The audience erupted in fervor. The heads of the Daxiang News and their team were equally stunned, instinctively taking a step back, with some even contemplating escape. Yet at that moment, a swarm of officers surged forward, swiftly apprehending everyone, including Daxiang News head Sima Tinglin. The person who came to assist, Nye Yongyi, had no time to react before Zhang Hui publicly restrained him. In that instant, millions bore witness to the live capture of the three major self-media teams. Members of News Sister's team scrambled to exonerate themselves, pleading, "Officers, you must have made a mistake. We have committed no crime. Why are you arresting us? Indeed, it must be a misunderstanding. We are all good people, mere journalists incapable of wrongdoing that I know nothing. I am just an intern." One individual cried out in desperation. The officer shot a cold glance at him. "Intern, your badge is already tarnished. You dare call yourself an intern? How long have you been interning?" "Not long." The employee shrank back, "Just 2.5 years, replace him with a pair of rusty handcuffs." The officer felt a sense of indignity of being mocked and promptly swapped the handcuffs for an old, rusty pair, which were far heavier and quite uncomfortable to wear. News Sister, however, continued to struggle, raising her silver handcuffs towards the camera and bellowing, "Presiding judge, what is the meaning of this? On what grounds do you handcuff me with these? Even if I have infringed upon the plaintiff's rights, it does not constitute a criminal offense. By what right do you publicly arrest me?" The presiding judge cast a cold glance at the camera. "You are well aware of the criminal acts you have committed. If you cannot recall, I can remind you. Defendant News Sister, you have committed heinous crimes, yet you still dare to quibble and show no remorse. This court will impose the most severe penalties upon you." 091. Final verdict. All arrested. Astonishing gains. Here comes the verdict. You and your team colluded with foreign forces, attempting to sow discord among the populace domestically, incite class conflict, provoke ethnic sentiments, create societal division, and jeopardize national security. The judge's voice was markedly more severe than before. This elder judge harbored a profound disdain for such treasonous behavior. News Sister's body trembled, nearly losing control. She never anticipated the day would come when she would be held accountable. These years had been remarkably smooth for her. Ever since being selected by the association, she had swiftly ascended from a small host with a mere 100,000 followers to a social media sensation with over 20 million fans in just 2 years, becoming the most successful case of a host transitioning to self-media. The adoration of millions had ensnared her, leading her deeper into the abyss that in stark contrast to her dread, the atmosphere within Daxiang News was markedly calmer. Head Sima Tinglin, with his Sakura Island heritage, had long believed himself not to be a citizen of Jiuzhou, but of Sakura Island. The three public security bureaus swiftly apprehended News Sister, the Daxiang News team, and the Xiaoli team, while also sealing their company documents and immediately freezing all their corporate and personal accounts that in the live stream. The scene revealed members of the three teams, all in handcuffs. Under the scrutiny of the cameras, the netizens were already in an uproar. They had indeed colluded with foreign forces, attempting to persecute us, A truly heinous crime. Traitors of the new era. A walking 500,000. Damn it, the most terrifying adversary is not the enemy, but the insiders lurking among us that I used to support News Sister, even purchasing a pack of gum from her live stream. Ugh. No wonder that gum was so terrible. My wife always said it was hard to chew. The enemy hides among us. It is simply terrifying, impossible to guard against. By the way, what evidence did Yang Jinrong's side submit? Where did they obtain such evidence? What kind of evidence could directly topple the three major teams? The public security bureaus of three cities mobilized for this. What evidence could unequivocally prove that News Sister and her team colluded with foreign forces? Curiosity killed the cat. I advise you not to be curious. Mouse tail juice. As the audience debated, within the court, after a thorough and earnest discussion, the panel reached a final verdict, given the national security charges involved. The trial process for Daxiang News and Xiaoli team would not require further examination. Upon verifying the evidence submitted by the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, the court has confirmed its authenticity and proceeded to deliver the final verdict. The presiding judge announced, in this case concerning the defendant, News Sister, and her team, who engaged in slander and defamation against the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, by distorting facts and deliberately tarnishing her reputation, the evidence is irrefutable. The total compensation awarded to the plaintiff amounts to 4.525 million yuan. The claim for mental and reputational damages made by the plaintiff is included within this sum and will not receive additional support. The defendants, News Sister and her team, have violated Article 243 of the criminal law, constituting the crime of false accusation, with severe circumstances. The responsible party, News Sister, is sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment, while the remaining team members are each sentenced to 3 years. The first team faced justice, eliciting a wave of murmurs from the audience. This verdict marks merely the conclusion of Yang Jinrong's case, with charges of endangering national security still pending against them. Once the Public Security Bureau completes its investigation, the defendants will be transferred to the National Security Bureau for further adjudication by higher authorities. This includes the two major teams, Big Image News and Little Lee to Help. The principal offenders will face unavoidable consequences, while other team members will be punished according to the severity of their crimes. No innocent individual will be wronged, nor will any guilty party escape retribution. The presiding judge continued to announce the subsequent trial results. The defendant Big Image News team, through malicious editing and other means, has committed slander against the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong. The evidence is conclusive, and the total compensation awarded to the plaintiff amounts to 1.08 million yuan, which includes mental and reputational damages. The head of Big Image News, Sima Tinglin, is sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, while the remaining members of the team are sentenced to 1 year each. The defendant, Little Lee to Help team, is ordered to compensate the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, with 100,000 yuan for mental damages and 100,000 yuan for reputational damages. The head, Nie Yongyi, is sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment, and the other team members each receive a 6-month sentence. Similarly, the charges of collusion with foreign forces and endangering national security will be dealt with by the relevant authorities, ultimately adjudicated by a higher court based on the facts. The specifics of the sentences and confiscation of assets will be announced after the verdict is rendered. The three media entities, News Sister, Big Image News, and Little Lee to Help, will face ongoing scrutiny from the relevant regulatory bodies. Effective immediately, these three media outlets will suspend broadcasting and have their professional licenses permanently revoked. Associated personnel will have their host and reporter qualifications rescinded, and from this day forth, those involved in the case are prohibited from engaging in any media-related professions, including news reporting, interviewing, and hosting. The presiding judge's declarations sent a shiver through all members of the three media teams. Even after serving their sentences, they will be barred from returning to their former professions, unable to dominate the online sphere as they once did. Who could have imagined that within mere hours, they would plummet from the heights of success to the depths of despair? They should have anticipated this outcome the moment they chose to cross the line. Do not reach out. Reaching out will lead to capture. As the camera captured the three criminal teams, Netizens offered their most heartfelt blessings. What kind of profit-making methods are acceptable? Why resort to colluding with foreign forces and act as traitors? My mother instilled in me a love for my country from a young age. Although I have never contributed to the nation, merely lying at home without causing harm to the state or society can be seen as a form of contribution. I detest traitors and lackeys. My grandfather often taught me that no matter how dire the circumstances, one must never become a traitor for profit. I can only hope that the prison food suits your taste. Observing their expressions, it seems some were still unconvinced. How ridiculous! Do the traitors still wish to argue? As netizens continued to send their messages of support, the courtroom livestream abruptly ended. Eager viewers flocked to Yang Jinrong's account to share their thoughts. Following this battle, Yang Jinrong's fanbase surged once more. Douyin followers skyrocketed from 5 million to over 7 million, while Showing fans jumped from 2 million to over 3 million, and Bilibili followers reached over 2 million. This case continued to hold sway online. However, surprisingly, few self-media outlets followed this trending topic. In fact, many typically vocal self-media accounts fell silent on this day, maintaining a prolonged quiet that starkly contrasted their usual activity. In the stately old house of Yin Yin, she turned off her computer, stood up, and stretched, her graceful silhouette on full display, flaunting two attributes that most could hardly comprehend, particularly in Yang Jinrong's view. This moment, combined with her professional attire and black stockings, was almost overwhelming. Fortunately, Yang Jinrong was resolute. Otherwise, Yin Yin suddenly spoke. "It's lunchtime. Would you like to stay for a meal?" "No, thank you." Yang Jinrong knew she would only prepare boiled eggs, and he had no inclination to suffer such culinary punishment. Noticing his expression, Yin Yin raised an eyebrow. "What else with that face? Are you worried my cooking might be poisonous?" "Not at all." Yang Jinrong waved his hand, feigning seriousness. "I'm simply not hungry. By the way, my advisor has scheduled a meeting with me this afternoon regarding my graduation project. I should head back." "Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I haven't been to university?" Yin Yin shot him a playful glance. "Stay for lunch. I just learned some cooking skills. You could be my judge. If you think I have a talent for cooking, I might enroll in a training class. In the future, when you have time, you can come and evaluate my progress. You really need a training class to learn cooking." Growing up in an orphanage, Yang Jinrong had never heard of needing formal instruction for such skills. He had learned to cook at a young age, feeling it was an inherent ability. If all else failed, he could simply look up tutorials online. No training class necessary. Yang Jinrong suddenly recalled that he hadn't cooked often before. During his time in the orphanage, it was usually the girls who prepared meals. Remembering the orphanage, he recalled that last week the old director had asked him to return and check on the leaking bathroom and balcony. He planned to visit this week. He wondered how his childhood friends had fared since entering society. Since the Lin Yu case, he and T kept in touch with them much. "You sit here for a moment. I'll go prepare lunch," Yin Yin declared, taking action. She headed downstairs to the kitchen. Yang Jinrong leaned over the staircase, watching her descent. "What exactly are you planning to make?" "Chicken," Yin Yin replied succinctly, tilting her head up. Her fair neck, alluring collarbone, and prominent features stirred something within him. Standing at the top of the stairs, Yang Jinrong felt a twinge of acrophobia. Wait, what had she said she was making? He realized he was not only feeling a bit acrophobic, but also somewhat forgetful. Never mind. It was best not to dwell on what she was cooking. Yang Jinrong had mentally prepared herself. If it didn't taste good, so be it. She would regard it as a small way to repay her dedication to these cases. She took out her phone and casually scrolled through her private messages and comments. The trolls had vanished without a trace. Those who had hurled insults had uniformly deleted their comments and issued apologies. Some timid individuals even went so far as to record a video of themselves bowing in apology and send it to Yang Jinrong, pleading for her forgiveness, desperately hoping she wouldn't file a lawsuit. Others composed lengthy letters of apology, claiming to be students and hoping for her understanding. Yet, for those who penned such well-crafted essays, Yang Jinrong found herself disinclined to forgive. She had developed an inexplicable aversion to individuals who engaged in such literary exercises. After scrolling for a while, she began watching videos. Recently, she had been inundated with clips of streamers accepting challenges from their fans, such as the one where someone dared a streamer to go to a supermarket and ask a female salesperson for smaller sizes of condoms. Regardless of how small the original size was, another challenge involved asking a nurse in a hospital to apply eye drops, and when she inquired whether it was for the left or right eye, the streamer responded, "The anus." Yang Jinrong was left speechless. Indeed, the internet was rife with talent. She wondered if any streamers would dare to accept such challenges. As she flicked through a few more videos. One featuring a white man challenging passersby on the streets caught her attention. Initially, she thought nothing of it, but upon seeing the challenge and its outcome, she was utterly appalled. The street test involved attempting to kiss 100 beautiful girls from the East. Specifically French kissing. Astonishingly, over half of the girls consented. The most outrageous instance involved a woman who, while waiting for her boyfriend to buy her bubble tea, agreed to the challenge and proceeded to French kiss the white man for half a minute. Yang Jinrong swiftly retweeted it, hoping the girl's boyfriend would see her tweet. That was the extent of her assistance. Wait a minute, the girl looked somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, Yang Jinrong realized that she was a student from their school, the very one who had been making a fuss in the cafeteria about eating noodles making one stupid. Should she retract her earlier retweet? She hesitated for a mere fraction of a second, but ultimately decided against that it was time to eat. Yin Yin called from the kitchen downstairs. So soon? Yang Jinrong was taken aback. Even if she was incredibly efficient at cooking, it couldn't possibly be ready this quickly. Surely, it wasn't takeout. She pondered, turning off her phone and heading downstairs to dine. Although she had switched off her phone, her retweet had sent the video of the White Man S Street Challenge skyrocketing in popularity. Yang Jinrong's current notoriety was so high that her simple retweet propelled the video into the spotlight. Garnering over 3 million views and rapidly approaching 10 million, the reports of the video surged as well, with concerned citizens directly tagging local law enforcement. The white man, who had been reveling in the video's success, was blindsided when, merely half an hour later, law enforcement showed up at his door to arrest him. "Why are you arresting me?" He protested vehemently. "That we were testing, it was consensual. I never forced them. They volunteered." He even brazenly threatened to contact the embassy. This only provoked a tirade from the officers, who were infuriated after watching the video. Having apprehended the principal offender, they had no intention of letting him off lightly. Disrupting public order, corrupting societal morals. One officer was about to invoke public order laws to penalize him when another colleague intervened. "Hold on. Let us detain him for 24 hours first and issue a public notice to see if there are any further reports." Sound good? Why wouldn't it? The officers paid little mind to the white man's fate, swiftly releasing an official detention notice. "Today, we apprehended a foreign criminal suspected of forcibly molesting multiple women on the street. Any citizens who can provide relevant evidence will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. Your information will be kept confidential." Shortly after this announcement was made, 2 women came forward to report their cases, identifying themselves as victims. The charge of disturbing public order swiftly transformed into that of forcible molestation, with a potential sentence of up to 5 years in prison. Of course, none of this affected Yang Jinrong. At that moment, she was still seated at the dining table, awaiting Yin Yin's culinary creations. Yin Yin approached the table, carrying a steaming clay pot. "Here comes the chicken soup," with a resounding thud. A large pot of chicken soup was placed on the table, leaving Yang Jinrong astonished. It wasn't takeout. She had prepared it herself. Yet something still felt off. "Eat. Why are you just staring at me?" Yin Yin pushed the bowl and chopsticks toward Yang Jinrong and promptly ladled her a bowl of chicken soup, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. "Give it a try. Don't worry, it's not poisoned." "All right," Yang Jinrong nodded, glancing at the distinctly separated chicken and broth in her bowl. Unable to resist, she prodded a piece of chicken with her chopsticks, noticing the center still bore a hint of red. Her lips twitched involuntarily as she cautiously asked, "Lawyer Yin, how long did you simmer this chicken soup?" Yin Yin replied with utmost seriousness. Exactly 10 minutes, not a second more, not a second less. Yang Jinrong inquired, did you start timing from when you lit the stove? Of course, Yin Yin nodded. The book says to simmer tender chicken for 10 minutes, that MY stove has a timer. I set it for 10 minutes, and it automatically shuts off when the time is up. Yang Jinrong forced a smile. 10 minutes. Huh. What can you accomplish in 10 minutes? That is hardly enough for foreplay. Oops, I misspoke. 10 minutes in winter wouldn't even bring water to a boil. It's only summer. I bet you took the chicken soup off as soon as the water started bubbling. Just look at this chicken. It's as if it's merely been blanched. The book suggests simmering for 10 minutes after the soup comes to a boil. Maybe I'll pass on this chicken soup. I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. Do you have any boiled eggs? Why bother with boiled eggs when there's chicken soup? Yin Yin served herself a bowl of chicken soup, raised a spoonful to her alluring lips, gently blew on it, and then took a sip. It was a bit bland, but not entirely unpalatable. At least it was nutritious. Just then, her phone rang. Why, boss, come over for lunch at Lu. All right, by the way, do you want me to pick you up? That works down on Huading Road. There's an old Western-style house with a lemon-yellow exterior. After hanging up, Yang Jinrong stood and expressed her gratitude. Lawyer Yin, I have a bit of an urgent matter, so I'll take my leave. Yin Yin shot her a glance, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of disappointment, but she made no effort to retain her. When you leave, please close the door behind you. Next time, I'll treat you. Yang Jinrong quickly made her exit. She felt it was best not to linger in that place. About half an hour later, Yu Huai arrived, driving a white Liandong Yun that he rolled down the window. Get in. Yang Jinrong climbed into the passenger seat and glanced at the back, filled with snacks and beverages. Are you using this Liandong Yun as a delivery van? A delivery van can't compare to this in terms of driving pleasure. It's the perfect assistant for entrepreneurship. Yu Huai patted the steering wheel with one hand while retrieving a row of Wangzai milk from the back with the other. Boss, want some? Yang Jinrong shook her head. Not really thirsty. All right then, let us go eat. Yu Huai tossed the Wangzai milk back into the back seat, started the car, and accelerated away as the milk flew through the air. Yang Jinrong caught a glimpse of the production date out of the corner of her eye. Soon, the two arrived at Lu, heading to a private room on the 3rd floor. As they entered, Yang Jinrong was surprised to see another familiar face. Yang Jinrong, what a pleasure to meet you. He stood up and extended his hand in greeting. Pleasure to meet you. Yang Jinrong shook his hand, already having an inkling of Yu Huai's intentions, that Yu Huai had indeed changed. The once impulsive and wrathful individual now seemed willing to collaborate with He, who had previously arrested him and nearly sent him to prison. The transformation was nothing short of monumental. The dining table was devoid of any discussions about entrepreneurship, merely a simple meal. After dining, He took the initiative to take his leave. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai descended together. How did you come to collaborate with him? There are no shares, nor is there a profit-sharing arrangement. That I merely helped him resolve a problem. That don't worry, boss. I'm not foolish enough to put myself in danger again. A gentleman does not stand under a perilous wall. My relationship with him is now of a different nature. Just yesterday, I assisted him in delivering a few performance metrics. Are you returning to school? No, I still need to head back to the warehouse. A few people are coming to pick up goods. The Wangzai milk I just mentioned is purchased in tons. 4 boxes cost about 6 6. And I sell them to them for 2 kwai 4 to 2 kwai 9, lining them up for 1,000, that as long as it's not illegal. Rest assured, I will never step foot in that hellhole again. Observing Yu Huai's current demeanor, Yang Jinrong couldn't help but recall the saying, if money is lost, it can be earned again. If one loses their conscience, it can be earned back at a greater cost. However, what he was doing was neither illegal nor unethical. The super cheap near-expiry food was something many people were willing to purchase that in their childhood. Yang Jinrong and her peers had often longed for such treats, but had never been able to indulge. For instance, a box of Wangzai milk typically retails at 2 yuan and 50 cents per box, while those nearing expiration can be found for just 98 cents each, as long as one can establish a procurement channel. The profits are boundless, truly inexhaustible. Remember this. Wealth should not be ostentatious. Yang Jinrong softly reminded. Rest assured, boss. Do you not know me? Just look at the car I drive, a Liandong Yun, changing it daily. Just a few days ago, I ate, drank, and slept in the car. This laughter, does it carry a hint of mischief? What on earth have you been up to in that vehicle? Fear not, this car is freshly acquired. And the passenger seat remains pristine. With that, Yu Huai started the engine. After a few dozen minutes, Yang Jinrong returned to the school, while Yu Huai ventured out once more that he had not attended classes recently, nor returned to the dormitory, opting instead for a path fraught with greater risks and potentially higher rewards. The future remained uncertain for anyone. The subsequent days passed without incident. Yang Jinrong received notification to visit the Public Security Bureau to collect his rewards, including a banner proclaiming him a firefighting hero, a medal for bravery in the face of danger, a cash prize of 100,000 yuan, and a residential unit in Linhai City, 60 square meters. The only regret was that the apartment was a bare shell, requiring him to invest his own funds for renovations before he could move in. As Zhuge Lily's wedding approached, Yang Jinrong pondered what gift would be appropriate. Having never met Zhuge Lily's fiancée, and being unaware of their preferences, time flew, and the weekend arrived. Yang Jinrong had promised the old director to assist him with a leaking issue in his old house. But regrettably, his Ducati was no longer available. Otherwise, he could have ridden back, saving considerable time, that he needed to obtain a C license first. With a large bag of belongings, Yang Jinrong took the subway and transferred to a bus, ultimately returning to the orphanage, reflecting on how having a driver's license would enable him to purchase a car or at least rent a Liandong Yun for convenience. Brother Jinrong, you're back. Jinrong Gidge, look at me. Have I grown taller? Gidge, here is a big peach for you to eat. Uncle Huang Wei says eating a peach can bring good fortune and love upon his return to the orphanage. Yang Jinrong was immediately surrounded by a throng of lively children, their innocence and charm shining through as they eagerly shared amusing stories from their lives. Just then, a young man of similar age to Yang Jinrong emerged from a room, glaring at the children. Did you not hear him call me brother? Just call me Uncle Big Uncle Huang Wei. The children stuck out their tongues, playfully teasing. Jinrong, it's finally good to see you. You must not return often. They exchanged friendly shoulder punches and shared smiles. Huang Wei, a fellow orphan who had grown up alongside Yang Jinrong, had always been the mischievous one, shunning academics and diving headfirst into the world. Care for a drink at noon? Huang Wei blinked. I brought back 2 bottles of Matai. The old director drank too much last night and is still in bed. Yang Jinrong shook his head, amused at his friend's antics, that he needed to check on the old director's leaky house in the afternoon. Let us have a drink later. After lunch, the old director finally regained consciousness and led Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei to the dilapidated old house on the outskirts. The place was run down, lacking property management. The elderly woman who used to clean the area had fallen ill, leaving the community in disarray. Old man, how about I buy you a new house, one with great greenery? Huang Wei joked. Keep your money for yourself. If you can't spend it all, at least send some back to support the younger one's education, the old director replied, glaring at Huang Wei as if to chastise him for his drunken escapade the previous night. Isn't Jinrong also unmarried? Huang Wei laughed, putting an arm around the old director's shoulders. Old man, let me introduce you to a partner, a fabulous dancer, known for leading the dance. That go away, you rascal. The old director, Liang Xuehai, turned crimson from the jest, and just then, a few neighbors greeted them, overhearing the conversation and leaving the old director feeling quite embarrassed. They hurried along to the old house. On the 4th floor, despite the age of the building, it had decent ventilation and lighting. The place was quite old, but aside from the 2 leaking areas, everything else was tidy and organized. The balcony and bathroom suffered severe leaks, and the downstairs neighbors had mentioned they were moving out after buying a new place, thus not pressing him too hard. The old director expressed some guilt. I've given them a key. Once it's fixed, I'll go down and clean. Leave it to us. You should head back, Huang Wei assured. It's just a leak, easy to fix. Jin Rong, and I will have it done in half a day. What do you mean going back? You continue with your work. I'll see if I can help. The old man continued to murmur in the room, while Huang Wei felt as though he were listening to an ancient text. Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei inspected the premises, discovering the leaks were quite severe, originating from the leveling layer beneath the tiles. Simply applying waterproof paint would be futile. They would either need to remove the tiles and redo the waterproofing or hire a professional leak repair team. Let us hire a professional team. Huang Wei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed after boasting. Agreed, Yang Jinrong nodded. Huang Wei quickly took out his phone, searching for leak repair services on 69 Tongcheng, and soon found a plethora of options. After filtering through, he selected a well-reviewed service and called them for a quote. They quoted 199 yuan for the balcony and 299 yuan for the bathroom. After providing the address, he hung up. Feeling the price was reasonable, that I'll cover this expense. Yang Jinrong tidied up the room just as the repairmen arrived. 3 men, 2 tall and robust youths, and an older gentleman carrying a black tool bag. Hello, here is our business card. For any future repairs, you can reach out to us. The older man smiled, recognizing the old director as the homeowner. Yang Jinrong glanced at the card. Jianghuai Professional Leak Repair. Wu Xiangge will conduct an inspection first to determine the repair plan. Upon entering the apartment, the trio began to operate their equipment, performing a meticulous leak detection process. Before long, Wu Xiangge approached the old director with a grave expression. Your house is quite old. Only the original tiles have held up. The sand layer beneath is completely compromised, and the severity of the leaks exceeds expectations. Can it be repaired? The old director asked. Worry evident on his face that IT can be, but it requires a different repair method, slightly more expensive. Wu Xianggue hesitated before elaborating. How much are we talking? Huang Wei inquired. That Wu Xianggue explained patiently. It's hard to give an exact figure. Our solution involves injecting specialized imported leak-proof adhesive, priced at 68 yuan per pound. That IT depends on how much is needed. Some homeowners have only required a few pounds to resolve the issue. That is not too much, Huang Wei responded with a smile. Let us get on with it. We have to return for drinks tonight. Don't let the repairs run too late. Okay, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Hai. Go downstairs and bring up that barrel of Berlin imported adhesive, and also the injection machine, Wu Xianggue commanded, and the 2 sturdy young men obediently went downstairs to fetch the items. That Wu Xianggue continued to inspect the apartment. Let me give you a complimentary thorough check, no charge. I might as well make use of my time. Without waiting for Yang Jinrong's approval, he started his examination. Before long, he exclaimed, Come look at this. There is a leak in this room, too. The 3 gathered around to inspect. One wall of the room, adjacent to the bathroom, showed signs of potential leakage. They observed closely. However, there were no visible water stains. Huang Wei looked around, confirming there were no signs of moisture, only some mildew. Common in old houses, especially with the seasonal transition. Director, has this area leaked before? Yang Jinrong turned to inquire. Not that I recall. Liang Xuehai responded thoughtfully. That in recent years, we haven't discovered any leaks in this spot. Just because it hasn't leaked before doesn't mean it won't in the future, Da Wu Xianggue. Displaying remarkable professionalism, held an instrument in hand and struck the iron column at the junction with the floor tiles, producing a resonant thud. Listen, he urged, this area not only echoes hollowly, but also exhibits seepage beneath. Subsequently, he retrieved another device and punctured a hole the size of a pinky finger at that very spot, extracting a small amount of sand. Come and see for yourselves. Is it not damp? The old director leaned in for a closer look, confirming the slight moisture. This is no mere dampness. Feel it, Wu Xianggue gestured. Following his cue, the old director pinched a bit of sand between his fingers and rubbed it. Noting its slight dampness, right? I never deceived. Wu Xianggue expressed satisfaction with the conclusion, his demeanor serious as he continued. Prevention is better than cure. When it comes to addressing leaks, there are 2 principles. The first is to act promptly rather than delay. And the second is that it is better to prevent than to remedy after the fact. That a reasonable point, the old director nodded. What is the warranty period for your leak-proofing effect? Yang Jinrong casually inquired. How many years? Wu Xiangue chuckled. Little brother, are you jesting? We use adhesive imported from Berlin. Let me put it this way. Even if the lifespan of this building expires and it collapses, our adhesive will remain intact. You've heard of German quality, haven't you? Wu Xiangue earnestly explained the excellence of their adhesive, mentioning that over a century ago, in the country that constructed the sewers in our nation, those sewers have withstood the test of time for 100 years without fear of degradation. Oh, I see. Yang Jinrong quickly nodded. I've heard that many times online. The oil paper package. Yes, it's indeed called the oil paper package. Yang Jinrong continued to praise. They claim that even if it deteriorates, one can find brand new components of the oil paper package in the nearby sewers. Quite impressive. See, I told you it's a brand even young people recognize. Wu Xiangue, buoyed by Yang Jinrong's flattery, became even more self-satisfied, boasting thus, our adhesive comes with a lifetime guarantee. Be it 5 years, 10 years, or even 100, it won't fail. Huang Wei looked bewildered. Why does that sound so familiar? Adhesive for airplanes, for cannons, to hold trains on the tracks? Yang Jinrong. Old director, Wu Xiangue. Just then, the other two returned, struggling with a heavy machine. They placed the cumbersome device on the balcony, grumbling about the arduous climb to the 4th floor, insisting that the boss should increase their pay. Just kidding, Wu Xiangue chuckled at the old director, then turned to jestingly scold, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Hai. Go fetch the adhesive and remember to bring that barrel imported from Berlin. Emphasizing imported from Berlin, Wu Xiangue accentuated the words. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai promptly descended the stairs, that I shall commence identifying the points and prepare to start work. Wu Xiangue declared, advancing to the balcony to plug in the machine and begin tinkering, that he tapped the ground with the handheld device, chalking out the designated spots. After marking 8 or 9 locations, he began drilling holes with the machine they had just carried up. The incessant buzzing filled the air. The old director covered his ears. Huang Wei, take the old director for a stroll downstairs. Yang Jinrong suggested with a smile. Old director, you go on your own. I must keep an eye on this, as I'm concerned they might not take it seriously and do a poor job. Huang Wei declined. All right, I'll go down myself and chat with the old neighbor. Liang Xuehai instructed the two and proceeded downstairs to converse with the old neighbor, that in no time, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai returned, lugging a large bucket of adhesive, which was contained in a transparent plastic barrel, that a series of English words adorned the bucket. Didn't they say it was imported from Berlin? Why is it all in English? Huang Wei queried, perplexed. Isn't Berlin English-speaking? Xiao Jiang responded nonchalantly. Indeed, what is so strange about it? You've never been to Berlin, so how would you know they don't write in English? Xiao Hai chuckled, rising to join Xiao Jiang in scrutinizing Huang Wei. Both towering over him at nearly 2 meters tall, their imposing figures shifted the atmosphere to one of tension. Huang Wei instinctively took a half-step back under the weight of their intimidating presence. Yang Jinrong subtly stepped forward, maintaining his composure while mentally strategizing how to seize the upper hand. What's written is all the same, that Wu Xiangue rushed out to mediate, directing Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai to transport the adhesive to the balcony. The two sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Wei, their eyes filled with provocation. Huang Wei felt a surge of irritation, but was reluctant to cause trouble on his rare visit to the senior home. Aiming instead to resolve the leak issue swiftly, that Wu Xiangue and the others began drilling on the balcony, and the trio's pace quickened considerably. In just a short while, they had completed all the holes. You two go check the bathroom. Remember, conduct a thorough inspection. No spot should be overlooked, or we won't achieve the best waterproofing effect, Wu Xiangue instructed. After the bathroom, the adjacent room along the wall needed examination. The two lazily lifted the machine and headed to the bathroom, where they commenced the buzzing of the drill. That Wu Xiangue set up another machine, inserting a white pipe into the adhesive barrel. With a needle as thick as a barbecue skewer on the other end, that he activated the machine, injecting adhesive into one of the freshly drilled holes. Huang Wei observed closely. Before long, he was astonished to see a substantial amount of adhesive had already diminished from the barrel. Wait, Master Wu, did you just inject that much adhesive into one hole? Huang Wei quickly halted Wu Xianggui. How much adhesive have you already used? Let me see that. Wu Xianggui examined the adhesive barrel and replied with a smile. It is not much, probably just a few kilograms. Huang Wei raised an eyebrow, his voice instinctively rising several decibels. Is this really just a few kilograms? That barrel must weigh at least 50 kilograms. And you've already used a quarter of it, right? One hole hasn't even been finished, and you've injected over 10 kilograms. At 68 per kilogram, that is already 1,000 gone. Huang Wei's voice grew louder with each word. What the hell? You said it would be 199 for a balcony. Now you tell me it can't be fixed without adhesive, and you claimed a few kilograms would suffice. Now you've injected over 10 kilograms into one hole, charging 1,000 for this. And that is just the beginning. You could easily end up charging over 10,000 for 8 or 9 holes. I could remove the floor tiles, redo the waterproof layer, and reinstall them for much less. The more Huang Wei thought about it, the angrier he became, his voice booming. Who are you trying to fool? Just then, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai emerged angrily from the bathroom, glaring at Huang Wei. What did you just say? You want to hit my dad? Say it again if you dare. This brat dares to insult us? The two immediately pointed fingers at Huang Wei, hurling accusations. Meanwhile, Wu Xianggui feigned ignorance, seemingly allowing his sons to intimidate Huang Wei. When have I insulted anyone? Huang Wei, equally enraged, stood his ground against the towering Jiang Hai brothers, retorting, Are you toying with me? You initially quoted 199 for the repair, then changed it to adhesive, stating a few kilograms would do, and now you've injected over 10 kilograms into a single hole. Are you deliberately extorting me? Young man, one can eat recklessly, but one must choose their words wisely. Wu Xianggui finally interjected, chastising Huang Wei. The adhesive work plan was approved by you before we commenced, and I never guaranteed how much adhesive would be needed. I merely cited examples of other clients' balconies that only required a few kilograms for repairs. Now, if this balcony requires over 10 kilograms for a single hole, you cannot hold me accountable. Blame the age and dilapidation of your house for necessitating such a quantity of adhesive that Wu Xianggui shifted the blame entirely. Both Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai chimed in. Exactly, this decrepit old building. On the 4th floor of a walk-up, we wouldn't have taken this job if we had known. Go ask around. Can you find anyone in the market who would quote you less for repairing a dilapidated old building like yours? If you truly had the means, why not just buy a new house instead of fussing over repairs? They mocked Huang Wei as they sidestepped their responsibility. They are aware that the true authority lies with the old director. In his absence, they feel no trepidation in offending Huang Wei, speaking with unrestrained audacity. Just as Huang Wei was about to retort, he was halted by Yang Jinrong's gentle tug. Taking a moment to regain his composure, Huang Wei declared, We no longer require your services. Are you absolutely certain you wish to forego our assistance, young man? Wu Xianggui chuckled, his tone patronizing that if you continue to seek our help for repairs, we shall only charge you for the glue. However, should you choose not to employ our services, we will need to recalculate the costs. The call-out fee, inspection fee, transportation fee, and drilling fee. These are all rather substantial. Wu Xianggui spoke with a disarming smile, yet his words bore a menacing edge. Why not do the math? I'll provide you with the figures. We won't be doing the work for you. Huang Wei felt increasingly uncomfortable with the demeanor of the trio. He would rather part with his money than allow them to persist in their endeavors. The call-out fee is 200 for 3 people. That's 600. The inspection fee is 20 for 30 holes. That's 600 as well. When Wu Xianggui saw that his threats were ineffective, he adopted a more calculative approach that we won't charge you much for transportation or the upstairs fee, just 50 each. Totaling 150 AS for the glue we just used. It's 68 per pound. I'll weigh it. Whatever the scale shows, that's what you'll owe us that we pride ourselves on fairness and integrity. In total, it easily adds up to over 2,000. Wu Xiangwei coaxed, his tone now seemingly benevolent. If you refuse our services now, all this money will go to waste. Eventually, you will need another crew. And it will cost you just as much. Think carefully, will you? If you're uncertain, you might want to call that elderly gentleman back up here to make the decision. For an ordinary person, hearing that over 2,000 would be wasted would surely provoke a strong sense of loss. Reluctantly, they might acquiesce. Yet Huang Wei's character was not of that sort. He would rather spend more than see those he found distasteful continue to profit. Moreover, the legitimacy of that amount was questionable. What kind of extortion is this? Huang Wei exclaimed, pulling out his phone. I'll pay for the glue, but not a penny more for the other charges, or I will report you and have the authorities handle it. Wu Xiang's expression darkened immediately. Jiang Hai and his brother encircled Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. What is this? Are you unable to pay, or do you intend to default? One of them sneered. You'd best think long and hard before making a decision. What do you mean by extortion? It's you who are attempting to evade payment and breach trust, not us. Tension mounted once more. The atmosphere charged with hostility, as if a fight could erupt at any moment. Yang Jinrong pushed past Huang Wei, nonchalantly tossing 2 pebbles in his hand, smiling as he addressed the trio. Are you sure you want to resort to violence here? It could land you in prison. Violence? What violence? We are merely discussing reason. Wu Jiang and Wu Hai interjected, blocking Yang Jinrong's path, their movements fluid and their dialogue rehearsed. It was evident they were no strangers to such confrontations, handling them with practiced ease. Their imposing stature gave them a distinct advantage over the average person. With no money, the options were either to report them or settle things here. Huang Wei, undeterred, discreetly passed a hidden tool to Yang Jinrong, signaling him to stay alert. Young men should not be so hot-headed, Wu Xiangwei said cheerfully. You called us for repairs. Before applying the glue, we asked for your consent, and only after your agreement did we move the equipment upstairs. The price was clearly communicated. Normally, I charge 98 per pound for glue, but I generously offered you a discount at 68 per pound. Isn't that quite fair? Yet you, on the other hand, are reneging on your word, showing a lack of integrity, suddenly halting work. I am amenable to that, provided you settle the fees owed, and we can consider this a small loss in the spirit of friendship. Yet, you refuse to pay and instead attempt to malign us with accusations of extortion. By all that is holy, we laborers earn our modest living through hard work and skill, scraping by with a meager income. That Wu Xiangwei spoke with such sincerity that one might believe he had suffered a grave injustice. His acting could rival that of seasoned performers. That it was as if Yang Jinrong and his companion were the bullies, maliciously withholding wages from the workers. The art of twisting truth had reached a remarkable level, turning the victims into offenders and Wu Xiangwei into a pitiable victim of persecution. Should this be recorded and shared online, it would undoubtedly incite a wave of outrage from countless netizens, rallying against Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. Wu Xiangwei was not merely clever, he was astute. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but admire Wu Xiangwei's ability to distort reality. Those who roam the world have their skills. Deception requires finesse. Initially, Yang Jinrong had little understanding of the leak repair process. Observing the trio's early demeanor, they seemed quite professional. Moreover, the old director was eager to have the repairs done to avoid complaints from the neighbors below. Thus, Yang Jinrong had consented to their work. However, upon catching a whiff of the acrid glue, he sensed something amiss. After witnessing them inject a staggering amount of glue into a single hole, his suspicions solidified. He realized he had fallen into their trap. Whether their glue could seal the leaks was debatable, but the price was undoubtedly outrageous. That he had recently scoured the internet, discovering that the industry was rife with scams. The depths of deception were profound. Yang Jinrong resolved not to let this group continue their exploitation, that he pondered how best to ensure they face consequences. The over 2,000 was insufficient for legal action. The crux of the matter was that their methods exploited legal loopholes, skirting the edge of illegality, making it difficult to report them. But do you even dare call yourselves laborers? Huang Wei was about to retort when the old director, Liang Shuehai, returned from saying goodbye to a neighbor in the hallway. Hearing the old director's voice, Huang Wei quickly concealed his emotions. "That I'll pay you, that I will," Huang Wei said, his voice considerably subdued. He could engage in a battle of wits with the trio, whether through reporting or a physical confrontation, but he wished to shield the old director from worry. 2370. "I can transfer it to you via WeChat, that I'll handle it," Yang Jinrong interjected, not wanting the old director to fret. Initially, he had plans to ensure this trio faced justice, but considering the old director, he chose to follow Huang Wei's lead. The elder did not wish to be troubled, nor did he want to add to the burdens of his children, the AS for the leak issue. They could find someone else to address it later, if all else failed. Yang Jinrong contemplated renovating the old house, or even purchasing a new one for him. The area was remote, and property prices were reasonable. As Wu Xiangue produced a QR code, Yang Jinrong promptly made the payment in front of Huang Wei.is. It all settled so swiftly. Liang Shuehai approached the door, just as Wu Xiangue and his companions prepared to leave. Inquiring, "Why are you leaving?" "Ask them," Wu Xiangue replied, instantly donning a mask of friendliness upon seeing the old director, his voice tinged with faux grievance. Accompanied by his two sons, they carried the equipment and glued down the stairs. Departing the scene. "What transpired?" the old director asked. "Nothing serious," Huang Wei explained, that we simply felt their craftsmanship was lacking and decided against hiring them. Later, Jinrong and I will seek out other workers to resolve the leak issue by tomorrow. Sunday. The old director appeared skeptical of Huang Wei's account and turned to Yang Jinrong, who nodded in agreement that Ah Wei is correct. Those men lack the necessary skills. There's no need for you to worry. Old director. Yang Jinrong discreetly passed the hidden tool to Huang Wei, having observed Wu Xiang's earlier reaction towards the old director, that he sensed they would not let this matter rest and would undoubtedly seek a way to reclaim their payment. Yang Jinrong contemplated his next move. Very well. Liang Shuehai held unwavering trust in Yang Jinrong. Old director, I believe this leak repair plan is unreliable. Instead, we should remove the floor tiles, redo the waterproofing, and lay new tiles. Huang Wei seized the opportunity to propose. I've estimated that tearing out the tiles and starting a new wooden tee cost too much, around 10,000, that I will cover the expenses, compared to the uncertainty of the previous repair method. The sheer cost of the glue alone surpassed the price of a complete overhaul. Having suffered once from the pitfalls of a glue repair, Huang Wei was resolute in not seeking another contractor. Indeed, Huang Wei's intuition was correct. The entire leak repair industry was fraught with deception, a veritable minefield for unsuspecting homeowners. The venerable old dean raised his wrinkled head, casting a wistful gaze around the aging house. Seemingly letting out a sigh, this old abode bore witness to an abundance of memories and past events. Neighbors and friends who once resided here have either departed or moved on. Many have urged me to sell this dilapidated place, suggesting that since I seldom visit, it would be wise to let it go, yet I find it difficult to part with it. Yang Jinrong and the others listened quietly to the old dean's reminiscences. This house was once purchased for his marriage, a place where he and his fiancée had chosen the decor and materials together. However, fate intervened tragically. After years of courtship, his beloved fiancée met with an untimely demise. The love of the older generation was simple yet profound. Since that fateful day, the old dean had not ventured into romance again, dedicating himself to philanthropic endeavors to occupy his mind and forget the buried pain within his heart. It is no wonder he clings to this old house, even reluctant to undertake renovations. Yang Jinrong and his companion began to comprehend that the best course of action was to merely patch up the leaks, avoiding any upheaval of the tiles if possible. Old Dean, rest for now. We shall seek out a repairman, Huang Wei volunteered. Yes, Do not linger too late. If you cannot find one, we shall address it tomorrow." The old dean expressed his concern. "Rest assured," Huang Wei assured him, "we will find someone swiftly. I remember there were many repairmen near the labor market." The old dean nodded in agreement. "That is good." Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei set out. Previously, they had relied on the 69 app for such services, but had lost faith in its ability to connect them with legitimate repairmen. "Let us head to the labor market," Huang Wei suggested, navigating with his phone, which indicated a labor market a few kilometers away. Typically, repairmen specializing in leaks would post signs at such markets, waiting for opportunities. "Da Wei, why don't you go alone?" Yang Jinrong suddenly proposed. "I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. Da." Huang Wei hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, I will search alone. Call me if anything arises." The two parted ways. Huang Wei ventured to the labor market several kilometers away in search of a leak repairman, while Yang Jinrong visited a small supermarket to purchase half a chilled watermelon. After requesting a plastic spoon from the owner, he settled on a nearby stone bench outside the old dean's house and savored the refreshing watermelon, relishing its exquisite flavor. After consuming a good portion, Wu Xianggui indeed returned. This was what one might call waiting for a hare to come to the snare. Wu Xianggui ascended the stairs alone, and after a brief interval of about 10 minutes, he descended. Could the old dean have been deceived by him? A glint of suspicion flickered in Yang Jinrong's eyes. Individuals like Wu Xianggui were often insatiable, that if they had taken the 2,000 or so without consequence, they would likely vanish, avoiding any future encounters with Yang Jinrong. Yet, Wu Xianggui's persistence in returning was audacious. Having finished the watermelon, Yang Jinrong stood up, discarded the rind into a trash bin, and purchased another watermelon before returning upstairs. "Dean Watermelon," Yang Jinrong called, presenting the fruit to the old dean. The latter embraced the watermelon, remarking on its weight, "It appears quite delectable. Do you remember the method I taught you for selecting a good melon when you were young?" "Of course, I recall. A melon with smooth tendrils is ripe, while one with fuzzy tendrils is still unripe," Yang Jinrong replied with a smile. The old dean expressed satisfaction with Yang Jinrong's response, adding, "A good melon produces a crisp sound when tapped. If it sounds hollow, it is overripe." Yang Jinrong nodded, casually inquiring, "By the way, Dean, what did Wu Xianggui want when he came upstairs?" "Oh, he claimed to have misplaced a small tool. After searching in vain, he left." "Understood. By the way, why didn't you accompany Huang Wei to the labor market?" "He insisted he could manage alone and asked me to return and relax." The two engaged in light conversation. The old dean skillfully sliced the watermelon, inviting Yang Jinrong to partake, having already consumed half. Yang Jinrong feigned a poor appetite to decline. "Did I ask your stomach not well?" The old dean inquired with concern. "You should eat more porridge, you know?" Yang Jinrong's lips twitched. This porridge referred solely to congee and similar dishes. After a considerable time, Huang Wei called back, lamenting his inability to locate any repairmen, suggesting that the trade seemed somewhat monopolized, and no matter where I searched, it's all Jianghua leak repair. He grumbled that I even sought out other vans advertising professional leak repairs. And guess what? They initially agreed, but once I mentioned the address, they all refused to come. I queried several, and the results were consistently the same. Huang Wei's frustration was palpable. That I seriously suspect this industry has formed a gang, perhaps called the Leak Repair Gang. Be more confident. Eliminate the doubt. Yang Jinrong chuckled lightly. That IT must be Wu Xianggui's doing. Come back, and we shall devise a plan tomorrow. When Huang Wei returned, the old dean, learning that no repairmen had been found, remained unperturbed. "Then let us set it aside for now. If necessary, I will inquire with the old neighbors to see if they know anyone who can assist." Huang Wei returned to the old house, and the trio made their way back to the orphanage. Today was a fruitless endeavor, resulting in a loss of over 2,000. The Huang Wei was incensed, exclaiming, "It's absurd that a house with a leak cannot yield a single competent repairman." As they neared the orphanage, Huang Wei halted Yang Jinrong, turning to the old dean. "Dean, you head back first. Jean Rong and I will buy some groceries. The old dean nodded. Do not purchase too much in summer. It spoils easily. Rest assured, we are aware of that. Once the old dean departed, Huang Wei tugged at Yang Jinrong. Guess who I just saw on the way? Wu Xiangge. Yang Jinrong guessed that no, not Wu Xiangge. Huang Wei lowered his voice. Remember that girl from our middle school with the stunning figure, twin ponytails, and a heart-shaped face named Li Qin? Do you recall her? I don't remember. Yang Jinrong shook his head, but he had assumed Huang Wei had spotted Wu Xiangge. But to his surprise, the conversation had shifted dramatically from a grievance about Wu Xiangge to reminiscing about girls. During middle school, Yang Jinrong had been completely engrossed in his studies, oblivious to the opposite sex. He could not even recall the names of the girls in his class, let alone that of his female deskmate, except for the fact that she had a mole on her chest, though he had stumbled upon that discovery entirely by accident. Come on, I just saw Li Qin working at that milk snow orange tea shop over there. Let us go ask if she has a boyfriend, Huang Wei urged. Let us go. You can ask for yourself. Yang Jinrong shrugged. This fellow seemed unable to resist the allure of a pretty girl. The two strolled for a short while until they arrived at the milk snow orange tea shop, which had an air of imitation about it. What would you two like to drink? Li Qin, focused on her task, was dressed in a snug white t-shirt and denim shorts, with knee-high black stockings and black shoes. 3 cups of mango pomelo sago, Huang Wei said with a grin. Miss, please add extra sugar. I prefer it a bit sweeter. Tio, take away. Li Qin looked up at Huang Wei, and upon seeing Yang Jinrong, she paused momentarily, her thoughts racing. This guy is quite handsome. Wait a moment, he seems somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere before? After handing a cup of tea to another customer, Li Qin approached Yang Jinrong, her expertly made-up face revealing an expression of surprise as she blinked, her false eyelashes fluttering slightly. Handsome guy, you look very familiar. Hey Li Qin, do you have to be so hurtful? Huang Wei was taken aback. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have invited Yang Jinrong along. This guy is too good-looking. Every time we go out together, he steals the spotlight. Any pretty girl will undoubtedly be drawn to him. How did you know my name is Li Qin? Li Qin blinked in surprise, her memory seemingly resurfacing as she pointed at Huang Wei and Yang Jinrong, uncertain yet amazed that I remember now. You two. We're middle school classmates? You see a lot of handsome guys and can't recall us? You two wanted 3 cups of mango pomelo sago. I'll treat you to one. Oh, come on. An old classmate reunion calls for a cup of milk tea? They engaged in casual banter. Yang Jinrong felt no particular inclination to converse with Li Qin and instead sat alone on an outdoor bench, contemplating how to bring Wu Xiangge and his accomplices to justice. Oh, I still have a bronze treasure chest to open. Yang Jinrong's eyes lit up. Wait, opening a treasure chest requires a sense of ceremony. A bath, a change of clothes, and incense. There must be something, right? No, I'm not a Taoist. I'm a law scholar, so the sense of ceremony should relate to criminal law, right? Yang Jinrong silently recited criminal law in his mind. To impose penalties on criminal acts and safeguard the populace, this law has been formulated in accordance with the Constitution, integrating the specific experiences and realities of our nation in the fight against crime. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, Yang Jinrong finally summoned the system within his mind. System, appear. I wish to open the bronze treasure chest. Host, do you confirm the opening of the bronze treasure chest now? Upon opening, you may randomly acquire skills, items, money, consumables, and more to you confirm? Confirmed. Having initiated the ritual, it would be illogical not to proceed. Following Yang Jinrong's confirmation, an ethereal and profound luminescence manifested before his eyes, visible only to him. A bronze, antiquated treasure chest, adorned with mystifying runes, emerged amidst the radiance. With a command from Yang Jinrong, the bronze chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 094. 8 Extremes Fist. Despicable and shameless. Goodness met with oppression. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Master Level 8 Extremes Fist, along with a dose of mental elixir. Annotation of 8 Extremes Fist. In literature, there is Tai Chi to maintain peace. In martial arts, 8 extremes to stabilize the world. The technique is fierce and powerful, exuding an imposing aura. If one refrains from striking, it is one thing, but once unleashed, it will surely inflict severe injuries. The host must exercise caution regarding its application. Annotation of mental elixir, a consumable. Upon use, it can enhance mental acuity exponentially, allowing one to remain awake for 3 days and nights without feeling fatigued. That IT can be stored in the system's backpack and retrieved at any time when needed. The host must use it with caution, as improper timing may inflict adverse effects. Upon hearing the annotation of the 8 extremes fist, Yang Jinrong felt a surge of excitement, only to be disheartened by the description of the mental elixir. What do you mean by this? Is it a ride to kindergarten? Yang Jinrong lamented the system's lack of subtlety when he suddenly felt a mysterious energy coursing through every cell of his body, akin to a primordial force surging within him. Concurrently, an abundance of combat experience and knowledge flooded his mind, particularly in his fists and arms, which brimmed with inexhaustible strength. All of this was akin to a divine revelation, seemingly innate, as if it were second nature to him. This was the master-level 8 extremes fist? Yang Jinrong was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, realizing its unparalleled strength far beyond mere combat skills. Having previously missed the opportunity to learn 8 extremes fist, he finally obtained it, fulfilling his long-held desire. Yang Jinrong understood that his actions would inevitably attract the vengeance of his enemies. Now armed with the 8 extremes fist, he felt a newfound assurance for his life. The only concern lingering in his mind was guns. Zhao Haibao's loyal subordinate, Lao Mo, had disappeared after fleeing. Though gravely injured, he had plunged into the Pujiang River. Yang Jinrong still sensed an impending crisis. According to the usual narrative, such individuals tended to have a knack for survival. Even if his chances of survival were a mere fraction, it remained a deadly threat to him. For he was in the light while his adversary lurked in the shadows that if he were alive, Yang Jinrong would need to devise a trap to draw him out, capturing or eliminating such a dangerous individual. Surely he could also claim a reward from the Public Security Department, right? His heart raced as he contemplated this. That moment, he overheard a conversation between Li Qin and Huang Wei. Since you have no boyfriend, and I am also single, why not consider being together? Huang Wei jested while sipping his milk tea. Phew. You think you can pursue me? Li Qin retorted, her tone dismissive. Of course I can. It's not like I can't afford to. Huang Wei replied with a chuckle. It's merely about houses and cars. The property prices around here aren't exorbitant. With some effort, acquiring a place shouldn't be a problem. That I'm not concerned about houses or cars. However, Li Qin laughed lightly, holding her latest model smartphone up to the front camera, admiring her perfect contact lenses, false eyelashes, and eyebrow tattoos, before raising her chin and declaring, "You must provide me with pocket money, at least 200,000 a year." Yang Jinrong was left in a state of shock upon hearing this. Not only was he taken aback, but even Huang Wei, who had been serious moments ago, was astonished by her demand for 200,000 in pocket money, before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qin shot a glance at Huang Wei, her gaze then drifting back to Yang Jinrong, who remained silent. Regarding such a girl, Yang Jinrong could only respond with 2 words. "You should continue selling your milk tea. You just said that to be with you, I must provide 200,000 in pocket money." Huang Wei's previous seriousness evaporated, replaced by a smirk. "That a year, right?" "Yes." Li Qin huffed an affirmation. 200,000 a year. Let's say 17,000 a month, which breaks down to 570 a day, or 24 an hour. Huang Wei's playful smile lingered as he bent down to pick up a coin from the ground. Tossing it to Li Qin. Li Qin's eyes widened with disbelief, her false eyelashes fluttering as she coldly remarked, "What do you mean by this?" Huang Wei replied with utmost seriousness, "To have you for an hour. It costs 24, for a minute, 4 cents. So, for $1, give me 2.5 minutes. Get lost," Li Qin exclaimed angrily, throwing the coin back at Huang Wei. Huang Wei, quick on his feet, caught the coin. What is the problem? Can I pay in installments? Nowadays, what isn't available for installment? Your smartphone is on an installment plan too. Why can't I? Jin MGB. Li Qin yelled at Huang Wei in frustration, scornfully adding, with your pathetic appearance. Still using a low-end phone. You think you could pursue me? Keep your distance, sighing. Huang Wei shook his head, tossing his hair back. That ally to beauty. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Why not ride the winds and soar to great heights? Li Qin? What does that mean? Are you insulting me? Are you not done yet? Seeing the murderous glare from Li Qin, Huang Wei laughed heartily. I'm not insulting you. I'm merely suggesting. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Li Qin. Yang Jinrong. What a clever fellow. After mingling in society for a few years, he has developed some culture in his insults. Let us go, Huang Wei urged Yang Jinrong. As they quickly departed, feeling rather deflated behind them, Li Qin continued her tirade. Huang Wei covered his ears, reminiscing. Times have changed. Back when we were desk mates, she wasn't he like this at all? My first love. Huang Wei sighed dramatically, clutching his ears. That wasn't he your first love. It was an infatuation. Yang Jinrong quipped, rolling his eyes. Shall we drown our sorrows and drink tonight? Absolutely. Huang Wei exclaimed, clapping his hands, delighted by the idea. The two rushed to a nearby market, gathering a bounty of ingredients. Chicken, duck, fish, geese, lamb, shrimp, shellfish, and crabs, along with an assortment of marinated dishes for pairing with drinks and beverages for the children by the time they returned to the orphanage. Night had fully descended. Dinner. The children were filled with joy, as if it were the new year. Huang Wei, however, insisted that Yang Jinrong join him for drinks. Not beer, but authentic flying mitai. The old director, having overindulged the previous day, was cautious and only sipped a small amount to satisfy his craving, opting not to refill. Huang Wei, on the other hand, drank with abandon. Fortunately, Yang Jinrong had a good tolerance. Remaining merely tipsy after a night of revelry, that I suspect you're deliberately seeking thrills just to find an excuse to drink, Yang Jinrong teased, observing Huang Wei's insatiable thirst. Haha, you caught me, Huang Wei admitted without pretense. Truth be told, seeing an old classmate stirred a twinge of nostalgia. Initially, our conversation was quite pleasant, but I never expected her to demand 200,000 pocket money a year. She must have consumed too many toxic internet quotes. Shaking his head, Huang Wei added, Forget her. Come on, let us keep drinking. It has been years since we've shared a drink. Indeed, Yang Jinrong nodded in agreement. Their reminiscences of school days brought back fond memories of their camaraderie. Whenever the school bully harassed others, Huang Wei was the first to charge, and if a teacher punished them, Huang Wei would take the blame. Naturally, Yang Jinrong never lagged behind, as he knew the school rules better than anyone, often devising strategies to outwit the system. Together, they had once united to expel an insufferable bully, resulting in a teacher who punished them facing the principal's wrath before the entire school, losing their performance bonus in the process. As they drank, they reminisced about their childhood, feeling that those days were truly joyous, in contrast, adulthood seemed to bear little connection to happiness. Yang Jinrong indulged in drinking, unaware of the hour, until he eventually succumbed to a heavy slumber. In the early morning, the old Liang Xuehai rose early to tend to the children before planning a morning exercise. However, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Greetings. This is Wu Xianggui, the one who worked on waterproofing your house yesterday. Wu Xianggui's voice came through the line, sounding overly accommodating that we had other jobs scheduled for today, but the clients suddenly changed their plans. Now our entire family has no work for the day. Wu Xianggui began to play the emotional card. Fully aware of the kind-hearted nature of the old, who was prone to sympathy that by mentioning the family has no work and many mouths to feed, he was certain to elicit the old man's compassion. He had employed this tactic repeatedly, with great success, that my grandson is about to register for the autumn term, and financially we are struggling. Wu Xianggui continued to lament, since we are fated to cross paths. How about this? I will give you a discount and complete yesterday's work without charging you an extra penny. However, the old contemplated expressing that Huang Wei and Yang Jinrong had claimed their work was subpar, but then reconsidered. Such words would be too disheartening to soft-hearted as he was. He felt guilty for turning them down. Please, don't rush to decline. Wu Xianggui appeared quite patient. You spent over 2,000 yesterday on the adhesive. If we don't finish today, that money will go to waste. The adhesive must be applied before noon today to ensure it bonds properly. After all, money doesn't grow on trees, does it? You wouldn't want to waste those 2,000, would you? This struck a chord with the old, that he cared little for his own finances, but was deeply concerned about the children's money. He hadn't realized they had spent over 2,000 yesterday. The thought of wasting it was indeed painful. Already soft-hearted, he found himself swayed by the other party's plea for mercy, especially with the added emphasis on waste. Furthermore, since Yang Jinrong and the others were still intoxicated from the previous night, he certainly didn't wish to burden them further. The elderly often think of their descendants. Ultimately, he acquiesced. All right, I'll arrive in about 40 minutes. You can come early to finish the remaining work. Great. We'll set off right now and ensure we arrive simultaneously. Wu Xianggui hung up, chuckling to himself in triumph. The old made a special trip to a nearby ATM to withdraw cash before heading to the old house. Minutes later, Liang Shuihai arrived at the old house and spotted a van emblazoned with phrases like Jianghuai waterproofing, professional repair and maintenance parked outside. That you've arrived. Hurry upstairs. We've already brought the machines and adhesive to your doorstep. Wu Xianggui greeted him effusively, even attempting to assist the old with his bag, which Liang Shuihai declined. That he led them upstairs, where, as expected, the adhesive and machines awaited at the entrance. That Wu Xianggui, familiar with the setup, instructed Wu Jiang and Wu Hai to arrange the equipment. That he then assured Liang Shuihai, rest assured, we are professionals in this field, and we will ensure everything is perfect. No water will leak, preventing any complaints from the neighbors, right? The old nodded. Overall, how much will it cost? Having already spent over 2,000 yesterday, he hoped it wouldn't be exorbitant. Not expensive, don't worry, Wu Xianggui replied, pointing to the newly unsealed adhesive and the large buckets of glue. You see, this is the best material imported from Dezhou. Domestic products simply cannot compare. That we usually charge 268 per pound, but since you seem friendly, I'll offer it to you for 199 per pound. Liang Shuihai thought he had misheard and quickly asked, didn't you say it was 68 per pound yesterday? Well, that was the Berlin product, which is inferior to this one. The Dezhou import is far superior. Wu Xianggui patiently explained. You can notice that yesterday's had a strong odor, while today's has none. Seeing the old still hesitating, Wu Xianggui changed his approach, placing the responsibility on Liang Shuihai. You did authorize us to proceed with the work, which is why we opened the new adhesive. Correct? Once opened, it clumps and becomes unusable. You wouldn't want us to incur that loss, would you? All right, sighed the old inwardly, feeling increasingly confused with age. How had he allowed them to start work without clarifying the price first? He had never acted so naively before. Was it truly, as his old friend suggested, that he was beginning to suffer from dementia? He surveyed the house, a wave of sadness washing over him. He did not wish to succumb to dementia, nor forget this place or her. Seeing the opportunity, Wu Xianggui quickly signaled to his sons to hasten the adhesive application. That he also assured Liang Shuihai. Rest assured, we offer a one-time service with a lifetime warranty. That I will provide you with a warranty card, and this house will not leak again. Liang Shuihai, still lost in nostalgic sorrow, unconsciously asked, approximately how many pounds of adhesive will be needed? Don't worry, it definitely won't exceed 20 pounds. Wu Xianggui confidently pledged, any excess will not be charged to you. The old confirmed with him repeatedly, relieved to ascertain it would not surpass 20 pounds. That meant a cost of under 4,000. Gritting his teeth, he could accept that that moment. An elderly man appeared outside, leaning on a cane. Oh, Shuihai, you're here again today. Upon seeing his old friend Zhang Yuanchao approach, The old quickly went to support him. The two engaged in a slow-paced conversation. Zhang Yuanchao invited Liang Shuahai to his home for tea. Having enjoyed their conversation yesterday, they were eager to chat again. At their age, each meeting was a rarity, and any opportunity to converse was a luxury. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Liang Shuehai accompanied his old friend Zhang Yuanchao to his home for tea and conversation. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Wu Xianggui urged his sons to swiftly inject the adhesive, starting with the bathroom, where they could inject more due to the sunken area. The three quickly transported the machinery and adhesive to the bathroom, cranking the machine to maximum power, injecting the adhesive at the fastest speed. Each hole was filled with a generous quantity of adhesive. As noon approached, Liang Shuahai and Zhang Yuanchao finally returned to the old house. Supporting each other. As the work finished, Liang Shuahai inquired of Wu Xianggui, who was busy in the room. Almost done, almost done. The balcony and bathroom are completed, and there will be no further leaks, came Wu Xianggui's response amid the buzzing noise of the machinery. Just a moment, it will take 3 more minutes. The promised 3 minutes turned into T.N. as the adhesive bucket ran dry. Wu Xianggui finally ceased working. The two old friends had just finished their conversation when Liang Shuahai suddenly noticed the large bucket of adhesive had been emptied, causing him to panic. How many pounds of adhesive have we used? This bucket contained 100 pounds, Wu Xianggui grinned. What? Liang Shuahai was taken aback. 100 pounds? At 199 per pound. That amounts to 20,000. Liang Shuahai trembled, pointing at Wu Xianggui. Didn't you say it would not exceed 20 pounds? Why have you used so much adhesive? It's not excessive, Wu Xianggui insisted earnestly. I guaranteed it wouldn't exceed 20 pounds for each hole. There are about 10 to 20 holes in total. The old was so enraged he could hardly catch his breath. How is this any different from a barber charging 20 for a haircut? Only to charge 20 for each individual hair. You're extorting and robbing us. Parasites of society, scoundrels. Zhang Yuanchao struck the ground fiercely with his cane, supporting the old while glaring at Wu Xianggui in fury. If this were on the battlefield, you would be executed. Hey, old man, who are you trying to scare? Wu Hai, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward on the battlefield. Why not mention the imperial era? The old was genuinely furious, clutching his chest in agitation. You promised it wouldn't exceed 20 pounds, and any excess would be free. Now you are arguing that each hole requires 20 pounds. You've used an entire bucket of 100 pounds. What kind of reasoning is that? He had initially softened his heart after hearing Wu Xianggui's pleas about many mouths to feed. The family has no work, and grandchildren needing tuition for the autumn term. Yet in the end, kindness had been met with despicable shamelessness. How could there be such shameless individuals in this world? The most fundamental trust between people had been shattered by someone like Wu Xianggui, who told you it would be 100 pounds altogether. As the robust Wu Jiang emerged from the restroom, he held aloft a large, empty bucket, which he unceremoniously dropped with a resounding thud at the feet of the elderly director. With a sneer, he declared, "Here is another bucket, in total. Your house has consumed 2 buckets of glue, amounting to a staggering 200 pounds. The audacity of his words left the old director and his companion, Zhang Yuanchao, trembling with indignation. 200 pounds. Do you grasp the enormity of that figure? Zhang Yuanchao exclaimed, striking the ground with his cane to emphasize his fury. 200 pounds is enough to cover the entire floor of this house. You would have us believe that 200 pounds of glue has somehow seeped beneath the floorboards. Is the ground itself capable of absorbing glue? You are taking advantage of our age. Assuming we are easily deceived, do you think we suffer from senile dementia and thus can be easily tricked? Zhang Yuanchao's assertion was not without merit. Even if one were to coat the entirety of this modest 60-square-meter abode, it would hardly require 200 pounds of glue. Given that there were merely 3 spots of leakage, to assert that 200 pounds of glue had been utilized was utterly preposterous. The truth spoke for itself. We had injected 200 pounds of glue into your property in order to repair it, and addressed the leaks that Wu Xianggui with an air of calm authority. Interjected, "Firstly, we obtained your consent prior to commencing our work. Secondly, we injected the entirety of the 200 pounds of glue beneath the tiles that if you wish to dispute this, you are welcome to lift a tile and inspect for yourself. Furthermore, we have photographs documenting our process. Thirdly, should you attempt to evade payment, we will not hesitate to involve the authorities, ensuring that the entire neighborhood is made aware of your true character." This demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier obsequiousness. Wu Xianggui had cast aside his faade. Now that the work was completed, they had myriad strategies to extract payment from a man like Liang Xuehai, who had lived a life unmarred by wrongdoing. Those with a lifetime of impeccable reputation feared tarnishing their legacy, making them particularly susceptible to manipulation. This was the foundation of Wu Xianggui and his associates' audacity. "Call the authorities if you must." Zhang Yuanchao trembled as he fumbled for his reading glasses and retrieved the smartphone gifted to him by his own. As he attempted to dial, Wu Jiang inadvertently nudged his elbow, causing the phone to clatter to the ground. "You!" Before Zhang Yuanchao could utter a word of reproach, Wu Jiang chuckled. "Old man, are your hands shaking so much that you can't even hold your phone steady? Don't blame me. I'm keeping my distance. If you beg me, I might consider calling the police out of the goodness of my heart. You are being utterly outrageous." The elderly director picked up his phone, only to find the screen shattered and blackened. Striving to suppress his anger for fear of a heart attack, he clutched his chest. "You three are utterly devoid of respect for the law, engaging in unscrupulous acts that will surely lead to your downfall." "Calm down, Xuehai," Zhang Yuanchao urged, seeing his friend's distress, "that do not let them provoke you, that I will have my nephew handle this." Zhang Yuanchao, having sustained injuries in battle years prior and left without descendants, had treated his nephew as a son. Although the nephew was busy with work, he was indeed dutiful. "Let us not trouble him. He has enough on his plate." The elderly director held his chest. He and Zhang Yuanchao slowly made their way to the sofa. Throughout this entire exchange, Wu Xianggui and his companion stood with their arms crossed, watching with cold, calculating eyes. "Enough pretense. Pay up at once. Or else, the entire community will know what kind of people you are, those who exploit laborers and disrespect the elderly." Wu Hai remarked indifferently. "Surely, you do not wish to mar your reputation in your twilight years. My father forbade us from resorting to vandalism or other such tactics, or else your house would have been thoroughly coated in paint by now." Wu Jiang's threats grew, increasingly brazen. "Hurry and settle your debts, old man, that if this escalates, no one will emerge unscathed, even if it ends up in the authorities' hands. In the end, you will still owe the money," Wu Xianggui continued, his voice icy. "I am patient, but my two sons may not share that trait. You know, the youth can be impulsive and might act rashly, leading to consequences that would strip you of your dignity at this late stage in life." The elderly director was rendered speechless by their relentless intimidation. "You will not get a single cent from me," Zhang Yuanchao retorted fiercely. "Old man, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. The debt is his, not yours. That if you persist in your interference, we may just pay a visit to your home and repaint your front door." Wu Jiang issued another threat. "Your nephew's workplace might also receive an unexpected surprise." Wu Hai laughed callously. "What if your nephew loses his job over this? How tragic that would be. Just imagine the horror." The two of them exchanged taunts as if performing a duet. The standoff reached a stalemate, with the elderly director attempting to call for help, only to be interrupted by their incessant barrage of threats that I end the orphanage. As noon approached, Yang Jinrong stirred from his slumber, having indulged a bit too much the previous night. Fortunately, he awoke without a headache. After freshening up, he inquired of the nearby children, "Where has the old director gone?" "The grandfather is. It seems he had some urgent business and left. Perhaps he went to buy some quick relief medicine." One child suggested, "Impossible. The grandfather is in good health. I suspect he has gone to play chess at that park." Another chimed in that I think he might have gone to join a square dance. He mentioned wanting to lead it yesterday. The children chimed in, each offering their theories, none of which were correct, all prefaced with "I think." When did the old director leave? Yang Jinrong asked again. This question was easily answered. He left early in the morning. With noon fast approaching and the old director still absent, Huang Wei expressed concern. What if he has encountered some trouble? Yang Jinrong pondered briefly, suspecting the worst, that I will check on something. That he returned to his room and accessed the cloud monitoring system he had installed after returning from a watermelon feast the previous day. After downloading and saving the footage, he turned to Huang Wei. The old director has run into trouble at the old house. We must hurry. The monitoring device, a thumb-sized camera equipped with a small battery and infrared sensor, recorded video and audio whenever motion was detected, remaining in standby mode. Otherwise, that a law student, it was quite normal to carry around such recording devices for necessary occasions. Huang Wei's eyes widened in shock. The old house? What kind of trouble could he be in? Do you think those people from yesterday have returned to cause more trouble? We'll find out when we get there, Yang Jinrong replied as they set off. Upon arriving at the old house, they spotted Wu Xianggui and his associates dragging the elderly director down the stairs. Old director, what do you three intend to do? Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei blocked their path. Your old director owes us 40,000 yuan. We are here to collect. Wu Hai and Wu Jiang stepped forward menacingly. Their imposing stature, combined with the elevated position on the staircase, lent them an air of intimidation. Their eyes glinting with malice as they glared at Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. Release the old director at once. Huang Wei shouted, I care not whether this is a matter of debt or robbery. You will let him go. At that moment, Zhang Yuanchao emerged from within, leaning on his cane, his voice trembling as he addressed Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. These three are scum of society. Hurry and call the police. Call 120, Yang Jinrong instructed Huang Wei. Huang Wei, momentarily confused, asked, What do we need 120 for? Shouldn't we call the police? Just say someone is injured, Yang Jinrong replied. Not elaborating further, he stepped forward, addressing the trio, regardless of the means by which you have coerced the old director into debt. The act of hostage-taking constitutes a criminal offense that if you wish to avoid imprisonment, I advise you to reconsider your actions. Yang Jinrong subtly prepared himself for a defensive stance, eager to test the might of his martial arts training, particularly the 8 extremes fist, in conjunction with unrestrained combat techniques, all while ensuring he did not cause lethal harm, merely to act within the bounds of self-defense. The audacity of this young man perplexed Wu Xianggui, who halted his sons from rushing in to attack. They had always operated in the shadows, never directly confronting the law. Wu Xianggui cast a glance at Yang Jinrong. Our former director summoned us for construction this morning and chose our superior Texas-imported adhesive, priced at 199 yuan per pound. After receiving his permission, we proceeded with the work, utilizing a total of 200 pounds of imported adhesive. However, upon completion, he attempted to evade payment. Young man, did you come here to settle his debts? Wu Xianggui's words significantly shifted all responsibility onto the old director. It was evident that he had manipulated the director's empathy to persuade him to continue the work. Yet in his narrative, it was the director who had summoned them. Despite their deliberate use of the so-called Texas-imported adhesive, it was recast as the director's choice, a decision he had never made. The old director struggled to explain. But it was unnecessary. Yang Jinrong had no faith in any of Wu Xianggui's statements. So you intend to coerce the old director into paying? He questioned. This amounts to robbery that he refuses to pay. And we are merely reclaiming our construction fees. How does that equate to robbery? Wu Jiang retorted disdainfully. Even if the security personnel arrive, we are justified. That Wu Hai echoed the sentiment with equal indifference. Very well. Let us await the security personnel, Yang Jinrong replied. Moving beside the old director, disregarding the 3 men, that he supported the old director, guiding him back to the room to rest, assuring him, Do not worry. I will handle this. Sighing deeply, the old director felt an overwhelming sense of guilt that he regretted believing Wu Xianggui's deceitful words, allowing his compassion to lead him into such a predicament. Wu Jiang and Wu Hai contemplated taking action against Yang Jinrong, but were halted by their father, Wu Xianggui. Shortly thereafter, the security personnel arrived in their patrol car. "Comrades, the situation is as follows," Wu Xianggui interjected, launching into his distorted narrative. "We are merely seeking to recover the construction fees he owes us." "Surely that is reasonable?" One of the older security personnel, named Ho Qingfeng, nodded initially, but then delivered a statement that left Wu Xianggui speechless. "You seek to reclaim 40,000 yuan for the repair work. It seems you might have been drinking fake liquor this morning." The rural security personnel were not bound by the stringent regulations of the city and were more straightforward in their dealings. "Comrade security, on my honor, we laborers never speak falsehoods. The expenses are legitimate. 199 yuan per pound for the adhesive, and we utilize 200 pounds that we have preserved photographic evidence and empty barrels from the construction. These substantiate our claim of 40,000 yuan. Wu Xianggui attempted to argue, but Ho Qingfeng dismissed him with a wave of his hand. "That I have seen such tricks before. Spare me the theatrics. The price is a few hundred yuan. I shall instruct them to pay you. That is all." "What? A few hundred yuan? Are you attempting to dismiss us like beggars?" Wu Jiang and Wu Hai erupted in outrage. Rising to their feet, fists clenched. Do you intend to assault an officer?" Ho Qingfeng reached for his waist, causing Wu Xianggui to hurriedly smooth things over. No, we wouldn't dare, comrade security. We are merely struggling to accept this, as our adhesive is indeed Texas imported, and we must. Yet Ho Qingfeng interrupted. "Which Texas?" Wu Xianggui stammered. But Ho Qingfeng cut him off again, demanding, "Show me the import tax invoice and related documentation." This line of questioning left Wu Xianggui utterly speechless. Sign what?" Ho Qingfeng, experienced in dealing with such individuals, made his stance clear without unnecessary dialogue. "I cannot sign." Wu Xianggui was about to argue when the sound of an ambulance echoed from below. "Jinrong." Huang Wei cast a questioning glance. This is bad. He had just followed Yang Jinrong's instructions to call for an ambulance, and now, it seemed, no one was injured at the scene. Who called for the ambulance? A doctor exited the vehicle, calling up to the building, having only received a report of the building and unit number without a door number. "Here." Yang Jinrong waved from above. The doctor glanced up, saw the 4th floor, and hurriedly led the nurses upstairs. Inside, the group exchanged bewildered looks. "No1 is injured." Even Ho Qingfeng was taken aback. What was this young man playing at? Moments later, the doctor arrived, accompanied by 2 nurses carrying a stretcher. "Who requires medical attention?" These 2 elderly gentlemen, Yang Jinrong pointed to the old director, and Zhang Yuanchao. "No need for a stretcher. We can carry them down." The old director and Zhang Yuanchao were both perplexed. What is happening? Why do we need an ambulance? Huang Wei promptly complied, carrying one elder while Yang Jinrong took the other. The nurses, noting Yang Jinrong's good looks, offered assistance to the old director as he led the way down the stairs. Huang Wei followed closely behind, moving swiftly, while Zhang Yuanchao remained in a state of confusion as they were loaded into the ambulance. The security personnel quickly followed suit, as did Wu Xianggui and his sons. Inside the ambulance, the old director and Zhang Yuanchao remained bewildered. "We are not injured." "I know you aren't, but your recent diet has been quite good." Yang Jinrong interjected that he turned to the security personnel, stating, "My old director was intimidated by these 3 men, causing him to suffer a heart episode." As he spoke, Yang Jinrong pressed a hand against the old director's chest. The old director winced, instinctively exclaiming in pain. "Did you see that?" Yang Jinrong repeated the action with Zhang Yuanchao, who gasped. The 2 elders had indeed been frightened into a heart episode by Wu Xianggui and his sons, and they were likely suffering from various complications as well. Yang Jinrong instructed the doctor, "Once at the hospital, we demand a comprehensive examination. Every detail from cells to organs must be thoroughly checked." "Understood." The doctor, focused solely on his duty to treat and save, urged as soon as the patients were on board, the elderly should not remain in the vehicle for long. We must depart immediately. Point one family member should accompany them. Yang Jinrong gestured for Huang Wei to go along, reminding him, remember, ensure all expenses are invoiced. Do not hesitate, whether it amounts to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, that I will transfer the funds via WeChat. We require the best medical care for any complications. Huang Wei nodded vigorously, boarding the ambulance as the sirens blared and it sped away. At this point, Wu Xianggui finally grasped the situation. Are you trying to extort us? Sir, one may indulge in food, but words must be chosen wisely, Yang Jinrong retorted, turning to the security officer, Ho Qingfeng. Comrade, they previously shoved and intimidated the two elderly gentlemen, leading to their medical episodes. Given their advanced age, I fear that any delay in transport to the hospital could prove life-threatening. I have done nothing wrong, have I? Ho Qingfeng's lips twitched slightly. You are indeed a ruthless character. You accuse us baselessly. What evidence do you have to support your claim that we shoved or intimidated the elders? Wu Xianggui was incensed, exclaiming, Comrade security, he is slandering us. We are the victims here. They owe us money. Ho Qingfeng ignored Wu Xianggui and directed his attention to Yang Jinrong. Do you have any evidence? Yang Jinrong smirked slightly. Of course. Evidence is essential. Naturally. I possess it. He produced his phone, opening the downloaded surveillance footage and presenting it to Ho Qingfeng. What is this? Wu Xianggui was taken aback. Did you set up surveillance? He instinctively scanned the ceiling for cameras, finding none. Mind your tongue. Ho Qingfeng admonished as he scrutinized the footage. It clearly depicted Wu Jiang and Wu Hai blocking the two elderly men. The camera angle fortuitously captured only their backs, entirely obscuring the elders, making it appear as if they were the ones pushing them. The audio further revealed Wu Jiang and Wu Hai threatening the elders with phrases like pour paint and lose your job. All clearly audible. This is over. That Wu Xianggui felt a tremor within his heart. Damn it. Today, it seems he might not only fail to make a profit but also incur expenses for the elderly's medical bills. The three of them turned their gazes toward Yang Jinrong, their eyes brimming with resentment. Yang Jinrong observed this all keenly, secretly wishing for them to act. The situation was abundantly clear. These individuals had taken advantage of the elderly, deliberately using excessive glue in an attempt to extort money, and ultimately resorted to pushing and intimidating the old folks, resulting in two of them being hospitalized. Security officer Ho Qingfeng swiftly penned a statement in the report, instructing them to sign, stating that they would be responsible for the elderly's medical expenses, which would include but not be limited to ambulance fees, examination costs, and medical expenses. The exact amount would be determined upon the hospital's issuance of relevant documents. Wu Xianggui felt a surge of panic. The two elderly men were both over 70, weren't they? At such an age, what part of their bodies was not frail? Once they entered the hospital, it was guaranteed that some ailment would be discovered. Even if they were healthy, the doctors would prescribe a plethora of medications for them. Were they really expected to shoulder these costs? Wasn't this more unjust than being wronged by Do-er? No, officer, we are wronged. A colossal injustice. All we wanted was to reclaim the construction fees owed to us. The old man was being unreasonable, and in our moment of haste, we spoke without thinking. Look at the two old men. They don't appear to be injured at all. Why should we pay? Wu Xianggui felt immensely dissatisfied. Yet, Ho Qingfeng paid him no heed, that he was all too familiar with the tricks these people employed. Hurry up and sign. Don't waste time. Ho Qingfeng shot a glance at Wu Xianggui, saying, don't try to sidetrack me. Your tactics won't work here. Perhaps other security officers would find Wu Xianggui's type difficult to handle. But not Ho Qingfeng, that we won't sign. Wu Xianggui shook his head. Exactly. Why should we sign? The two others, Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, also refused to sign. You two, mind your language. Ho Qingfeng's gaze swept over the two before settling back on Wu Xianggui. Do you really think your refusal to sign will invalidate this? This is a case filing, not a mediation agreement. He decisively wrote in the remarks section of the filing, responsible parties. Wu Xianggui, Wu Hai, Wu Jiang, refused to sign and handed the filing to Yang Jinrong. You sign here. All right. Yang Jinrong examined the document. The responsibilities assigned to the other party were merely the relevant medical expenses for the two elderly individuals. Our side's responsibility, astonishingly, did not specify an exact amount, only stating a rough estimate of less than 1,000 yuan for the glue used. This was the first time Yang Jinrong had encountered a security officer like Ho Qingfeng who was so resolute in his judgments. To be fair, many security officers would dread encountering a case like this, because people like Wu Xiangue were particularly troublesome and difficult to manage as expected. When Wu Xiangue leaned in to read the responsibilities listed in the case filing, he immediately erupted, "This is biased in their favor. I refuse to accept it. What's your officer number? I'm going to complain to your superiors." Railway security officer, Ho Qingfeng, officer number, Yao Dongdong Yao Qijio. If you want to complain, go ahead. Ho Qingfeng was entirely unafraid, declaring, "I dare to handle you, so I am not afraid of your complaints. We will definitely complain." Wu Xiangue and the others protested vehemently, refusing to sign. You can appeal or file a complaint if you wish. But if you attempt to flee, you will be classified as fugitives and subject to nationwide manhunt. You won't be able to board high-speed trains, regular trains, or planes domestically. As long as you appear in places with real name registration, you risk being captured. Think carefully. The two sides had already presented their identification for verification prior, confirming their responsibilities, and each received a receipt. Ho Qingfeng then departed with another security officer who had remained mostly silent throughout the ordeal. "Damn it, kid, you're finished." Wu Jiang and Wu Hai surrounded Yang Jinrong. That moment, Yang Jinrong was all alone in the house, while Wu Xiangue was flanked by three men. "Let's go." Wu Xiangue blocked his sons from taking action, as he had yet to spot any surveillance cameras and dared not create a scene inside the house. "Kid, just you wait. This isn't over. You won't get a single cent for the medical bills, and you owe us 40,000. The three of them spat their threats and stormed off in anger. Yang Jinrong shrugged. Of course, this matter was far from over. It was absurd. People like Wu Xiangue, if left unchecked in society, would only bring harm to more individuals. If Yang Jinrong had not encountered them, it would have been one thing, but since he was determined to see them all behind bars. The prison would be their final destination. Afterward, he planned to make a video to alert his followers. Once the three had left, Yang Jinrong conducted a thorough inspection of the old house. This had escalated. Yang Jinrong discovered a clue in the bathroom and deduced how the house had ended up with 200 gene of glue injected into it. Once the glue set for 24 hours, this situation would solidify. Yang Jinrong did not rush. He took a series of photographs as evidence. Then he created a video detailing the events leading up to this point, along with a collection of videos and evidence. However, he refrained from including the results of the security officer's handling, fearing it might lead to controversy. For Ho Qingfeng, the video's conclusion, he added a line, "To be continued." To find out what happens next, stay tuned. He released it simultaneously across major platforms. After finishing, Yang Jinrong transferred some money to Huang Wei before initiating a video call. "Hey, Jinrong, how's everything on your end?" Huang Wei asked anxiously. "It's fine. It's all sorted." Yang Jinrong smiled. "They've all left. The officer's liability report states we are responsible for the glue materials costing less than 1,000, while they are responsible for the elderly's medical expenses." Impressive. Huang Wei gave a thumbs up. "I realize only you can resolve such troubles. By the way, the old dean and Grandpa Zhang Yuanchao are fine. They underwent every possible examination and test, and aside from a bit of high blood pressure, they are in excellent health. No issues." Yang Jinrong felt a twinge of disappointment. No, it was more of a surprise. At their age, it was unusual for them to have no ailments at all. Huang Wei was taken aback. "Why do I sense a hint of disappointment on your face? That's nonsense. Be careful. I might accuse you of slander." Yang Jinrong shot Huang Wei a glare, arranged for the two elders to stay in the hospital for a couple of days and provide them with caregivers. "Huh? You're suggesting they stay in the hospital even though they're not sick? The hospital is filled with the stench of disinfectant. The two elders are already clamoring to go home. Yang Jinrong replied. Disinfectant, is it really that foul? Huang Wei nodded. Of course, I can't stand it. I want to leave. Very well. Yang Jinrong replied, his expression one of regret. However, he understood the two elders' feelings. He couldn't allow them to suffer in the hospital. Make arrangements for them to return. After discussing a bit more with Huang Wei, he finally hung up the video call. Yang Jinrong opened the short video he had just posted to As expected. The video had gone viral. In merely 10 minutes, the comments had exceeded 10,000, and likes surpassed 100,000. Yang Jinrong scrolled through the video comments and was astonished to find that many fans had also fallen victim to the glue leak repair scam. Don't ask me why this resonates so deeply. I used 60 gene. Tears that JP waterproofing, fluorination, and toilet unblocking, 3 major scams. I've fallen for all of them. You're lucky they didn't dare to touch the elderly that if it were a young man. I bet they wouldn't have spoken civilly and would have definitely resorted to violence. Identical tactics. I spent 13,000 on glue for one toilet, and it still wasn't fixed. I reported it, but they disappeared. This industry is truly filled with traps. I'm shattered.jpg. They drill holes to find the drainage pipe, right? If they hit the drainage pipe, forget about 200 gene. If you don't stop them, they could pump until dawn. At 199 yuan a gene, they pumped 200 gene. What would an average family do in such a situation? Their annual income would be gone. Yang Jinrong gazed at the comments, increasingly horrified that so many people had been deceived. He had never encountered such incidents before and was astonished to discover that this leak repair scam was prevalent across the country, with countless netizens sharing similar experiences. This leak repair gang appeared to have some depth. Yang Jinrong pondered that if there truly existed an organization known as the Leak Repair Gang, they would be interconnected, deceiving people nationwide. Such a gang of con artists, numerous in number, employing dark tactics. Average families, even if scammed, would likely not dare to confront them. They would most likely resign themselves to misfortune, treating it as an expense for disaster avoidance, and would not pursue the matter further. Wait a moment. That if the leak repair gang was not limited to just scams, such a vast organization, if it were to delve into other criminal enterprises, it seemed quite feasible. For instance, drugs, human trafficking, or even colluding with foreign forces like those involved with News Sister. Gathering intelligence domestically? Yang Jinrong furrowed his brow. The leak repair gang warranted further investigation, that he continued to peruse the comments. Injecting glue for leak repairs is 100 a scam. The tactics are just like those used in selling slice cake. 3 years without opening shop, then they make a killing for 3 years. The accents of those engaged in this trade are remarkably uniform. They are known as the leak repair gang, that I have encountered them as well. And they charged me a staggering 15,000 AT that moment. I was on the verge of tears. Even reporting to the authorities proved futile, as the security personnel arrived and were unable to take action. When faced with deceitful individuals, one must stand firm, refrain from advancing any payments, and pursue legal recourse, thereby making it clear that deceiving others requires both time and effort. I am eager to ascertain the charges associated with relocating an air conditioner. I initially intended to move mine, but I heard of someone who spent 1,000 yuan moving from the master bedroom to the secondary one, which instilled a sense of dread in me. I believe that many young individuals, myself included, often lack an understanding of pricing. Therefore, for services like air conditioner relocation, leak repair, or unclogging toilets, it is advisable to avoid online searches as the risk of being swindled is notably high. If assistance is genuinely needed, it is best to call upon the official service providers. However, even these brand representatives can be unscrupulous. The MY television screen turned blue, and the official service demanded that I replace the motherboard for 1,200 yuan. I could hardly believe it. That amount could purchase a new one. Ultimately, I spent merely 25 yuan on an upgrade via an online platform, which resolved the issue perfectly. The comment section is replete with followers sharing their relatable experiences of having been deceived. There are far too many traps in this world, and young people often lack awareness of such schemes. Generally, they possess little concept of money. As long as the fees are not exorbitant, They will often grit their teeth and pay to settle the matter. Some younger individuals, being somewhat timid and concerned about appearances, will accept exorbitant charges after the work is completed, lacking even the courage to negotiate, thus resigning themselves to misfortune and subsisting on instant noodles thereafter. Yang Jinrong has posted an update. I will pursue this matter to the end. Everyone stay tuned for further developments. Many followers eagerly await updates, as they are aware that when it comes to Yang Jinrong, a conclusive answer is guaranteed. The issue regarding the leak repair gang has rapidly attracted the attention of other media outlets. Numerous self-media platforms have hastened to share the story. However, following a series of incidents, these self-media sources are now cautious in their commentary, fearful of facing repercussions from Yang Jinrong. The majority of self-media simply include a single query when reposting. Has anyone else encountered the same trap? Some even refrain from mentioning Yang Jinrong's name altogether, in instances where individuals appear in videos. They are meticulously censored. The incident's popularity has surged, hinting at a potential rise to the trending topics list. Yang Jinrong has become a hot topic across the internet. Each of his updates has the potential to trend at this juncture. The immensely popular Xin Du Bao, boasting over 30 million followers, has also shared Yang Jinrong's video. Commenting, recently a highly controversial figure online, Yang Jinrong, has encountered another bizarre incident, being charged $40,000 for leak repairs on an old house. What is the truth behind such exorbitant repair costs? Let us continue to monitor this. Not only did Xin Du Bao share this, but even Pengbei News, with over 40 million followers, followed suit. Not realizing the extent of the repairs until they began, we were astonished to learn that 200 gene of glue had been injected into the old house. After consulting relevant experts, we were informed that it is nearly impossible to inject such a quantity beneath the tiles. What could be the underlying reason for this? We eagerly anticipate Yang Jinrong's subsequent actions. Our station will also dispatch reporters to contact both parties involved. Following the repost by these two major media outlets, the incident immediately sparked widespread discussion across the internet. Within a remarkably short time, it climbed to the trending topics list. Particularly notable was the statement from Pengbei News, "We will send reporters to contact both parties." While seemingly simple, this phrase conceals a deeper implication. A covert suspicion exists that Yang Jinrong may have orchestrated this entire scenario to garner attention and traffic. Many netizens have discerned this implication, with numerous individuals expressing their belief in its plausibility. Why? Because the internet is rife with self-scripted performances, from fishing to beachcombing, even among internet celebrities with millions of followers. There have been numerous instances of self-directed narratives that in this age of traffic obsession, all is fair in pursuit of views. With the involvement of Pengbei News and Xin Du Bao, the comment section beneath Yang Jinrong's video began to shift in tone. Many netizens arrived to question the authenticity of the event, pondering the possibility of it being self-scripted. Some even took on the role of amateur detectives, dissecting the incident as if it were a screenplay. They are adept at guiding the narrative and possess remarkable skill. Yang Jinrong, using his primary account, followed Xin Du Bao and Pengbei News at that moment. The elderly and Zhang Yuanshao supported one another as they returned. Yang Jinrong greeted the two elders, taking the bag from their hands, which contained test results, examination reports, and a few medications, as well as an invoice. Upon glancing over the contents, he estimated that the medical and ambulance expenses alone amounted to nearly 9,000. He suddenly felt that the hospital was even more unscrupulous than Wu Xiang. Yang Jinrong poured 2 glasses of water for the elders, inquiring about their well-being. "All is well." Zhang Yuanshao waved his hand. Looking around, "What of those people? They've been sent away." The security personnel were quite effective. Yang Jinrong produced a responsibility letter and handed it to the elders, suggesting they present a banner to the security office where Ho Qingfeng works, expressing his appreciation for the officer's excellent service. "Indeed, Ho Qingfeng has an outstanding reputation in our area." The old nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Yang Jinrong inquired, "By the way, where is Huang Wei?" The replied, he mentioned he had an urgent matter and dropped us off at the entrance of the community before leaving. Suddenly, the keywords urgent matter struck Yang Jinrong, and he sensed something amiss. He approached the door and dialed Huang Wei's number, only to be greeted by a familiar voice that was not Huang Wei's. Is this Yang Jinrong? Maintaining his composure, Yang Jinrong concocted a casual excuse, informing the two elders, and stepped outside, that he activated the voice recorder on his phone and addressed it. Wu Hai, what are you and your brother planning? Hey, quite clever of you to recognize me. Wu Hai laughed maliciously on the other end. Your brother is in our custody. What do you think we want? Yang Jinrong feigned anxiety. I warn you, kidnapping is a serious crime that leads to imprisonment. We Haven T kidnapped him. He came to us voluntarily. Wu Hai chuckled. Besides, don't think you can intimidate us with threats of imprisonment. We've faced far worse situations. Stop wasting time and tell him to bring the money for the ransom. Came another voice. Yes, hurry up and prepare the cash. The leak repair gang's fees are not something you can simply disregard. To Yang Jinrong's surprise, multiple voices chimed in from the other end, causing him to furrow his brow. This is extortion. The minimum sentence is 3 years. You better think this through. Don't listen to them. Jinrong, call the police, quickly. Huang Wei's voice could be heard, only to be silenced abruptly, followed by sounds of struggle. Yang Jinrong exclaimed, Don't harm my brother. I'll transfer the money. Transfer money? No, you need to withdraw cash. We only want cash. Wu Hai laughed mockingly, then warned, I caution you, don't try any tricks that if you dare to alert the authorities. Your brother. Ha ha. The phone was filled with a series of eerie, mocking laughs that sent chills down Yang Jinrong's spine. Dawei, you can hold on. Just as Yang Jinrong ended the call, a notification pinged from the system. Host has triggered a mission. Option 1. Eliminate the underworld forces. It is our duty to wield the iron fist of justice against them. Reward. Indestructible pill. Permanently effective. Note. Possible unknown side effects. The host must explore these independently. Option 2. Those who deceive will inevitably be deceived. Please dig a pit and bury them all. Reward. The strongest excavation technology in the world. Option 3. The industry is rife with chaos. Please find a way to bring the offenders to justice. Recover losses and set an example to deter others. Reward. Mastery in shooting. Note. Mastery in shooting extends beyond firearms to include bows, crossbows, and more. The allure of the reward for Option 1 was compelling. Indestructible. Permanently defective. However, Yang Jinrong felt no need for it. Why? Because he considered himself already quite enduring, and he feared that a future girlfriend might not be able to handle it. Moreover, the potential unknown side effects made him hesitant. As for Option 2, which excavation technology is superior? I digress. Yang Jinrong felt he had no need for such a skill. Although elders often say that one should have diverse skills, some talents are simply unnecessary. For instance, skills like the Qilin arm are of no use. The mastery in shooting from Option 3, however, was quite practical. The mission's content aligned with Yang Jinrong's thoughts, prompting him to decisively select Option 3. Host, are you sure you do not wish to reconsider? For the first time in selecting a mission, Yang Jinrong received a system notification. What does this mean? Is the system hinting at something? Please confirm whether you wish to select Option 3. Confirm. Yang Jinrong did not hesitate. After affirming his choice, he fabricated an excuse to inform thee and then departed from the old house, heading towards the designated location provided by the other party. Is he in a romantic relationship? Zhang Yuanxiao inquired with some curiosity. The old dean nodded. Perhaps. Young people tend to prefer taking calls privately when they are in love, sneaking away for secret conversations. What do they call it? Phone porridge. Zhang Yuanxiao added. Alas, what a pity! A fine young man with such impressive qualities, and I had hoped to introduce him to my granddaughter. The old dean shot a glance at his old friend. Your granddaughter? Zhang Yuanxiao replied in astonishment. Yes, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Do you think my granddaughter is not a suitable match for Yang? Not at all. The old dean composed himself and asked, How old is your granddaughter? Zhang Yuanchao responded, 18, that's her age in the traditional sense, right? Liang Shuahai stared at his old friend incredulously, that I've seen many who are ungrateful to their parents, but never one who would mistreat their own granddaughter. What's wrong with traditional age? Even in ancient times or during war, one could still go to battle at that age. Times have changed. Why cling to the past? The two elders reminisce further about bygone days. Yang Jinrong found a mountaineering backpack shop on his way and purchased a large one. Feeling that the backpack appeared somewhat worn, as if it had been sold the previous year, that he then located an ATM. Withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash, dividing it into two portions of 50,000 each, placing them into the two compartments of the backpack. Only then did he take a taxi to the designated hotel. While it was referred to as a hotel, it was in fact a rundown and situated in a particularly remote area. The ride-hailing driver was reluctant to accept the fare, ultimately agreeing only after a price increase. Grumbling about driving to such an isolated place where not even a bird would relieve itself. Yang Jinrong offered no explanation as he shouldered the backpack and approached the inn that Wu Hai had long been waiting at the entrance. Eyeing Yang Jinrong greedily. Kid, did you bring enough cash? Rest assured, Yang Jinrong replied nonchalantly, I have more than enough money. As I always say, release the person and the money will follow. Wu Hai stepped closer to Yang Jinrong, reaching for his backpack, only to be evaded. With a sinister grin, Wu Hai commanded, follow me, that he then walked behind Yang Jinrong, urging him to enter the inn. The receptionist at the front desk widened her eyes and dropped her jaw upon seeing Yang Jinrong. Nearly drooling, she couldn't help but swallow hard, suddenly pulling out a long black object from beneath the counter, nearly startling Yang Jinrong. The receptionist quickly spoke in a soft tone, this handsome gentleman, the lighting in our hallway is poor. Would you like me to fetch a flashlight for you? No need. Wu Hai shot a glare at the receptionist, growling, we just came up and down and didn't see you bring out a flashlight. Damn it, does he need special treatment? Is he some sort of precious gem? The receptionist, frightened, quickly retreated, withdrawing the black object that Wu Hai urged. Hurry up and go upstairs. Yang Jinrong ascended to the second floor, following Wu Hai's directions. He entered the farthest room. Upon opening the door, 7 or 8 burly men were seated around, playing cards. Upon seeing Yang Jinrong enter with his backpack, they all paused their game and stood up. Jinrong, Huang Wei, bound tightly, struggled to stand. Why didn't you call the police? You came alone. Yang Jinrong feigned indifference. I pay for their release. It's all settled that I'm not short on cash, so why should I involve the police? At least you have some awareness, one of the men chuckled. Haha, having money makes things easier. We can settle this matter today. Yes, the other men chimed in. Wu Hai stepped into the room and locked the door, uttering a shocking command that left Yang Jinrong dumbfounded. Take off your clothes. What? Yang Jinrong's eyes widened. Don't you dare discuss me. Do you believe I could take you all down with a single punch? Yang Jinrong secretly gathered his strength, intent on testing the power of his master-level Bajiquan today. What are you thinking? Wu Hai kicked at Yang Jinrong, but he deftly sidestepped. Duong. The kick struck the wall, causing Wu Hai to grimace in pain. Damn it. You look like a fine young man, yet you're the most deceitful. Last time, your surveillance footage was our downfall. Wu Jiang stood up, wielding a stick. How do we know you won't pull a fast one today? Set up some recording equipment. Heh. Yang Jinrong let out a dismissive laugh as he opened his backpack, revealing 50,000 yuan. 1, 2, 3, for did he toss 4,000 towards Wu Jiang. Holding the remaining 10,000, he remarked. It's just 40,000. Do I need to record that? Damn. It really is 40,000. Wu Jiang accepted the money, quickly counting it. The others gathered around, their eyes lighting up as they saw the neatly stacked cash. Wu Jiang gazed at the money in Yang Jinrong's hands with keen interest. Kid, how come you have so much money? None of your business. Yang Jinrong replied, his demeanor aloof. Release him, or else. A few burly men approached. One of them, bare-chested and tattooed, cackled. Or else what? Are we going to take all the money from you? Yang Jinrong faced the 7 or 8 men without a trace of fear, calmly stating, Wu Jiang. Wu Hai. I've already settled the so-called construction fee with you. Why attempt to extort me further? Internally, he felt a thrill of excitement. Excellent. The more greedy you are, the more you desire, the longer your sentence will be. Don't say it so harshly, Wu Jiang sneered. The 40,000 you just gave us was the principal. You've owed us for so long that interest has accumulated, and you now owe us 100,000 in total, leaving you with a balance of 60,000. He claimed the 100,000 because he had just caught a glimpse of another 5 stacks of cash in Yang Jinrong's bag, with the cash on hand. It totaled 60,000. Jinrong. Huang Wei struggled, wildly hinting for Yang Jinrong to escape. That aren't you rich? What, can't part with 60,000? The 8 men fixed their gazes on the mountaineering backpack Yang Jinrong held. Can't part with it? No, no, no. Yang Jinrong opened the backpack. Release him, and I can give you the money. Let him go. Wu Jiang waved his hand. One of the men approached and untied Huang Wei's bindings. With a rustle of cash, Yang Jinrong upturned the contents of the bag onto the floor. That he tossed the backpack aside, nonchalantly declaring, "It's merely 100,000. Take it and leave? Damn. It's all money." The 7 or 8 men immediately bent down to snatch the cash. But ultimately, it all fell into Wu Jiang's hands. That Wu Jiang promised to distribute 60,000 among the group. Huang Wei, gritting his teeth, approached Yang Jinrong and whispered, "Jinrong, where did you get this money? Are you insane?" "No worries." Yang Jinrong waved his hand, his demeanor commanding. "You lot take the money and get lost. I don't want to see you again. How dare you insult us? You're truly asking for trouble." Wu Hai's expression turned cold. Showing no intention of leaving, "We have changed our minds. The 100,000 you just gave was merely a portion of the interest. Now, you owe us 700,000. Greed flickered in the eyes of the 8 men in the room. They had traversed the underworld, engaging in deceitful practices daily, yet this was their first encounter with someone as wealthy and foolish as Yang Jinrong. They exchanged glances, confirming their intentions that if they could pull off this big score, they could flee to foreign lands or the remote northwest, where they would have plenty of places to go. Yang Jinrong maintained an impassive exterior, yet internally he was overjoyed. 700,000 was a windfall. 10 years minimum, with the possibility of life imprisonment. "Are you certain you want 700,000? Yang Jinrong chuckled. "Absolutely." Wu Jiang's expression hardened. "Hurry and pay up, or else." Yang Jinrong, however, showed no fear. "Or else what? Are you planning to kill me? Murder is a capital crime. Do you think you can afford to lose your heads? Kill you? No, we won't kill you." Wu Hai's expression turned vicious. "That we'll beat you into a cripple, then drag you to a remote place, forcing you to beg for a living, making you work for us as a beggar for the rest of your life. Hand over the money quickly. 700,000. Not a penny less. If you withhold even a cent, we'll blow your head off." The others chimed in with threats, their faces filled with greed. They collaborated in their shady dealings, and if they managed to secure 700,000 today, each would walk away with a tidy sum. That kind of money would allow them to enjoy the life of luxury in the Northwest for many years. "And what if I refuse?" Yang Jinrong wore a face that invited a beating as he said, "Not giving it?" Wu Hai's expression darkened, and he swung a palm towards Yang Jinrong. Slap! The resounding smack landed squarely on Huang Wei's face. "Ah!" Huang Wei let out a wail, stumbling back several steps before colliding with the wall. Finally managing to steady himself. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Huang Wei leaned against the wall, his head buzzing, utterly bewildered. Damn. Wu Hai had not anticipated that Yang Jinrong would evade that slap. He lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Yang Jinrong. Thud! Just as his kick was about to connect, a fist as large as a sandbag struck him directly in the eye. Yang Jinrong unleashed a rapid and ferocious punch that landed squarely on Wu Hai's eye socket. The impact sent Wu Hai reeling back, his vision filled with stars as he staggered 7 or 8 steps before crashing to the ground with a painful cry. In stark contrast, Yang Jinrong remained composed, standing his ground. He casually inspected his fist and glanced at Wu Hai. noting, "You can't even withstand 3/10 of my strength. You're truly pathetic. You must be overindulging yourself. Your body is too frail, damn." "How sneaky." Wu Hai clutched his eye, nearly bursting from the pain, and despite the excruciating agony, he cursed, attempting to salvage a shred of dignity. Da Wu Jiang bellowed angrily. "All of you. Attack him. Beat the crap out of him." The remaining 7 surged forward, pouncing on Yang Jinrong like ravenous wolves, a sight that sent chills down Huang Wei's spine as he had just regained his composure. He was about to rush forward to shield Yang Jinrong from the onslaught when, unexpectedly, Yang Jinrong suddenly adopted a boxing stance, advancing rather than retreating, resembling a steel panther as he charged forward. His fists erupted in a flurry. One punch landed squarely on the chest of the leading Wu Jiang. Puff! Wu Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood, soaring backward and crashing onto Wu Hai. Before one could blink, Yang Jinrong's second punch, a powerful swing, struck a burly man's forearm with a resounding crack, instantly shattering it into a catastrophic fracture. Yang Jinrong pressed forward, unleashing his shoulder with explosive force, sending the muscular man flying, crashing onto Wu Jiang's head. The remaining 7 were utterly at Yang Jinrong's mercy. He was a relentless force, annihilating everything in his path. An elbow strike shattered another man's kneecap. Another punch broke a different man's arm. A swift counterattack landed on another's ribs. The crisp sound of bones snapping echoed as the man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a pile of bodies atop Wu Jiang and Wu Hai. The mastery of the 8 extremities fist was unparalleled in its ferocity, and combined with the brutality of unrestricted combat, each strike was lethal, ensuring that one would be rendered incapacitated. After unleashing 8 punches, all 8 burly men suffered catastrophic fractures. They collapsed like a stack of logs, howling in agony. The scene was almost unbearable to behold. Huang Wei stood frozen in shock, utterly astonished as he beheld Yang Jinrong before him. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit an ostrich egg, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts that is this still a human? Is this truly the Yang Jinrong I know? Could it be? Could it be the essence of an ancient being has possessed my brother? Huang Wei's body stiffened, uncontrollably exclaiming, "Jinrong, if you've been possessed, just blink." Yang Jinrong relaxed his stance, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I met an extraordinary person who mentioned that my innate talents are exceptional, a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Do you believe it?" Initially, Yang Jinrong was merely jesting. Little did he know, Huang Wei nodded fervently, overwhelmed with excitement. "I knew it. I knew martial arts were real. Forget it." Yang Jinrong sighed, unable to clarify further, and he approached the pile of 8 burly men, crouched down and grinned. "I have plenty of money. But that money is mine, that if you wish to rob me. 80,000, I was merely acting in self-defense, right? Originally a case of extortion. Once violence was involved, it transformed into robbery." The 8 burly men, howling in agony, dared not retort. "Were you just trying to hit me, you bastard?" Yang Jinrong tilted his head, directing his gaze at the man at the bottom. "Wu Hai, do you still want to?" Wu Hai's face turned pale with fear, his heart racing in panic, rendered speechless. Having witnessed Yang Jinrong's terrifying prowess, he dared not harbor such thoughts any longer. "You, Wu Jiang." Yang Jinrong turned to the second man from the bottom, commanding, "You slap his face? Do you hear me?" Wu Jiang was taken aback, having lost one arm. He raised his remaining hand, which disobediently struck Wu Hai's face. "Slap, not loud enough." Yang Jinrong expressed his disdain, raising his fist. Causing Wu Jiang to tremble in fear, he quickly bore through the pain and raised his hand high, delivering a resounding slap to Wu Hai's face. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear. "You hit him." Yang Jinrong's gaze fell on the third man from the bottom, commanding him to slap Wu Jiang. The man turned pale with fear, hastily began to slap his comrade below. "You." Yang Jinrong's eyes shifted to the fourth man. But before he could finish his sentence, this man had already struck his own brother below. Slap. 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 Next, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th men, all demonstrating their understanding, disregarded their brother's well-being, each delivering resounding slaps that a cacophony of slapping resonated in the air. This spectacle thoroughly shocked Huang Wei, who had never witnessed such a heart-stirring and soul-piercing scene in his life. It was simply magnificent. "Hello, is this the security office? I'm at." Yang Jinrong kindly reported a disturbance. Though the location was somewhat remote, far from the security office, but that was no longer his concern, that he hung up the phone. "Let's go, we should leave." Huh. Huang Wei appeared bewildered, watching Yang Jinrong turn to exit. He hurried to follow, but suddenly felt something was amiss. He quickly turned back to grab his backpack and picked up the scattered stacks of money, securing them before rejoining Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong locked the door behind them. As they descended the stairs, the receptionist once again threw a flirtatious glance at Yang Jinrong. She fluttered her almond-shaped eyes. "Handsome. How about adding me on WeChat?" Huang Wei was taken aback with delight. "Me? Yang Jinrong." Yang Jinrong requested 2 chairs from the receptionist, seating himself at the entrance as he awaited the security personnel. The receptionist, eager to converse with Yang Jinrong, found herself ignored, and her disinterest in Huang Wei left her with no choice but to feign cleaning upstairs. However, as she ascended, she was met with a series of crisp, unending slap sounds, pressing her ear against the wall to listen closely. A wave of horror washed over her. Goosebumps prickled her skin. No way. They actually enjoy this? If I recall correctly, there are 8 burly men in that room, listening to the rhythmic slap sounds emanating from within. The receptionist felt a chill sweep through every cell of her body. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. "I need to call the police, quickly." The receptionist fumbled to retrieve her phone, dialing the emergency number, her voice trembling as she whispered. "Hello, is this the police? I want to report a crime. There's someone showing off." 098. The security personnel were collectively stunned. Family members causing a scene. Someone is showing off. The female operator on the other end of the line was momentarily dumbfounded. "Others showing off, and you want to report it? Aren't you just bored? You're wasting police resources. What does someone showing off have to do with you? You wouldn't want to report someone bragging on the street. Would you? Do you live by the sea?" The female operator collected herself and sternly advised, "I suggest you speak properly. For non-emergency incidents, please do not waste police resources. There really is someone showing off." The receptionist was frantic, her ear pressed against the wall, hearing the slap sounds from the room clearly, her hair standing on end. They are 7 or 8 big men together. That what? The operator frowned. The receptionist struggled to articulate her thoughts, anxiously replying, "Oh, it's just that they're together. Man on top of man. You understand, right?" "What do you mean by man on top of man?" "Wait a minute." The operator suddenly grasped the situation, realizing 7 or 8 big men together. PC. "Ah, yes. The receptionist nodded vigorously, her hands flailing. "I running in at 77 Water Tower Road in the suburbs. Those 7 or 8 big men booked a single room. I can hear the sounds coming from their room. Security comrades, hurry over and arrest them. They need to be jailed. Their behavior is so indecent. It's utterly disgraceful, so disgusting." The receptionist grimaced, covering the phone's microphone. After uttering this string of words, she couldn't resist pressing her ear against the wall again. Though she found it repulsive, curiosity drove her to listen once more. The operator suddenly comprehended the situation as she recalled a ludicrous incident that had occurred in the city a few days prior. Indeed, 4 or 5 burly men had been apprehended, surrounded by a plethora of lubricants on the floor. The scene was utterly unbearable to behold. "What is your name?" "I am Su Yang. Please provide your identity card number." 440XXX. That I in approximately 25 minutes. Our security personnel will arrive. After hanging up the emergency call, Su Yang, the front desk lady, couldn't help but lean in to listen. The rhythmic sound of slapping continued unabated. She inhaled sharply. How terrifying. Should I go take a picture? Driven by curiosity, Su Yang crouched down and stealthily made her way forward. and when she reached the window, she quietly stretched her neck to peek inside. Yet, the curtains were drawn tightly shut, obscuring any view. However, the incessant sounds were remarkably clear and distinct. They must not escape. A surge of righteousness filled Su In-young's heart as she took out her phone to record a short audio clip. Then quietly retreated, locking the iron gate in the corridor behind her. This was the only entrance and exit to the hotel. Su In-young felt a swell of pride in her virtuous act, only to turn around and discover Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei sitting downstairs, gazing at her. She felt a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. "Why haven't you left?" A smile graced Su In-young's chubby face. "We are waiting for someone," Yang Jinrong greeted her in response. Huang Wei had been pushing Yang Jinrong to leave, but the latter showed no intent of departing, that if they left now, all their prior plans would be in vain. "So, what is your relationship with the people upstairs?" Su In-young inquired tentatively, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that Yang Jinrong might blurt out, "I'm with them." Such a confession would shatter her idealized image of her male idol, leaving her unable to believe in love ever again. "They kidnapped my brother, and I came to deliver the ransom, after which we descended," Yang Jinrong answered candidly, adding with a laugh, "Did you call the police?" "Yes," Su In-young nodded, her little brain catching up, exclaiming, "Oh, you mean they kidnapped him?" She pointed at Huang Wei and continued, "And extorted you?" "Exactly," Yang Jinrong confirmed with a nod. "Oh my!" Su In-young exclaimed, slapping her thigh with vigor, her sense of justice soaring. "It seems I locked that iron door for a reason. Who would have thought that a group of enthusiasts would dare to kidnap and extort? I have already reported it to the authorities. The security personnel will arrive shortly to apprehend them all." Su In-young spoke earnestly, "Do not worry. Once the security personnel arrive, you will recover the money they extorted from you." Huang Wei leaned towards Yang Jinrong and whispered, "Jinrong, I can't help but feel this sister is rather endearing." "Indeed, quite charming," Yang Jinrong nodded. "Why not ask her if she is single? You two, one plump and one slender, seem to make quite the couple." Huang Wei cast a glance at Su In-young's ample figure, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Forget it. My waist cannot handle that I am not worthy." That a twinge of guilt surged within Huang Wei. He shouldn't be so superficial in judging someone. Before long, several police cars arrived. The security personnel who disembarked were familiar faces. Ho Qingfeng. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, he immediately spotted Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you two doing here? You aren't engaging in some sort of public debauchery, are you?" "Yang Jinrong, Huang Wei, could you please speak properly? After all, you are a security officer, an official figure. Don't you fear being reported?" It seemed this fellow genuinely had no fear of complaints. That no, it's not them. Su In-young quickly interjected, unable to bear the thought of her idol being misunderstood. "That I called the police. There are 7 or 8 large men upstairs engaged in public debauchery. They are also involved in kidnapping and extortion." Extortion. Several other officers who had descended from the vehicle perked up, their spirits igniting. A case of this magnitude typically fell under the jurisdiction of criminal investigation departments. Could they have stumbled upon such an opportunity? Each of them felt a surge of excitement, eager to rush in and apprehend the criminals. That it was indeed a rare chance for recognition, potentially earning them a third-class merit. However, due to departmental protocol, they all looked towards Ho Qingfeng. "Captain Ho, should we call for backup? Or report to higher-ups? Do we have the authority to handle this case?" While the officers voiced their queries, internally they longed to spring into action. "Quiet," Ho Qingfeng commanded, retrieving his baton. "Gear up, everyone. Xiao Wang, you stay down here and report to the station for backup. The rest of us will head upstairs together." "Why am I always left behind?" Xiao Wang muttered, disgruntled at being denied the chance to shine. Yet he complied with the orders, knowing that his captain would not forget him when it came time for recognition. "Lead the way." Ho Qingfeng gestured for Su In-young to show them the path. She promptly turned and ascended the stairs, opening the iron door in the corridor and pointing to the corresponding room. By this time, the sounds from within had diminished to a near inaudible level. It seemed they had exhausted their strength. Moments ago, the noise had been quite raucous. Su Yin-yang whispered. Ho Qingfeng motioned for her to step back while the others prepared to charge in. But unexpectedly, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei followed closely behind. Why are you two coming along? Ho Qingfeng signaled for them to retreat. There ain't no need to be alarmed. Huang Wei replied with a smile. There are a total of 8 people in the room, and their condition has utterly depleted their fighting capability. What? Ho Qingfeng and the other officers frowned, bewildered by his words. Just as Huang Wei was about to boast about Yang Jinrong, he was interrupted by Yang Jinrong. Let us go in and assess the situation first. Ho Qingfeng quickly led the group to the door, now able to hear several voices emanating from within, sounding like a disenchanted aftermath, interspersed with occasional pain gasps. Just as he was about to signal Su Yin-yang to open the door, Yang Jinrong stepped forward and casually pushed it open, causing it to creak as it swung ajar. The scene inside was laid bare before everyone's eyes. In that instant, Ho Qingfeng was taken aback, frozen in place, while the other officers stood in stunned silence. Su Yin-yang, too, gaped in astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape. What on earth was happening? Why? Were they a pile of burly men? It would be disingenuous to claim they were not shocked. Even Ho Qingfeng, seasoned by years of experience, felt his heart pound in disbelief at the overwhelming scene before him. What had transpired? How had they ended up in such a predicament? Stacked like human totem poles? The expressions of the officers were filled with astonishment as they gazed into the grim scene inside, the air thick with the stench of blood, everywhere smeared with crimson. And at the center, 7 or 8 men piled atop one another. Except for the one on top, every other face was swollen to the size of dumplings. Some appeared to have broken bones, while others looked as if their legs were fractured. Moans and cries echoed through the air. Where were the criminals? Where was the promised public debauchery? Where was the alleged kidnapping and extortion? Instead, they were met with a pitiful sight of a group of human totem poles. The officers stood there, dazed, and Su Yin-yang was equally bewildered. She had assumed a group of burly men were indulging in a peculiar preference, only to discover the truth was far from what she imagined. Help me! Help! The security officers, save us! Wu Hai and Wu Jiang, along with their companions, were initially startled to see Yang Jinrong, and a wave of terror washed over them. Upon spotting the officers, hope flickered in their eyes as they cried for assistance. You two explain what happened. Ho Qingfeng directed Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei to clarify the situation, having failed to recognize Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, as their faces were too swollen and utterly wretched, their voices hoarse and trembling with fear. Hear us what transpired. Yang Jinrong recounted the entire ordeal succinctly. Extortion, a violent robbery of 800,000, self-defense. The more the officers listened, the more incredulous they became. You retelling me that a single individual was violently robbed by a group of burly men, and then you single-handedly incapacitated them all like this? Impossible. Unscientific. The officers voiced their skepticism, incredulous at the thought that Yang Jinrong could have defeated the 7 or 8 formidable men before them in such a horrific manner. You must have called for reinforcements. There must be others involved, right? A security officer brandished handcuffs, and I suspected that you were involved in a gang conflict. I believe him. To my surprise, Su Yin-yang stepped forward at that moment, declaring I can vouch for him. No one else has been here. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, fixated intently, almost salivating. Who would have thought that a man so handsome would also be so formidable, a veritable powerhouse, capable of matching 7 or 8 robust men single-handedly? The mere thought sent warmth coursing through certain areas that IS their surveillance here. Ho Qingfeng inquired that of course there's only one entrance and exit. That corridor over there, and the surveillance camera is above the iron gate. Su Yin-yang replied proudly, casting a significant glance at Yang Jinrong as if seeking credit. Ahem. Huang Wei felt as though he had suffered 1,000 blows. Bro, I can never go out with you again. Woohoo! 7 or 8 muscular men began to struggle. They wished to explain, but having struck with such force earlier, fearing that Yang Jinrong would retaliate, they had nearly knocked out the teeth of the man beneath them. Except for the one at the top, the rest had swollen faces, rendering them almost unintelligible. Ironically, the foremost muscular man had a stutter. After enduring a brutal blow, he suffered a shattering knee injury, and, in sheer terror, could hardly articulate the situation upon seeing Yang Jinrong's visage. "Let us take them back to the station," Ho Qingfeng commanded, gesturing for the other security officers to pry the men apart. However, the more they tried to separate them, the more shocking the scene became. These burly men were not only heavy, but also possessed well-developed muscles and towering statures, their skin a dark hue, clearly indicating their strength. That it was evident that they were not accustomed to fighting. Yet at that moment, some had broken arms, others sustained shattering fractures, some had cracked ribs, and others had dislocated jaws. Was this truly the result of human-inflicted wounds? One security officer trembled as he spoke. Most likely, only Tyson the boxer could inflict such damage. Another officer echoed his fear, adding that even Tyson alone could not possibly have dealt this level of harm to all of them. Perhaps only the legendary warrior of the military could achieve such a feat. When several security officers mentioned this name, their expressions turned fervently admiring. "Enough whispering. Leave 2 here to gather evidence, and the rest of you quickly take these men away." Ho Qingfeng silenced his subordinate's futile chatter and turned to Su Yinyang. "Where's your surveillance?" "We need to take the original footage that's downstairs," Su Yinyang asserted, patting her chest, causing her ample bosom to jolt. "That I'll take you there right away." The group descended the stairs together. Soon, they arrived at the surveillance room. The footage revealed the muscular men escorting Huang Wei first. Subsequently, Yang Jinrong arrived, led by Wu Hai. Finally, both Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei exited unscathed, followed by Su Yinyang leaning in to eavesdrop, and shortly thereafter, the security officers arrived. The footage showed no other individuals present, confirming there were no accomplices of Yang Jinrong. This revelation further shocked Ho Qingfeng and the other officers. "Inform their families. We will head to the security station for further investigation." Ho Qingfeng steadied himself that today's scene had exceeded his previous experiences. "Can I go too?" Su Yinyang requested, eager to accompany as a witness. "You may join us," Ho Qingfeng conceded. Subsequently, Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, along with Yang Jinrong, were escorted into the police vehicle heading towards the security station. Ho Qingfeng had already arranged for their families to be contacted. Upon their arrival at the station, Wu Xiangge was already waiting with the group, blocking the entrance to the office. Ho Qingfeng instructed the security officers to carry the injured men from the vehicle. All 8 muscular men were, without exception, covered in blood, their faces swollen as if stung by hornets, a truly tragic sight. When Wu Xiangge beheld the grievous condition of his 2 sons, he trembled and bellowed in the hall. "What happened? Who has done this to my sons? Who is responsible?" The relatives of the other muscular men, equally agitated, rushed forward. "Who has harmed my brother like this?" "Second brother, what has happened to your leg?" "Son, what occurred? Who has done this to you? Is there no law left?" The relatives cried out in anger, demanding answers that moment. Yang Jinrong stepped down from the police vehicle that Wu Xiangge recognized him immediately. "Yang Jinrong, was it you?" In an instant, all eyes turned towards Yang Jinrong. Not just the muscular men, but also their relatives and the other security officers present in that fleeting moment. Yang Jinrong became the focal point of the scene. Yet, as many took in his refined appearance, they shook their heads, deeming it impossible. However, Yang Jinrong merely smiled faintly, stepping forward, his voice resonating like thunder. "Wu Xiangge, you are correct. Their injuries were inflicted by me. They simply got what they deserved. Not only have I harmed them thus, but I will also ensure they are incarcerated, allowing them to spend the remainder of their lives in prison, reflecting on their misdeeds." "What?" His words incited a tremendous reaction, drawing the attention of everyone present once more. Shocked the crowd. life imprisonment or the death penalty. Beautiful scheme. Manhunt. Security officers quickly apprehend him. How dare he be so arrogant after inflicting harm? Cuff him immediately and capture his accomplices as well. Sentencing. He and his companions must be arrested and prosecuted. Compensation must be paid. Most of the relatives, women in their 40s, were agitated, converging on Yang Jinrong, demanding that he be brought to justice. The atmosphere was tense. They presumed Yang Jinrong must have had accomplices to inflict such harm upon Wu Hai and the others. Despite the mounting pressure, Yang Jinrong remained calm and composed, his gaze sweeping over the so-called relatives present. Their fervent reactions felt excessively genuine. Normally, concerned family members would hasten to call for medical assistance for the injured, inquiring about their specific injuries and severity. Yet these individuals surrounded Yang Jinrong, seemingly terrified he might escape without compensating them. Even Wu Xianggui neglected to attend to his sons. Instead, he led the crowd in encircling Yang Jinrong, clamoring for his arrest, causing Yang Jinrong to question whether Wu Hai and Wu Jiang were truly his biological sons, or perhaps adopted. Furthermore, another perplexing aspect was that when the 7 or 8 muscular men extorted 80,000, they appeared prepared to flee, that if they had relatives, how could they escape? However, these people had been contacted by the security station. Clearly not hired actors. You are spouting nonsense. The imposing Su Yinyang descended from the vehicle, glaring at the crowd. Your men are criminals who deserve to be shot. How dare you cause a ruckus? Do you wish to meet the same fate? And who are you? On what grounds do you label our men as criminals? Shooting. Who are you trying to scare? The individuals opposite, undeterred, glared fiercely at Su Yinyang. Silence, everyone. Ho Qingfeng interjected, producing a silver bracelet and surveying the crowd, his voice authoritative. This is the security station, not a marketplace. Anyone who causes trouble will be detained. Immediately, silence fell over the assembly. The public inherently harbored a fear of the security station. Those who dared to cause a disturbance were rare. The crowd's fervor diminished, yet they remained discontented, muttering under their breath. But he has harmed our relatives. Why isn't he being arrested? Indeed, security officer, your handling of this case is grossly unfair. According to the law, the assailant should also be detained. That a group continued to encircle Yang Jinrong, showing no signs of yielding. Are you certain you wish to obstruct my path? Yang Jinrong chuckled coldly. The group led by Wu Hai and Wu Jiang is implicated in charges of kidnapping and extortion, as well as violent robbery. According to Article 263 of the criminal law, those who have repeatedly committed robbery or have committed robbery of substantial amounts face a sentence of over 10 years. Life imprisonment, or even death. Robbery is regarded as a grave offense in this country. Even stealing a penny constitutes robbery, meriting a minimum of 3 years of imprisonment. The actions of Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, leading 8 others to rob Yang Jinrong of 80,000, clearly fell into the category of an enormous sum with particularly heinous circumstances, potentially attracting the death penalty. It is worth noting that the total amount for gang robbery is calculated based on the overall sum stolen, not the individual share. You are talking nonsense, Wu Xianggui shouted, pointing at Yang Jinrong. How can my sons possibly rob you? What evidence do you possess to prove that my son and his companions are guilty of robbery? Evidence? Yang Jinrong chuckled. He produced a voice recorder, stating, "Here lies the complete recording of their robbery." Yang Jinrong pressed the play button. The recording revealed Wu Hai and his associates threatening Yang Jinrong for money at the hotel. 40,000? You such a wealthy brat. Hand over all the money you have on you. With interest, you owe us a total of 100,000. We've changed our minds. You now owe us 700,000. Kill you? No, we won't kill anyone. Instead, we'll cripple you and drag you to another place to beg. 700,000, not a penny less. We'll beat you to death. Everyone, attack him, beat him to death. The recording abruptly ended with the sounds of a scuffle. Yang Jinrong explained that the altercation had caused an accidental press of the button, resulting in the recording cutoff. This segment of the recording was sufficient to condemn Wu Hai and his cohorts. Even if Wu Hai ultimately did not manage to rob 80,000 from Yang Jinrong, having only acquired 10,000, the crime would still stand. What was initially classified as kidnapping and extortion had escalated to violent robbery due to the aggressive behavior exhibited. This recording must be fabricated. Wu Xianggui insisted on disputing. You owe us 40,000 for the construction fees. They merely came to collect what you owe. What do you mean by collecting? Yang Jinrong laughed. You deceitfully injected 200 pounds of glue beneath the tiles of our esteemed director's house, and then demanded 40,000 from us. Since you brought this up, allow me to inform you that due to your reckless construction, a significant portion of that 200 pounds of glue has already seeped into the drainage pipes, and I suspect the entire building's restroom plumbing is now clogged. Prepare for compensation. How could so much glue possibly be injected beneath the tiles? Yang Jinrong personally inspected the situation and noted that the vast majority of that 200 pounds of glue had indeed been injected into the restroom, even penetrating the pipes beneath the restroom pit during drilling. The glue, once injected, cannot disperse in those aged pipes which are already partially obstructed. Hours have passed, and it is likely the glue has solidified. Should the restroom drainage become blocked, the consequences would be dire. The compensation could be exorbitant. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Wu Xianggui adamantly denied that we are professionals at sealing leaks. How could we possibly inject glue into the sewage pipes? This is slander. Officer, he is defaming us. The commotion outside the security office naturally attracted a crowd of onlookers. However, most of the nearby residents were elderly individuals somewhat hard of hearing. Though they could not hear clearly, their murmurs were quite loud. What has happened? It seems someone has died. I heard it was due to repairing the sewage pipe. How could repairing a sewage pipe lead to death? You wouldn't understand. Let me tell you, there are toxic gases in those sewage pipes. Inhaling the gas could certainly result in death. Wouldn't it? Oh, I see. So those being carried away, there are 7 or 8 of them, all collapsed from inhaling toxic gas from the sewage? Nonsense. They clearly ingested glue and are about to die. More idle grandmothers. Just back from a supermarket queue where they scrambled for eggs, paused to gather and gossip about the argument in front of the security office. Tired from standing, they pulled out cardboard from the supermarket to sit on the ground, beginning their idle chatter. What is going on? Inside the security office, the elderly head officer, Deng Hongjun, was also alerted. He hurried out with a thermos cup, and upon seeing the crowd of onlookers, his expression changed dramatically. Ho Qingfeng, bring everyone inside for processing, that he is the head officer. Wu Xianggui recognized the head officer and quickly led the charge, shouting, "We need the officer to take action. Officer, you must deliver justice for us. That young man assaulted us, leaving our loved ones in this state, and now he accuses us first. You must stand up for us." The previously quiet relatives, seeing the head officer emerge and spurred on by Wu Xianggui, all began to cry out their supposed grievances. Silence. Ho Qingfeng barked that he turned to the other officers in the security office and instructed them to contact the nearby hospital to bring in a few doctors to attend to these individuals. He pointed at Wu Hai, Wu Jiang, and the others. For immediate treatment, do you all have identification? He scanned the relatives, those with IDs. Come inside to register. I didn't bring mine, me neither, upon hearing that identification was required for registration. Many so-called relatives hesitated. However, a few, firmly believing they could extract compensation from Yang Jinrong, motivated by financial gain, produced their IDs and entered the office to register. Wait for me. I didn't realize my ID was in my pocket. I found mine too. Those who had just claimed not to have their IDs, seeing others register, worried they might miss out on money, hastily changed their tunes, pulling out their IDs to register. The voice recorder should be collected as evidence. Please, Ho Qingfeng said, producing an evidence bag and gesturing for Yang Jinrong to place it inside, that if there are any other pieces of evidence, please submit those as well. For now, this is all I have. Yang Jinrong handed over the voice recorder to Ho Qingfeng. Following this, the two were escorted by Ho Qingfeng into the security office to cooperate with further investigations that Wu Hai and Wu Jiang were also carried inside. Thanks to Yang Jinrong's control over his strength during the confrontation, he had not unleashed his full force. At critical moments, he had held back, targeting only bony areas with his Bajiquan strikes, ensuring none would face life-threatening injuries. They were merely in considerable pain, suffering greatly. They wouldn't die, but would certainly bear lifelong ailments. Meanwhile, the uninformed onlookers were dispersed by Ho Qingfeng. Inside the security office, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei were cooperating with Ho Qingfeng to register relevant information when a female officer approached. Lowering her voice, Officer Ho, we've discovered two individuals using fake IDs. Ho Qingfeng lifted his head slightly. Arrest them. This was indeed an unexpected gain. The act of forging or altering a resident ID constitutes a criminal offense. Regardless of whether it has been used, those two dared to use forged IDs within the security office. How outrageous! According to legal provisions, they could face up to 3 years of imprisonment, detention, or control, along with fines. The head officer would surely find this amusing. Why would anyone be foolish enough to use fake IDs in a security office? Huang Wei expressed his astonishment. Why not use it elsewhere? Why here? Their intelligence is concerning. Once you've seen enough, you won't find it strange, Ho Qingfeng remarked, glancing at Huang Wei. Within the security office, one encounters all sorts of oddities, yet the majority are still legally ignorant. The road to legal literacy remains long and arduous. Officer, is there any reward for reporting the use of fake IDs? Su Yinyang suddenly leaned closer to Ho Qingfeng, speaking in a flattering tone. Benefits? Ho Qingfeng shot her a glance, explaining, reporting individuals who use forged IDs is the duty and responsibility of every citizen. That if you discover a forged ID while running a hotel and fail to report it, that is also illegal. Yes, I understand that Su Yinyang was undeterred and pressed further. I'm asking if there is a reward for reporting such illegal activities. Well, generally there is a reward. Ho Qingfeng, uninterested in elaborating, casually responded, a commendation banner. What about the 500 yuan? There isn't any. Not even 500 yuan. How stingy. After some time, Wu Hai, Wu Jiang, and the others appeared to be in less severe condition. They received conservative treatment with casts applied and bandages wrapped. Those with more serious injuries were cuffed and taken to the hospital for surgery, where steel pins would be inserted. Ultimately, they would have to bear the cost themselves. The swelling on Wu Hai's face had subsided considerably, making him at least appear somewhat human again, unlike before when he had been battered beyond recognition. Officers, you must stand up for us. Wu Hai, with one hand hanging limply and the other adorned with a silver bracelet, caught sight of Yang Jinrong and couldn't help but cry out to the officers. What do you expect us to do? Ho Qingfeng cast a grave glance at Wu Hai. You are all now suspects in a violent robbery. It is already a privilege for you to receive treatment. Soon, you will be sent to the detention room. Suspects in a violent robbery? Wu Hai stared wide-eyed, insisting, No, we are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. We have not committed robbery, that he attempted to point at Yang Jinrong, but a single glance from the latter, filled with murderous intent, evoked horrifying memories of the terror he had experienced in the motel, causing his body to tremble momentarily. He is the violent one. How could we possibly be violent? Wu Hai struggled to comprehend. Clearly, they were the injured parties. How had they become the violent robbers? They were merely victims of violence. The image of the motel flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Fear overwhelming all his emotions. Yang Jinrong, he was nothing short of a demon. The others dared not meet Yang Jinrong's gaze either. This man was terrifying beyond belief. Take them all to the interrogation room. Ho Qingfeng signaled to the other security personnel. For those who require hospitalization and surgery, remember to remind Xiao Wang to prepare the interrogation records before their operations. Understood, the two security officers nodded. Wu Hai and the others were led away, just as Wu Xianggui and his companions, who had been taken to another office for registration, were brought back. Upon seeing Wu Hai and the others being escorted away, they rushed forward, only to be stopped by the security personnel. What do you think you're doing? We merely wish to see how they are injured. The doctor has already provided initial treatment. Once the legal procedures are completed, you may visit. Gathering in violent robbery with an amount involved of 800,000. This case is bound to make headlines. It has already been reported to the city's Public Security Bureau, which is likely to dispatch a special task force for guidance on the case. It certainly won't be handled lightly. After the security officer's words, they escorted the group out of the station. Outside the security office, Wu Xianggui's group, which had arrived with 7 members, now numbered only 5. What should we do about Ma Chunmei and Wu Xiujuan? One of them hesitated to ask. What shall we do? Wu Xianggui seethed with anger at the thought. Those two were so foolish as to dare use fake IDs in the security office. Did they truly believe the security personnel were fools? The officer had stated it clearly. 3 years of imprisonment. The group couldn't help but shudder at the thought that in truth, many among them had previously used fake IDs as well. Fortunately, after the policy relaxed, they had managed to reapply for their IDs without being caught, that we should focus on how to rescue those inside. A woman said anxiously, I rely on him to earn a living. I lost all my money playing mahjong yesterday, and now my pockets are emptier than my face. What will I do now that he has gone in? Wu Xianggui glared at this so-called teammate, his mind racing with thoughts. Let us leave first. We can talk elsewhere. That Wu Xianggui led the group away from the security office, returning to the secluded spot where their van was parked. Others involved in the patching job quickly gathered around. Wu Hai and the others were arrested. Are they really facing prison time? Someone inquired. That Wu Xianggui recounted the events that transpired in the security office, as well as the situation regarding their patching job. Bang! One person slammed a hand against the van. Who is this Yang Jinrong? Is he trying to make enemies of all of us in the patching crew? Others were equally furious. What audacity to threaten our livelihood. It is tantamount to seeking death. I say we issue a bounty for that young fellow and take him down. As the saying goes, harming a man's wealth is akin to killing his parents. Yang Jinrong's actions directly threatened their financial stability. Proposing a bounty was no idle threat. The Jianghu patching crew had a presence across the nation, holding a certain status among the lower echelons of society. In recent years, the crackdown on crime had intensified, and the rise of a lawful society had led to many being apprehended, causing even more to restrain their activities. Just a decade ago, they were the type to stuff multiple firearms into a van, and at the slightest provocation, they would shoot. Among this group, there remained individuals capable of crafting guns and creating their own gunpowder. This is a last resort. Wu Xianggui opposed such an approach that in today as lawful society. We should learn to exploit legal loopholes rather than confront the law directly. A direct confrontation with the law, no matter how formidable one might be, ultimately leads to a tragic end. Look at Bourgeois village. Once so powerful, they confronted the law head-on and ended up being wiped out. Uncle Wu, you are the eldest among us. Please advise us on what to do. Once interests were at stake, the group exhibited a surprising unity. Let me deliberate. That Wu Xianggui pondered deeply. His 2 sons were detained in the security office, making him the most invested among those present. Logically, if they could secure a letter of understanding from Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, the matter would likely be simple to resolve. But how could they possibly agree? I suspect they would rather send us all in, commented a woman who had just visited the security office. Nearby, a carefree young man whistled at her, unabashedly eyeing her figure. Why not use your charms? Go sleep with him, make him feel comfortable, and get him to issue that letter. It's not that hard. Is it? Humph. The woman, named Wang Su, scoffed disdainfully. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you, with their thoughts consumed by lust? That guy is quite handsome. Even if I offered to pay him to sleep with me, I doubt he would agree. Sounds like you're lacking in that department, the young man teased. Your man hasn't tilled the fields well, hasn't trained you properly. Let me get lost, Wang Su snapped. Everyone, be quiet. That Wu Xianggui, already troubled, found their quarrel only added to his irritation. He scratched his scalp vigorously. that a beauty strategy was not entirely unfeasible. Although that young man was handsome, he was at the peak of his youthful vigor, likely needing multiple releases in a single day. Would a girlfriend of the same age suffice? It would take a woman of 40 to satisfy him. However, Wang Susu's looks were rather pedestrian, merely at street-side salon level. Wang Susu, do you know any sisters who are a bit better looking with a nicer figure? Spend some money to have them help out with Yang Jinrong. That Wu Xianggui established a 3-step plan. This is our first step. Remember, have your sisters seduce Yang Jinrong, and after that, collect his samples that if he refuses to settle, we can accuse him of rape. Oh, Wang Susu clearly was not pleased. Uncle Wu, I don't appreciate that. Must I find prettier sisters? What about me? Laughter erupted among the group. There are no interruptions. Wu Xianggui continued. Our second step involves me approaching Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei's former principal. That old man is rather kind and easy to deal with. I have a good chance of persuading him. Why not let me seduce the old man instead? Wang Susu interjected. Laughter ensued once more. That we know you're eager. But hold that thought. The young man mocked. Once Uncle Wu is finished, if you still want to, come to my car tonight, and we can discuss it further. Get lost, Wang Susu retorted. Stop. That Wu Xianggui interrupted the laughter, stating seriously, the third step, just as he prepared to speak. His phone rang, that he pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number and frowned slightly before answering. Who is this? A soft, melodious voice responded. Hello, this is Chai Xiaojing, a reporter from Pengbai News stationed in Lehigh City. 100, Chai Xiaojing, live coverage of the Yang Jinrong incident. Critical moment. Online, Pengbai News' live broadcast attracted a massive audience of over 4 million fans, drawing in hundreds of thousands of viewers as soon as it started. The host, Chai Xiaojing, with her shoulder-length hair, appeared on screen, sitting in a Lexus LM as it smoothly drove forward. Her appearance instantly sparked cheers from her numerous fans. Xiaojing, beautiful and kind-hearted. Which industry will you expose today? What secrets will you unveil for us? Surely, she wouldn't be revealing the secrets of the patching industry, would she? Previously, Pengbai News had shared a video of Yang Jinrong from Lehigh University, announcing that they would dispatch reporters to interview the parties involved in the incident. Loyal fans quickly speculated on the focus of this live broadcast, igniting enthusiasm among many followers of Pengbai News. By the way, have you really been scammed by the patching industry? No, I have only encountered it online. Never in reality. That IT feels almost like a fabrication. That fellow Yang Jinrong, could he be concocting a script? It seems he will stop at nothing for the sake of traffic. That I sincerely hope Pengbai News is not deceived by Yang Jinrong this time, and that the goddess Chai Xiaojing does not suffer due to Yang Jinrong's blunders. The whole Yang Jinrong affair was from the outset scripted. Regrettably, there are too many fools. So many people empathize with him. Which I did not foresee. That I have not encountered such situations either. That I noticed in the comments beneath Yang Jinrong's video, they mentioned the 3 major pitfalls: air conditioning repair, toilet unclogging, and leak sealing. Unfortunately, my toilet was clogged last time. I had to call my male best friend to fix it. Otherwise, I would have sought the assistance of an older gentleman. The barrage of comments in the live stream kept rolling in. Chai Xiaojing's voice then resonated, slightly laced with a hint of a dialect, expressing gratitude for everyone's attention and companionship. Today, we are set to interview the leak sealing industry in Lehigh. That I have just arrived in Lehigh and have already contacted Uncle Wu Xianggui, the individual involved in the Yang Jinrong leak sealing controversy. That we will shortly reach his location. To that time, we will gradually unveil the entire process of this incident and the truth behind it. Chai Xiaojing paused momentarily. She appeared delicate, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her, which incited a flurry of comments from male fans in the live stream. Protect our Xiaojing, observing the incessantly rolling comments. Chai Xiaojing's lips curled into a slight smile, expressing heartfelt gratitude for everyone's concern. That I will tease you all a bit. The Yang Jinrong leak sealing controversy has escalated into a more serious case. In revealing it may shock our audience. Chai Xiaojing indeed knew how to captivate her viewers. She intentionally paused, prompting an onslaught of comments. What has to follow up? Could it truly frighten us? Surely not. It's merely a trivial matter of 40,000 yuan. That Yang Jinrong is just being petty. For such a prominent internet celebrity and wealthy second-generation heir to haggle over a mere 40,000 yuan for glue, one can only say his vision is too narrow, making future achievements quite difficult. The goddess Xiaojing would never deceive us. If she says it can shock us, it surely can. Anticipation builds for the forthcoming developments. While there are supporters of Pengbai News, there are naturally skeptics as well. Is Pengbai News trying to stir the pot again? The comments are truly an eyesore. I can hardly bear to look. You lot born with silver spoons in your mouths, perched high above, detached from the struggles of ordinary people, come here to critique their lives as unrealistic. Just because you've never been duped in leak sealing does not mean it doesn't exist. Right? How absurd! Born in grand mansions, having never witnessed the pitfalls of leak sealing, you declare this world to be non-existent. Chai Xiaojing naturally noticed the skeptical comments in the live stream. She smiled faintly, choosing to confront the issue head-on. She acknowledged a viewer's insightful remark that our lack of experience does not equate to non-existence. Indeed, even in this internet age, there remain countless things and events we have yet to encounter. These unknowns are worth exploring. Today, let us follow our cameras to unveil the truth behind this controversy. As Chai Xiaojing spoke, her Lexus LM had smoothly come to a halt by the roadside. We have arrived at the agreed location. The male assistant reminded her to press the button, causing the side sliding door to open slowly. Good. Holding the microphone, Chai Xiaojing deftly stepped down from the vehicle. The cameraman followed closely behind, capturing the scene for live broadcast. The male assistant helped Chai Xiaojing with the necessary items. Just as they disembarked, they noticed a Wuling vehicle not far away, emblazoned with the words professional maintenance. Waterproof leak sealing. Over here! Uncle Wu Xianggui's voice rang out. After receiving Chai Xiaojing's call, he had arranged to wait by the roadside near the security station. The group approached him at a steady pace. Hello, Uncle Wu Xianggui. Chai Xiaojing initiated the conversation, her expression perfectly balanced to convey both warmth and a hint of seriousness. That we are the Pengbai News team from the Linhai branch, and you have previously shared the entire process with us in detail. Greetings. Wu Xiangge appeared somewhat flustered, his voice deliberately lowered, tinged with a hint of panic as he spoke with a quavering tone about the wrongful detainment of his son and others. Chai Xiaojing nodded. The day was growing late. Let us get straight to the point and first interview the security station about this wrongful detainment you mentioned, Uncle Wu Xianggue. Under his guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the security station. Such a small facility had never witnessed such a media presence. Upon seeing Wu Xiangge accompanied by reporters and a cameraman, the security personnel in the lobby immediately panicked, neglecting their duties to summon Ho Qingfeng and Chief Deng Hongjun. This action sparked discontent among Pengbai News fans in the live stream. What sort of shoddy security station is this? They have no sense of courtesy, seeing our goddess Xiaojing come for an interview. They refuse to attend to her and run away instead. How rude! Such a security station ought to be shut down. The security building was only 4 stories high, with rusty doors, a stark contrast to the grandeur of city establishments. For the goddess Xiaojing to grace such a humble security station is indeed their fortune. How could they fail to appreciate it? The conditions at the suburban security station were indeed dire. Far from the impressive skyscrapers of the city, the most magnificent security building in Linhai covers over 9,000 square meters and boasts more than 30 stories, resembling 2 entirely different worlds. Wu Xianggue, what do you mean by bringing reporters here? Ho Qingfeng strode out with purpose upon receiving news, his gaze darkening as he stated that your son and the others committed serious offenses. You may seek a lawyer to pursue legal action, but involving reporters is futile. This officer, we are from Pengbai News, stationed in Linhai. I am reporter Chai Xiaojing. Chai Xiaojing astutely perceived that Ho Qingfeng would be a contentious figure, so she interjected before Wu Xianggue could speak. We have heard that your security station has wrongfully detained Uncle Wu Xianggui's 2 sons and several workers. Chai Xiaojing deliberately referred to them as workers to elicit sympathy from the audience towards Wu Xianggui's side. Every word was meticulously chosen. Yet, her tone remained perfectly measured, devoid of any hint of malice. Officer, if convenient, could you provide us with a detailed account of this case? First of all, it was not a wrongful detainment. They committed a crime. The crime of gathering for robbery. As a suburban security officer, Ho Qingfeng was accustomed to managing various bizarre cases daily, and he had no experience dealing with such a media confrontation. He responded in his usual curt and indifferent manner. Secondly, I have nothing to disclose that if you are curious, you may wait for the case announcement and see for yourselves. Chai Xiaojing displayed no signs of anger at this response. However, it incited dissatisfaction among the live stream fans. What kind of disrespectful security officer is this? What is his badge number? I want to file a complaint with the City Security Bureau. He is such an impolite individual. Bringing shame to the security personnel of Jiuzhou. What audacity this officer has. Does he not realize he is merely a lowly security officer? How does he have the confidence to act so arrogantly in front of Goddess Xiaojing? XMD, let us initiate a complaint and dig up his badge number to report him to his superiors. Chai Xiaojing did not need to glance at the live stream to know what comments were being sent at that moment. After years as a host, she was well versed in this. She exhibited no signs of anger or impatience, instead displaying an expression of sincere apology that I am truly sorry. We may have overstepped. She turned to her male assistant, who immediately understood her cue and retrieved a document stamped with the official seal of Linhai City from his briefcase. This is the relevant documentation and credentials for our interview today. I apologize for my earlier impudence. She was adept at handling the situation. Although Ho Qingfeng had seen through her intentions, he was at a loss for how to respond, primarily concerned that his personal actions might bring negative repercussions to the station. If it were merely his own issue, he wouldn't take care in the slightest. He could only invite Chai Xiaojing and her team into the security station. Fortunately, at that moment, the head security officer, Yi Wei, returned from handling a case. Coming to the rescue. After some discussions, she managed to stabilize the situation, averting any negative impact on the station, while also providing Chai Xiaojing and her team with a comprehensive overview of the entire case. So that is how it is. Chai Xiaojing appeared enlightened and softly inquired. However, I have several points of confusion that I hope the officer can clarify for me and the audience in the live stream. Please ask away. Yi Wei nodded. The first perplexity arises. Knowing full well that Wu Xianggui and his 2 sons share a financial dispute regarding leakage repairs with Yang Jinrong, why was it deemed necessary at that time to forcibly adjudicate that Yang Jinrong's party should not bear the responsibility for the 40,000 yuan repair fee, while Wu Xianggui and his sons were compelled to shoulder the entirety of the medical expenses for the 2 elderly individuals? Just moments ago, the gentle and soft-spoken Chai Xiaojing transformed into a figure of fierce intensity. Her inquiries razor-sharp in nature, that Wu Xianggui's heart swelled with uncontainable pride. He had never anticipated that the meticulously crafted, so-called 3-step plan he had devised would be overshadowed by the unexpectedly useful contact with a woman. Nevertheless, he had arranged for the execution of that plan, particularly the beauty trap, which was set into motion with alacrity, for he firmly believed it would lead to Yang Jinrong's downfall. Beside him, Ho Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. While his method of adjudication was undeniably capable of discerning right from wrong, it was fraught with grave errors, unsuitable for public scrutiny. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly be met with misunderstanding and backlash. As predicted upon Chai Xiaojing's utterance, the audience in the live broadcast erupted with fervor. Such a method of enforcement was inherently illegal, was it not? Indeed, this rude security officer was guilty of breaking the law and should be dismissed from his post and imprisoned. Poor Uncle Wu Xianggui, who had been promised payment only after the completion of the repairs, found himself unable to collect his fees and was slandered by the internet sensation Yang Jinrong as part of a nefarious repair team. I always knew Yang Jinrong was no good. I surmise he harbors unspeakable secrets with this corrupt security officer. An investigation is warranted. Riding on the wave of defamation, Yang Jinrong, who had previously attacked others, was now maligning the hard-working uncle, all while masquerading this as the dissemination of positive energy. Some fans of Pengbin News even dialed the higher authorities of the security department to lodge a complaint against Ho Qingfeng. However, the situation was far from over. Noticing the lack of response from the other side, Chai Xiaojing pressed on, posing a second question. Is it not somewhat hasty to conclude that Wu Hai and Wu Jiang constitute robbery based solely on the content of a recording? After all, the alleged victim, Yang Jinrong, emerged unscathed, while the 8 robust men suspected of robbery, Wu Hai and Wu Jiang, were all severely injured. This situation seems rather bizarre, rendering it difficult to accept or believe. How can one prove that this incident genuinely transpired? Of course, the aforementioned merely reflects my uncertainties. Your security department must have its own protocols and legal stipulations for handling cases. We simply seek a reasonable explanation. And I trust that your department will handle this case with impartiality. With the raising of this second issue, the live broadcast became utterly explosive. Yang Jinrong is undoubtedly engaged in a clandestine transaction with the security officer. If not, I would dare to consume 3 kilograms of food while standing on my head. No, I would consume 30 kilograms in defense. To mishandle a case is one thing, but to witness such a blatant inversion of justice manifest within a modern security department's proceedings? It is utterly unconscionable. Had it not been for the goddess Chai Xiaojing's interview, yet another miscarriage of justice would have unfolded in this nation. Does Yang Jinrong truly believe he is above the law? Does he think he can deceive the world? Alas, this case is so peculiar. One individual being violently robbed by 8 burly men, yet the so-called victim emerges without a single hair harmed, while all 8 suspects suffer severe injuries. Why does he not claim that Yang Jinrong is invulnerable? Security personnel, quickly clarify what benefits you have accepted from Yang Jinrong that compel you to assist him in this deception. How do you explain this? Yi Werin was utterly at a loss. She had been occupied all day, resolving 9 community disputes, ranging from a perverted man stealing an elderly neighbor's underwear to an elderly woman stealing a child's pet chicken for soup, and several seniors nearly coming to blows over a game of chess. After finally resolving these matters, she hadn't even had time to eat a bite, with children and elderly at home awaiting her return for dinner. Cooking and supervising homework. Rushing back to the security office, preparing to clock out, she encountered Chai Xiaojing and her entourage, armed with cameras and ready to confront the security office. Yi Werin had no choice but to step in and manage the situation, only to discover that this case harbored such significant flaws. She cast a desperate glance at Ho Qingfeng. The trouble you have stirred, perhaps you should explain it yourself? I have done my utmost, but am still powerless to assist. How could Ho Qingfeng provide an explanation? He himself could not clarify. After completing their interrogation records, Yang Jinrong and his associates were simply allowed to leave. Ho Qingfeng was unperturbed, having served as a security officer for over 2 decades. His modus operandi had always been thus, that he had faced countless complaints, yet never had he erred in any case. This was also the reason behind his stagnation and promotion, forever relegated to the role of a small-town security team leader. Observing Ho Qingfeng's expression, Yi Werin could not help but think, this is disastrous. This matter will not only implicate the office that it is likely that Ho Qingfeng's uniform will also be forfeited. Forget about future pensions. If this does not get resolved properly, Ho Qingfeng, having violated the law, will face compounded charges, and imprisonment will be inescapable. Yi Werin suggested, why not summon Yang Jinrong and his party back to the security office for a reasonable explanation? It seems this is the only course of action available. Reluctantly, Ho Qingfeng retrieved his phone, intending to call Yang Jinrong and request his presence at the security office to cooperate with the case. However, Chai Xiaojing suddenly interjected, suggesting that calling them to the office might require more time. Instead, she proposed that the office send a police car to escort them, and they should collectively visit Yang Jinrong to seek clarity. 101. A direct confrontation. Let the bullets fly for a moment. Let Yang Jinrong explain why the victim of the robbery emerged unscathed, while the 8 robbers he spoke of were collectively injured, some severely, while there exists a recording as evidence. The situation remains too absurd, too anomalous that a reasonable person could not possibly envision that scenario. This is not a film. This is real life. The viewers in the live broadcast inundated the screen with comments. Xiao Xiong loves cookies. Who would believe such a statement? My brother's TV dramas wouldn't dare depict such a scene. Panda Xiao Ji, if Yang Jinrong could take on 8 by himself. I would live stream myself getting my tongue chopped off, currently in debt by 99. Foolish landlord is back to demand rent. Does this guy truly think he is Elbu? Wielding a mop like a weapon, triumphing over 8 burly men. Let him demonstrate it live, and I will wager my house. If he loses, he can have it. This security office is clearly shielding Yang Jinrong. It is merely a case of officials protecting each other. Is there no one who can uncover Yang Jinrong's true identity and background? Wasn't it said that he is some second-generation rich kid? Is there a skilled investigator who can dig up Yang Jinrong? I would be truly grateful. But aren't you afraid of being sent to prison by Yang Jinrong? It's all just talk. The common people have never fought against the authorities. This is an age-old rule, so don't overthink it. Initially, I thought this was scripted, only to realize that it isn't a script, but rather a manifestation of power and wealth. It is now 2032. How can there still be individuals who believe officials can act with impunity? No matter how influential he is, if he breaks the law, he will be held accountable. This incident of violence is a clear violation of the law. Is it not? Surely he must have summoned thugs, boasting afterward that he fought them off single-handedly. Is there a possibility that Yang Jinrong has been training in Kunka boxing for 2.5 years, thus acquiring such prowess? Upstairs, the little black sheep revealed himself. Perhaps, believing Yang Jinrong could single-handedly take on 8 men is no more plausible than believing I could give birth to 8 children in one go. Various comments surged like a tide, with everyone expressing skepticism. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong's fans also flooded into the live broadcast, becoming aware of these events, and began to leave comments under Yang Jinrong's videos. However, Yang Jinrong's fans did not question whether the security office was covering up for him. They simply could not believe that Yang Jinrong could take on 8 men. After all, in their eyes, Yang Jinrong had always been a refined gentleman, holding a textbook on criminal law. The notion of one man defeating 8 others seemed more fitting for a description of heavyweight champion Tyson. Unless Yang Jinrong possessed superpowers, he hardly seemed capable of such feats. In the city of Linhai, Yin scrolled through news related to Yang Jinrong, and then checked out the Pengbai News live broadcast, only to realize that there was still more unfolding. Yin had followed Yang Jinrong's account and had previously seen his videos. He never anticipated that this would lead to a live interview with Pengbai News. He thought it would be resolved swiftly. Yang Jinrong chuckled, having just sent the news sister and the big news team away, believing it would at least serve as a warning to others. Yet, he did not expect that the previously uninvolved Pengbai News would suddenly arrive in Linhai for a live interview. Yang Jinrong was aware of Pengbai News, a media group backed by official endorsement. Unlike the smaller teams like Big Picture News and News Sister, which relied on cultural support from Zion, Pengbai News was backed by state-owned enterprises, boasting dozens of first-line hosts and representing the top tier of online media in the nation. In this instance, the host of the special interview program, Chai Xiaojing, is similarly endorsed by official authority. She is a graduate of the prestigious Tsinghua University, having completed her postgraduate studies there. Over the years, she has frequently collaborated with Tsinghua University on various programs, establishing a strong foundation in her field. She possesses remarkable abilities, having independently directed and hosted several high-caliber shows. She has previously received invitations from the official national broadcaster. Yin playfully remarked, "Shall I assist you in preparing materials to ready yourself for a lawsuit against them?" Yang Jinrong responded, "Enough that is it now the case that anyone who speaks about me must go to court?" They have not spread any rumors or slander. Given the current circumstances, even if I were to sue the other party, it would hold no significance. Instead, it would merely label me as someone who, for the sake of reputation, bites at anyone they encounter. Taking a hypothetical step back, Yang Jinrong is not the type to frivolously sue anyone on a whim. Those he has sent away are uniformly individuals who pose a continued threat to society. Sending them away can be viewed as a means of purifying society. You possess a rather unique constitution. How is it that you encounter oddities wherever you go? Yin Yin teased that I cannot be blamed for this. Yang Jinrong replied with resignation. One can only say that this society is full of pitfalls and eccentricities. However, the vast majority choose to endure and let things slide without contesting. This indirectly enables such individuals until they encounter me. They never anticipated that I would take matters seriously, nor did they foresee such grave consequences. Indeed, Yin Yin concurred. This society is rife with oddities. Sometimes, it is the tolerance of others that allows these oddities to thrive. At other times, it is the legal system that inadvertently protects them. In ancient times, or even just a decade or two ago, during an era of inadequate legal frameworks, it was common for an enraged individual to spill blood in retaliation. In today's legal society, the cost and rewards of holding the peculiar accountable are wholly disproportionate for the average person. To summarize, ordinary individuals are simply not worth it. Returning to the matter at hand, Yin Yin continued, by the way, the samples you requested from Tongqing Express have arrived, and the test results are now in. Furthermore, I have arranged for Tongqing Express to deliver them to you. Thank you. Yang Jinrong acknowledged. Yin Yin added, I also found some leads in the information you asked me to investigate, that I have sent the documents along with the sample test results via express delivery. How much do I owe you? I will transfer the amount, Yang Jinrong inquired. There was a noticeable pause on Yin Yan's end, albeit only for a moment, before she replied with a faint smile. Collaborating with you is a pleasure. We discuss only finances, leaving emotions aside. I appreciate this dynamic. The conversation concluded without further elaboration, and they ended the call that I in the old house. Yang Jinrong was busy elevating some items with Huang Wei. Zhang Yuanchao had already returned home, and the old director had gone back to the orphanage. After a brief period of busyness, they heard commotion from outside. Knock, knock, knocked at a series of knocks followed. Huang Wei approached the door and opened it, only to see Wu Xiangge accompanied by a group of people, some holding microphones, others shouldering cameras, and still others with handheld lighting equipment. The sight of this array startled Huang Wei, who instinctively raised his hand to block the entrance. What are you here for? Huang Wei, call Yang Jinrong out. Wu Xiangge shouted into the room. Huang Wei showed no signs of yielding, retorting, You think you can just demand he come out? Who do you think you are? Wu Xiangge, initially emboldened by the presence of Pengbei News and others, found himself at a loss when Huang Wei countered him in front of everyone. Enraged, he could only point at Huang Wei, exclaiming, Look at this. This is their attitude. This naturally incited discontent among the viewers in the live broadcast. However, Chai Xiaojing remained unfazed, maintaining a professional smile as she extended her hand. Hello, I am Chai Xiaojing, a reporter from the special interview program of Pengbei News. Pengbei News? Huang Wei did not take her hand, but instead raised an eyebrow. Show me your press credentials. After enduring torment at the hotel from Wuhai and Wujiang, Huang Wei had undergone quite a transformation. Yang Jinrong had inquired about what transpired during his time at the hotel, yet Huang Wei was reluctant to discuss it, always changing the subject. Previously, he would become quite flustered when encountering women, often engaging in playful banter. However, today, when Chai Xiaojing stood before him, smiling and extending her hand, he did not reciprocate. The saying about not striking those who offer a smile seemed to hold little weight in Huang Wei's case. This action further incensed the fans of Chai Xiaojing in the live broadcast. Nevertheless, Chai Xiaojing's poise surpassed that of an ordinary host. She turned with a smile, receiving a series of credentials from her assistant. Here are my press credentials, our special interview program's registration certificate, and the interview authorization document stamped by the local police station. Huang Wei examined them closely. He was not well-versed in distinguishing authenticity, but feigned professionalism as he scrutinized the documents. Finally, he turned to the interior of the house, calling out, "Jean Rong, come out for a moment. Someone is looking for you." "Let them come in and sit." Young Jean Rong seemed to have anticipated this, "that I will emerge once I finish moving this box." Before even seeing him, Chai Xiaojing heard Yang Jinrong's voice and couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. This Yang Jinrong seemed rather extraordinary. Huang Wei led the group into the living room. The old house's living room was quite cramped, and the sofa was piled high with items Yang Jinrong had moved, leaving no room for them to sit. They were forced to huddle together, standing. Even the stools were occupied with belongings, leaving Chai Xiaojing to stand as well. As Yang Jinrong continued to move things around inside, the group outside found themselves waiting. After a few minutes, Wu Xianggui grew impatient, shouting, "Yang Jinrong, hurry up and come out." "Be quiet." Huang Wei cast a cold glance at Wu Xianggui. "I don't mind waiting for him, but isn't it rather rude to make the reporters stand around here waiting?" Wu Xianggui pulled Chai Xiaojing and the others out, and this remark indeed provoked a fierce outburst from the viewers in the Pengbai News live stream. The public screen was inundated with comments criticizing Yang Jinrong's lack of manners. However, none of this affected Yang Jinrong in the slightest. "It's fine." Chai Xiaojing endeavored to maintain her professionalism and composure. She was well aware that Yang Jinrong was intentionally leaving her waiting, and her feet were beginning to ache. Despite her inner displeasure, she exhibited no outward signs of emotion. After another 10 minutes of waiting in the narrow living room, even Wu Xianggui had grown impatient, as had the photographer and lighting assistant. At this moment, Yang Jinrong finally emerged, carrying an old suitcase, a slight sheen of sweat on his handsome face, his hair dampened by perspiration, making him appear even more ruggedly handsome. That he flashed a brief smile at the gathering. But before he could utter a word, Wu Xianggui stepped forward to reprimand him. "Yang Jinrong, have you lost your mind? You're not some big star. Why are you acting like one, deliberately keeping us waiting here for 20 minutes with a room full of stuff?" "Oh," Yang Jinrong maintained his smile. "While it is true that I deliberately filled the sofa and chairs with items, I assent it all due to your actions. If it weren't for you and your two sons, with your black-hearted and greedy ways, intentionally injecting 200 pounds of glue into this house's bathroom drain, causing the blockage, I wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of moving things back and forth. Is this really happening?" Initially resentful of Yang Jinrong's deliberate delay, the staff from Pengbai News now regarded Wu Xianggui with disbelief. They had only been aware that the source of the dispute was related to leak repairs. But they had no inkling that this seemingly meek Wu Xianggui could engage in such unscrupulous behavior as injecting glue into someone else's drainage system. "You're slandering me." Wu Xianggui's expression darkened as he retorted. "That is completely unfounded. How can you claim that I injected glue into your drainage system? Based on what grounds?" Yang Jinrong smiled. "Come, photographer, follow me." The photographer glanced at Chai Xiaojing, who nodded in agreement. The group followed Yang Jinrong to the bathroom. Oh no, the entire area was indeed blocked, with a considerable amount of filth cascading down from upstairs, creating a rather unpleasant sight. "This can only indicate that your bathroom is clogged." Wu Xianggui adamantly denied any responsibility. "What does that have to do with me?" "Don't rush. You'll have to admit it later." Yang Jinrong smiled. "Soon, you will find yourself in quite the predicament at this moment." Chai Xiaojing interjected. "Mr. Yang Jinrong, may I ask for an interview? Initially, you discovered that glue had seeped into the drainage system, which is why you refused to pay for the repair work, correct?" This question appeared innocuous but concealed a trap. The phrasing was professional, and most would likely fall into the snare. Should he respond affirmatively, Chai Xiaojing would follow up with inquiries about why he did not address the issue immediately instead of allowing the glue to congeal. Was this a deliberate act on his part? "I did not notice anything unusual at first." Yang Jinrong shook his head. Chai Xiaojing pressed on. Then what was your reason for refusing to pay for the leak repair, which subsequently led to a series of disputes? Yang Jinrong cast his gaze upon the short-haired female host before him, pondering the reason behind his contemplation. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice rang out from the entrance. Who calls for Yang Jinrong? Same City Express. Please come out to sign for a delivery. The timing couldn't have been more fortuitous. Yang Jinrong ceased his response and turned to step outside, exclaiming, "My express delivery." The courier handed over 2 parcels to Yang Jinrong, and only after confirming the receipt did he take his leave. The cameras of Chai Xiaojing and her crew followed Yang Jinrong closely, capturing the moment along with the 2 packages. The fans in the live stream urged him on with fervor. "What are you signing for? Hurry up and answer the host's question. Why didn't you pay us for the construction fees back then?" Faced with Wu Xianggui's renewed onslaught, Yang Jinrong remained unfazed, shaking the parcels in his hands, declaring, "The answer lies right here." As the atmosphere grew, increasingly charged with tension, the audience in the live stream swelled to over 900,000, nearing the million mark, a genuine audience, unlike the fabricated hype of the Douyu and Catfish streaming platforms. The barrage of comments surged explosively, inundating the screen. What is going on? What scheme is Yang Jinrong concocting? I sense he is merely finding excuses to dodge Goddess Xiaojing's questions. He clearly has no answers. It's evident that the local security bureau is shielding him. Otherwise, he would have been arrested for withholding wages from migrant workers and orchestrating a full set of schemes to frame someone as son. Someone like Yang Jinrong, who is rich yet unkind, deserves to be executed. Those who owe salaries deserve death. The wealthy in this country are all scoundrels, and the authorities collude with them that if Yang Jinrong had not conspired with the police. I would write my name backward. It's different abroad. My friend worked as a dishwasher in a beautiful country for 6 months and bought a villa. If it weren't for the authorities blocking my visa, I would have bought a villa there long ago. At that moment, neighbors from upstairs and downstairs, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Some arrived early and caught snippets of the conversation. What is going on? It seems like the excessive use of glue for repairs has caused a blockage in their home. No wonder my toilet is clogged. I just called a repairman to clear it. Turns out it was the 4th floor's doing that I need to discuss compensation with them. Just then, a middle-aged man holding a bundle of chives chimed in. Wait, aren't you from the 5th floor? I'm from the 6th, and I haven't even returned home yet. Damn, could it be that my place is also clogged? Then why aren't you rushing back to check? You still have time to watch the spectacle? The 5th floor resident urged. Right, hurry and notify the neighbors above not to use their toilets. Otherwise, we'll all suffer. The man with the chives rubbed his balding head leisurely, saying, no rush, let me enjoy the show first. Just then, his wife came upstairs carrying a bag of 5-spice melon seeds. He called out to her wife, come quickly to see the excitement. If you miss it, it'll all be gone. It looks like a fight is about to break out. Hand me the seeds and go back to fetch 2 stools. In the cramped living room, the camera zoomed in on Yang Jinrong's face. The microphone thrust towards his lips that everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Is this your proof? Wu Xianggui questioned incredulously, his tone sharp and demanding. Answer directly. Do not attempt to change the subject. Change the subject? Yang Jinrong replied with a carefree smile. I hadn't yet decided how to make more people aware of your unscrupulous repair tactics. But now, you have called the media, Pengbai News, which boasts over 40 million fans, has come to cover this. What a perfect opportunity for today's live stream to show the entire internet what your so-called repair work, injecting glue, really entails, since you seem eager to shoot yourself in the foot. I shall oblige. Yang Jinrong opened the express packages and extracted one document, glancing at it before directing it towards Chai Xiaojing and the camera, proclaiming, Open your eyes wide and behold the trash that Wu Xianggui and his crew used for repairs. Chai Xiaojing and the others instinctively read the contents aloud. This is a certification from the Linhai City Judicial Appraisal Center under the Linhai City Product Quality Inspection Bureau. The submitted sample's waterproof efficacy is substandard. Rated E for extremely poor. Formaldehyde levels exceed national legal standards. Rated as hazardous. prohibited for indoor use. Benzene compounds exceed national legal standards, rated as hazardous, prohibited for indoor use. Polycyclic alkenes exceed national legal standards. Rated as hazardous, gasping, many present inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Chai Xiaojing quickly covered her mouth and turned to her assistant, exclaiming, "Masks? N95s." Right away, the assistant hurriedly retrieved a stack of N95 masks from his bag. Chai Xiaojing snatched one, tore open the packaging, and placed it on her face, finally able to breathe again. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? What? Are you that precious?" Yang Jinrong chuckled. "I've been moving things in this house for so long without fear of death. A few breaths of formaldehyde are going to kill you." You. Chai Xiaojing was infuriated. She could hardly tolerate air pollution. Having spent so long in a room filled with toxic gases was nearly lethal for her. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her mindset. With the N95 on, she felt considerably safer. Others also donned their masks. The assistant, showing some decency, provided one mask each for Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, but when it came to Wu Xianggui, there was one less mask available. The assistant looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, there aren't any left at Wu Xianggui." He wasn't particularly afraid of such things. After years of construction, he had only worn a mask a few times. Mostly out of laziness, especially as he found masks uncomfortable, particularly since he was a smoker and couldn't smoke easily while wearing one yet. Seeing everyone else hurriedly donning masks made him feel a twinge of anxiety and fear. Is the glue really that terrifying? He subconsciously sniffed, finding the scent rather pleasant. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with disbelief. What the hell? So many toxic gases exceeding standards. Damn it. This glue they injected under the tiles isn't repair glue. It is clearly a deadly poison. This seemingly honest uncle is actually engaging in such despicable acts. I despise formaldehyde and these toxic gases. My brother worked in renovations and got leukemia from inhaling too much formaldehyde. He couldn't bear to spend money on treatment and ultimately passed away. I can't talk anymore. I need to take care of my sister Law. I ask this for real. In this day and age, there are still people using glue loaded with toxic gases? I felt some sympathy for the uncle before, but it turns out knowing someone's face but not their heart is true. He is indeed a societal pest. Damn, a venomous glue without waterproof properties, all chemical tech. I've learned something new. These kinds of people should be thrown in prison for chemical castration. That I've always disliked technology and harsh treatments. I don't even put chicken essence in my fried noodles. Having collected herself, Chai Xiaojing returned to her previous prideful demeanor, looking at Yang Jinrong and offering an explanation. "I apologize. I merely wanted to ask why we have been in this room for so long without detecting any irritating odors." "Because I opened the windows." Yang Jinrong pointed to several windows in the house. "All the windows are open. Furthermore, this old house has a musty smell that mingles with the glue scent. Unless one is a professional. Even if you catch a whiff, you wouldn't be able to distinguish it. With so many severely exceeding toxic gases. Can this house still be lived in at this moment?" The neighbor from the 6th floor, who had been snacking on seeds, suddenly spoke up. "Definitely not livable." His wife, also enjoying seeds, held a paper box filled with seed shells, adding, "Formaldehyde and benzene exceeding standards can damage the respiratory tract, gastrointestinal mucosa, liver, and central nervous system, potentially leading to leukemia. The hazards are significant to this moment." Not only were those inside the house frightened, but even the neighbors outside, watching the commotion, covered their mouths and noses, afraid to breathe. Is it really that terrifying? This house is practically ruined. Unless these harmful substances and gases are removed, even if the house is for sale, no one would look at it. What are we going to do? The upstairs is still clogged. Where are we supposed to go to the bathroom tonight? While the neighbors of other apartment types were engaged in discussions, several residents from the upper floors had already stepped into the old dean's residence. The neighbor from the 5th floor was the most agitated, exclaiming that our bathroom was clogged, and if it wasn't cleared soon, once the upper floor flushed, our room would be completely flooded. You must provide an explanation. Yang Jinrong cast a piercing glance at Wu Xiangue, accusing him of being the culprit. The repair costs for the bathroom pipes between our unit and those above and below us must be borne entirely by him. Why should I pay? Wu Xiangue retorted defensively. Yang Jinrong's gaze intensified, asserting not only should he cover this amount, but he must also compensate for the renovation costs of this house, as well as the expenses for removing glue and toxic gases. Impossible! I have no money to pay. Why should I be responsible? Wu Xiangue insisted, trying to absolve himself, claiming that he had received prior consent for the work. He had not earned a single cent, but was now facing compensation for the medical expenses of two elderly individuals, along with the new costs for the entire building's bathroom pipe repairs and the costs associated with refurbishing the flooring, removing glue, and eliminating toxic gases. To make matters worse, his two sons had been arrested for robbery. Who could endure such a situation? It was all because of this unscrupulous repairman who had flooded the bathroom with glue, causing the pipes to clog. The fifth-floor neighbor pointed at Wu Xiangue, berating him. You are truly despicable, lacking any principles, morally bankrupt, and have no qualms about using toxic glue to obstruct the drainage pipes. Wu Xiangue stubbornly defended himself, claiming, I sought the family's approval for the construction plan. They allowed me to proceed. What kind of logic is that? Yang Jinrong coldly responded that we hired you to repair leaks, asserting your professionalism and proposing a professional plan, yet now our house is uninhabitable, and the bathroom drainage is obstructed. This is all you're doing. Call the police. I'm calling the police. The fifth-floor neighbor pulled out his phone to make the call that Wu Xiangue felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words, turning to Chai Xiaojing in desperation, hoping she would speak up for him. However, Chai Xiaojing only wished to distance herself from him. By the way, on what grounds do you accuse my sons of robbery? Your pathetic recording doesn't even count as evidence. Wu Xiangue finally found a point to argue. He quickly turned to Chai Xiaojing, pleading, Host, Yang Jinrong is deliberately framing me, injuring my sons and falsely accusing them of robbery. Chai Xiaojing raised her head slightly, looking at Yang Jinrong, awaiting his response. The surveillance from the Security Bureau's hotel has already confirmed that no one else entered or exited the monitored doorway on the day of the incident. Yang Jinrong replied nonchalantly. Chai Xiaojing pressed further, so Mr. Yang, can you explain how you managed to injure 8 individuals all by yourself? Yang Jinrong, however, chose to ignore them, stating, Why should I answer that question? Wu Xiangue shouted. Either prove you can take on 8 people, or it's clear you have some collusion with the hotel owner to alter the surveillance. Chai Xiaojing and the others turned their gazes towards Yang Jinrong, their eyes fixed on him. The camera lens also focused on Yang Jinrong, as the audience in the live stream eagerly awaited his self-defense. Why should I prove anything to you? Yang Jinrong replied dismissively, asserting that legally, the burden of proof lies with the accuser. What evidence do you have to prove I hired anyone? What evidence is there that I didn't injure those 8? This was merely a matter of nitpicking. When recording statements earlier, your sons publicly admitted to the incident. Do you still dare to bring it up? Yang Jinrong scoffed, then turned to Chai Xiaojing. You all must have seen the records when you left the Security Bureau, right? Yes, Chai Xiaojing nodded in acknowledgement. We just found it hard to believe. Moreover, there exists another possibility. Before she could finish her thought, Wu Xiangue impatiently interjected. What if my sons were scared and you had something to threaten them with? Forcing them to provide false testimony. I coerced them into lying? Yang Jinrong laughed. Your imagination knows no bounds. That Wu Xiangue clung to his last hope, asserting defiantly. Then prove you have the ability to take on 8 people. What right do you have to demand I prove my innocence? Yang Jinrong's gaze pierced through Wu Xiangue, his eyes blazing like torches, causing the latter to retreat in fear. Yang Jinrong's words resonated with authority. Even in front of the media, even during this live broadcast with millions of viewers, even as this matter continued to escalate online, he remained unfazed and confident that we merely seek to uncover the truth. Chai Xiaojing stated, if Mr. Yang can indeed accomplish such a feat, why not demonstrate it for all to see? If you can procure a court document compelling me to prove my innocence, I would gladly showcase my abilities. If you cannot, then I'm afraid you lack the standing to request proof from me. Yang Jinrong remained assertive. I have already filed a lawsuit against you. Wu Xiangge, you deliberately used glue to damage the personal property of our old dean, which is this house. Additionally, you have willfully damaged the drainage pipes, causing varying degrees of economic loss to our unit, both above and below. Your actions constitute willful damage to another's property, and you should prepare for trial and penalties. The impact of these words echoed in Wu Xianggui's mind. He sought to argue further, but found himself at a loss for other justifications that I end this debate. He was no match for Yang Jinrong. Feeling as though the more he defended himself, the more his offenses multiplied, that it was as if he had called the media only to incur 2 additional compensations, plus the charge of willful damage to property. If he hadn't called the media, would he have been better off? Willful damage to property, besides paying fines, would he also face imprisonment? He wasn't overly concerned about the fines. He had swindled and deceived for years, accumulating substantial savings, all tucked away in the bank, careful not to spend lavishly. But prison, Wu Xianggue felt an icy chill envelop him. He didn't want to be imprisoned. He didn't want to spend his old age in a cold cell. At this moment, Wu Xianggue felt fear. Yang Jinrong, if the Security Bureau determines it's our fault, I will compensate you for the damages to the house and the losses to the units above and below. Will you let me go? Wu Xianggue capitulated. Why should I accept your proposal? Yang Jinrong gave Wu Xianggue a knowing smile, adding, moreover, your crimes extend beyond this. Paying fines and facing imprisonment seemed almost inevitable. Furthermore, Yang Jinrong had uncovered additional evidence against Wu Xianggue. What right do you have to negotiate with us? This statement came from Huang Wei, who had remained silent until now, directing his gaze at Wu Xianggue. You only have the obligation to compensate, not to haggle, and we demand compensation for the losses incurred above and below. Resolve the plumbing issue immediately, or you will face the consequences. Several neighbors chimed in with their indignation. Had it not been for the media's presence, it was evident their hands would have long since found their way to Wu Xianggui's face. Their collective anger reflected their own past experiences of being similarly wronged. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Moments later, several security personnel ascended the stairs, led by none other than Zhang Hui, the captain from the Municipal Security Bureau, accompanied by several members from the local security office, including Ho Qingfeng, as well as workers adorned with community committee insignias. Zhang Hui wore an expression of surprise that he had been dispatched to handle a case in Xingqing district which involved Yang Jinrong, and now, having been sent to the outskirts for another case, he was confronted with Yang Jinrong once again. Initially, upon reviewing the case documents submitted by the local security office, he thought it was a case of a namesake. Little did he know it was indeed the same Yang Jinrong. Ladies and gentlemen, we are from the Municipal Security Bureau. This case has been transferred to the City Bureau for further handling. Zhang Hui presented the relevant credentials and transfer documents, stating that all involved parties would be moved to the City Bureau for subsequent actions. This revelation sent a wave of dread through Wu Xianggue, but he sensed an ominous premonition. Why was this case, which was being handled so well at the local security office, suddenly being transferred to the City Bureau? Wu Xianggue, you are suspected of willful damage to another's property, malicious construction for illegal profit, and the use of unregulated materials, among other illegal activities, that we will be proceeding with your arrest. Zhang Hui produced a silver bracelet and indicated that further charges were under investigation. Wu Xianggue was utterly panicked. Yang Jinrong, quickly withdraw the case. I will pay you. I'll pay even more. I have saved a considerable amount of money. Please, just withdraw the charges. Wu Xianggue gazed at Yang Jinrong, making a final desperate plea. I still have a wife and children at home. That my daughter is merely 17, studying in high school back in our hometown. That my wife is disabled and cannot work. I also have a mother who is over 90. I implore you, spare me this fate." This heartfelt declaration left Yang Jinrong momentarily speechless. Not for any other reason, but because Wu Xianggui's mention of his family raised questions. "Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, aren't they your sons?" Huang Wei interjected with a teasing smirk. "This is a case of bigamy. Wu Jiang and Wu Hai are my sons from my first marriage." Wu Xianggui wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, on the verge of breaking down. His first wife had passed away, and he had remarried, only to have his current wife bitten by a venomous snake last Qingming festival, leaving her with a disability. At that moment, the audience in the live stream, upon hearing Wu Xianggui's tragic story, expressed their sympathy. How unfortunate! His first wife is dead, and now his current wife is disabled. This uncle is truly a pitiable soul. His two sons from the previous marriage were detained in a public security facility, and now he himself faced the prospect of imprisonment. How tragic! They lamented. Yang Jinrong, for heaven's sake, agreed to a settlement. Can you bear to see this uncle's family suffer so? Indeed, a significant portion of the online audience showcased their lack of independent thought, easily swayed and forgetful. They seemed to have forgotten that just moments earlier, they had harshly criticized Wu Xianggui for using toxic glue. Of course, there were also some discerning viewers who questioned whether Wu Xianggui deserved any sympathy at all, that he has committed numerous wrongdoings. His karma has caught up with him, that it just so happens that the repercussions fell upon his wife. Otherwise, how did he end up marrying two women? One passed away, and the other is disabled. You sympathize with him? You might as well sympathize with me. He has married two wives, and here I am at 25, still a bachelor. Seeing that Yang Jinrong was not inclined to speak on his behalf or dismiss the case, Wu Xianggui grew frantic and angry. Yang Jinrong, my wife is disabled, my daughter is only 17, and I have a 90-year-old mother. How can you be so heartless and watch them suffer? If I go to prison, how will they survive? They have enjoyed the fruits of your ill-gotten gains and must bear the corresponding consequences. Yang Jinrong remained unmoved. Enough, take him away. Zhang Hui commanded. He seized Wu Xianggui and snapped on a sleek, new silver bracelet, adding kindly, you might want to hire a lawyer to defend you and seek a lenient sentence. That Wu Xianggui trembled uncontrollably at this moment. He was utterly terrified, but he never imagined that his meticulously crafted plans would be thwarted before they even began. All because he had brought the media along, leading him straight to the brink of imprisonment. Suddenly, he recalled his previous three-step plan aimed at seducing Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, seeking pity from the old dean, and leveraging public opinion. The latter seemed unattainable. Yet the seduction and pity tactics still held promise. Even if he were imprisoned, there remained hope. Once the seduction plan took effect, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei would face charges of rape, which would serve as leverage to retract the case. How fitting! Or if the pity tactic succeeded, the elderly would surely soften, overflowing with compassion, and would advocate for dismissing the case, perhaps even foregoing compensation, sparing his two sons from imprisonment. There was still a glimmer of hope. Wu Xianggui fantasized about these possibilities. Moreover, there was the potential for a bounty on Yang Jinrong's head. Although he had not issued a formal bounty, he believed that his fellow associates in the underground world would have already taken action, especially since Yang Jinrong had severed their source of income. As Wu Xianggui contemplated this, he felt a twinge of schadenfreude. If Yang Jinrong were to retract the case and then subsequently meet his demise at the hands of an assassin, how delightful that would be! Wu Xianggui closed his eyes, dreaming of that moment. Take him away. Zhang Hui observed Wu Xianggui's demeanor and assumed he was in shock. Without further ado, he instructed his subordinates to escort him out, then turned to Yang Jinrong. You need to accompany us back to the city bureau for further investigation. No problem, but what about this place? Yang Jinrong gestured to the water stains appearing on the floor. This is the 4th floor. It's starting to leak, and before long, the 5th floor will too. How can anyone live in this house? We have arranged for a professional team to handle it shortly, the community committee director interjected, stepping forward. Rest assured, Our committee is specialized personnel for such matters. Huang Wei's eyes lit up. In that case, could you also help us deal with the glue beneath the floorboards, then reseal and retile? The committee director hesitated but ultimately agreed, though she mentioned there will be a fee, but it will certainly be below market rate. And I assure you, the workmanship will be excellent, that if any issues arise, you can file a complaint with our higher authorities. The director appeared quite responsible, glancing at the onlookers outside. If anyone here requires leak repairs in the future, feel free to reach out to our committee, that we have skilled workers and will not charge exorbitant fees. The neighbors breathed a sigh of relief. The community committee seemed far more reliable than the property management. At least, if they were dissatisfied with the committee, there was a place to lodge complaints. In that moment, Chai Xiaojing felt acutely aware of how superfluous her group was. They had come with a purpose, only for the situation to devolve into this. Let's go. Zhang Hui led the way downstairs. After Yang Jinrong finalized arrangements with the community committee, he called the old dean to discuss the retiling of the floor, reassuring him not to worry and even giving him a heads up. Only then did he descend the stairs with Huang Wei. Meanwhile, Chai Xiaojing and her fellow reporters from Pengbai News could only leave in disgrace. Once outside, Chai Xiaojing removed her mask and tossed it into a trash bin, sighing, "Let's head back to the city of Linhai. We have matters to attend to there. Should we stop the broadcast?" Her assistant inquired. "Not for now, we'll analyze and discuss this case further in the car," Chai Xiaojing replied. The group climbed into their Lexus LM and smoothly drove toward the city of Linhai. At Linhai University, on the bustling tree-lined path, the bald director, Xie Kuan, felt an inexplicable unease, akin to being poisoned, that I should go for a comprehensive checkup at the hospital tomorrow. Xie Kuan felt a persistent sense of dread, as if a toxic substance had been accumulating within him, reaching a level his body could no longer bear. Could it be that my wife has poisoned me? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Ever since he discovered his wife entering a hotel alone, he had grown increasingly suspicious. She would not allow him to see her phone, answered calls behind his back, and sometimes even made excuses for not being in the mood when he sought intimacy. With these thoughts swirling, he decided to call his wife. The first attempt went unanswered. The second call was also ignored. After several attempts, he finally connected, but the voice on the other end was muffled and chaotic. Raising his suspicions further, he seemed to hear rustling noises and intermittent sounds. "Huang Xiaoqin, what are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer my call? Didn't you say you were going to your friend's house to play mahjong? What is that strange noise?" I am running. Hearing the breathless tone in his wife's voice only heightened his urgency. "What on earth are you running for in broad daylight? You can run in the daytime." "Wait, I need a video call, right now." With each passing moment, Xie Kuan's anger escalated, and he felt as if no oasis in the desert could compare to his frustration. "Now, give me a WeChat video, believe it or not. I don't care." Huang Xiaoqin. Xie Kuan could no longer contain his rage, shouting, startling many students passing by on the tree-lined path, who turned to look at the bald director in shock. Beep beep. Hearing the busy signal on the line, Xie Kuan panicked, dialing for a video call again, only to have it cut off. He tried 5 or 6 more times, all met with the same result. "Just wait." Xie Kuan pulled out his phone and activated the GPS tracker he had secretly placed in his wife's bag a few days prior. Now, it proved invaluable. Huang Xiaoqin's location was quite far, and to reach her quickly, he needed to take the bypass highway. Xie Kuan hurried to the parking lot, jumped into his Lexus ES 300, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing toward the bypass highway. True to his nickname, Lightning on the road, he sped ahead, disregarding red lights and speed limits. Within minutes, he was on the bypass highway. While flooring the accelerator, he called his wife again, only to be hung up on multiple times. Finally, the call connected. "That I told you, I am running. Do you hear me clearly?" Hearing his wife's breathless voice only drove him further into a frenzy that he shouted furiously, "QNMDC," with an irate slap on the steering wheel. In a fleeting moment, The steering wheel suddenly veered, and Siekuan's Lexus ES300 collided violently with a black commercial vehicle cruising in the slow lane. The screeching sound echoed as the two vehicles collided on the ring road. Sparks flying, both vehicles careening towards the roadside in a thunderous crash. Ultimately, after gliding an indeterminate distance, each vehicle struck the guardrails on either side of the highway, producing a deafening sound of impact. Both cars suffered severe crumpling, and smoke began to billow forth. The struck commercial vehicle was none other than the Lexus LM belonging to Pengbai News. Thick smoke gradually ascended. The driver had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The others inside merely sustained injuries. Yet the live stream remained active, prompting the viewers to urgently call for help. Sister Xiaojing, are you all right? The assistant hurriedly supported Chai Xiaojing, only to discover that she had struck her forehead. Blood oozing forth. Quickly get out, the car is going to catch fire, urged the photographer, still clutching his camera. Reluctant to abandon it, I can't open the door. The assistant attempted several times, growing increasingly frantic, tears streaming down their face. Are we going to burn alive? I'll do it. The photographer hastily placed the camera on the seat and rushed to the door, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not pry it open. The buttons were completely unresponsive. The smoke thickened alarmingly as the situation grew dire. The trapped individuals inside frantically pounded on the windows, exploring every possible means of escape, yet the doors remained obstinately shut. The viewers in the live stream were in a state of utter panic. What do we do? What do we do? We've already called for help, but the operator said it would take at least half an hour. It's over. Goddess Xiaojing is going to die in there. No, I can't bear to watch the stream anymore. This scene is too horrifying. How could such a disaster strike so suddenly? Fate is unpredictable, and who could have foreseen that Chai Xiaojing and her companions would encounter such calamity? The fans were like ants on a hot pan, frantic and desperate. Help! Help! The trapped individuals were frantically banging on the windows, while cars whizzed past, unwilling to stop on the highway. At that moment, several police cars arrived in a rush. Emerging from the vehicles were Zhang Hui and other security personnel from the municipal bureau, who had been delayed. A group of officers immediately initiated a rescue operation, with some setting up tripods and warning signs 150 meters back, while others wielded crowbars and various rescue equipment, some rushing to assist the bald director in the ES300, while others tended to the crew members in the LM from Pengbai News. What a shocking scene. Two Lexus vehicles colliding like this? Huang Wei from the police car stood in stunned silence. Wait a moment. Isn't it the car that just interviewed us? Indeed, it was. Yang Jinrong squinted to confirm. Get moving. Let's take a look, Huang Wei urged. They both hastily exited the vehicle. The doors won't budge. Think of a way to rescue them. Both cars are about to ignite. If we don't act fast, the people inside will be burned alive. Hurry, hurry, a group of officers, along with the kind-hearted drivers who had stopped, exhausted every method to pry open the doors, smash the windows, and exert their utmost to save the trapped individuals. Yet all efforts were in vain. Some brandished fire extinguishers but hesitated to use them, fearing the occupants might suffocate. Come help. Zhang Hui called out to Yang Jinrong and the others, who set aside their differences and approached. Is there any way to open the door? Let me try. Yang Jinrong, enhanced by the system, possessed immense strength. He strode forward, while others continued their attempts. Yang Jinrong declared, Can I smash the glass? Go ahead. Zhang Hui replied that if something goes wrong, including but not limited to excessive force, injuring those inside, glass shards causing harm, or damage to other property, I will bear no responsibility. Zhang Hui's face paled. If anything happened, he promised to take full responsibility, even if it meant arresting those inside. All right. Yang Jinrong gripped a crowbar tightly. Huang Wei cursed. What kind of rubbish design is this Lexus? The doors won't open after a collision, and the glass is supposedly shatterproof. It's unbreakable. The occupants inside had lost their initial vigor in pounding on the windows, seemingly on the verge of fainting from lack of oxygen. With a resounding crash, Yang Jinrong swung the crowbar, shattering the window glass. However, the shatterproof glass merely cracked and did not fully give way, rendering it ineffective. Forget it. Everyone stepped back. Yang Jinrong discarded the crowbar, raising his fist to strike the door. In that moment, the many rescue personnel present were left bewildered by Yang Jinrong's intentions. The individuals inside were equally perplexed. The camera inside continued to stream live, capturing Yang Jinrong's bare-handed stance as he raised his fist. What was he planning? Surely his fist couldn't be more powerful than the crowbar. Yang Jinrong, step aside. Let the other officers and drivers handle it. Don't delay the rescue. Without a cutting machine, not even Yang Jinrong, nor the collective efforts of everyone combined, could open this stubborn vehicle's door. All of this transpired in a fleeting moment as Yang Jinrong suddenly unleashed his strength. Delivering a thunderous punch against the door, 103, a single punch. Astonishment gripped the onlookers. I owe him money, sensational dealer. Suddenly, in front of countless gazes, Yang Jinrong's bare fist struck the side-sliding door of the Ella. The door, which had resisted even the crowbar, crumpled inward with an imperceptible speed, creating a profound dent. Furthermore, as the door caved in, it unexpectedly pressed inward into the vehicle. This was a door made of steel, reinforced with internal supports. Yet it was forcefully transformed into an inward opening door by a single punch. In that moment, the surrounding security personnel and helpful drivers were collectively left in a state of stupor. What was this? My God, what am I witnessing? Zhang Hui, the chief officer, stared wide-eyed, astonishment and disbelief etched across his face. Even the most elite warriors in the country could not achieve such a feat with a single punch. Shock, deep, profound shock and unparalleled astonishment. Other, less experienced officers gaped, their eyes filled with sheer terror. They had seen strongmen before. Even if they hadn't witnessed them in reality, they had come across videos online showcasing champions and martial arts masters. Yet none had demonstrated the ability to make a commercial vehicle's door cave inward with a single punch like Yang Jinrong. Was this exaggerated? Even the legendary Xiang Yu, the conqueror of Western Shu, would likely find such a feat daunting. I asked this even human. Why does it feel like I'm watching a science fiction film? Are we filming a movie here? The officers exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief and shock in their eyes. This was astonishing. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Inside the police car, Wu Xianggui, adorned with a silver bracelet, witnessed Yang Jinrong's punch through the window that a shiver coursed through him. Fear enveloping every cell in his body. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of the existence he had provoked. He was unafraid of legal threats or intimidation, but feared the prospect of being struck dead by Yang Jinrong's fist. At that moment, Wu Xianggui also realized another truth. The terror his two sons must have endured in that hotel. No wonder, during their statements at the police station, his sons and others dared not meet Yang Jinrong's gaze. Was this the warrior from the novels? Wu Xianggui, who had recently grasped the use of a smartphone, had become engrossed in tales of warriors. The god of war returns with 3,000 warriors, only to find his daughter forced into a doghouse. Enraged, the god of war leaves a trail of corpses, rivers of blood. He had once deemed such a portrayal exaggerated. Now, witnessing Yang Jinrong's punch, Wu Xianggui felt that perhaps this was the true essence of a warrior. Terrifying. Suddenly, Wu Xianggui recalled another two matters. Their organization had issued a bounty, seeking an assassin to deal with Yang Jinrong. He silently mourned for the assassin for a few moments. And another matter, the beauty trap, had already been set in motion. Hiss. The surrounding seasoned drivers collectively inhaled sharply. Having traversed countless regions and encountered myriad bizarre phenomena, they had never seen anything like Yang Jinrong, barehanded, delivering a single punch that crushed the vehicle door inward. A single punch, merely one punch. A group of over a dozen of us exerted every effort, racking our brains and employing every possible means to pry open the seemingly impenetrable car door. only for it to be transformed into an inward-opening door with a single punch. Are today's youth truly this formidable? Are the post-2000s so powerful? That punch, surely my front four and rear eight could not withstand it. If this were captured on video and shared online, surely no one would believe it to be real. They would undoubtedly assume it to be a special effect akin to that of the infamous Rain Tion. The seasoned drivers around us could not contain their astonishment. "Old Lee, tell me this isn't real," exclaimed a truck driver's wife, her mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg, after a moment of shock. She gazed dazedly at her burly husband. "Old Lee, are there really such fierce young people in this world? It's one thing to be handsome, but to be so formidable, good heavens, how can one bear it? I can't even tell if it's real. I feel as if I'm watching a horror film." Old Lee muttered to himself that it fake. Have we all lost our senses? The truck driver's wife rubbed her eyes, squinting intently at Yang Jinrong, desperate to discern the truth. Yet, she remained convinced that this was merely an illusion, a mirage conjured by the smoke from the Lexus. She quickly turned to her husband. "Old Lee, slap me. Quickly slap me. I think I'm hallucinating." "Really? You want me to?" Old Lee hesitated for a mere 0.001 seconds before raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap. The surrounding drivers were left speechless, unable to stifle their nervous gulps. "Do you have a grudge against your wife? Or has she often beaten you? And this slap is your revenge? Does it hurt?" "Dear," Old Lee, realizing it had gone too far, rushed to inquire after his wife. The truck driver's wife clutched her already swollen cheek, her voice now a pitiful mumble tinged with tears. It hurts so much. It feels so real, too real. Please don't be angry, my dear. I truly didn't mean it. It was an accident." Old Lee pleaded. "Tonight, I'll cosplay as your favorite Koen Go. We are all icon." "All right." The truck driver's wife, still cradling her red cheek, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Meanwhile, on the internet, in the Pyeongbin News live broadcast room, millions of viewers were equally astonished. What has happened? Can someone tell me this isn't an action film? No, it's him, Yang Jinrong. What has he done? Did he use magic? Magic? No. How could the East employ magic? This is clearly a display of internal energy. Terrifying indeed, one. In the live stream, the previous doubts transformed into a fervent barrage of terrifying comments. That moment, the viewers struggled to find adequate words to express their profound shock, resorting only to the simple phrase terrifying to articulate their feelings. The screen was flooded with messages, rolling in like a tidal wave as viewers frantically tapped their screens. Such a fearsome punch. I have only witnessed in films. He previously claimed he could take on 8 opponents. Although I had never seen the so-called 8 strong men Wu Xiangwei spoke of, I am now utterly convinced that even against 18 strong men, Yang Jinrong's punch could send them flying. 1 against 8, it turns out to be true. This is simply outrageous. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought this was scripted. A deliberate ploy by Pyeongbin News to generate buzz. But I have been glued to my phone, watching the entire event unfold, and can confirm this is indeed real. Previously, everyone doubted Yang Jinrong's claim of taking on 8 opponents, even demanding he provide proof. That recent punch served as a powerful rebuttal, silencing all doubters. Tens of thousands quickly flipped from critics to supporters, rushing to follow Yang Jinrong. Could he really take on 8? That punch was the most compelling evidence. This punch not only transformed the car door into an inward-opening one, but also left millions of viewers speechless. Due to the live-streamed accident, the audience in the broadcast room surged to over 2 million. 2 million witnesses to this spectacle. Some managed to capture the moment on video, hastily uploading it online and inciting even more astonishment. Countless social media outlets quickly followed suit, editing and releasing related videos. In an instant, trending keywords such as Pyeongbin News beautiful host Chai Xiaojing, high-speed car accident, frequent hot topic Yang Jinrong punches through the Lexus LM door, swiftly topped various online platforms. The Lexus official PR team was thrown into disarray. Many investors holding shares in the oil tower stock hastily sold off their holdings, fearful that if they waited too long, the stocks would plummet. More and more people flocked to the live stream, where viewers were fervently commenting terrifying while discussing the existence of national martial arts. Could national martial arts truly exist? It's utterly unbelievable. I felt as if that punch reverberated through the entire vehicle. The door transformed into an inward opening one. And mind you, this was a sliding door. Is there a professional out there who can explain what kind of martial arts Yang Jinrong utilized with that punch? Such a swift and powerful strike must certainly be Bejiquan. Literature has tied Jiquan to bring peace to the world, while martial arts possess Bejiquan to stabilize the universe. Undoubtedly, it must be the national martial art of Bejiquan. Who would have thought witnessing the existence of national martial arts within a live stream? This video cannot be shared abroad. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain it to foreigners, the mysterious ancient Eastern nation. How many more mystical powers lie hidden? Let us clarify. Please trust in science and avoid superstition. All of this may seem lengthy, yet it transpired in a remarkably brief span. Online discussions intensified. In reality, at the highway encircling the city, while the car door was struck inward with a single punch, another event unfolded amidst the chaos. Inside the vehicle, Chai Xiaojing and others were jolted by the impact, leading to an unfortunate incident where Chai Xiaojing fell within the car, her face colliding with the shattered glass, resulting in several shards cutting into her cheek. With Chai Xiaojing's terrified scream echoing. The stunned security personnel and concerned drivers were roused. The occupants of the car were momentarily stunned by Yang Jinrong's punch. They had previously doubted his ability to take on 8 opponents when witnessing that punch at such close range. The visceral shock sent shivers down their spines, rendering them momentarily paralyzed, their minds blank. For a fleeting moment, they even forgot they were in a perilous situation. Sister Xiaojing, the assistant, snapped back to reality. She, too, was disoriented from the shock. Upon seeing Chai Xiaojing's face covered in glass shards and blood, an overwhelming sense of horror enveloped her, prompting an instinctive scream. Another scream. Help! Help! Quickly, we need to save her. The car is going to catch fire. Hurry, get out. Zhang Hui urgently directed the others. The crowd rushed to extricate everyone from the vehicle. The driver, however, was unconscious, trapped in the cabin amid swirling smoke. The driver was gravely injured and bleeding. They hurriedly dragged him out, realizing the vehicle was on the verge of igniting. The group attempted to pull the driver free from behind, but discovered he was pinned down. The smoke thickened ominously, indicating an imminent fire. Yang Jinrong, undeterred, exclaimed, "I'll handle this." At his words, the others instinctively stepped aside. He entered the rear of the car, contorting his body to reach the driver's seat, and with a powerful punch, he struck, boom. The already crumpled door, accompanied by a billowing cloud of thick smoke, was astonishingly blasted away. This scene was captured by numerous other drivers who had stopped on the highway, all wide-eyed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui and the others had no time to be astonished. They urgently worked together to pull the driver free. Jinrong. On the other side, Huang Wei called out, "The ES-300 door 1T budge." Since the smoke was less dense over there, attention had been focused on the elm. Only after rescuing those within the LM did they remember the ES-300 that Yang Jinrong quickly made his way over. The side of the ES-300 was even more severely crumpled. The driver inside had already succumbed to severe injuries and unconsciousness, blood seeping through the vehicle to the road. There's still a pulse. Huang Wei confirmed after checking the driver's breath. This door is also stuck. Let me try. Yang Jinrong approached the driver, about to throw a punch when he suddenly recognized the person inside. Ball director? Yang Jinrong was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. You two know each other? He asked the director from our school. Yang Jinrong steadied himself, undeterred by the previous difficulties imposed by the ball director. With 2 powerful punches, he struck the rear door, transforming it into an inward opening one that the second punch sent the ball director's steering wheel flying. With combined efforts, the crowd managed to rescue the unconscious ball director from the vehicle. It was only then that Yang Jinrong observed the extent of Director Xie Kuin's injuries. His legs were shattered, blood flowed profusely, and his lower body was nearly entirely paralyzed. It was likely that he was doomed. Surviving was already a rare blessing, that Dio not be disheartened. Zhang Hui reassured Yang Jinrong, mistakenly believing that Yang was grieving over the injury of a school official. This is an accident. You are not to blame. You did remarkably well by risking your life to save others. That is the mark of a true hero. Without your intervention, their lives would have been in jeopardy. Your efforts to save them are commendable. There is no need for guilt. Yang Jinrong nodded silently in acknowledgement. This moment was captured by numerous onlookers wielding their phones. The crowd, inspired by Yang Jinrong's noble spirit, raised their thumbs in admiration. It is important to note that the vehicle had begun to emit smoke from the outset, rendering the rescue exceedingly perilous. Should the car have ignited unexpectedly, an explosion was highly probable. Yet, disregarding his own safety, Yang Jinrong acted to save the victims, burdened with guilt and silence upon witnessing their injuries. All present felt a surge of respect for Yang Jinrong, a profound reverence emanating from their hearts. Hero, you need not feel remorse. You have done everything within your power. Without you, they would not have survived. Indeed, had you not forced open the car door with your fist, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They would have surely perished in the flames. Hero, hero. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed forth, flames flickering ominously. Step back, Zhang Hui commanded, directing everyone to retreat from the two vehicles that as the crowd witnessed the smoke intensifying around the cars. None dared to approach. Boom bang, almost simultaneously with the crowd's retreat, one of the vehicles erupted into flames, emitting explosive sounds, the flames dancing wildly, creating a terrifying scene. Before long, the other vehicle also caught fire, waves of heat forcing the crowd to distance themselves further. Many recorded videos of the unfolding chaos, sharing them online as the situation gained traction. Some individuals with medical knowledge hurried to provide basic care to Chai Xiaojing and Director Xie Kun. However, Chai Xiaojing's face was gruesomely embedded with shards of glass. Several pieces were removed, yet deep, shocking lacerations remained on her skin. These wounds would undoubtedly leave scars, jagged and twisted like a centipede. Once healed, Chai Xiaojing's visage would be irrevocably altered. For a woman, disfigurement is a fate far worse than death. Moreover, Chai Xiaojing was a television host, requiring a public presence. This was a devastating blow. Unable to fathom what her face had become, Chai Xiaojing succumbed to the reality, screaming in a frenzy and fainting in public. Others sustained no life-threatening injuries, only minor scrapes and inhalation of smoke from the burning vehicles. Similarly unfortunate was the instigator of this calamity, Director Xie Kun, who suffered from multiple fractures in his legs, blood gushing uncontrollably. That area had also endured severe trauma. While he might survive, he would undoubtedly lose his masculinity. Quickly, to the hospital, just as Zhang Hui intended to use a police vehicle to transport the injured. The wail of an ambulance siren echoed on the highway. He promptly directed traffic, clearing a path for the ambulance. Soon, 2 ambulances arrived, their lights flashing. Several doctors and nurses rushed out, racing against death, skillfully applying pressure to staunch the bleeding. Before transporting Xie Kun and Chai Xiaojing into the ambulance for further treatment and disinfection of their wounds. Other injured individuals in less critical condition took the police vehicle to the hospital, accompanied by a family member or responsible party. Doctors wearing masks called out to the crowd. Zhang Hui, however, could not accompany them. He still needed to escort the individuals in the vehicle back to the municipal bureau, perhaps send a security officer along. He thought, though that felt inappropriate. So he turned to Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong, how about this? You accompany the ambulance to the hospital? I will contact his family. For now, please lend a hand. Zhang Hui's request for Yang Jinrong to follow the ambulance stemmed from the fact that Xie Kun was the director of Linhai University. and Yang Jinrong was an exemplary student there. Meanwhile, Chai Xiaojing's assistant would accompany her, that in the spirit of urgency. Yang Jinrong did not refuse, boarding the ambulance. Chai Xiaojing's assistant followed suit. The ambulance sped towards the city hospital. Inside, Dr. Lin announced, "The injured person has regained consciousness." Indeed, the severely injured bald director miraculously awoke. His indomitable spirit garnered admiration from the attending doctors and nurses, who silently commended him. "This is," Xie Kun managed to utter. And upon seeing Yang Jinrong, a glimmer of awareness flickered within his half-conscious state. He vaguely recalled Yang Jinrong rescuing him from the vehicle. This was beyond his expectations. Initially, he had heeded Lin Yuyu's words, making things difficult for Yang Jinrong. Yet here he was, saved by the very student he had wronged. Da-da, gurgle, gurgle. Xie Kun attempted to articulate further, but could only emit incoherent sounds due to the severity of his injuries. "Do not speak. Remain conscious. Do not drift into unconsciousness," Dr. Lin admonished. Xie Kun attempted to form a word, striving to convey that he would not succumb easily. He was not ready to die. However, the agony radiating from his lower body made coherent speech impossible. The excruciating pain felt as if he were trapped in hell, suffering in torment, with his life ebbing away. He felt as though he were dying, his essence slipping away. Yet, that wretched woman, he had yet to confront her, to hold her accountable for the evidence of her infidelity. Just days prior, Xie Kun had discovered a box of condoms in his wife Huang Xiaoqin's bag, that he had intended to follow her that day. But a summons from the school for a lecture on preventing mobile telecom fraud had delayed him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became that he loathed her. Now that he was disabled, would that woman not become even more brazen? Just like in a Korean drama, would she not return home to torment him? Xie Kun's head buzzed with rage, and he fainted once more. "Inject the thrombolytic," Dr. Lin instructed, prompting the assistant to administer the injection to Xie Kun. Upon arrival at the hospital, immediate emergency surgery was imperative. Dr. Lin turned to Yang Jinrong. "Family member, please sign here." "I am not a family member." Yang Jinrong shook his head. "He is the director of our school. We encountered him on the highway and have no familial ties. Therefore, I cannot sign that." Dr. Lin replied casually. "You are a student from Linhai University?" "Yes, Yang Jinrong. You seem quite well known that I previously received a case involving a deceased individual. A friend from the security office mentioned your name was associated with IT. Yes, that's so. What a coincidence." Yang Jinrong had been entangled in numerous cases and was uncertain which one the doctor referenced. The ambulance sped along, finally reaching Linhai City People's Hospital. The personnel acted swiftly, promptly transporting Xie Kun to the emergency room. Xie Kun. At that moment, Huang Xiaoqin had been waiting at the hospital for quite some time. Adorned in a strikingly seductive yellow gown, nude stockings, and black high heels, her alluring figure starkly contrasting with the sterile scent of disinfectants and the grim reality of Xie Kun's condition. Among those waiting at the hospital were Xie Kun's other relatives and friends. Upon seeing her severely injured husband, Huang Xiaoqin rushed over, tears streaming down her face. Remarkably, her cries stirred Xie Kun from his stupor. Dr. Lin approached with the consent form, addressing Huang Xiaoqin. "Family member, please come and sign here. How is my husband? Is he in danger?" Huang Xiaoqin wiped her tears, questioning as she took the pen to sign. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Xie Kun spoke up. No, let her sign." "You don't want her to sign?" Dr. Lin was taken aback. Yang Jinrong was similarly astonished, realizing that this couple had significant issues, according to the civil code and relevant regulations of medical institutions. The primary signatory for the informed consent form is the patient themselves. Only in circumstances where it is impossible or inappropriate to communicate with the patient should consent be sought from their closest relatives. Therefore, upon Xie Kun explicitly stating that his wife should not sign, Huang Xiaoqin lost her right to do so. Astonished, she exclaimed, "I have been with you for 3 years, and you won't let me sign the consent form? What do you mean?" Xie Kuan offered no response, struggling to turn his head toward another friend. Xiao Wei, come. Sign, Xiao Wei. Huang Xiaoqin. Even the doctors and others present wore expressions of utter confusion. I trust you, Xie Kuan, akin to a fleeting ray of light, has surprisingly uttered so many words and continues to speak that I owe you money. You wouldn't let me die, would you? Certainly, Xiao Wei, in a state of urgency, rushed to the hospital upon hearing that Xie Kuan, who owed him money, had suffered a serious car accident. Fearing that Xie Kuan might pass away, rendering his debts worthless, since the injured party has designated a friend to sign. You shall sign here, Lin Ran urged, pointing to this section. Here and here. Xiao Wei hastily took the informed consent form, quickly skimmed through it, and finding no significant issues, promptly signed. Xie Kuan let out a sigh of relief. He had resolved in his heart that once he was discharged, he would repay the debts owed to his brothers and donate all his properties, including his house and car, and he would rather be shattered than live in shame. And he absolutely would not allow Huang Xiaoqin to humiliate him for the rest of his life. He would also never agree to a divorce, even if the other party filed for one. He would find ways to thwart their attempts. With these thoughts, Xie Kuan fainted once more. Xie Kuan, Huang Xiaoqin, in a frenzy, shouted towards the unconscious Xie Kuan. Family members of the patient, please remain quiet. Lin Ran waved the consent form, and the nurses swiftly pushed Xie Kuan into the ICU for emergency treatment. Outside the ICU, Huang Xiaoqin screamed in despair. Silence! This is a hospital. A nurse reprimanded her, stating that regardless of her concerns, she should not disturb others. Woo-woo. Huang Xiaoqin was scolded again. Feeling wronged with nowhere to vent, she squatted down, sobbing uncontrollably. Deep down, she knew exactly why Xie Kuan did not allow her to sign. Yet she felt a profound sense of injustice. I have been with you for 3 years, and you want to even let me sign the surgery consent form. Why is that? Well, I merely made a mistake that any woman could make. Woo-woo. Huang Xiaoqin cried out, unaware that this scene was being recorded by passers-by in the hospital. It wouldn't be long before related news would emerge online. Yang Jinrong observed the unfolding drama with a cold gaze. He recognized Huang Xiaoqin's voice and recalled her as the woman who had asked him to return her LV handbag when he found that he held no fondness for such a woman. The only surprise was that she was the wife of the bald-headed director. Indeed, social relationships cannot escape the theory of 6 degrees of separation. Meanwhile, Chai Xiaojing, who was also brought into the hospital, was diagnosed by the doctor as not needing ICU care, but instead was taken to the surgical department for facial suturing. That it is hard to imagine what Chai Xiaojing would look like after the suturing. At this moment, Zhang Hui and other security personnel arrived at the hospital, accompanied by highway traffic police. The follow-up would be handled by them. Huang Wei naturally arrived as well. After a while, Zhang Hui found Yang Jinrong and informed him that it was too late today, and tomorrow morning, he and Huang Wei should come to the city's Public Security Bureau to cooperate with the further investigation of the case. Understood, Yang Jinrong nodded, after bidding farewell to Zhang Hui. Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei took a taxi to the vicinity of Linhai University, intending to find a place to dine. The old dean called to inquire about the situation of Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, concerned whether the case would affect them, particularly Yang Jinrong, as the old dean feared it might impact his studies. After all, in the field of law, one cannot afford any blemish that he did not mention the matter of the old house. Even though it was extremely important to him, his primary concern was the safety of Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. Yang Jinrong reassured him, while Huang Wei repeatedly guaranteed that he would not break the law. Only then did they end the call. The two had a simple dinner of braised chicken rice near the school. The owner, naturally remembering Yang Jinrong, generously added extra chicken and even offered 2 fried eggs for free. By the way, brother, where is your Ducati? Why don't I see you riding it? Ducati? Huang Wei exclaimed in shock. Oh my God, Jinrong, you bought a Dui? I heard it costs over 100,000. How can you afford that while studying at school? The Ducati is gone. Yang Jinrong shrugged, choosing not to elaborate. After thanking the owner, they finished their meal, exchanged pleasantries, and departed. Jinrong, you've had quite a legendary experience. Huang Wei, initially oblivious, was now captivated by the news of Yang Jinrong's various exploits. He had been shielded from the trending stories, but upon searching today, he was astounded by the extraordinary events surrounding Yang Jinrong. Huang Wei excitedly urged Jinrong, "Tell me about your legendary experiences. You can look up the related news yourself." Yang Jinrong replied with a glance, "Do you wish for me to suffer social death? Fine, I'll look it up myself." Huang Wei kept his head down, scrolling through his phone as they walked. Reviewing Yang Jinrong's remarkable achievements. My goodness, did you really relocate the Tianjin group? That's incredible. From now on, you're my idol. Should just look quietly, don't make a fuss. Notice the passers-by staring at us. TSK. The black market agents have stirred the legislative departments. How astonishing. In the midst of social death, Yang Jinrong found a hotel near the school, booked a room with a double bed, and closed the door. All right. Huang Wei finally finished reading about Yang Jinrong's legendary tales, his heart racing with excitement. "Jinrong, I've made up my mind. I want to make something of myself." Huang Wei took a deep breath. Gathering his thoughts, and earnestly declared, "I cannot bring shame upon you." "What are your plans?" Yang Jinrong scrutinized Huang Wei, recognizing his seriousness, and replied, "I can provide you with some initial funding, but it can only be a one-time offer. If you succeed, all will be well. If you fail, you must rely on yourself moving forward. No need." Huang Wei waved his hand. "I can manage on my own. That if I truly can't make it, I wouldn't have the face to ask you for help." Yang Jinrong didn't insist on the matter of funding, but inquired instead, "What do you intend to do?" Huang Wei chuckled. "You probably wouldn't consider it a respectable industry." Yang Jinrong frowned. "Illegal?" "Not illegal." Huang Wei's eyes widened. How could a scholar's endeavors be described as illegal? He continued, "It's an underhanded trade." "Where will the capital come from?" "I have my ways. I thought of it yesterday, that I suddenly remembered that I have a sum of money yet to be collected. 57,000 in total. 52,000 is mine, and 5,000 belongs to another friend. I need to make a trip to Shancheng." Yang Jinrong looked at Huang Wei, realizing that he was concerned about his pride and reluctant to accept his funding outright. Thus, he suggested, "Perhaps you could try retrieving the money? Is it owed to you?" Huang Wei's expression turned cold. "Provide me with the details, and I will devise a plan." Yang Jinrong explained slowly, "The situation is not complicated. Someone lost a lawsuit and owes me this amount. She originally had a house in Shancheng, and if she sells it, she can reimburse me. However, she employed some tricks to exploit legal loopholes, renting the house to someone else for decades on the same day. And legally, the sale does not terminate the lease. Therefore, even if the court enforces it, they cannot evict the tenants to sell the house and retrieve the money. That if you can handle this, the money will serve as your startup capital." This pertains to the matter involving Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter, which has been dragging on for far too long. Yang Jinrong had always lacked the time to address it, intending to take a long break to resolve it. And with Huang Wei's trustworthy presence, it would be even better if he could handle it. Huang Wei listened intently, pondering deeply. After a while, he patted his chest and declared, "I'll take care of this. Consider the money alone. I'll write you an IOU once I get it back, that if I make a profit, I'll return it immediately. If I incur a loss, I'll repay you through labor." Yang Jinrong nodded, advising him to be cautious in his methods, emphasizing that they could be unethical but must not break the law or leave evidence for others to exploit. "Rest assured," Huang Wei assured him, "I'll handle the underhanded dealings, ensuring it remains within legal loopholes." "Very well. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to contact me. Yes. The two conversed. A sudden knock echoed at the door, followed by a soft, sultry female voice from outside, announcing the launch of an online gambling establishment with alluring dealers ready to deal.